waking up to find myself turned into a girl? And what's with these furry ears and this disobedient tail behind me? Could it be that I've become a fox girl? I'm not human anymore? Wah! The moment you open your eyes, you find yourself locked in a cage. A terrifying thought gradually surfaces in your mind. Have you actually traveled through time? As you ponder this, the door creaks open, and a girl dressed in black, looking no older than 18 or 19, steps in. She approaches the iron cage, her pale fingertips brushing against your cheek. Little fox, from now on, I am your master. You blink your big, watery eyes, completely clueless about what she's saying. What kind of joke is this? You've just time traveled, with no memories of the original owner, and now you can't even understand the language. This is just great. Liu Ruyan saw you just staring at her without speaking, and her expression gradually darkened. I'll say it one last time, call me master. You didn't understand why she suddenly got angry, but her terrifying aura immediately made you shrink back in fear, your fox ears drooping low. Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes dangerously, interpreting your behavior as a challenge to her authority. Very well, it seems this fox demon has quite the backbone, but the more defiant you were, the more excited she became. After all, as the holy maiden of the demon sect, she had seen plenty of stubborn humans and demons. In the end, didn't they all kneel at her feet? With that thought, Liu Ruyan suddenly grabbed the iron cage trapping you. You shrank back, vaguely sensing that something terrible was about to happen. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless strands of demonic energy surged from Liu Ruyan's palm, shattering the cage instantly. Shards of metal grazed your cheeks, leaving tiny cuts, but you felt no pain. You were completely stunned. As a modern-day naive and innocent college student, when had you ever witnessed such a scene? In the instant you froze, Liu Ruyan grabbed your hair, yanking you violently toward her before tossing you aside like trash. Your head hit the ground with a dull thud, and you cried out in pain, staring up at the figure looming over you in terror. Liu Ruyan's crimson pupils reflected the girl's terrified expression as a chilling smirk curled her lips. You could sense the impatience in her tone, but you genuinely couldn't understand what she was saying. Seeing your continued defiance, Liu Ruyan laughed. She slowly crouched down, gripping your chin to force your gaze to meet hers. Let's see just how unbreakable your stubbornness is. Liu Ruyan seized your throat, lifting you off your feet, then flashed through space to the demon sect's prisoner dungeon. The damp, sour stench of the cell assaulted your nostrils, making you instinctively wrinkle your nose. Liu Ruyan casually tossed you into a dark, damp cell. You can come out when you decide to call me master. With that, Liu Ruyan turned and left, leaving you alone, curled up in the corner. You raised your head and cautiously surveyed your surroundings. The other cells held serious criminals imprisoned by the demon sect. Seeing a cute fox demon arrive, they all began eyeing you, though you couldn't understand their words. Their lewd tones and obscene gazes gave you a rough idea of what they were saying. You retreated to the corner, lowering your head as your body trembled uncontrollably. How did it come to this? Others who transmigrate get systems, golden fingers, or at least an old mentor. Why is it my turn to? At this thought, a few glistening drops slid from the corners of your eyes. You lost track of how much time had passed when, finally, the door creaked open. Liu Ruyan stepped inside again, looking down at the girl curled into a ball. Made up your mind? You glanced up but said nothing, then buried your head again, refusing to look at this witch. Seeing you completely ignore her, Liu Ruyan felt her authority being challenged. At the auction, she had found this fox demon adorable and bought it to keep as a pet, but never expected it to be so unruly. Very well, Liu Ruyan sneered. This saintess will see just how long you can stay defiant. She turned and left, leaving you alone in the dungeon once more. As time passed, the hunger grew increasingly intense. Coincidentally, a sharp pain shot through your lower abdomen at that moment. Already weakened, the cramp sent you curling up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Your eyes gradually lost their luster, eyelids drooping weakly, as a pool of red liquid spread beneath you. Your consciousness slipped into a hazy blur. When Liu Ruyan returned to the dungeon, she found Shin Yoyu curled into a ball, unconscious. So cold, you murmured unconsciously, though the words sounded indistinct to Liu Ruyan's ears. Staring at the pool of red liquid beneath the girl, Liu Ruyan felt inexplicably irritated. You think you can faint so easily? She gripped the back of your neck with one hand, lifting you up as demonic energy surged from her fingertips into your body. Your frame began to tremble violently, choked whimpers escaping your throat. Prisoners in nearby cells heard the commotion and turned their gazes this way. Sensing the disturbance from other cells, Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes slightly as a wave of demonic energy radiated outward, instantly blinding several inmates. After dealing with the others, Liu Ruyan was about to continue punishing the disobedient fox in her grasp when she noticed two clear tears rolling down the girl's cheeks. Her heart inexplicably softened. It'd be too boring if she died so quickly. She then scooped you up horizontally and carried you to her room, gently placing the young girl on the bed. Where is this? You groggily opened your eyes to find yourself lying on a soft, spacious bed. She's awake, said Louis, who had been tending to you, noticing the movement on the bed. Lu Qi, go inform her holiness the saintess. Lu Qi, whose name was called, pouted her lips. I also want to stay and look around more. Before she could finish her sentence, when she saw Louis's mischievous smile, she immediately swallowed her words. I'll go now. With that, she dashed off in a flash. You could only hear people talking around you, but couldn't understand what they were saying. You opened your mouth, wanting to say something, but due to not drinking water for a long time, your voice came out very weak. Louis, who was nearby, noticed that you on the bed seemed to want to speak and pressed her ear close to your lips. Louis was clearly stunned. She never expected that the first words the girl uttered upon waking up would be ing. Seeing Louis pause, as if she hadn't heard you clearly, you repeated yourself. Louis felt like her brain was about to crash. Having lived for decades, she had never encountered such a bizarre situation before. When Liu Ruyan arrived and saw this scene, she completely exploded. This stupid fox dares to act cute and coquettish in front of her own subordinate. Seems like she hasn't learned her lesson from last time. Louis sensed the icy gaze behind her and turned around. Upon realizing it was her holiness, she quickly stood up to bow before stepping aside. Liu Ruyan ignored Louis and walked straight toward you. The moment you saw Liu Ruyan, unpleasant memories flooded your mind. Your ears drooped instantly, and you instinctively buried your head under the blanket. Liu Ruyan narrowed her eyes dangerously. She was convinced you were deliberately provoking her, acting spoiled in front of Louis yet saying nothing upon seeing her. Dark energy immediately surged around her, shattering the bed beneath you into pieces. A few sharp wooden splinters grazed the young girl's fair skin, making you gasp in pain. At this moment, the terrifying cramp struck your abdomen again, instantly draining all color from your face. Liu Ruyan watched the girl's increasingly pale cheeks and trembling delicate frame without making a move. She wanted you to beg her voluntarily. As a pet she had purchased, you needed to learn how to amuse your owner. On the ground, your delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Back in the dungeon, you had passed out directly from the pain, barely registering the sensation, but this time, you truly experienced the agony unique to a woman's monthly cycle. Liu Ruyan's face darkened as she watched you whimper incessantly from the pain. Even like this, you still refuse to yield? Excellent. Louis and Lu Qi behind her sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Liu Ruyan and suddenly retreated backward. In the next instant, demonic energy surged toward you lying on the ground, sending your entire body flying into the wall. Tushan Shui fell heavily to the ground, her entire body nearly losing consciousness from the pain. Night Wanqing squatted in front of Tushan Shui. Reaching out, he pinched the young girl's slender neck. Would you rather die than voluntarily beg for mercy? Seeing Tushan Shui just looking at herself in shock, she didn't say anything. Night Wanqing became more and more impatient, and the force on her hands gradually increased. Finally, just when Tushan Shui felt that she was having trouble breathing and was about to suffocate, for the first time, he took the initiative to speak to Night Wanqing. Boing boing. Night Wan listened to see Tushan Shui pampering herself, and for some reason, she felt a trace of strangeness in her heart. But then it occurred to her that she had also pouted at Night Wan. The face grimaced again. Is that all you can do, wooing and not talking? The force on her hand increased once again, and Tushan Shui's pair of small hands kept slapping Night Wanqing's arm that was pinching her. Though she couldn't understand what Night Wanqing was saying. But the intense pain made her subconsciously shake her head. When Night Wanqing saw Tushan Shui shaking her head, she was first stunned. She had just made a casual remark in anger, and it occurred to her that Tushan Yuki really didn't seem to have said a word about it. Is it true that she can't talk? Frowning, he asked tentatively, if you can't understand what I'm saying, nod your head. Tushan Shui still subconsciously shook her head. Night One Tran's brows frowned even tighter at the sight. It looked like Tushan Yuki could understand what he was saying. After all, if she couldn't understand it, she nodded. So, she just doesn't want to be her pet and doesn't want to call herself master. When he thought of this, his eyes gradually became deeper and the aura on his body became more dangerous. If Tushan Shui knew what was going through Night Wanqing's mind at this moment, she would definitely curse his shark arm. Behind him, Night One wanted to say something when he saw this, opened his mouth, but still didn't dare to say anything. Demonic qi surged into Tushan Shui's body from Night Wanqing's fingertips. The young girl's body trembled even more violently, her eyes carrying a hint of pleading as she looked at Night Wanqing. However, Night Wanqing directly ignored her eyes. Perhaps it was deliberately done by Night Wanqing, although it was painful, every time Tushan Shui felt like she was about to pass out. Night Wanqing would all retract her demonic energy to keep herself from fainting. The devil. This woman is a devil. The already thin clothes on the young girl's body were instantly drenched in sweat, revealing her delicate body. Eyes filled with tears. Deep teeth marks were also bitten into his lower lip. Knight 7 watched Tushan Shui being tortured like this by Knight 1 Ting, and finally couldn't look at it anymore. Gritting his teeth, he opened his mouth and reminded Holy Maiden. As soon as he opened his mouth, he felt the gaze from Knight 1 Qing that seemed to want to eat people. Dense beads of sweat instantly seeped from his forehead. However, he really couldn't bear to watch Tushan Shui suffer such torture, and forced the fear in his heart. Closing his eyes, he spoke stiffly, "Your Highness, the Holy Maiden, she should really not be able to understand what you're saying." When Knight 1 Qing heard this, her eyes narrowed dangerously and she didn't say anything. It seemed to be waiting for Knight 7 to give a reason. When Knight 7 heard this, she let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. Her Highness the Holy Maiden was still able to listen to other people's words. Your Highness, if she did just nod her head, wouldn't that prove that he was pretending not to understand what you were saying? Knight 1 Qing sniffed, thought a little, and felt that Knight 7 had a point. Seems like I was really wrong about this little guy? The face didn't show it, and his voice remained cold. You need to be reminded of that? You think this Holy Maiden would not know? Chapter 4, How Dare You Resist? Knight 1 Qing looked at the young girl whose body was constantly trembling as she was lifted in her hands. Won't talk and won't tell himself. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she threw Tushan Yuki to the ground. Ahem. Tushan Yuki, who had been thrown to the ground like garbage, was finally able to catch her breath. In the next moment, Knight 1 Ting's voice resounded in his head. Although she didn't know the language of this world, Tushan Shui could understand the meaning of the voice that was transmitted into her mind through her divine sense. Why don't you talk to me? You can't talk. Tushan Shui's brain instantly went into a state of downtime. Can someone tell her how those words make up a sentence? Is that something a carbon-based organism could say? Her puzzled gaze went to Knight 1 Tran. Noticing that the other man was staring at him with a dangerous look in his eyes. She's serious. This thought flashed through Tushan Yuki's mind. Knight 1 Qing saw that Tushan Shui had been looking at herself, but didn't say anything. The mind sees it as a provocation to itself. The aura on his body grew more and more dangerous. Click, click, click. The surrounding ground couldn't withstand the pressure emanating from Knight 1 Qing's body. Tiny cracks appear. Tushan Shui also finally came back to her senses at this moment. Watching this crazy woman take a step towards herself. Tushan Yuki panicked and desperately shook her head. Yet the shaking of the head was slowed down an infinite number of times because it was so weak. In Knight 1 Qing's eyes, the young girl in front of her was not shaking her head. Instead, he didn't want to see himself and averted his head. Ha! Knight 1 Qing laughed in anger at Tushan Shui's actions. Sure enough, not being able to speak or anything is simply an excuse. In the end, it was still because the fox demon in front of him was unwilling to submit to himself. Knight 7 stared in shock. Has this little fox always been this brave? Knight 1 was also a bit uncertain, or maybe. In his heart, he also felt admiration for Tushan Shui, a fox demon without any cultivation, who was still unwilling to give in under these circumstances. If she survived, she would be her little fangirl from now on. Funny, really funny. Knight 1 Qing's crimson pupils stared at Tushan Shui in death. One grabbed the furry fox tail behind the young girl. The moment her tail was held by Knight 1 Qing, Tushan Shui's body suddenly tensed up. It was as if countless electric currents surged through his body, and his brain fell into a brief blankness, as if he had lost the ability to think. And the eyes became misty. Seeing this, Knight 1 Qing seemed to have discovered a new continent. Squeeze hard on Tushan Yuki's tail. Boing! Tushan Yuki groaned. Nightwing pinched harder again. Boing! Knight 1 Qing looked at Tushan Shui, who had fainted in her arms with a flushed face. The thin clothes on his body were already soaked with blood and sweat. Looking at this young girl's appearance at the moment, a touch of the impulse to care for her actually rose in her heart. Carrying the young girl across his arms, he made his way to the medicinal bath. The young girl's thin clothing was removed, revealing a delicate body strewn with wounds. Nightwing reached out and stroked at the young girl's wound. Sensing Tushan Shui's tight frown, Knight 1 Qing stopped the movements of her hands. Holding the young girl in his arms, he stepped into the medicinal pool together. If you had been more obedient, how could you have suffered so? Knight 1 Qing whispered in the young girl's ear, her fingertips roaming around her delicate collarbone. When the wound came into contact with the medicinal liquid, the unconscious Tushan Shui's body suddenly curled up into a ball and trembled continuously. All the while little animal-like whimpering noises kept coming out of his mouth. Boring. Although Night Wanqing said so on her lips, the demonic chi in her body was still slowly injected into Tushan Shue's body. This time, unlike before, the demonic energy injected was mild. Tushan Shui immediately felt a gush of warmth flow through her body. The tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and the curled-up body gradually relaxed. When Tushan Shui woke up again, she realized that the hunger in her body had disappeared and was replaced by an inexhaustible energy. On top of that, all the wounds on his body had healed, and the cramping pain in the small of his back was gone. The pink fist swung casually twice, and you could even hear the whistling wind sound it brought up. She felt like she was good again, and was able to hold Night Wanqing down and beat her on the ground. Awake? It was also at this time that Night Wanqing walked in, her voice entering Tushan Shue's mind. Seeing Night Wanqing come to the bedside, Tushan Shui took advantage of one of her inattentions. The body sat up violently, then swung a pink fist at her face. In his heart, he thought, "Little man, see if I don't pinch you." The next moment. Boing. Tushan Shue's fist smashed against the barrier that Night Wanqing had formed with her magic chi. A watery mist covered his eyes. Night Wanqing narrowed her eyes dangerously. Still want to resist? Night Wanqing grabbed Tushan Shue's wrist, and magic energy surged into Tushan Shue's body. All of a sudden, demonic chi raged within Tushan Shue's body. The intense pain coming from within her body caused Tushan Shui to curl up into a ball and gasp for air. Night Wanqing picked up Tushan Shue's chin, revealing a mysterious smile. "Know it's wrong?" Tushan Shue's body subconsciously trembled when she heard the voice coming from her head. The little chicken pecked his head. Seeing the other party nodding, Night Wanqing revealed a charming smile. Tushan Shui looked at the Night Wanqing at this moment, and for a moment, she was actually a bit stunned. The delicate features seemed like the most perfect masterpiece of heaven, and the skin was like jade. The ruddy-colored pupils of the eyes like delicate rubies, and the bright red lips that one could not help but want to taste. Tushan Shui looked down at her own 1C flat river, and then at Night Wanqing's Haina Bai Chuan. With difficulty, he averted his gaze and swallowed. "This. Isn't it just your favorite type?" "Just." I can't help but shiver at the thought of the other person being a madman. Seeing this, Night Wanqing reached out and pinched Tushan Shue's furry ears. "Afraid of me?" Night Wanqing squeezed the fox ears in her hand. Tushan Shue's cheeks were suddenly colored with a blush. "If you're afraid of me, why do you still dare to resist?" Night Wanqing's voice continued to ring in Tushan Shue's mind, and the force on her hands gradually increased. "Calling." Tushan Yuki whimpered out. "Will you dare to resist next time?" Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui playfully. Tushan Shui blushed and shook her head, indicating that she would never dare to do so again. Seeing this, the smile on Night Wanqing's face became even more intense. "In the future, when you meet, you have to call your master, okay?" Chapter 5, Crybaby. What did she say? To call her master? How can that be? Going from a boy to a beast-eared woman had been hard enough for Tushan Yuki to accept. What was he himself if he called her master again? Pet? Or a slave? It was something she could never accept. Night Wanqing didn't think that Tushan Shui would reject herself. After all, so much has been suffered. As hard as her bones were, it was time to soften them, and she looked at Tushan Yuki with a smile on her face, expecting to see her nod. As long as she nods, he or she will teach her to speak, to practice, to be. However, Tushan Shui did not have any hesitation and shook her head. She even thought she was looking at it wrong. What's she doing? How dare you reject yourself? A nameless anger rose in his heart. Ever since she, Night Wanqing, became the holy maiden of the demon sect, no one had ever dared to reject her. Because anyone who dares to reject himself is dead. Not to mention a fox demon, she was now allowing a third-rate powers patriarch to call her master. He didn't even dare to refuse. However, this fox demon in front of him dared to reject himself again and again. Does she really think she can't kill her? Night Wanqing's crimson pupils stared at Tushan Shui in death. Reaching around her neck, he lifted her slowly. Call me master or... said countless demonic chi surged down the palm of his hand into Tushan Shui's body, crashing around in the meridians. Ooh-hoo! Tushan Shui's eyes were covered with water mist in pain, and her body couldn't stop spasming. Even so, Tushan Shui was still unwilling to give in and allow herself to call her master? No way! Absolutely not! He himself would die, but he wouldn't call her master. Seeing Tushan Shui still shaking her head. To die, or to tell the master to choose for himself. Night Wanqing took a deep breath, forced down the tyrannical emotions in her heart, and spoke to Tushan Shui again. She felt like it was the first time she had ever been so patient. Usually when people rejected themselves for the first time, their bodies were already separated. Tushan Shui could feel a strong killing intent from the other party's words. Gulp. With difficulty, he swallowed his saliva, even though he felt the killing intent on the other party. Tushan Yuki still shook his head with difficulty. Ka. At this moment, Night Wanqing could no longer suppress the tyrannical emotions in her heart. Why? Why? The demonic aura spread around like crazy, and dense cracks appeared on the ground and walls. But a lowly fox demon, rejecting me again and again, do you really think I won't kill you? The demonic chi crazily wreaked havoc within Tushan Shui's body. She could even feel the 5 organs and 6 bowels in her body being mercilessly destroyed, and could feel the vitality in her body draining away. Night Wanqing's eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the dying young girl that she had pinched in her hands. Ha! Ridiculous! For some reason, looking at the young girl in this state, Night Wanqing's heart throbbed with pain. Night Wanqing, would actually develop heartache? She thought it was nothing more than a plaything that she had bought and could discard. Only after checking over Tushan Shui's physical condition with his divine sense did he let out a long sigh of relief. Tushan Yuki is still breathing. Reaching out, he took the young girl on the ground in his arms, carrying the petite young girl in his arms as he did last time, and entered the medicinal pool. The devil sect was the top 3 sects in the spirit demon realm, and the medicinal properties contained in the medicinal pool were naturally far beyond the imagination of the average person. If it was for a cultivator, it might only serve to heal his wounds, but for an ordinary demon like Tushan Shui, who didn't have any cultivation, as long as there was still a breath left, he would be able to bring the dead back to life. Soon, Night Wanqing felt the breathing of the young girl in her arms gradually become steady. Why can't you just behave? She reached out and rubbed her hand over the young girl's fox ears, and the sleeping girl seemed to sense something, a blush instantly climbing to her cheeks. 2 unconscious moans came out of his mouth, and then his entire body was like a well-behaved pet, constantly rubbing back and forth on Night Wanqing's chest. Night Wanqing was slightly surprised by Tushan Shui's sudden movement. When Tushan Shui's body recovered to its best state, Night Wanqing carried Tushan Shui back to her room, placing the young girl in her arms on the bed and then helping her to cover herself with the quilt. Even she did not realize that her series of movements, which were very, very light, seemed to be for fear of waking the sleeping young girl. As she was about to turn and leave the room, a furry touch came to her arm. Looking down, it was actually at some point, Tushan Shui's tail poked out from the comforter and tightly wrapped around Night Wanqing's wrist. It seemed reluctant to let her go. Night Wanqing frowned, a hint of tyranny flashed in her eyes, and demonic chi gathered at her fingertips. When he wanted to teach Tushan Shui a lesson, a young girl's dreamy voice came from his ears. Boing boing. Night Wanqing's heart seemed to be touched by something, and the tyrannical color in her eyes gradually faded away. The demonic aura at his fingertips also quietly dispersed. Night Wanqing sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at the sleeping young girl on the bed. Reaching out, he gently stroked the crystallized liquid from the corner of the young girl's eyes. Little crybaby. Chapter 6, The Little Dark House. Feel the young girl's breathing on the bed settle. Night Wanqing gently pulled her hand out of Tushan Shui's tail and turned around to walk out of the room. I was thinking of asking Night One to come over and take care of Tushan Yuki, but when I thought of the scene where she was pampering Night One that day, I thought of how she was pampering Night One. It's going to be quick for her to learn to talk. Even knowing that it's because Tushan Yuki can't talk, so all she can do is woo woo woo. But the heart still felt bad. Looking back at the young girl who was still asleep, he casually placed a boundary around the room to prevent Tushan Yuki from escaping, and then returned to his room. Tushan Yuki woke up with her head still a bit groggy. Reaching up to cover her head, everything that had happened before flashing through her mind, Tushan Yuki curled up on her side under the covers. The walls were made of some unknown material, reflecting the young girl's appearance at the moment. Tushan Yuki looked at herself reflected on the wall. The 2 fox ears on his head drooped feebly, and even the dull hair was wilting at the moment. Reaching up, he tugged at the collar around his neck, still unable to remove it. Just like himself, no matter how much he resisted, he could not escape the fate of being someone's pet. Slightly adjusting her thoughts, Tushan Yuki got up and got out of bed, coming to the mirror. The height of the young girl in the mirror appeared to be no more than 1.5 meters, and the clothes on her body had been changed into a white sarong at some point. Tushan Shui realized that he was the only one in the room, so is that something he can? Dang! Before Tushan Shui could walk out of the room, her head hit the boundary set up by Night Wan Chang. Heh, I knew it couldn't be that easy to let myself go. Rubbing his head with his hand, he pouted in dissatisfaction. Turning back, he resumed surveying the room behind him. Why doesn't the room have a window? It was then that Tushan Shui realized that there wasn't a single window in the entire room. It is surrounded by completely enclosed walls except for the door. The light in the room was provided entirely by 3 oil lamps. Seeing this, Tushan Shui reclined on the bed and looked at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Thinking to myself, what am I, locked up in a dark room? Obviously he had thought about it, and promised to call her master as long as he survived. Is it possible that he will be confined to this room for the rest of his days? Thinking of this, Tushan Shui's eyes gradually dimmed. If in the future, one can really only live in this small room, it would really be better to just die. Night Wanqing half reclined on the chair, raised the scarlet liquid in her hand and brought it into her mouth. Wanqing, you have to know that only I can give you everything you want. That saint's son, what can be compared to this young lord? It's just a saint's son, what's the use? Night One tilted and glanced at the teenager sitting across from him, not saying a word. Seeing that Night Wanqing didn't say anything, Sima Jiahua continued to add fuel to the fire. Mo Qian, you can't give you everything you want. When that old man Sima freezing she dies, the demon sect will be mine. As long as you obey this young master, the position of the patriarch's wife will be yours. Pop. Sima Keho slapped the token symbolizing the identity of the young patriarch on the table. He had expressed his feelings to Night Wanqing a long time ago. After all, as the sect's holy maiden, whether it was her face value or her talent, it was unparalleled. Originally, he was not in a hurry. After all, when he became the patriarch, Night Wanchang would not be able to refuse his orders. However, along with Patriarch Sima freezing she's lifespan was approaching. Those elders within the sect even demanded to remove themselves as the young sect leader at this time, allowing Mo Qianyu to take the position of young sect leader. When Sima Frieza dies, he becomes the next patriarch. He had always known that his talent was so poor that he couldn't even compare to the ordinary disciples within the sect, let alone comparing himself to Mo Qianyu, who was the holy son. Just how also did not expect, the clan those old undead will be at this critical moment, to give themselves on such a point, a group of eating things. With his own cultivation, once he lost his status as a young patriarch, he would never be able to turn around again. Now he could only pin his hopes on the young girl in front of him. Night Wanqing's talent was even slightly stronger than Mo Qianyu. It's just that the demon sect has a rule that the patriarch must be a man. As long as Night Wanqing became his Taoist partner, with her support, he believed that those old nobodies would change their minds for the sake of Night Wanqing's face. It's the only chance he's got. So, Wancheng, since only this young lord can give you everything you want, promise this young lord to let us become Dao couples, okay? Saying that, Sima Keho, reaching out, was about to caress Night Wanting's cheek. However, just moments before his hand was extended, a cold aura flashed through Night Wanqing's pupils, and the air around her suddenly chilled. Ah! In the next moment, heart-rending screams rang out in the room. Young Master Sima, for the sake of you being a young patriarch, this time a finger was removed. If this happens again in the future, perhaps what was removed was the entire hand. After saying that, Night Wanqing left the room without looking back, not even leaving Sima Jiahua with a single glance. Night Wanqing! But a woman, how dare you do this to this young lord? Sima Jiahua covered his right hand, which had a finger cut off by Night Wanqing with demonic qi, and turned around, looking at Night Wanqing, whose figure was gradually moving away, with a resentful light flashing in his eyes. One day, this young master is going to make you kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. But a lung mist who is about to lose his position as a young patriarch, he also dares to move his hand in front of this holy maiden. Night Wanqing left from Sima Keho and walked aimlessly within the sect. The disciples who met along the way felt the terrifying aura on her body and circled around, not knowing which one who didn't know the heights of heaven dared to take the initiative to provoke the holy maiden. Even Mo Qianyu wouldn't dare to be reckless in front of this holy maiden. Tushan Yuki didn't know how long he'd been locked in his room. No sunlight in sight, no one to talk to. Even the entire room was devoid of any extra items except for a bed, a mirror, and 3 oil lamps. She just felt as if she was going crazy. Day. Hearing footsteps coming from outside the house, Hollow Eyes peered toward the location of the door to the room. When he saw that it was Night Wanqing, he moved his head away in a mute manner and looked at the ceiling again. Night One Cheng already had a fire burning in her heart because of Sima Jiahua's matter. As a result, Tushan Yuki saw that it was herself who came surprisingly directly. Don't turn her head. Instantly countless demonic chi surged towards the young girl lying on the bed. Tushan Shui only felt that the air around her seemed to be clutched by a large invisible hand. It's hard to even breathe. Night One Tran's tyrannical voice resounded in his head. Are you very reluctant to see me? Chapter 7, Hunger Strike. Night One Qing could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Why? 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 He bought her out himself and didn't do anything excessive to her. Just let her call herself master. Is it that hard? Did she know how many people, how many demons, dreamed of having a chance to call out to their masters? And she wouldn't even look at herself. The demonic chi formed a giant hand that grabbed the young girl on the bed and roughly threw her in front of Night One Qing. She pinched the young girl's chin and forced her to meet her eyes. Tushan Shui's eyes were lifeless, like a played-out rag doll. Do you hate me that much? Tushan Shui's voice once again resounded in his head as Night One Ting. Night One Tran stared dead at the young girl in front of her, expecting to see Tushan Shui shake her head. Proof that she didn't hate herself that much. However, she was destined to be disappointed. Tushan Shui still didn't make any movements. Neither nodding nor shaking his head. Pop. With a crisp sound, Tushan Shui's cheeks instantly reddened and swelled. Even though Night One Qing did not use any of her cultivation, the physical quality of a cultivator was not something that could be compared to Tushan Shui. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Night One Ting could accept Tushan Shui shaking her head, or even nodding her head. But it was impossible to accept that she ignored her, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Seemingly feeling that she had hit too hard, Night One Qing reached out and gently wiped away the bloodstains at the corner of Tushan Shui's mouth. Can't you be more obedient? If you were more obedient, how would you have suffered so much? She looked at the delicate young girl before her and tenderly stroked her cheek. Finally, Tushan Shui's eyes gradually regained their vigor. With a gaze filled with hatred, she stared at Night One Tran dead in the face. Feel the hand that keeps stroking his cheek. Ow. A bite on Nightwing's arm. Tushan Yuki has thought it through. If the price of living is that one has to live in this little dark room forever, then she'd rather die. Night One Qing expressionlessly broke open Tushan Shui's mouth and pulled her hand back from it. This time, Tushan Shui finally could no longer suppress her inner collapse. What have I done wrong for you to punish me like this? However, Tushan Shui overlooked one fact. She didn't know the language of this world. Say it, why are you doing this to me? Saying that, Tushan Shui could no longer suppress her inner aggression, and her voice was mixed with a sobbing tone. Who are you to lock me in a cage? 2 lines of tears slipped down uncontrollably. I'm begging you, leave me alone, okay? Tushan Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud as she looked around at the various kinds of spirit fruits. What is this? Do owners feed their pets? She felt she had no attachment to the world anymore. His own heart is completely dead. Why do you treat yourself like this when you've clearly decided to compromise? She slammed her head against the cage, and perhaps that would bring relief. However, the cage was made of some unknown material, no matter how much force Tushan Shui used. Hitting the cage is like hitting a ball of cotton. Soft and fluffy. Not even the right to die. Tushan Shui sat on her knees in the cage and threw all the spirit fruits around her outside the cage. That being the case, one can only resort to hunger strike. It shouldn't work though. But she still wanted to try. Because she panicked. She was terrified that once she ate the food. Once you've adapted to such a life. Adapted to the life of being bred by Night One Qing, waiting in the cage every day for Night One Qing's feeding. She didn't dare to keep thinking about it. I don't know how long it's been. Night 7 walked in with a plate of spirit fruits and saw the spirit fruits that had been thrown all over the place. Another look at Tushan Shui, who was locked in a cage, and a color of heartache flashed in his eyes. She couldn't understand why the Holy Maiden would be so cruel to this lovely young girl. But she was only a subordinate of the Holy Maiden, and was not qualified to ask about the Holy Maiden's affairs. Little fox, you're still so young, it's time for you to grow and develop, eat something. Night 7 transmitted words into Tushan Shui's mind through voice transmission. At the same time, he took out a spirit fruit and stuffed it into Tushan Shui's hand. Tushan Shui threw the spirit fruit out as soon as it hit Night 7. Seeing this, Knight 7 sighed helplessly. Why are you doing this? Even if you go on a hunger strike and eventually pass out from starvation, the Holy Maiden simply puts you in the medicine pool. In just a few breaths of time, the body will be restored as before. All you're doing is torturing yourself. After finishing these words, Knight 7 stood up and turned around to leave without looking back. Tushan Shui looked at Knight 7's distant back. I will not give in. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. Her patience will run out one day. Although Knight 7 couldn't understand what Tushan Shui was saying, she could probably guess what she wanted to say. Still won't eat? Seeing that Knight 7, who walked out of the room with a disheveled face, Knight Wanqing guessed that she hadn't been able to persuade Tushan Shui to eat. This Holy Maiden would like to see if it's your mouth that's hard or your bones that are hard. No one else has entered the room since then. Even Knight Wanqing would only come over every once in a while to take a look and then leave, seemingly to make sure she was still alive. Tuzan Yuki was curled up in her cage, her tail cradled in her own arms, trying to use it as a way to take her mind off of her constantly protesting stomach. The hunger grew stronger as time continued to pass. Tushan Shui's consciousness once again fell into a blur as she curled up in the cage, her body constantly trembling. Knight Wanqing walked in at this time, looking at the young girl in the cage who was starved to the point of losing consciousness. Reaching out, he handed a spirit fruit to her mouth. Eat it, as long as you eat it, it won't be so unpleasant. The compelling voice resounded in Tushan Shui's mind, instantly arousing the appetite within Tushan Shui's body. Chapter 8 Why? The fresh fragrance of the spirit fruit drilled into the tip of his nose, constantly stimulating Tushan Shui's appetite. After a long period of hunger strike, Tushan Shui subconsciously reached out her hand to receive the spirit fruit and was about to send it into her mouth. Knight Wanqing was squatting in front of Tushan Shui, watching the young girl receive the spirit fruit and send it towards her mouth. The corners of his mouth gradually hooked into a strange smile. You don't like the food, so don't eat it. Knight Wanqing's cold voice entered Tushan Shui's mind. This is a grain-expelling elixir. One elixir will allow you to not eat for a month without feeling hungry. Since you don't want to eat, then I'll let you consume a grain-preventing elixir every month. After Knight Wanqing finished saying this, she turned around and left, no longer paying attention to Tushan Shui behind her. Tushan Yuki curled up in the cage, feeling the extra mass of energy that would constantly replenish her body. Her eyes involuntarily misted over, and she felt aggrieved. Feeling the massive light inside his body that was constantly providing him with energy, since crashing the cage and going on a hunger strike wouldn't work. Tushan Yuki closed her eyes and shakily brought her wrist to her mouth. Ow. After leaving Tushan Yuki's room, there was a hint of uneasiness hidden in Knight Wanqing's heart, as if something bad was going to happen. As the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, Knight Wanqing was familiar with this feeling. It was a crisis premonition. But then again, who can hurt themselves? The idea was soon put behind them, only to be accompanied by the passage of time. There was no danger to himself, but the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. So this uneasiness is not because of myself. Who else could it be if not yourself? She, Knight Wanqing, was a cold-blooded person, without an ounce of affection for anyone other than herself. In addition to thinking of this, Knight Wanqing's pupils shrunk violently. The moment she saw the scene in the room, her eyes grew wide. He stumbled on his feet and nearly missed his footing. In the cage, the petite ground maiden was curled up quietly on the floor, her white sarong having completely changed to a bright red color. Silver hair lay loose on the ground, and his face was pale without a trace of blood. The wound at his wrist was still gushing red liquid outward, and deep teeth marks were vaguely visible in the wound. The already dimly lit room was especially depressing because of the puddle of harsh colors. Knight Wanqing only felt her brain go blank. Obviously she had done all the preparation. There were no sharp objects in the cage, and they were also barred by themselves. Even all the spirit fruits are specially selected varieties that do not have a kernel. She regretted it. It's all your own fault. It wasn't because she had caged Tushan Yuki. If he had thought earlier that Tushan Yuki would bite through his wrist with his teeth, she would have pulled out all her teeth before putting her in a cage. Looking at the young girl's tightly closed eyes, and the hint of a at the corner of. Finally, the heartbeat gradually returned to normal and breathing became steady. The vitality within Tushan Shui's body was completely restored. Knight Wanqing also finally relaxed, reaching out to stroke the young girl in her arms with her head full of silver hair. Do you hate me that much? Rather die than give in? When Tushan Shui woke up again, she was lying in the cage, motionless, and all that was left in her heart was endless despair. Tears came to his eyes. Why one has made up one's mind to die? To come back to life when it's obvious that you should be dead? Why do you not even have the right to die yourself? Even the right to seek death is denied. Why are you doing this to yourself? If I am guilty, let me die, not let live as a kept pet. There were 100,000 reasons in Tushan Shui's mind. Why? 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 Chapter 9, Let Me Die. Sure enough, it still failed. Tushan Shui felt the body that was constantly being repaired by the medicinal liquid, as well as the vitality that was gradually being restored. She knew that this one had failed again. Since that time, she's tried a few different things. However, with the existence of the pill pool, the end was already predetermined. Perhaps in order to punish himself, Night Wanqing appeared every time when he was down to his last breath. Carrying her into the pool of medicine, her body would soon be back to normal again under the healing of the medicine. Originally, she had wanted to keep wearing out Night Wanqing's patience with herself through near death after near death. As soon as her patience ran out, she herself would be relieved. However, Night Wanqing's patience had yet to run out, and Tushan Shui felt like she was already going crazy. This is the 9th time. No one can remain sane after 9 consecutive near-deaths. If he continued like this, he would definitely go crazy before Night Wantran lost his patience. This time Tushan Shui opened her eyes with difficulty. At this moment, she was still being held by Night Wanqing and dipped in the medicinal pool. Night Wanting kept stroking her furry fox ears and tail. Words she couldn't understand kept coming out of her mouth. Finally, all the grievances since crossing into this world, the negative emotions that had been suppressed for so long, couldn't suppress it any longer. Tushan Shui slapped a pair of pink fists randomly on Night Wanting and cried in her arms. I'm begging you, kill me, okay? Tears came to his eyes. Please kill me, or let me die myself. Obviously, Night Wanqing did not expect the young girl in her arms to wake up at this time. A hint of tyranny flashed through his pupils as he felt Tushan Shui's pink fists continuously pounding on his body. The demonic qi in his body involuntarily began to circulate, and he was just about to chortle out. But a constant wailing was heard from her mouth. And then I saw her look of resignation and pity. Finally, I didn't have the heart to heckle. At the same time, he withdrew the demonic energy in his body and allowed the young girl's fists to continuously pound on his body. His left arm held the young girl tighter, and his right hand stroked the girl's back. I beg you, kill me, kill me. The young girl just kept repeating the phrase. Or you let me die myself. The young girl kept sobbing. Even if she couldn't understand what the young girl was saying, from the tone of her voice, Night Wanqing could feel the young girl's despair and helplessness. Why are you doing this to me? Tushan Shui bit down on Night Wanting's wrist. This time Night Wanqing didn't break its head open, but just allowed it to leave an exclusive mark on her wrist that belonged solely to her. I don't know how much time has passed. Maybe it's tired. The young girl fell into a deep sleep in Night Wanqing's arms. Only the crystallized liquid still hung from the corners of his eyes, as well as the sleepy murmur that kept coming out of his mouth. Let me die, 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 let me die. Looking at the young girl like this, Night Wanqing's heart, for no reason, felt a throbbing pain. Could it be that I'm doing it wrong? Night Wanqing carried the young girl back to her room. This time, there was no relocking of the young girl into a cage, or even putting her in a small dark room. Instead, he took her to his room, gently placed her on the bed, and covered her with the covers. As she tried to leave, she realized that the fox tail had actually wrapped around her right hand again at some point. Ugh! Night Wanqing sighed and lay down on the bed, embracing the young girl in her arms. Seemingly sensing something, the young girl's head rubbed against Night Wanqing's arms. There was some relief in the tight frown. When Tushan Yuki opened her eyes, she had expected to be in that familiar cage, only to find himself in an unfamiliar room. The room was fully furnished. Tushan Yuki sat up from the bed, still a bit confused, shaking his still slightly dizzy head. Tushan Yuki got up and went to the window, looking out the window. Red roses swayed in the wind, and Tushan Yuki reached out to pluck a white lily from the windowsill. A fragrance unique to the lily drilled into the tip of the pen. It made her squint in comfort. It was the first time she had ever been so relaxed in this world. Since one's hand could reach out of the window, this room, then, should have no boundaries, right? She thought as much in her mind. Tucking the plucked lily into his chest, he turned and headed out of the room. As she thought, the room was not blocked by a knot. Tushan Yuki left the room easily. The moment she stepped out of the room, the sunlight stung her eyes and she squinted. His eyes couldn't help but be slightly moist. Vaguely there is actually a feeling of regaining a new life. A full head of silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the small tuft of dull hair on top of his head swayed in the wind. She walked aimlessly within the demon sect. Along the way, he met many devil sect disciples who cast stunning gazes at him. And yet no one dared to come forward to interrupt. After all, everyone more or less knew something about the news that Knight Wanqing had bought a fox demon back with $200 million. It is better to offend the elders than the holy maiden. This is a saying that has been circulating within the clan. This is recognized within the clan including the elders, except for... You're the pet that little Knight Wanqing bought back? Sima Keho looked at the petite young girl in front of him. This is the fox demon that Knight Wanqing spent $200 million to buy back? She would even spend money on a vase without any cultivation. Sima Keho looked at the cultivation-less Tushan Shui and couldn't help but sneer. And then he thought of one of his fingers that had been dismantled by Knight Wanqing a few days ago. Since this fox demon was Knight Wanqing's pet. If he insulted this fox demon in public, it would be considered a slap in the face of Knight Wanqing. Unwillingly, he looked at Tushan Yuki in front of him. Crawl over and kneel in front of this young lord. He reached out and gestured for Tushan Yuki to climb over. Tushan Shui blinked her big watery eyes, she couldn't understand what the other party was saying. It was just the way he looked at himself that made Tushan Yuki feel a wave of nausea. She stopped paying attention to the man behind her and turned to leave. Sima Keho's smile froze on his face. But a lowly fox demon, how dare you ignore this young lord? All he could feel was a fiery pain in his face. He himself was surprisingly ignored by a pet that Nightwing Tran kept. His face gradually twisted as he watched Tushan Shui's fading back. This young master tells you to kneel. The demonic aura transformed into a palm that grabbed towards Tushan Shui. Tushan Shui felt the demonic aura coming from behind her. The image of Knight Wanqing torturing herself with her demonic chi couldn't help but float in her mind. The whole person suddenly curled up into a ball, his body trembling uncontrollably. Clang! A teenager holding a folding fan appeared behind Tushan Shui, and with a folding fan in his hand, he easily blocked Sima Keho's attack. Sima Keho's teeth clenched as he looked at the teenager who suddenly appeared in the field. Mo Qianyu. Chapter 10. No one is going to take her away from me. Isn't this the young patriarch? It's only been a few days? Mo Qianyu shook Sima Jiahua away from Tushan Shui and looked at the other party's right hand that was missing a finger and teased. Why is there a finger missing? As soon as Mo Qianyu said this, the crowd of onlookers realized that Sima Jiahua was missing a finger on his right hand. Shocking. The young patriarch only has 4 fingers. If it's an injury, go into a pool of medicine and soak it, and your fingers will grow back. A disciple who appeared to be knowledgeable analyzed it. The young patriarch is allowed to enter the pill pool at will. So there is only one truth. All ears perked up to hear his insights. The young patriarch is actually not a human being. The surrounding disciples all laughed at the words. And Sima Keho's face grew more and more somber as he listened to the murmurs around him, as well as the ear-piercing laughter. The heart's hatred for Knight Wanqing also reached its highest point. The medicinal pool could restore ordinary injuries, but it was unknown what method Knight Wanqing had used. The wounds actually had traces of being eroded by the power of the laws, and this kind of injury would not be cured by a medicine pool. Enough! Sima Keho bellowed, and the laughter and chatter came to an abrupt halt. Everyone looked at Sima Keho, even though he was not talented and his cultivation was not high. But casting is a skilled job. Nay, people have a patriarchal father, the face that should be given still has to be given. They weren't Saint Sun Mo Qianyu, much less the first genius of the spirit demon realm, Knight Wanqing. Sima Keho looked hatefully at the person who was blocking the way between himself and Tushan Shui. Mo Qianyu, I advise you to mind your own business and get out of the way. I'm in this thing, why? Mo Qianyu. Don't go too far, you have to know that I'm the young sect leader now and you're just the holy son, don't you dare. So what, your status as a young patriarch is equal to mine, is it possible that you want me to listen? He breathed a long sigh of relief after realizing that the demonic aura had really dissipated completely. Just as he was about to get up, he saw a gentle and elegant young man standing in front of him holding a folding fan. Seeing his opponent reach out as if he wanted to give himself a headbutt, he hastily sidestepped. Qianyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when she saw that the other party actually avoided her hand. He didn't think he looked too bad, did he? So why was this little fox still avoiding him? Of course, as a cultured holy son, he didn't continue to reach out and touch Tushan Yuki. "Are you the fox that Nightwing Tran bought back?" he asked, tentatively. However, Tushan Shui couldn't understand what he was saying at all, and only looked at the teenager in front of her warily. Seeing the little fox ignoring herself, the interest in Qianyu's eyes became even more intense. "If you're the fox Nightwing Till bought back, blink, if not don't blink." Tushan Yuki blinked. "Of course, this has nothing to do with Qianyu. Since you blinked, this saint's son will take it that you've admitted that you're the fox bought by Night One Chung." Qianyu didn't care if Tushan Shui could understand, she just said to herself. "Blink if Night One Ting bullies you every day, and don't blink if it's nice to you." Night One Ting was just about to go back to her room when she heard such a sentence on her way. Both eyes narrowed, realizing that things were not simple. Looking in the direction of the source of the voice, he realized that it was Qianyu who was talking to Tushan Shui. The eyes gradually became deeper and deeper, and the breath on his body was suddenly cold. When the surrounding disciples saw Night One Ting like this, they avoided it and didn't dare to stay here any longer. And Qianyu didn't notice the approaching danger in the slightest. Qianyu scratched her head. "Why does it always feel like my back is chilly?" Looked back and saw nothing. "Phew. Scare yourself." Determining that there was no danger, he asked again to Tushan Shui. "Is Night One Ting a bad woman? If so, you wink. Since she is a bad woman, will you follow me? If so, will you?" Before she could finish her sentence, Qianyu realized that her mouth was sealed with a magic chi. The body can't move either. In just a moment, he guessed who it was. His back was immediately drenched in cold sweat. "It's over. Caught red-handed talking bad about her. Who are you calling a bad woman?" Night One Ting's scarlet eyes flashed with tyrannical emotions. "No one is going to take her away from me." Chapter 11 Learning to Speak. "No. Sisters?" Qianyu felt the demonic aura spreading outward from Night One Ting's body. He only felt as if the blood in his body had frozen at the moment. Looking at Night One Ting's tyrannical pupils, Qianyu's brain raced. What do I do? What do I do? Barely pulling a stiff smile on his face, "Sis, do you believe me when I say that what I said before was a joke?" He repented. He was not just looking at Tushan Shui's cuteness, and seeing that Night One Ting was not there, that's why he got up the idea of teasing. Without waiting for Night One Ting to continue asking, he told all about how Sima Jiao will bully Tushan Shui. The more he listened, the more gloomy the aura on Night One Ting's body became. "Sima Keho, it seems the lesson from last time wasn't enough." Hoo. Looking at Night One Ting who disappeared in front of her, Qianyu's legs went soft and she nearly sat on her but on the ground. "That's horrible, I'm glad I didn't do anything to that fox." He didn't doubt for a second that with the state that Night One Ting had just been in, if he had really done something to Tushan Shui, I'm afraid that he would already be lying here now. Ah. Not long after, Sima Keho's heart-rending screams resounded within the sect. Qianyu who heard the voice was jolted. "It's horrible." When Tushan Shui was brought back to the room by Night One Ting, the two fox ears on his head drooped instantly, and his dull fur wilted all at once. Just as Tushan Shui was immersed in her loss, Night One Ting took out a book and placed it in front of her. The voice of Night One Tran rang in his head. "Now start learning to speak." Tuscan Snow. Tushan Shui chose to directly ignore Night One Ting's voice transmission. Night One Ting saw that she dared to ignore herself. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a meaningful arc. Bang! A cage appeared abruptly in the room. The moment Tushan Yuki saw the cage, his body instantly stiffened. Night One Ting once again handed the book to Tushan Shui. "If you don't listen again, you'll be sent back to the cage." Though a million times more reluctant. But Tushan Shui really didn't want to experience being caged and losing her freedom again. Especially still, you can't even die if you want to. Behind her, her tail drooped feebly. Forget it. Do whatever you want as long as you don't put yourself in a cage. It's just a matter of learning how to speak. Isn't it simple?
Behaving herself, she took the book and started flipping through it. Seeing that Tushan Shui began to read, the corner of Night Wanqing's mouth hooked up slightly. Limit you to learn to speak within a week, or else. Even if Night Wanqing didn't say it, Tushan Shui could guess what the punishment was. A disgruntled beak. Bad woman, when she has cultivation someday, she must let her taste the feeling of being locked in a cage as well. I thought learning to speak would be easy. However, when Tushan Snow actually started studying, he realized that. How is this stuff like learning English? Lori, who was full of confidence, shriveled up at once. Lying on the table, looking at the thick book in front of the heavenly book. In my previous life, it was because of my poor English that I ended up only getting an average undergraduate degree. It's not hard to be a fox. Ha! The more Tushan Shui looked at it, the more sleepy she became, and she couldn't help but yawn. Pop! A sudden slap on her but instantly brought Tushan Yuki to her senses. If you can't say a complete sentence tonight. Saying that, Night Wanqing grabbed Tushan Snow's tail in her hand. Boing! Tushan Shui's body instantly tightened and her brain went blank. Ah, bad girl. Doesn't she know that fox tails are very sensitive? How could she? Night Wanqing let go of Tushan Shui's tail and reached out her fingers to pick Tushan Shui's chin. Looking at her blushing cheeks, and those mesmerized eyes, that's the punishment, got it? Tushan Shui nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Only then did Night Wanqing withdraw her hand in satisfaction. Ow, what a hateful woman. Tushan Shui silently made a note of this account in her mind, and when she was powerful, she would let Night Wanqing return it. Father, you don't even care about her here. Sima Keho looked at the old man sitting cross-legged in front of him. I'm your only son. Sima Keho's voice grew louder. Since Sima Jingshir had a son in his old age, he had only one son, Sima Keho. Therefore, he was spoiled on weekdays, which created his arrogant and domineering character. Enough! Sima Jingshir snorted coldly. Is it because you're usually too spoiled that you can't tell the difference between heaven and earth? Sima Keho's eyes were filled with tears. He couldn't believe that his old dad, who usually spoiled him no matter what mistakes he made, will scold himself because of Night Wanqing. Am I your own son or not? Sima Keho roared out, venting the anger in his heart. But she has ruined me. I can no longer be a man. As a result, even if you don't turn toward me, you've turned your elbow outward and helped her to educate me. Cough cough. Sima Frizahi was almost breathless with anger at Sima Keho's words. Sins. Sima Jingshir slapped Sima Jehua in the face. You can say such words like not being a biological child. Sima Keho was clearly confused by the slap. Only after a long time did he cover his face, full of disbelief. You even beat me for that Night Wanqing. Sima freezing, she was obviously also infuriated. The one who beat you. Sima Keho laughed epileptically. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Sima freezing, she. You're a demon sect patriarch, but you're actually afraid of a demon sect holy maiden. What a laugh. Sima Younghe was so angry that he was trembling. He couldn't figure out how he gave birth to such a sinful person after a lifetime of fame. Reaching out, he pointed outside. Get out. You get out of here. You get the hell out now. Chapter 12, I didn't hear you. Ha-hoo, ha-hoo. Night Wanqing carried the young girl who had fallen asleep on the table to the bed and helped her cover up. The little guy can be pretty smart sometimes. Night Wanqing reached out and rubbed her hand on Tushan Shui's ear. Tushan Shui shook her head uneasily, and Night Wanqing saw this and stopped continuing. Tushan Shui's amazing learning ability allowed her to learn the basic language of this world in just 4 days. For this speed, Tushan Shui herself was surprised. After all, in my previous life, I was dying to memorize an English word. In Night Wanqing's words, it was because Tushan Shui's mental power was far beyond that of normal people, which was why she had such a strong learning ability. Little one, now that you've learned to talk. Night Wanqing looked meaningfully at the petite young girl in front of her, reaching out and picking up her chin, forcing her to meet her eyes. So, what should you call me? Night Wanqing deliberately trailed off, waiting for Tushan Shui's reply. It's coming, it's really coming. Although she had long thought that this day would come, at this moment, Tushan Shui still felt her heart pounding. Your Highness? Tushan Shui's voice was as thin as a fly. Perhaps it was because in these 4 days, Night Wanqing hadn't done anything excessive to herself. It made her heart still hold a hint of luck. That's the way people are. Someone who does bad things all the time suddenly does a good thing one day and you subconsciously think she's reformed.
What did you say? I didn't hear you say it again.
When Night Wanqing heard Tushan Shui call herself Holy Maiden, her eyes narrowed dangerously as she looked down on Tushan Shui condescendingly. The temperature all around seemed to have lowered quite a bit in this instant.
St. The Holy Virgin.
Tushan Shui was just about to say Holy Maiden Lord, however, following Night Wanting's gaze, she found that the iron cage that had previously locked herself up had reappeared in the room at some point. All those bad memories from before came flooding back, instantly making her pale. Strongly suppressing the humiliation in his heart, he changed his words, Master. The voice was so soft that you couldn't even hear what she was saying without listening closely.
Night Wanqing smiled at the corners of her mouth. What did you say that I didn't hear?
Tushan Shui raised her hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, pressing all the unwillingness and tears into her heart. Master.
It was a little windy just now. I didn't hear you. Say it again.
Tushan Shui raised her voice again. Master. The arc of Night Wanqing's mouth grew bigger and bigger. She knew that Tushan Shui's bones were hard. The best thing to do with such hard bones is to smash her bones inch by inch. The voice is too low for me to hear. Tushan Shui only felt that at this moment, her dignity was being stepped on by Night Wanqing, grinding it down bit by bit. She cried out in a near hiss, Master. As the words fell, the tears fell uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes like broken pearls. The whole person also seemed to have lost all strength and fell to the ground. Night Wanqing looked at the pitiful young girl in front of her. Although there was a trace of intolerance in her heart, it was strongly suppressed by her. She could feel that the Tushan Shui at this moment still had her own pride in her body, and the only way to crush all of her pride was to crush it. The young girl in front of her would truly be an obedient pet. She knelt down and reached out to gently caress the young girl's cheek. As long as you are obedient, you will not be put in a cage again. Night Wanqing's voice was low, with a hint of gentleness that she didn't even notice.
Remember, don't try to end your own life, you know the consequences.
Tushan Shui could only nod her head silently as she looked at Night Wanqing in front of her.
Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger.
The desire to become stronger had never been so strong in any moment. She wanted to become stronger and lock Night Wanqing into a small dark room so that she could call her master. When Night Wanqing saw this, the corners of her mouth hooked up slightly. This stupid fox, all her emotions were shown on her face. Was this because she was afraid that she couldn't guess what was in her mind? If Tushan Shui gave in just like that, she, Night Wanqing, would still be bored. She reached out and rubbed Tushan Yuki's head. I like you best when you're like this, looking at me with displeasure, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Just, next time you're upset, it's best to keep your thoughts to yourself. Otherwise.
Night Wanqing carried Tushan Shui, who was still glaring angrily at herself, to the bed with one hand.
Da ba.
Tushan Shui wanted to resist, only in front of the absolute power gap. Tushan Shui's resistance did not have the slightest effect.
It's not like it's a rare elixir. Why are you so touched?
All moved to tears. Nightwing Tran stated that she couldn't figure out what the little fox was thinking. With the passage of time, the medicinal effect of the marrow cleansing pill was thoroughly utilized. Only to see dense beads of blood emerge from Tushan Shui's body, and in an instant, it dyed the bed underneath her into the color of blood.
Tushan Yuki couldn't help but cry out in pain.
The flames continued to burn the impurities in Tushan Shui's body, and the intense pain caused her to nearly faint.
Night Wanqing couldn't help but frown as she looked at Tushan Shui's situation at the moment. Why are there so many impurities in the little guy's body? Chapter 13, Hear the Master's Voice. Pain.
The pain coming from all parts of her body made Tushan Shui nearly faint. Looking at Tushan Shui's pale face, as well as her delicate body that was constantly trembling. A flash of heartache flashed through Night Wanqing's eyes, but her mouth was unforgiving. The marrow cleansing pill only has an effect on the first one, and the longer you hold on to it, the stronger the effect will be.
Give up if you can't hold on, you were born to be a pet anyway.
Be a good and obedient pet so you don't have to endure this pain. Night Wanqing's voice reached Tushan Shui's ears, causing her consciousness, which had fallen into a blur, to jolt.
It's a marrow cleanser?
She had thought that this was that kind of elixir, but she didn't expect it to be a marrow cleansing elixir. She actually told herself to give it up, saying she was born to be a pet. All the memories of the trip so far come flooding back to mind.
She could already imagine if she just gave up. Night Wanqing would definitely taunt herself, see, you couldn't grasp the opportunity even if you were given it.
Tushan Shui bit her lip in death. She couldn't just give up like this.
One is not meant to be a pet. If you give up now, you won't get another chance. Get stronger, get stronger, get stronger.
She was going to make Night Wanqing call herself master. Under the support of this conviction, Tushan Shui endured with great difficulty as the meridians in her body were scorched over and over again. After an unknown amount of time, Tushan Shui felt the flames within her body completely extinguish.
The blood flow is all much smoother. Own this sort of. Stick around, right? Oh.
Tushan Shui thought as she did, and the next moment her consciousness fell into a haze. Night Wanqing sniffed the smell of blood in the room and looked at the bed that was stained with blood.
Sighing helplessly, he picked up Tushan Shui. Tushan Yuki had a sweet sleep. Maybe it's finally time to practice.
She felt a sense of relief she had never felt before.
She had a dream.
In the dream she managed to defeat Night Wanqing and put her opponent in a cage. At this moment, she stood outside the cage, one hand picking up Night Wanqing's jaw and looking down on her condescendingly. Come, call out to your master. Night Wanqing's eyes narrowed dangerously as she looked at Tushan Shui in her arms, who didn't know what kind of dream she was having and kept letting out a silly laugh. Suddenly, the young girl in her arms reached up and picked at her chin. Here, call out to your master.
Night Wanqing.
Night 7, who was currently tidying up her room, inadvertently saw this scene and couldn't help but open her mouth wide in shock.
Night Wanqing's face gradually became gloomy, and the surrounding demonic chi instantly became furious. It's over. Did I see something I shouldn't have? Is he or she going to be murdered and killed? Tushan Shui, who had been thrown to the ground by Night Wanqing, opened her eyes in confusion, obviously still not clear about what had happened. Feeling the raging demonic aura around them, as well as Night Wanqing's gloomy face, Tushan Shui couldn't help but wonder what this crazy woman was mad about again. You want me to call you master? Night Wanqing's voice suddenly came from his ears,
looking at the tips of Tushan Yuki's reddened ears and the knotted dull hairs on her head.
Night Wanqing didn't speak for a long time.
Tushan Shui's heart also followed in the throat. They have been so, cannot. Just as she was rambling on, Night Wanqing squeezed the tail in her hand.
Boing.
Tushan Shui's body first stiffened for a moment, and then she felt countless electric currents flowing through her body, and her body couldn't stop trembling.
The hand holding Night Wanqing tightened, not letting himself go limp.
The corners of Night Wanqing's lips hooked up slightly. It seems that her domestication of Tushan Shui is still quite successful. It's not like all of them already know how to make their masters happy. With one hand, he held the young girl's petite body across his arms and looked at Tushan Shui, who didn't dare to meet his eyes.
You are forgiven this time, if there is a next time.
Listening to Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shui's body involuntarily trembled. Without waiting for her to finish her sentence, Tushan Shui jumped the gun and spoke, there won't be a next time.
Night Wanqing was satisfied with Tushan Shui's answer, and the corner of her mouth curled up in an arc.
As if he were a pet, he reached out and rubbed his hand on Tushan Yuki's head.
That's more like it.
Hearing that Night Wanqing was willing to let herself go, Tushan Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Just you wait, there's always a day when I'll make you pay it all back. While at the same time making a note to Nightwing tilt on his own little bill. One day, he would definitely surpass Night Wanqing. After all, he was younger than her.
Youth is money. The big thing is to use simmering eagle tactics.
When she thought about it, she felt like she could do it again. Night One tilted to glance at Tushan Shui. The look on her face had already betrayed the thoughts in her heart. Only, she didn't care in the slightest about what was going on in Tushan Yuki's mind. She liked this untamed look of Tushan Shui the most, so what if she had an eagle in her heart? She would break the eagle's wings with her own hands and make her the canary in her own cage.
Chapter 14, Protecting the Master.
Tushan Shui was paralyzed in Night Wanqing's arms, feeling her ears and tail constantly being stroked by Night Wanqing. The shame in his heart was at an all-time high. Perhaps it was because Night Wanqing hadn't been sick during this period of time. At this moment, Tushan Shui was actually squinting her eyes in comfort under her touch. Seeing Tushan Shui's appearance at this moment, Night Wanqing couldn't help but press her mouth to the young girl's ear.
Looks like the little fox is enjoying herself?
Warm breath sprayed on Tushan Yuki's earlobe, causing the young girl's cheeks to become hotter and hotter.
Only. Not at all.
Tushan Shui lowered her head with a blushing face, not daring to meet Night Wanqing's eyes. Night Wanqing saw through it and saw Tushan Shui's petulant appearance at the moment, and also felt exceptionally happy, so she waved her hand.
Today the master is pleased enough to grant you a wish that is not excessive.
Tushan Shui was just about to open her mouth when she heard Night Wanqing's voice ring out again. I suggest you think about it before you say it. Oh, after all, there's only one chance.
Tushan Shui hurriedly kept her mouth shut. Just now she wanted to ask if she could set herself free. Only now that I think about it, if this question had been asked, I might have had to be put in a small dark room. If one wanted to leave Night Wanqing, the main thing was to improve one's strength. The impurities in one's body had now been cleansed by the marrow cleansing pill. In that case, can you teach me how to practice? Tushan Shui asked tentatively. She thought that there was a high probability that Night Wanqing wouldn't agree. At the very least, if one was Night Wanqing, one would definitely not agree. After all, it was easier to control now that he didn't have any cultivation. Once you have your own cultivation, it adds a lot of uncontrollability. Seeing that Night Wanqing was silent, Tushan Shui once again gathered her courage and asked, "Can you teach me how to cultivate?" As soon as the words fell, Tushan Shui only felt the force of the hand holding her tail become greater, as if she was venting her heart's dissatisfaction. Tushan Shui's face turned flushed. No. Stop. Only Night Wanqing's disgruntled voice came into his ears. How long has it been, and you've forgotten how to address your master? Tushan Shui sniffed, and a broken plea for mercy came out of her mouth. Lord. Man. Wrong. Hurry. Stop. Night Wanqing sniffed and pretended not to understand the meaning of Tushan Shui's words. Oh? I'm wrong? Tell me where I'm wrong? Tushan Shui sniffed and wanted to say something but realized that she didn't even have the strength to speak. One could only look at Night Wanqing with an almost supplicating gaze. Seeing that Tushan Shui seemed to be about to cry out in the next moment, Night Wanqing finally stopped the movements of her hands. Tushan Shui, who was finally able to catch her breath, once again looked at Night Wanqing with a hopeful look in her eyes. Master. Master, can you teach me how to cultivate? Night Wanqing raised her eyebrows at her words. In fact, she had planned to teach Tushan Shui how to cultivate. After all, as her Night Wanqing's pet, how could it be just a vase? Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her take the marrow cleansing pill just now to remove the impurities in her body. Only, looking at Tushan Shui's appearance at this moment, Night Wanqing couldn't help but raise a touch of teasing thoughts. Tell the master why you want to practice so badly. Night Wanqing's voice paused. If the reason can satisfy the master, it's not impossible to teach you to cultivate. Tushan Shui first froze when she heard Night Wanqing's words, obviously not expecting Night Wanqing to ask this question. The thought of how to answer her kept running through his head. One couldn't say that one cultivated in order to defeat her and make her call out to her master. If one really said that, not to mention the fact that one would definitely not be able to obtain the cultivation technique, whether one would still have freedom or not would be another story. Night Wanqing only felt amused when she saw Tushan Shui's tangled appearance at this moment. Are you trying to get stronger and then beat me? Tushan Shui was guessed by Night Wanqing what was in her heart, subconsciously blurted out, how do you? As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Tushan hastily stretched out his two small hands to cover his mouth, not allowing himself to continue. Stupid mouth. How can you admit that to yourself? Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui with a smile. It seems that you really think so in your heart? Tushan Yuki's tiny brain raced. What to do? Suddenly, a light flashed in Tushan Shui's mind. How could the master think that? Tushan Yuki said as she reached up and wiped the non-existent tears. The reason I want to cultivate is not for my master. Night Wanqing raised her eyebrows, although she knew that Tushan Shui was now pretending. The mind remained curious as to what else she could say. The only reason I want to get stronger is because I want to protect my master. Tushan Yuki lowered her head in loss. I just didn't expect that it would be misunderstood by my master. In that case I won't cultivate. Saying that, Tushan Shui reddened her eyes and sniffled, looking like she was forcing herself not to let the tears fall. Looking at Tushan Shui's aggrieved appearance at the moment, Night Wanqing even knew that she was pretending. The heart still couldn't help but be touched. Originally, Night Wanqing wanted to take this opportunity to pluck the last feather from Tushan Shui's body. Make her a complete canary in her own cage. Only now, she hesitated. If the feathers were completely plucked from her body, would she still be the Tushan Yuki she wanted? Thinking is this. Her tone couldn't help but soften. Alright, don't cry. This is my own cultivation technique, the topmost technique in the entire spirit demon realm. The moment Night Wanqing's voice fell, Tushan Shui felt an additional cultivation technique appear in her mind. A huge stone finally fell to the ground in Tushan Shui's heart.
Now he could finally start practicing on his own.
The next thing to do was to convince Night Wanqing that she wouldn't run away. Indecent development first.
Then wait for the perfect time to escape. As long as she was given enough time to develop, she believed that she wouldn't be worse than Night Wanqing. The moment he surpassed Night Wanqing, he would come back to take revenge. Therefore, what he had to do now was to gain Night Wanqing's trust in himself. As we all know, there are only 0 and countless times to be pampered. Tushan Shui skillfully tucked his tail into Night Wanqing's hand, then hugged her, his head rubbing back and forth against his body. At the same time a soft voice came out of his mouth, "Thank you, master, master is really nice. I will become strong and then protect my master." Night Wanqing felt the body temperature of the young girl in her arms, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "What about your favorite pet, who also likes you?"
Looks like he was right not to pluck the last of her feathers yet. Chapter 15, Building the Foundation.
Night Wanqing picked up Tushan Shui in her arms and walked towards the cultivation room prepared for her.
Tushan Shui was startled by Night Wanqing's movements. Feeling the lights around them grow dimmer and dimmer. The thought crossed his mind, was he going to be put in a small dark room again? The joy of obtaining a cultivation technique was gone at this moment. His face turned white.
Night Wanqing felt the body of the young girl in her arms trembling, and a mist of water faintly filled her eyes.
Stopping and rubbing the young girl's head, "What's wrong?"
Tushan Shui's soft and sticky voice, which entered Night Wanqing's ears, she felt her heart melting.
Can you not put me in a dark room? Stop crying, little crybaby, this is to show you the cultivation room prepared for you.
It was then that Tushan Shui realized that she had misunderstood Night Wanqing, and was only interested in the cultivation room that Night Wanqing had prepared for herself in her heart. After saying that, he carried Tushan Shui and continued to the cultivation room prepared for her. Soon, a cultivation with a fox pattern carved on the door appeared in front of. She didn't doubt for a second that if any other girl was here, she would have been touched by Night Wanqing. Though she was touched by it, it didn't affect her determination to find a way to escape in any way.
Seeing Tushan Shui nodding, the smile on Night Wanqing's became.
Seeing a red rose engraved on the opposite side of the practice room, he gently overlaid his hand on the knot. In the next instant, Tushan Shui appeared in Night Wanqing's cultivation room. When Tushan Shui took a look at the environment within Night Wanqing's cultivation room, her heart was once again touched.
Before coming in, she had imagined what Night Wanqing's cultivation room would be like. She'd thought of a million possibilities and just hadn't thought of them in any way.
There was nothing else in the cultivation room except for an oil lamp and a futon. Even the walls around it are uneven. Seemingly sensing Tushan Shui's arrival, Night Wanting opened her blood-colored eyes, and the color of exhaustion flickered in her eyes.
Looking to the silver-haired girl in front of him. "You've built a foundation?"
The voice was full of astonishment, obviously not expecting that Tushan Shui would directly skip the qi refining stage and directly build the foundation the first time she cultivated.
Aha! Tushan Yuki nodded. Any problems with practicing? Night Wanqing's gentle yet low voice reached Tushan Shui's ears. Tushan Yuki shook her head, no. Night Wanqing sniffed and used her demonic qi to lift up Tushan Shui and carry her into her arms. "So you miss your master?" Aha!
Tushan Shui looked at the anticipation in Night Wanqing's eyes, and somehow, the words of denial reached his mouth, but he actually swallowed them. "Sure enough, the little one still has me as his master in his heart." Hearing Tushan Shui's affirmative answer, Night Wanting felt that all the exhaustion in her body was alleviated.
The hand holding Tushan Shui tightened, and his voice carried an undisguised exhaustion. "Little one, promise master not to leave me, okay?" At the words Tushan Shui's figure first stiffened, and then gently answered, "Aha."
After saying that, he sheepishly lowered his head, not daring to meet Night Wanqing's eyes. Night Wanqing naturally felt the movements of the young girl in her arms, and a flash of disappointment flashed through her eyes.
"I'll be out on a mission in 3 months. When the time comes, you'll stay in the sect and cultivate well." Tushan Shui didn't sense Night Wanqing's abnormality.
At the moment it just felt like my heart was beating fast. Night Wanqing was not there, and this might be his best chance to escape. The heart was unusually excited, but it just didn't show it on the face. Putting on a worried look, "Master must be careful, I will definitely cultivate hard in the sect." Night Wanqing shook her head. "You go out first, I'm going to close my eyes." Hearing this, Tushan Shui turned around and left the cultivation room. She always felt that there seemed to be something strange about Night Wanqing, but didn't think much. Tushan Shui stepped forward and came in front of Night 7. Sister Knight 7, Master, she's in seclusion, I'll go to the book depository and come back soon, she definitely won't know. Tushan Shue's two little hands tugged on the corner of Knight 7's coat and shook it there, while the two large Kazran eyes blinked and blinked. Knight 7 looked at Tushan Shue, who was only up to her chest in front of her, and wanted to.
The Book of Spirits and Demons.
Seeing that Knight 7 didn't seem to notice her movements, Tushan Shue hurriedly hid the book.
Sister Knight 7, let's go back.
Knight 7 heard this and only thought that it was because Tushan Shue was tired of watching and didn't think much about it, so she brought Tushan Shue back to the Holy Maiden Palace. Not long after the duo left, a silhouette appeared at the previous location of Tushan Shue.
Sima Keiho's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the empty spot on the bookshelf.
He had been secretly following the duo all day today, waiting for Tushan Shue to catch her when she was alone and then ruthlessly insult her.
It's just that the two hadn't even been separated for a day.
It made it impossible for him to find an opportunity to strike. Knight 7's own talent was at the level of a pro-disciple in the demon sect. His cultivation had reached the early Jindan stage, while he was only at the foundation stage, so he was clearly no match for the other party. When the two of them returned to the Holy Maiden Palace, Knight Wanqing was still in seclusion. This brought a long sigh of relief from the duo. Tushan Shue also returned to the cultivation room at the first opportunity, sat on the 10,000-year-old Xian Ice platform, and couldn't wait to take out the Spirit Demon record and start reading it. This book records the Spirit Demon realm 2.5 years ago. Therefore, there is a lag in content compared to reality. Even so, it was a way for Tushan Shue to have a rough understanding of the Spirit Demon realm. The book was in addition to some basic general knowledge of the Spirit and Demon realm, various spirit fruits, and elixirs.
Thousands of forces, large and small, were also recorded.
Among these forces, the number of first-rate forces with Yuaning powerhouses in their ranks was less than 3 digits. However, these first-class forces could not even be considered trash in front of the 3 top-tier forces:
the Devil's Sect, the Flowing Cloud Sky, and the Temple of Mithraea. These 3 top powers all had at least one transformation god in existence. The number of Yuaning powerhouses was even more numerous.
However, what shocked Tushan Shue the most was the ranking of Heaven's Pride under 100 years old at the end of this book. First place, the Demon Sect's Holy Maiden, Knight Wanqing, mid-Yuaning stage. When Tushan Shue saw this, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide in shock. She had thought that Knight Wanqing would be strong because she had also heard of Knight Wanqing's reputation as the first genius of the Spirit Demon realm. It was just that no matter what, he didn't expect that Knight Wanqing would be in the middle stage of Yuaning. The strongest person in the Spirit Demon realm's first-class forces was only at the Yuaning realm, which meant that the current Knight Wanqing could even establish a first-class force on her own. Second place, Liu Ruyan female, Xiao, Jindan Great Perfection. Third place, Mithraea Temple Buddha's son, Wateshi, Jindan Great Perfection.
Seeing this, Tushan Shue's hand holding the book was trembling. I just feel that life is gray and I can't see any hope in the road ahead.
He himself was actually thinking of surpassing Knight Wanqing in the future. Xiao and Du Shi, as the strongest of the young generation of the other 2 top powers, their talents naturally did not need to be mentioned.
Even so, the gap between them and Knight Wanqing is like a chasm.
No wonder she taught me how to cultivate and wasn't afraid of surpassing her at all.
Maybe I'm just a clown to her. Tushan Yuki couldn't help but smile to herself.
It was also at this moment, because the joy brought about by Knight Wan transmission 3 months later.
What's the little guy doing?
Knight Wanqing woke up from her seclusion and habitually used her divine sense to sweep across to Tushan Shue's cultivation room. At the moment, Tushan Shue was holding a book and reading it.
It seems looking pretty hard. As a Yuaning powerhouse, Knight Wanqing's divine sense could even cover every corner of the demon sect as long as she wished. Even the dust on the ground could be clearly perceived. Not to mention a book as big as the one in legend has it that during the ancient times, the spirit and demon world was not as peaceful as it is today, and there were wars all over the world, and the ordinary people were not happy. Later on, a pair of sisters whose strength was the greatest in the world came out of nowhere, with the elder sister calling herself Falling Cloud and the younger sister calling herself Morning Cloud. They joined forces to end the war in the world and set various rules. That's what led to the relatively peaceful spirit demon realm today. They left behind a set of 2-person sword techniques for posterity, known as the Xuanxia sword technique. It was just that, other than Xuanxia, there were no 2 people in the world who could execute the Xuanxia sword technique anymore. Not wanting to lose the power of Xuanxia, the descendants split this 2-person power into 2 ordinary powers.
Because of the auxiliary part, which was once used by his sister. This part of the Gongfu was named the Asahi spectrum after his sister. The part of the main attack was once used by his sister, thus this part of the Gongfu, for which his sister's name was named Falling Cloud Technique.
Is it a coincidence? Or was it intentional?
This technique had no offensive power, so no one would actively cultivate it, which was why it had been placed in the book depository for so long without being taken away.
Night Wanqing wondered if Tushan Shui knew this. However, it was undeniable that she was happy to see Tushan Shui practicing the Asahi spectrum. Perhaps it was because of Tushan Shui's high level of enlightenment. On only the third day, a preliminary mastery of the Asahi spectrum was achieved. Tushan Shui woke up from her cultivation and was just about to find someone to try out the results. Hey! It was only as an afterthought that I reacted. I don't seem to have a sword, do I? So one practices loneliness? Tushan Yuki was in the middle of contemplation. Nope. Aren't there still the Night 7 girls? There can't be not a single sword cultivator. Then, Tushan Shui walked inside the Holy Maiden Palace with a face full of loss.
Night 7's words kept repeating in his mind, all 7 of us are sound cultivators, so we are all swordless. But, you can go to Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Oh, she is a sword cultivator. Tushan Shui came outside of Night Wanqing's cultivation room and looked at the cultivation room engraved with a red rose in front of her.
Should I go in myself or not? I don't suppose she'll allow me to use my sword? Tushan Shui couldn't help but think so in her mind.
Compared to this, she was more afraid of being locked up in a small dark room by Night Wanqing for bringing up this matter. In that case, a good bit of freedom would go up in smoke.
Finally. I don't know how long.
Tushan Shui reached out and pressed her hand on the door of the cultivation room in front of her, engraved with a red rose pattern. What's up? After Night Wanqing finished saying this, she looked at Tushan Shui playfully, expecting the other party to react. Tushan Shui obviously froze for a moment, then thinking of half a year ago, her cheeks couldn't help but blush. After hesitating for a moment, just as he was about to lift his tail and send it to Night Wanqing's hands, he heard her say, "The method that has already been used once won't work the second time." Oh.
Tushan Shui sniffed, and both of her ears drooped. Behind her, the fox's tail swept feebly back and forth across the ground. How did she know how to satisfy Night Wanqing? Bad woman, if you don't want to give it, just say so, and beat around the bush. Cherry lips pouted in dissatisfaction. Only to see Night Wan tilting attached to Tushan Shui's ear and whisper something. When Tushan Shui heard this, her cheeks immediately climbed up a layer of scarlet. How can this be? While it had happened many times before, it had happened while she was passed out, and now she was being asked to do this while awake. Then it can't be helped. If you can't even do such a small request, it seems that the spirit sword is not a must. The dorky hairs on Tushan Yuki's head were tangled in a knot. Should we say yes to her or not? Seeing that Tushan Shui was still hesitating, Night Wanqing got up and walked straight towards the outside of the cultivation room. Seeing that Night Wanqing was about to leave the cultivation room, Tushan Shui finally couldn't hold back any longer. What are you afraid of? You were a boy in your previous life. It's not like you're the one who loses out when you say that. Thinking of this, Tushan Shui no longer hesitated. Wait. Night Wanqing didn't turn around, only her footsteps paused for a moment, as if she was waiting for Tushan Shui's next words. I promise. Hearing the answer she wanted, Night Wanqing was clearly in a good mood. Let's go. If you serve your master happily, there might be an unexpected surprise. Leaving the cultivation room, Tushan Shui followed Night Wanqing to the bath. Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui, who was still standing in place, and reached out to grip the dull hair on top of her head. Hiss. Tushan Shui gave a resigned look at Night Wanqing. Seeing that Tushan Shui didn't seem to have responded yet, Night Wanqing sighed softly. If you don't serve your master with a bath, you don't want the spirit sword anymore. It was then that Tushan Yuki reacted. Ha! Chapter 18, Shoulder Rubbing. This is not good. Tushan Shui watched as Night Wanqing slowly removed her lingerie, revealing her white and tender fragrant shoulders. I only felt my cheeks burning and couldn't help but mutter a small sentence. Night Wanqing sniffed her blood-colored pupils and coldly swept a glance at Tushan Shui. Still not taking off your clothes, waiting for your master to personally help you? Tushan Shui shivered at his words. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and did some intense mental fighting. Weakly, he spoke, Can I not go down there? Tushan Shui had lived for 20 years in his previous life and had never even held a girl's hand, let alone shared a bath. Even if one keeps telling oneself that one is now a girl. but the mind has clearly not been completely transformed.
After saying that, Tushan Shui turned her face away, no longer looking at Night Wanqing. Night Wanqing, who had just entered the bathtub, frowned and looked over when she heard Tushan Shui's words, "No. Tushan Shui wanted to say something else, but Night Wanqing was already impatient. Straight away, he pulled her down with his demonic energy. Gollum. Tushan Shui obviously didn't expect Night Wanqing to directly use her magic chi to pull herself down. Took a big gulp of bath water in a moment of carelessness. Night Wanqing was half leaning against the side of the bath, looking at Tushan Shui, who poked her head out of the bath with a smile on her face. Night Wanqing still remembered when Tushan Shui learned that she was going out on a mission in 3 months. The uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. She was going to take this opportunity to make her canary for good. Gulp. Night Wanqing reached out and picked Tushan Shui's chin, causing Tushan Shui to gulp. At this moment, Night Wanqing's upper body was completely floating out of the water, and her wet hair was hanging down against her cheeks, covering the key areas. The ruby-like pupils gazed at Tushan Shui as if they were scrutinizing prey. The flaming red lips gently opened. Even the simplest of serving the master's bath can't be done well. It seems you don't really want the spirit sword either. Hearing Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shui's head raised. "No, master. I was not feeling well just now." Saying that, Tushan Shui even covered the location of her belly with her hand. The spirit sword was a matter of whether or not he could successfully escape. Without the spirit sword, one's Asahi spectrum would not have been learned in vain. This sword skill was very effective in restricting, and it might be very useful when escaping in 3 months. That's why the spirit sword must be obtained. It's a matter of whether or not one can get free. Night Wanqing sniffed and retracted the hand that was picking at Tushan Shui's chin. The corners of her mouth smiled more intensely. "In that case, you should go back and rest. After all, the body is most important." Tushan Shui immediately became excited at his words. "Don't. I want to stay and serve master in the bath." "How can this be? What if we tire out the little fox?" Tushan Shui sniffed and hurriedly said, "The body has gotten better." "Really good?" "Really good." Night Wanqing patted the position behind herself and looked at Tushan Shui with a smile on the corner of her mouth. "First, rub the master's shoulders. If you're satisfied, you might still have a chance. Oh." After saying that, Night Wanqing sat back down in the water and leaned on the steps behind her. Tushan Shui stood still and looked at Night Wanqing, and then at the half-human high steps. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. She probably knew why Night Wing Tran had asked herself to rub her shoulders. During this period of time, Night Wanqing didn't lock herself into the small dark room again. Also the well-prepared practice room and the gentle tone of voice every time you speak. It made Tushan Shui subconsciously think that she was important in Night Wanqing's heart. But this time, Tushan Yuki finally recognized the reality that maybe she wasn't even human in her eyes. It's just a pet that can be discarded at any time. Night Wanqing looked at playfully, the Tushan Shui whose face changed for a while, and did not open her mouth to urge. She knew that Tushan Shui. Saying that, his right hand casually slapped at Tushan Yuki's hand that was rubbing his shoulder. The spiritual energy entrained in this palm happened to be one small realm higher than Tushan Shui, the second level of foundation establishment. Tushan Shui hastily drew back her hand and narrowly avoided it. It was only at this point that Tushan Shui remembered that Night Wanqing was in the middle stage of yuaning. A deep sense of powerlessness immediately filled Tushan Shui's entire body. He himself was only at the first level of foundation establishment, so perhaps if he mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy, it wouldn't even be considered scratching an itch in the other party's eyes. That's ridiculous. For the last time, if you can't satisfy me, the spirit sword is not wanted. Night Wanqing's lazy voice reached the young girl's ears. Tushan Shui took a deep breath. She knew what Night Wanqing wanted. She didn't really want her shoulders rubbed, she simply wanted the opportunity. Making herself soft, she wanted to see herself completely submissive to her. Tushan Shui closed her eyes, and after a fierce mental struggle, her hands once again rested on Night Wanqing's shoulders. This time, there was no longer any spiritual energy in his hands, and he began to gently rub the shoulders of Night Wanqing. This time, the soft voice had a slight choke. "Master. Are you satisfied?" It fell with the voice. There was also a tear in the corner of Tushan Yuki's eye. Night Wanqing felt the wetness coming from the back of her neck and her eyes narrowed slightly. "Know how to rub your shoulders from now on?" Tushan Shui pursed her lips. "Understood, master." Night Wanqing turned around at her words and looked at Tushan Shui, who was kneeling in front of her.
Fingers cupped Tushan Yuki's chin, crimson pupils staring straight at her. Tushan Yuki, I'm warning you. You were bought back from the auction by me, Night Wanqing. If you want to escape, you'd better think about the consequences of being found. As Tushan Shui listened to Night Wanqing's warning, her petite body visibly trembled and her expression stiffened for a moment. But soon returned to normal and continued with her soft voice, Master, you were so good to me, how could I escape? Night Wanqing didn't know the specific thoughts in Tushan Shui's mind, but she naturally had a way to completely tame Tushan Shui within 3 months. Chapter 19, What an Affectionate Name. Night Wanqing let go of her hand that was pinching Tushan Shui, and a meaningful smile hung on her face. If you still want the spirit sword, it's up to you tonight. When Tushan Shui heard this, she looked at Night Wanqing with disbelief. How can you go back on your word? Oh? What's wrong with going back on your word? It was clearly agreed that I would be given it if I served you a bath. Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui playfully. What did master say to you? Repeat the words. Serve your master a bath, whatever fills you. Speaking here, Tushan Shui's voice came to an abrupt end. Heh, she gets it. She couldn't help but think of her previous life, when all those companies would follow up their events with the phrase, the final interpretation, the right of the company. So whether or not Night Wanqing was satisfied, the right of interpretation was also in her hands. Night Wanqing couldn't help but smile as she watched Tushan Shui suddenly shut her mouth. Why don't you stop talking? Keep talking. Tushan Shui just stared deathly at Night Wanqing without saying a word. Since he hadn't intended to give the spirit sword to himself in the first place, why would he humiliate himself like this? Master told you to speak, didn't you hear? Seeing that Tushan Shui didn't say anything, Night Wanqing tilted her head, a strange light flickering in her ruddy pupils. Gulp. Tushan Shui subconsciously gulped at the sight of Night Wanqing's creepy eyes. Only. As long as I can satisfy my master, I will be rewarded with a spirit sword. So, you think you're doing a good job? Although Tushan Shui was unwilling to do so for 100 reasons in her heart, she still replied, no. No. When Night Wanqing heard this, a bright smile appeared on her face and she reached out to rub the fox ears on Tushan Shui's head. So it's because you're not trying hard enough yourself, after all, the master's requirements have never changed. Seeing Tushan Shui nod her head, Night Wanyu leaned over and pressed into the young girl's ear, since you think so too. So whether or not you get the spirit sword depends on your performance tonight. Master will still reward you for good behavior. After saying that, Night Wanqing no longer paid attention to Tushan Shui and walked straight to her room. Tushan Shui clenched her fists tightly as she looked at Night Wanqing's distant back. The body was shaking with anger. Until Night Wanqing's figure disappeared from view, Tushan Shui's entire body seemed to have lost all strength. For a split second he went limp and closed his eyes. What does she think she is? A bitter and humiliating tear slowly fell from the corner of his eye. When he opened his eyes again, a flash of scarlet flashed through his pupils. Second level of foundation building. Night Wanqing lethargically half-leaned on the bed, not worried in the slightest that Tushan Shui would not come. After all, she was aware of everything that Tushan Shui intended to do. Finally, Tushan Shui, who was wearing a white gown, walked in and stood by the bedside and bowed to Night Wanqing. Master. The corners of Night Wanqing's lips hooked up slightly as she grabbed Tushan Shui's wrist and pressed her onto the bed. I know you guys don't like it, just skip it. Tushan Yuki didn't know when she passed out last night. Just. Feeling the pain in his body as if it had been run over by a big truck, the whole man curled up on the bed. In his arms was a lavender spirit sword. The 2 fox ears on his head drooped completely, and his dull fur wilted once again. Tears like broken pearls soaked the pillow beneath her. When the hell is Night Wanqing coming back? Hearing Xiao's question, Night 7 was rather helpless. How could they dare to ask about the Holy Maiden's matters? Seeing Night 7 in this state, Xiao also knew that she couldn't ask for an answer and couldn't help but helplessly wave her hand. That's just it, I'll wander around the Holy Maiden's palace by myself and wait for her to return, so you don't have to follow. After saying that and without waiting for Night 7 to react, he disappeared from his spot. Tushan Shui quickly adjusted her mind to the fact that it was all her choice. Paying so much for nothing more than an escape in 3 months. He himself must adjust his state as soon as possible and seize the time to cultivate to increase his probability of successfully escaping. Thinking of this, Tushan Shui forced herself to endure the pain in her body that was like being crushed by a large truck. Propping up his body with his spirit sword, he stumbled out of the room and walked towards his cultivation room. Just
As soon as Tushan Shui left the room, she ran head-on into Xiao, who was wandering around the Holy Maiden Palace. "Hey!" Xiao was clearly taken aback when she saw Tushan Shui walk out of Night Wanqing's room. Night Wanqing actually hid such a cute fox demon in her room? With that, he was about to reach out and rub the furry fox ears on Tushan Shui's head. Tushan Shui subconsciously wanted to avoid it, only his body was too tired, plus Xiao was a Jindan great perfection cultivator. It was clearly not something that Tushan Shui of the second foundation establishment layer could avoid. Xiao pinched the fox ear in her hand, and a tingling electric current sensation instantly spread all over her body, and Tushan Shui couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Boing! When Xiao heard Tushan Shui's soft and sticky voice, and then looked at Tushan Shui's blushing cheeks, she only felt that her heart was going to be adorned. Ah! Why is there such a cute fox demon in the world? Reaching out with his other hand, he tried to grab Tushan Yuki's tail. Night Wanqing, the breath of his body also shriveled down immediately. When Night Wanqing saw this, the tyrannical color in her pupils faded a bit and she regained some sanity. Coincidentally, at this time, Xiao also saw the scene of Tushan Shui being sent flying by Night Wanqing. "What's wrong with you, Night Wanqing? You've hurt the little fox." Night Wanqing, who had just regained some sanity, had her pupils once again filled with a tyrannical aura. Little fox? Heh, what a gracious name. Chapter 20, I'll lead you out. If Xiao died in Night Wanqing's Holy Maiden Palace, I'm afraid that the next second the flowing cloud sky will be at war with the demon sect. Night Wanqing coldly turned around and swept a glance at Qianyu. Gulp! When Qianyu saw those eyes of Night Wanqing, she immediately only felt that her blood was cold, as if it was going to freeze in the next moment. However, it's a good thing that Qianyu's shout recalled a trace of Night Wanqing's sanity. Bang! Night Wanqing threw Xiao to the ground with one hand. Ahem! Xiao's back was already drenched in dense cold sweat at the moment. She could feel that just now, if Qianyu had not arrived in time, Night Wanqing had really wanted to kill herself. Who gave you permission to touch her? Hearing Night Wanqing's words, Xiao looked at Night Wanqing, who had a trace of sanity in her pupils. Then he looked at Tushan Yuki, who had fainted to the side. She probably knew why Nightwing Tran had such a murderous intent towards herself. Gulp! Xiao swallowed hard. Surprisingly, she didn't know how to reply to Night Wanqing. Couldn't he just tell Night Wanqing that he saw that the little fox looked cute, so he reached out and touched it? She had no doubt that if she did say that, Nightwing would immediately lose control again. Seemingly seeing Xiao's dilemma, Qianyu opened her mouth at that moment. Night Wanqing, that fox demon of yours is going to be unable to hold on. If you don't bring her for treatment, I'm afraid she's going to die. Hearing Qianyu's words, Night Wanqing seemed to have just noticed. Tushan Shui was unconscious at the moment, and there was a near-penetrating wound at the location of her lower abdomen, which had been injured by her own careless use of demonic energy. As Qianyu said, at this moment, Tushan Shui's breath was withered, and the only breath left seemed to dissipate at any time. With a final cold glance at Xiao, Night Wanqing picked up Tushan Shui and headed to the medicinal pool. Until Night Wanqing hugged Tushan Shui and disappeared from Xiao's field of vision. Recalling in his mind the image of Night Wanqing just trying to kill herself, he couldn't help but shiver. Qianyu walked over and patted Xiao's shoulder, saying meaningfully, "If you don't want to die, don't touch that fox demon next time." Xiao looked at Qianyu. "How did you know?" Qianyu sighed and said nothing, and then seemed to say everything. Then Qianyu looked like she thought of something. "What are you doing in the demon sect if you don't stay well in Luyun Tian?" At the mention of this, Xiao's heart became angry. On top of that, there was a hint of aggravation. She had come here this time, originally wanting to remind Night Wanqing to be careful when she carried out her mission 3 months later. She had gotten word yesterday that Sima Keho would join forces with the Maitian Temple to set up an ambush when Night Wanqing went on her mission 3 months from now. Originally, as a Luyun Tian daughter, the death or life of Night Wanqing had nothing to do with her. Even because of the rivalry between the 3 top sects, if Night Wanqing died, he himself could still benefit from it. It's just that she, Xiao, is most displeased with those who hide behind the back of the knife, so she thought of reminding Night Wanqing. But she had never expected in any case that she had come to remind Night Wanqing with good intentions and ended up almost dying here before she even opened her mouth to speak. Awake? Night Wanqing's icy voice entered Tushan Shui's ears, causing her still somewhat hazy consciousness to instantly wake up. Rushing to get up from the bed, "Master." Night Wanqing was satisfied with Tushan Shui's reaction, and the corner of her lips ticked imperceptibly. It was only when he thought of the image of Tushan Shui pouting at Xiao yesterday. The eyes grew deeper, and his voice went cold.
There's something you want to explain about yesterday. Tushan Shui blinked, clearly not understanding what Night Wanqing was referring to. Yesterday. What happened yesterday? WH. What?
When Night Wanqing heard this, the demonic chi around her suddenly became furious, only to hear her say word for word, "When she touched you, why didn't you resist?" When Xiao touched her yesterday, she herself had resisted, only because the realm gap was too great. Coupled with the fact that her body was weak due to Night Wanqing's torment during the night, so from the perspective of the others, Tushan Shui was not resisting.
I have resisted. Just. The realm is too low.
After listening to Tushan Shui's explanation, the demonic aura around Night Wanqing gradually regained its calm. In fact, Night Wanqing had already thought of it long ago, but only wanted to hear Tushan Shui confirm it in person. Now that he had personally told the story from Tushan Shui's mouth, there would naturally be no more doubts.
Want to get out? Night Wanqing gently stroked Tushan Shui's head, just like treating a pet. Aha! Hearing Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shui's heart thumped.
If there was one thing that Tushan Shui needed most right now, it was to go out and observe the route. After all, the current self could not even leave the Holy Maiden Palace. No clue yet as to the escape route in 3 months.
If he himself had taken the initiative to go out, Night Wanqing would definitely not agree. But now, she was the one who had taken the initiative, and naturally, she herself would not be pretentious. Night Wanqing was not the least bit surprised by Tushan Shui's reply. The corners of his mouth curved up in a meaningful arc. Are you sure you want to go out? It's not reversible, oh. As Tushan Shui looked at Night Wanqing's smirking expression, a flash of ominous foreboding arose in her heart. Just. You don't even have that yourself now. What's unacceptable now? Aha!
When Night Wanqing saw this, the expression on her face grew more and more demonic, and an iron chain appeared in her hand. One end was held in his own hand, and the other end was handed to Tushan Shui.
Put it on yourself and I'll lead you out. Chapter 21 Collapse.
Tushan Shui looked at the iron chain in Night Wanqing's hand. It just felt like my brain went blank and my whole body froze.
You.
Tushan Shui felt a dryness in her throat, and was actually unable to say a single word. I had thought that after experiencing so much, no matter what conditions Night Wanqing put forward, there wouldn't be any ripples within myself.
Just.
Looking at the chains in Night Wanqing's hands,
Tushan Yuki felt a wave of absurdity. Close your eyes and try to calm your mind. Night Wanqing, I don't ask you to let me go, or even to treat me as a person. But you will not leave me with such a last shred of dignity as I have left? Tushan Yuki's voice trembled as she spoke.
Night Wanqing expressionlessly listened to Tushan Shui finish her sentence. The hand holding the chain reached forward again. Put it on yourself and I'll lead you out.
Tushan Yuki's reaction was expected, and it was what she wanted.
She believed that if it was before, Tushan Shui would not have given in.
But now, Tushan Yuki will surely succumb. Because
Tushan Yuki had already made so many preparations to escape. If you refuse now, all your previous efforts will be in vain. Tushan Yuki was being guided by herself, step by step into the cage she had carefully prepared for her.
What if I say no now?
When Night Wanqing heard this, her expression didn't change in any way, as if she had already expected Tushan Shui to say this. I should have said that I can't go back on my words, right? Tushan Shui slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Trembling, he held out his hand. Seeing this, the corners of Night Wanqing's lips rose slightly.
Everything seems to be going as expected. However, the next second. Pop! With a crisp slap, Tushan Shui growled in a near collapse. Night Wanqing! You told me to call you master, and I did. Is it really so hard to give me an ounce, even just that ounce, of respect when I even give myself to you? This slap from Tushan Shui hit Night Wanqing's outstretched hand. With Tushan Shui's cultivation at the second level of foundation establishment, for Night Wanqing, it's not even a scratch. But at this moment, Night Wantran felt a fiery pain in her cheeks. It was himself who bought her back from the auction. If she wanted to cultivate, she herself would pass on the best gongfu to her. She wanted a spirit sword, so he himself gave her the best spirit sword. Even the 10,000 years Xian ice table, which he himself couldn't afford to use in order for her to rapidly increase her cultivation, was put into her cultivation room.
being so good to her herself.
And now she had the nerve to yell at herself? Night Wanqing's face instantly became gloomy. Who allowed you to speak to your master like that? Pop.
Night Wanqing raised her hand and slapped Tushan Shui. Although he didn't use his demonic qi, the power of the Yuaning realm's mere physical body was not something that Tushan Shui could withstand. The whole man's head buzzed at the slap, and he stumbled on his feet and fell to the ground. Blood oozed from the corners of his mouth. Night Wantil leaned down and grabbed a handful of Tushan Shui's hair, two blood-red eyes, staring at her in death.
Is it too good for you to know how to speak to your master?
Tushan Shui's eyes were covered in blood as she stared angrily at Night Wanqing. His entire body's spiritual energy gathered in his right fist and swung it at Night Wanqing. However, Night Wanqing just calmly looked at Tushan Shui's swinging fists and didn't even defend.
Bang!
The fist smashed into Night Wanting's body. Not only did it not cause any damage, Tushan Shui even felt that his entire right arm was fractured.
Ow! Undeterred, Tushan Shui fiercely opened her mouth and took a bite on Night Wanqing's neck.
However, the bite did not cause any substantial damage to Night Wanting, not to mention that he even chipped his own teeth.
Enough fooling around.
Before Tushan Shui wanted to make her next move, Night Wanqing used her demonic qi to easily immobilize her.
With your current strength, you still want to resist?
Along with the demonic qi surging into her body, Tushan Shui once again experienced the pain of being tortured by the demonic qi when she first crossed over to this world. Only this time, Tushan Shui was no longer ordinary, and the demonic aura raged even more thoroughly. Tushan Shui even felt that the meridians in his body seemed to be unable to withstand the impact and would break at any time.
Seeing that Tushan Shui was about to faint, only then did Nightwing Tran withdraw the demonic qi that was raging within her body.
Tushan Shui's entire body was lying on the ground, and even though Night Wanting had already withdrawn her demonic qi, her body was still spasming slightly. Night Wanqing squatted down and reached out to rub Tushan Shui's furry fox ears. Tushan Shui took advantage of this moment and slammed his head into Night Wantran's head.
Bang! Night Wanqing did not mobilize any magic qi for defense because she was afraid of hurting Tushan Shui.
Nightwing reached up and rubbed the small extra bulge on her head. He looked down at Tushan Yuki, who was bleeding from his head but still glaring viciously at him.
Good, very good. The more you do, the more excited I get.
Night Wanqing pinched the back of Tushan Shui's neck and carried her to the medicinal pool. Seeing that Tushan Shui still seemed to want to resist, Night Wanqing directly used her magic qi to make her faint. And then he carried her to the medicine pool and healed her.
Tushan Yuki opened her eyes in a daze,
finding that he had been recaged by Nightwing.
Just this time.
With a cultivation level of foundation establishment, one can already dispel the grain. Teeth were also nearly all chipped out from what had happened earlier, and even biting the tongue as an option wouldn't work.
Tushan Yuki closed her eyes and took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down.
A lily, falling from the cuff. Originally a pure white flower,
Tushan Yuki is sitting on his knees in the cage. Eyes dull. Endless solitude. Endless despair.
She had no idea how long she had been caged.
She wondered if Night Wanqing had already gone out on a mission.
The escape plan that he had paid so much for was not over before it began.
Why?
Night Wanting. After another 2 weeks, Night Wanqing felt that it was about time. If she continued to keep it locked up, she was afraid that Tushan Shui would really break down. Just as he was about to go and release Tushan Shui, he received a voice transmission from Night One. Your Highness, the Patriarch has asked you to go to the Great Hall. There has been a change in the mission for 3 months from now.
Night Wanqing frowned at his words. Got it. With regards to the change in mission location, Night Wanqing did not put it on her mind. Another divine sense was used to perceive Tushan Shui's state at the moment.
In much better shape than predicted, and it looks like it will last a little longer. In that case, let's go to the sect hall first.
The location of the mission in 3 months is changed to Freedom Ridge.
When Sima freezing she saw that Night Wanqing had arrived, he spoke directly.
Night Wanqing just faintly said, if it's just this kind of thing, there's no need to call me over. Sima freezing she was not surprised by Night Wanqing's attitude, nor did she have the slightest intention of getting angry. This is the privilege of a supreme pride. This time, Sima Keho will travel with you to Freedom Ridge on a mission.
Night Wanqing didn't even look at Sima Jiahui, no. Sima Keho stared at Night Wanqing.
Don't forget, you're just a holy maiden.
Night Wanqing's mid-yuaning cultivation instantly pressed all the way towards Sima Jiahui, who allowed you to speak to this holy maiden like that. Even in front of Sima Freezingshi, Night Wanqing would not give Sima. I want you to prove it to the master. Tushan Shui looked at the iron chain that was thrown in front of her by Night Wanqing, and her body shivered slightly. But the hesitation, too, was only momentary. And then, obediently, he picked up the chain. Ka-da! With a soft sound, the object on Tushan Shui's neck completely fused with the chain. Tushan Shui saw that Night Wanqing was still looking at herself with a smile. Closing his eyes, he picked up the other end of the chain and handed it to Night Wantran. Master! Seeing this, Night Wanqing smiled with satisfaction, her eyes gradually becoming gentle. She felt that Tushan Shui was able to make it this far, and should be truly tamed by herself. So instead of taking the chain, he slapped the cage with his palm. Taking a step forward, he carried Tushan Shui into his arms. She could naturally feel the weakness of the young girl in her arms, after all, after a month-long ordeal. Silks of gentle demonic chi surged into Tushan Shui's body. Soon, Tushan Shui drifted off to sleep with the help of the demonic chi. Night Wanqing carried Tushan Shui back to her room and tenderly placed her on the bed. Look to the collar around the young girl's neck. Now that you've been tamed, there's no need for you to exist. The fingertips tapped on the collar, and the slightest bit of demonic energy surged in. Ka-chow! The next second, the collar split down the middle. Nightwing Tilt removed the collar from the young girl's neck and leaned over to nudge her on the lips before turning to leave. When Tushan Yuki woke up leisurely, she felt as if something was missing from her neck. Reach out and touch it. It seemed that the collar that had been worn around his neck since he crossed over to this world was gone. It's really scary how adaptable people are. The collar was gone, and for a moment it was a bit uncomfortable. Tushan Yuki couldn't help but laugh to herself. Sure enough, Night Wanqing was right. One is born to be a pet. Going through this one, Tushan Shui completely understood what she should and shouldn't do now. With his cultivation at the second level of foundation establishment, he wanted to resist Night Wantran. It's completely out of the question. Every resistance. In return, there would only be more severe humiliation. All one can do is obey. Though reluctantly. But, that's the truth. The only way to gain her trust is to obey her, slowly. It's only then that there's a chance of a successful escape. When the gap between the two sides is too great, it is impossible to give birth to the idea of resistance. Right now, Tushan Shui just couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance. He only hoped that he would be able to escape from this place and would no longer have anything to do with Night Wanqing in the future. Chapter 23 The Well-Behaved Tushan Shui. Tuzan Yuki was curled up on the bed, her tail held tightly in her arms. Tears wet the bed beneath them. How I wish it was all just a dream. A scene from the trip so far comes to mind like a tidal wave. However, it wasn't these memories that scared her the most. Rather, can't see a glimmer of light in the future. How exactly should one escape from Night Wanqing? Is there really a chance of escape? Even if one escaped from Night Wanqing, where could one go? As a traveler. No system, no dependent grandpa. Don't have any friends. Not even a relative. What the hell do I do? Tushan Yuki kept hitting his head against the bedboard in pain. Trying to divert my attention from thinking about this in such a way. After dealing with the affairs of the sect, Night Wanqing tiredly rubbed her eyebrows. It seemed to have sensed that Night Wanqing had returned. Tushan Yuki, who was curled up on the bed, raised her head. The moment Night Wanqing met Tushan Shui's pair of pink pupils, she only felt that her heart seemed to be touched inexplicably. Master! You're back! Hearing Tushan Shui's sweet voice, Night Wanqing's tightly frowning brows slowly relaxed. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he reached out and rubbed Tushan Yuki's head. Awake? Tushan Yuki answered softly. It seemed to be sensing the exhaustion in Night Wanqing's voice that was hard to suppress. Tushan Shui took the initiative to get up from the bed, knelt down and sat behind Night Wanqing, and began to help her pinch her shoulders. Night Wanqing was first stunned, and then there was a faint hint of laughter in her eyes. Obviously not expecting Tushan Shui to take the initiative to pinch his shoulders. Under Sima Freezingshi's deliberate arrangement, there were many clan affairs that Night Wanqing needed to deal with. Most of the day was spent dealing with sect affairs. There wasn't even time to practice. Perhaps only Tushan Yuki could gray her life for her.
Add a touch of color. Suddenly, Night Wanqing pulled Tushan Shui into her arms. Ah!
Tushan Shui let out a cry of surprise, startled by Night Wanqing's sudden movement.
Foxy, promise me you won't leave me, okay? There was a slight tremor in Night Wanqing's voice.
She was afraid that Tushan Shui would leave her. That's why she used all sorts of means to try to keep Tushan Shui. This time, Tushan Shui didn't have any hesitation and answered dryly.
Tushan Yuki thought for a long time.
Perhaps the reason why he himself was unable to gain the trust of Night Wanqing.
It is because the details are not done well enough.
If you improve your acting skills and do your best in various details.
So,
Tushan Shui's eyes didn't half dodge as she stared back at him, and there wasn't any panic in her eyes.
Night Wan listened to see Tushan Shui answer without any hesitation. The hug got a little tighter.
Tushan Shui buried her head in Night Wanqing's arms. She could even smell the faint fragrance emanating from the other party.
After a long time, Night Wanqing's hand holding Tushan Shui was slightly released. Sleepy? Upon hearing this, Night Wanqing gently placed Tushan Shui onto the bed. He himself lay down smoothly and stretched out his arm to gather Tushan Shui into his embrace.
Smell the sweet scent unique to young girls. Night Wanqing's mind, which had been tense all day, gradually relaxed.
So it's no use to the master, you can just eat it yourself. Night one bite.
The instant the spirit fruit was imported, it transformed into countless pure spiritual energy. It traveled between Tushan Shui's meridians. The sudden surge of spiritual energy caused Tushan Shui to feel a stabbing pain coming from her meridians.
Well, couldn't help stifling a grunt.
Tushan Shui hurriedly stabilized her mind and began to refine this extra spiritual energy in her body with the help of the Xin Bing Tai and Ice Dew Peach Blossom. It's been very touching to see all the messages from you all in the last few days of rest.
Meanwhile, the days of the break showed over 24 rushes in the background every day. Since I'm just starting to recover, I'll update one chapter first, and then slightly adjust my status later, and this book will resume double shifts. Lastly, if there is anything poorly written, I welcome you to point it out. Thank you again for your understanding and support. Thank you. Chapter 24 Outside. What is it? As soon as Qianyu walked into the main hall, Night Wanqing's icy voice entered her ears. Sis, can you stop being so mean? As soon as the words fell, Qianyu felt the temperature inside the hall suddenly chill. Hastily changing the topic, this time I came to find you for something very important. Only after Night Wanqing heard this did she withdraw her demonic aura. Qianyu let out a long sigh of relief and glanced at Night Wanqing with a palpitating heart. You need to be more careful with the clan mission in 2 months. When Night Wanqing heard this, her heart didn't fluctuate too much. She had long foreseen that the clan mission 2 months later should not be peaceful. After all, a sudden change of mission location and an increase in the number of clan affairs that needed to be dealt with was not normal by any stretch of the imagination. I just didn't expect Qianyu to remind myself. Seemingly sensing Night Wanqing's surprise, Qianyu faintly said, the elder responsible for protecting the safety of the disciples is Sima Wanyi. He didn't continue, but Nightwing Tran naturally heard the meaning of the words. 3 days later, Tushan Shui ended her seclusion. She could feel that her current cultivation level was just as Night Wanqing had predicted. 4th level of foundation building. Since he had already decided to pretend to be well-behaved in front of Night Wanqing and gain the other party's trust. Then after ending the seclusion, one should be the first to tell Night Wanqing. After only slightly stabilizing her realm, Tushan Shui got up and headed outside the cultivation room. Perhaps it was because of Tushan Shui's absence, even though it was already late at night, Night Wanqing was still in the main hall dealing with the sect's affairs. Seemingly sensing Tushan Shui's arrival, the movements of Night Wanqing's hands paused slightly. Little fellow, why don't you go and rest at the end of your cultivation? You should be very tired now, right? Tushan Shui walked behind Night Wanqing in silence, put her hands on the other party's shoulders, and began to take the initiative to help her rub her shoulders. Master, I'm not tired. Although Tushan Shui said that she wasn't tired, the exhaustion in her tone was hard to hide. Night Wanqing sighed helplessly and pulled Tushan Shui into her arms. You've just finished your breakthrough, it's exactly when you need to rest and consolidate your realm, go back and rest first. Tushan Shui sniffed, and the 2 fox ears on her head dropped down at once. Dull hair tangled in a knot. The foxtail behind her also swept feebly across the ground. I want. Stay with my master a little longer. Seeing Tushan Shui with this look, Night Wanqing knew her thoughts. It's just that,
if you can't rest properly after a fresh breakthrough, it might cause the realm to become unstable. Favoringly, he rubbed Tushan Shue's head. Obediently, you go back and rest first. Master will go and accompany you after he finishes his business in a while. Tushan Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke weakly. Alright then, master should also rest early. Looking at Tushan Shue's back, her tail hanging down on the ground and dragging all the way, Night Wanqing couldn't help but let out a light laugh. It's still silly and cute. She felt that there would be no need to clean the Holy Maiden's palace anymore. Where it's dirty, let Tushan Yuki drag his tail around and it's clean. By the time Night Wanqing returned to her room, Tushan Shui had already fallen asleep. Just about to turn away. It was only then that he realized that at some point, his wrist was once again wrapped around Tushan Yuki's tail. At the same time, a young girl's dreamy voice came from her ears. Master,
don't leave me behind.
Hearing Tushan Shue's dreamy ravings, Night Wanqing only felt that her heartbeat seemed to have missed a beat. This statement should be the true inner thoughts of the little one. After all, when people talk in their sleep, they only unconsciously speak their innermost thoughts. Night Wanqing knew that Tushan Shui couldn't hear, but still subconsciously murmured softly. Good, master won't leave you. At the same time, he lay down beside Tushan Shui and held the young girl tightly in his arms. What she didn't realize was that the corner of the young girl's mouth in her arms ticked imperceptibly where she couldn't see it. You know, it's not easy to pin you down, kid. Tushan Shui couldn't help but think in her mind. The next day, when Tushan Shui once again rubbed Night Wanqing's shoulders, Night Wanqing pulled Tushan Shui into her arms. When the master finishes this lot of business in a couple days, he'll give you a surprise. Surprise? Tushan Shui blinked, a puzzled look on her face. Night Wanqing pinched the two fox ears on Tushan Shui's head. Don't think nonsense, you'll know when the time comes. As a Yuaning powerhouse, Night Wanqing wouldn't be affected even if she didn't sleep for 10 years. As a result, for the next few days, Night Wanqing spent the entire day dealing with the sect's affairs and didn't even sleep. Finally, on the fourth day, Night Wanqing finished this batch of clan affairs ahead of schedule. Well, without realizing it, the day was about to pass. Tushan Shui thought of what she had eaten when she arrived at the spirit demon realm, except for the pure grain pill, which was the spirit fruit. Master, are you hungry? Cultivators could dispel the grain when they reached Foundation establishment, and it was naturally impossible for Night Wanqing to be hungry as a Yuaning powerhouse. It was only when Night Wanqing realized that Tushan Shui was looking at her. Two fairies, the box has arrived. Don't dare, never again. Hearing the desired reply, Night Wanqing was then satisfied and let go of Tushan Shui's tail. It was also at this time that there was a knock on the door of the box. Enter. After receiving Night Wanqing's permission, the staff walked in with the dishes. The restaurant served the food very quickly, and it didn't take long for the food to be served. The staff left and thoughtfully reclosed the door behind them. Once again, only Tushan Shui and Night Wanqing were left in the box. Tushan Shui's two small hands clutched the corners of her coat uneasily. She was afraid. Afraid, the little trust he had managed to gain at Night Wanqing's would go up in smoke because of. Hearing Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shui didn't react at first. When she realized its meaning, her face swished red. How can she? But the hesitation was only for a moment, in order not to be suspected by Night Wanqing. Spell it out. After a meal, Tushan Shui only felt that her cheeks were already hot enough to fry an egg. Night Wanqing settled the bill and the two of them left the restaurant. At night, Magic Abyss City was obviously a few points more lively than during the day. Many stores that were not open during the day are also open for business. Tushan Shui just casually looked at the two homes and lost interest. At night these stores don't sell anything much different from what they do during the day. While homogenizing heavily, it's even more expensive. There was no way to bring up Tushan Yuki's interest at all. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Tushan Shui inadvertently saw a store at the corner of the street. Master, let's go to that store. Night Wanqing sniffed and glanced in the direction of Tushan Shui's finger. Aha! She wasn't interested in any of these things anyway, and in her opinion it was better to cultivate rather than wasting time shopping. If it wasn't to reward Tushan Shui for her good behavior during this period of time, she wouldn't even look at it. So it didn't matter to her which store she shopped at. As long as Tushan Yuki is happy. The duo walked into the store, lined with shelves of terracotta figurines of. Legend has it that if you can pinch a pair of terracotta figurines together with someone you love, the relationship between the two will then be as long as the terracotta figurines. She pulled back Tushan Shui, who wanted to leave, and looked up at the old man. We're going to pinch a pair of terracotta figurines.
Chapter 26, Preparing for Escape. Ha!
Tushan Shui froze, obviously not expecting Night Wanqing to be interested in terracotta figurines.
Night Wanqing's eyes narrowed slightly when she heard Tushan Shui's shocked voice, "You're not willing?"
Hearing Night Wanqing's voice, Tushan Shui hurriedly shook her head. No, pinch. Tushan Shui knew that her words had caused Night Wanqing to misunderstand, and hurriedly explained, I mean pinch.
Hearing Tushan Shui say pinch, Night Wanqing's face expression only eased down.
But
I don't know how to pinch.
The old grandfather shook his head and laughed when he heard Tushan Shui's words. Little girl, you should be people of the immortal family. Needing pottery figurines is very simple for you.
Old man, I only have to demonstrate it once and you will learn it. With that, the old grandfather led the duo to the place where the terracotta figurines were made.
He demonstrated the steps to the duo while also explaining to them why he was doing it. Finally, put it in a kiln and fire it, and it's done. A short while later, he placed the finished pinched figurines into the kiln, while turning around and smiling gently. How was it? Wasn't it easy? As a Yuaning cultivator, Night Wanqing's huge spiritual power to learn such things was naturally simple. Tushan Shui recalled the old man's production process just now in her mind, and after a long time, she also nodded. Learned it, thank you grandpa. The old grandfather smiled and said, there is no need for the young girl to thank me. Since I have learned, I will leave you alone, old man. After saying that, the old man bowed his back and left on his cane, leaving this side of the space for the two of them. During the process of making it, Night Wanqing was very serious, and this was the first time that Tushan Shui had seen Night Wanqing look so serious. Even when he was dealing with affairs in the sect, he had never been that serious. Tushan Shui just watched for a while before she started making it as well. Only, when she actually started making it, she realized.
While the brain learns, the hands don't seem to.
This looks simple, the difficulty of making it is not normal. When the duo took the finished fired terracotta figurine out of the kiln, Night Wanqing glanced at the terracotta figurine in Tushan Shui's hand. Her face sank. She had thought that Tushan Shui would have made the same terracotta figurine as herself. I didn't expect it to be a green-faced monster.
Could this be Tushan Shui's beloved? Wouldn't Tushan Yuki like herself if she made that monster disappear from the world completely? Night Wanqing couldn't help but think in her mind.
Tushan Shui felt the temperature around her decrease and glanced at Night Wanqing. I also don't know what I did to upset this big sister, making her once again transform into a humanoid central air conditioner. Though he had pinched her himself into a green-faced monster. But she assured herself that she never did it on purpose. Leaving the terracotta store, Tushan Shui had thought of strolling around, but Night Wanqing lifted Tushan Shui and rushed back to the magic sect.
Master! This is for you.
As soon as she returned to the Holy Maiden Palace, Tushan Shui handed the ceramic figurine in her hand to Night Wanqing. She pondered the whole way, wondering if this terracotta figurine should be given to Night Wanqing. Although it was a bit ugly, but after all, it was pinched by herself, so Night Wanqing shouldn't mind it.
Night Wanqing looked at the ceramic figurine that Tushan Shui handed to her. How dare she give herself this terracotta figurine? What does she mean by that? Trying to tell herself that she likes this monster more than herself? The more Night Wanqing thought about it, the more angry she became, and her demonic aura instantly swept towards Tushan Shui, and her entire body was lifted by this demonic aura and flew out backwards. Bang! The terracotta figurine also fell to the ground and turned into countless pieces of dirt. Ahem!
A trace of blood oozed from the corner of Tushan Shui's mouth. How could she not expect that when she gave the pottery figurine to Night Wanqing, the other party would react in this way? The terracotta figurines you've worked so hard to pinch yourself are ugly, though. But, though the head has learned, can she be blamed for the disobedience of these hands? In my previous life I was a manual waste myself. It is a typical example of the brain has learned, but the hands are useless. Looking at the broken clay on the ground, and Night Wanqing's gloomy face. The more Tushan Shui thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Night Wanqing used her demonic chi to pinch Tushan Shui's neck and lift her up. I ask you, what do you mean by giving me this monster? Is it to tell me that I'm not as good as this monster? Night Wanqing said while increasing the force on her hands.
Well. Tushan Shui couldn't catch her breath from the strangulation, her hands flailing wildly, and even her tail flailing around. However, the force on Night Wanqing's hands did not reduce in any way. Answer me. Ooh-hoo.
Tushan Yuki reached up and pointed to her choked neck and then to her mouth.
signaling that he couldn't speak in his current state.
Seeing this, Night Wanqing loosened her hand.
Oh.
Tushan Xue's entire body was paralyzed on the ground, breathing in large gulps of air. Night Wanqing took a step out and came to Tushan Xue, reaching out to break her face over to meet her own.
Answer me.
Tushan Xue's eyes were covered in watery mist as she looked at Night Wanqing.
I'm sorry, Master. It's all my fault. Pinched Master too ugly. That's what made Master angry.
Tushan Yuki said as she used her hand to rub her reddened eyes to keep the tears from falling. Nightwing listened to Tushan Xue's words and was slightly stunned.
Think back to the terracotta figurines pinched by Tushan Yuki. It really seems to bear that much resemblance to myself. Could it be true that I was wrong about the little guy?
Master, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Looking at this aggrieved look of Tushan Xue, Night Wanqing felt more and more that she had wrongly blamed. Of course, she knows that too much is too little. It would be the best result for Nightwing to admit her mistake on her own accord now.
I don't blame you, it's the Master's fault this time.
Seemingly hearing Night Wanqing say that she didn't blame herself, Tushan Xue excitedly rushed to hug Night Wanqing. Master is so nice, I pinched Master so ugly, and Master doesn't even blame me. At the same time, he also rubbed his head against Night Wanqing's arms. Night Wan listened to Tushan Xue's words, and the guilt she felt towards Tushan Xue in her heart increased a few more points. Taking out the terracotta figurine he had pinched from his bosom, he handed it to Tushan Xue. This is what the Master gave you. Tushan Xue looked at the terracotta figurine in front of her that looked exactly like herself.
Mouths open wide in shock. It's literally a smaller version of myself. Seeing the shocked expression on Tushan Xue's face, Night Wanqing was clearly pleased. Do you like it?
Tushan Xue hurriedly took the ceramic figurine and smiled sweetly at Night Wanqing. Thank you, Master, I like it very much.
Like it.
After comforting Tushan Xue to leave, Night Wanqing squatted on the ground and picked the clay up piece by piece. Though she could pick them all up at once through her magical aura. And with the cultivation of the Yuaning realm, he could directly restore it. But considering that this was a terracotta figurine handmade by Tushan Yuki, it was a bit ugly though. In the end it was also a piece of Tushan Xue's heart. One has to pick it up by little and mend it little. Now, as long as he mapped out the terrain within the sect again, he would be able to customize a complete escape route. Of course, another important point was that Tushan Xue now had enough time to pick out some techniques in the book depository that would help her escape. For a period of time after that, Tushan Xue remained in the Holy Maiden Palace most of the time to ensure that she wouldn't be discovered by Night Wanqing to be abnormal. Half of the remaining time was spent observing the distribution of the demon sect, and half was spent in the book depository picking out suitable techniques. Tushan Xue opened her eyes and looked at Night Wanqing, who was holding herself tightly.
At this moment, Night Wanqing had obviously fallen asleep.
Looking at her side face, Tushan Xue couldn't help but get a little lost in thought. Where should one go if one could really escape from Night Wanqing? A spirit in demon realm that big didn't seem to have a place of its own. In his mind, he recalled the last 2 months, Night Wanqing's attitude towards himself. All sorts of rare cultivation resources and personally guiding his own cultivation, so much so that Tushan Xue managed to break through to the 5th level of foundation establishment within these 2 months. Halfway through, Nightwing took herself out to play once more. Life must have gotten really bad when you left Night Wanqing by yourself.
Tushan Xue couldn't help but think in her mind. How about just stay? Anyway, one has nowhere to go, so why not stay here at Night Wanqing? No way.
Tushan Xue shook her head in her mind.
What's the point of living this life without freedom, even if it's a good life? This is not the life one wants.
Chapter 27, She Never Believed in Herself. In the following days, Tushan Xue, as usual, came directly to the main hall every time she woke up and helped Night Wanqing rub her shoulders. Night Wanqing felt the movements of the young girl behind her. There was a vague feeling of unreality in his heart. For 2 consecutive months, Tushan Xue pretended to be well-behaved in front of Night Wanqing.
Whenever you feel tired, you always show up and offer to rub your shoulders.
He also offers to cheer himself up when he is feeling irritated. It's just that, every time he looked at Tushan Xue being so well-behaved in front of himself,
it's like it's really been tamed by itself.
Night Wanqing always felt that this was all like a dream.
A dream that could be shattered at any moment.
In the past, she was always alone. Everyone is too afraid of themselves to speak to them or even approach them.
Never known the feeling of being actively cared for.
But Tushan Yuki let himself experience that feeling. She felt as if she could no longer stay away from Tushan Yuki. Along with getting closer and closer to the time when he would be out on his own mission. A hint of uneasiness vaguely surfaced in Night Wanqing's heart. No! Night Wantran's eyes snapped open, her eyes scanning around in panic. Phew phew. When she felt the slightly hot body temperature of the young girl in her arms, Night Wantran then gasped for air. The young girl in her arms seemed to be sensing Night Wanqing's movements. Her eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she opened her eyes in confusion to look at Night Wantran. Master! What's wrong? Night Wanqing heard Tushan Shue's voice and her hold on Tushan Shue tightened. You won't leave me, right? Tushan Shue was slightly stunned. She could hear from Night Wanting's voice that she seemed to be very fragile at the moment, as if she would break at any moment. Obviously, he didn't expect that there was such a side to Night Wanqing. Why should I leave my master? Hearing Tushan Yuki's reply. Night Wanqing's agitated heart, which gradually calmed down, only the force on his hands did not reduce in any way. Tushan Shue was strangled a bit by Night Wan tilting. Reaching out his hand, he pushed, wanting Night Wantran to loosen up a bit. Don't move, let me hold you for a while. Hearing Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shue could only give up struggling and let the other party hold her. Tomorrow would be the day that Night Wanqing went out on a mission, and the day that he himself would leave her. Something must not go wrong at this point in time. I don't know how long it took, but Night Wantran gradually woke up from her nightmare. Lowering his head, he looked at the sleeping Tushan Shue in his arms, feeling the even breathing of the young girl in his arms. A smile creeps onto his face. On the next day, before the sun rose, Night Wanqing woke up early. The feeling of unreality in her heart grew stronger as she looked at the sleeping young girl in her arms. That restlessness in his heart also reached its peak at this moment. The scene from the dream came unbidden to mind. Thinking about this, Night Wanqing's hand holding Tushan Shue couldn't help but increase its strength. Well. Tushan Shue woke up with a muffled grunt from the pain. Master? Tushan Yuki cried out tentatively. Hearing Tushan Shue's sweet voice, Night Wanqing smiled faintly at her and took out a bracelet and handed it to Tushan Shue. This bracelet, like it? Tushan Shue looked at the bracelet that Night Wanqing handed to her, all white with a few beautifully crafted small bells on it. Well, like. Hearing Tushan Shue say that she liked it, the smile on Night Wanqing's face grew even wider. Take it if you like, it's for you. Tushan Shue didn't have any doubts when she heard Night Wanqing's words, so she put the bracelet on her right hand. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Every time Tushan Shue moved, the bell on the bracelet would make a crisp sound. Seeing Tushan Shue put the bracelet on her hand, Night Wanqing let out a long, slightly imperceptible sigh of relief. Though it was perhaps unfair to Tushan Yuki to do so. But, he really couldn't lose Tushan Yuki, she would definitely understand him. After Night Wanqing left the sect, Tushan Shue did not immediately start moving. Although the rest of the sacred maiden palace had been taken away by Night Wanqing. However, it could not be ruled out that Night Wanqing had arranged for someone to hide in the shadows. The distance between Freedom Ridge and the demon sect was merely a round trip, not taking into account the time spent doing the quest. All take at least a week. Therefore, on the first day, Tushan Shue didn't rush to escape, but instead scrutinized the entire Holy Maiden Palace. It was reassuring to make sure there really wasn't anyone there, and then they were ready to start running away. Night Wanqing and the people of the demon sect were passing through a valley. Seeing two Fox Clan teenagers, the highest cultivation one of them had reached the late Jindan realm. Another early Jindan stage. At this moment, the duo was forced to the brink of extinction by 6 royal beast sect elders. Obviously, it was to contract 2 Jindan fox demons. Naturally, Night Wanqing would not mind her own business and skimmed right over the top. However, once the thought of Tushan Shue also being a Fox Clan came to his mind, the idea of helping the two of them rose involuntarily in his heart. Merging his fingers into a sword, he flicked it downward. A black sword chi, which instantly dyed half of the sky black, chopped towards the 6 elders. The 6 elders of the Imperial Beast sect only felt that the sky had suddenly gone black before they had the chance to see what exactly had happened. The next moment, it found itself spinning and jumping. Aha! Why are you jumping up? In the next second, the 6 men saw 6 headless bodies that seemed. Before they could continue to think, they were unconscious. Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yan had originally prepared to blow themselves up. How could I have known that I would suddenly be saved? However, they looked up into the air to see what had saved them. In the air, however, the figure of Knight Wanqing had long since disappeared. I also don't know which senior came to help. Tushan Ashes sighed quietly. Tushan Yan, however, looked toward Tushan Ashes, whose chest was penetrated by a spirit sword. Big brother, you've been injured so badly, why don't we go back to Qingqiu to recuperate first? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Tushan Ashes opening his mouth. I won't return to Qingqiu until I find the sixth sister. Tushan Yan wanted to persuade something else, but when he met Tushan Ash's determined eyes, he swallowed back. Tushan Shui no longer had any hesitation after determining that she was really the only one left in the entire Holy Maiden Palace. After loading all the things in the cultivation room into the nascent sphere, he prepared to leave the demon sect. Just the moment when Tushan Shui's front foot was about to step out of the Holy Maiden Palace. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The bracelet on Tushan Shui's wrist emitted a faint glow. At first Tushan Shui didn't care about the sound of the bell. But in the next second, when Tushan Shui wanted to continue forward, she realized that her right wrist seemed to be wrapped around something. Looking down, where was the bracelet on his right hand? All that remained was a plain white handcuff with two bells hanging from it. It was these two bells that had been making the jingle bells ring. For a moment, Tushan Shui's brain fell into a blank. In the morning when Knight Wanqing gave the bracelet to herself, it was clearly a bracelet, and she even checked it with her divine sense. Make sure it's okay before you put it on your hand. Just. Why did it turn into handcuffs? However, that's not the worst of it. The most frightening thing was that Tushan Shui realized that her spiritual power had been completely sealed and she had become an ordinary person. In other words, it was impossible to remove this handcuff by relying on spiritual power. He couldn't even open his nascent soul ring because he was out of spiritual energy. In other words is that right now, Tushan Shui even if he wanted to cut off his entire right arm. There are no corresponding weapons either. This was because, in the entire Holy Maiden Palace, there were now no other sharp items other than the sword that Knight Wanqing had given herself. And that sword, now in the nascent sword. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Tushan Yuki dropped to the ground and laughed. She now even wondered if Knight Wanqing had never believed in herself from the beginning to the end. Why else would she have handcuffed herself before she left? Just as Tushan Shui was laughing maniacally, Knight Wanqing appeared in front of her. The other end of the chain was held in the hands of this Knight Wanqing. You disappoint me. Knight Wanqing's voice once again resumed the icy coldness of 2 months ago. Just the sound alone caused Tushan Shui to feel a piercing coldness. Tushan Shui knelt on the ground and looked at Knight Wanqing who was standing in front of her. Knight Wanqing, you really never believed in me. Tushan Shui only felt ridiculous. There was no such thing as a mission, but she just wanted to see herself perform. Knight Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui expressionlessly, and had no intention of explaining Tushan Shui's words. She was already completely disappointed in Tushan Yuki. Perhaps, someone like Tushan Yuki could never be tamed. Originally, she didn't believe that Tushan Shui would leave her as she did in her dream. But, because she really couldn't accept the consequences of losing Tushan Shui, she chose to leave behind a doppelganger that would be activated when Tushan Shui left the Holy Maiden Palace. If she could, she would like this doppelganger not to be activated. But apparently, Tushan Yuki had let her down. Bang! The iron cage she was familiar with appeared in front of Tushan Yuki. Knight Wanqing's voice was not mixed with any emotion. Go in by yourself. Knight Wanqing received the information passed on by her bilocation, closed her eyes, and the demonic chi around her body suddenly fell into a state of frenzy. It was also at this time that the crowd came to a valley. Sima Keiho gave a wink to Sima Wanyi. Sima Wanyi and a few disciples of the Sima clan, without moving, surrounded Knight Wanqing. Sima Wanyi's cultivation level was in the middle Yuaning stage, the same as Knight Wanqing, so he naturally wouldn't be afraid of her. Knight Wanqing naturally felt the movement around her, and at the moment, she was on the verge of losing control. And these people, who happened to run into the gun, have no one to blame. Falling cloud technique. The spirit sword danced in Knight Wanqing's hand. A black sword chi chopped out from the spirit sword in Knight Wanqing's hand. The black sword chi continued to eat away at the light in the air. The entire valley instantly became Knight Wanqing's home turf. Put. A Sima clan disciple at the 6th level of Foundation establishment had his throat sealed by Knight Wanqing's sword. Along with Knight Wanqing chopping out one sword chi after another, the Sima family disciples also fell one after another.
Only, at this moment, Night One Tran's entire body was close to losing its mind.
It was not discovered that when these people died, their blood went into the ground. And at this moment, a formation is also under the feet of the Night One Ting, slowly forming. The speed at which Night One Qing killed the Sima family disciples was clearly far beyond Sima Jiaohuo and Sima Wanyi's predictions. At the moment, there was still some time before the formation.
In the end, it all became a joke. Resist?
Even if he was able to use his spiritual power, he was no match for Night One Qing, not to mention that his current self was no different from a mortal.
Listen to her and go in by yourself? That's even less likely. Tushan Shui knew that after this incident, if she did enter this cage, perhaps never get out for the rest of their lives. Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui, who didn't make any movements, and frowned. For some reason, she had a vague bad feeling in her heart. Just the moment she was about to voice her urging, she seemed to sense something. The pupils contracted suddenly. This is the pure land of the Maitreya temple.
Briefly stripping Nightwing Tilt from this world. And as a doppelganger, she lost the source of her main body's demonic energy and her figure gradually became illusory.
It began to fade away. Night Wanqing panicked.
She regretted that she hadn't thrown her straight into the cage. Instead, she was allowed to walk into the cage on her own. At the moment, she only hoped that Tushan Shui hadn't noticed her abnormality and walked into the cage of her own accord.
However, everything seemed like it was meant to be.
The gears of fate began to turn from the moment Si Yao reached out and pinched Tushan Snowfox's ear. The end was predetermined at that moment.
Originally, Si Yao wanted to remind himself that Sima Keho was working with the Maitian temple.
However, because Si Yao pinched Tushan Snowfox's ear, causing himself to strike out at her,
Si Yao, in her anger, didn't tell herself.
If he hadn't made a move against Si Yao at that time, if he had known ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake.
Tushan Yuki couldn't leave himself either. Clang!
Night Wanqing's hands dissipated, and the chains in his hands fell to the ground with a clear sound.
Tushan Yuki heard a voice and looked up.
Seeing the Night Wanqing, whose figure is gradually dissipating. She didn't know why Night Wanting had dissipated though. But this was clearly the best time to escape on your own. The moment Nightwing listened to the sound of the chains hitting the ground, her heart went cold. But with the last glimmer of hope left in his heart, Tushan Shui didn't hear the voice and walked into the iron cage by himself. However, when Tushan Yuki raised her head to look at her, her brain suddenly went blank. Tushan Shui looked at herself warily, taking a step backward.
Foxy, come back, don't leave me, okay?
Night Wanqing panicked, her voice trembling. If the doppelganger didn't possess the ability to shed tears, he might have shed tears at this moment.
Tushan Shui didn't reply to Night Wanting and just kept retreating backwards.
Night Wanqing thought back to the scene in her dream.
No. Tushan Shui must never leave the Holy Maiden Palace. Never, at least not now. At this moment, Tushan Shui's spiritual power was completely sealed. A fox demon with such a beautiful face, what would happen to it if it went outside?
In the spirit and demon realm, for women without any cultivation, being pretty was the original sin.
Tushan Yuki.
With the last of her strength, the Nightwing Transept shouted in the direction of Tushan Shui. You can't leave the Holy Maiden Palace, I'm doing it all for your own good. As long as you don't leave, I can swear that this will be as if it never happened, and I will be as good to you as I was before. Tushan Shui didn't pay any attention to Night Wanqing's voice, she didn't know where to go after she left the demon sect. But she knew that if she continued to stay, she would certainly not have such an opportunity again in the future. She didn't turn her head back, as if she had made some sort of determination, until she disappeared from Night Wanting's field of vision. Tushan Shui heard the hiss coming from Night Wanting. Tushan Yuki, I'll get you back and imprison you in an iron cage forever so that you'll never be able to leave me. You won't be able to escape, there won't be any clan in the entire spirit demon realm that dares to take you in. I, Night Wanqing, swear that I will get you back. On the other side, Nightwing Tran looked towards the group of people who had surrounded her.
There were those from the demon sect Sima family and those from the Maitian temple.
Night Wanqing, now I'll give you one last chance, as long as you obey this young lord, I'll let you live.
Sima Keho looked at Night Wancheng, who was surrounded in the center, his tone arrogant.
Today, Night Wancheng would finally submit to herself, even if she was unwilling, she would break her hands and feet.
Forced sex with her. As a woman. As long as she was pregnant with her child, were you afraid she wouldn't obey you?
On his side, there were two mid-Yuaning powerhouses, while Night Wanqing was only one. To be able to cultivate to the Yuaning realm, they were all top-tier heavenly prides, and it was almost impossible to fight 2 for 1 in the same realm.
Even she, Night Wanqing, couldn't. 2 for 1, advantage to me.
And at this moment, Night Tran received the final image that was sent back before the split dissipated. The heart felt a stabbing pain. The little fox really left himself. A thought of what happened in the dream. No! She would never let that happen. Sima Keho saw that Night Wanqing's body violently trembled and thought that he had been moved by his words. However, Night Tran raised that pair of blood-colored pupils, and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked around at the crowd that had surrounded her. The strongest were just 2 mid-Yuaning. She had to finish these people off as soon as possible and then go and get Tushan Shui back. Boom! In the next second, the aura of a late-stage Yuaning stage was revealed on Night Wanqing's body. It's all your fault, if it wasn't for you. After Tushan Shui left the demon sect, she escaped all the way along the previously planned route. Looking at the forest in front of her, Tushan Shui took a deep breath. Once I get through this forest, I can reach the nearest city. Just. Tushan Yuki looked at the handcuffs on his right hand. Right now, one's spiritual energy was completely blocked, and one didn't have any cultivation. According to the book, the number of demonic beasts in this forest was abnormally high. In his current situation, if he really went in, he was afraid that he would die in 9 deaths. Even death is better than losing your freedom. There was no going back on his own. Thinking of this, Tushan Shui no longer hesitated. Tushan Shui took a deep breath and stepped into the forest. When Tushan Shui stepped into the forest, it was midday, the time when the sun was at its peak. Without any cultivation, she was under such fierce sunlight. Soon the clothes on his body were soaked with sweat. Similarly, Tushan Shui only felt her mouth dry now. Although there were a lot of wild fruits on the trees on both sides, Tushan Shui didn't know which ones were edible. She wouldn't risk eating these fruits that she couldn't be sure were safe until she had to. With the passage of time, the sun is no longer as hot as it was at midday. The surrounding temperature was no longer as high, which allowed Tushan Shui, who was about to be on the verge of her limit, to barely take a breath. However, with that comes the problem of physical strength. Although the body is experiencing spiritual improvement. But, with his spiritual power sealed, the bracelet on his right wrist plus the weight of the chain was at least tens of kilograms. Such a weight was clearly a weight that could not be ignored for the petite body of Tushan Shui. After resting, Tushan Shui continued onward for a while. Soon, a sliver of night crept into the sky. What followed was the hissing of various beasts in the woods. At night, it is the most dangerous time. Tushan Shui stopped under a tree. In his current condition, rushing at night was completely no different from sending him to his death. So she resolved to find a tree and climb it to rest for the night. That way, you'll be in better shape the next day. Only, Tushan Shui stood under the tree and made a mistake. He hadn't learned to climb trees in his previous life and had thus dozens of kilograms of handcuffs on his wrists. But there was absolutely no way she could climb it. If you can't climb a tree, you can't get a good night's rest. It may even kill you. Tushan Shui pondered for a long time, and finally looked at the chains on her wrists. That should get you up there. Chapter 29, Back to Modern Times? If it weren't for you guys, Little Fox wouldn't have left me. Hearing Night Wanqing's icy voice. Feeling the late-stage Yuaning aura emanating from her. At this moment, everyone only felt their blood freeze. She surprisingly broke through to the late stage of Yuaning. The elder of the Maitian temple looked at Night Tran in shock. He even suspected that he was dreaming. How old is Nightwing? Not quite 50 years old. As for the strongest person of the younger generation of the Maitian temple, the Buddha's son Watanabe beside himself, his cultivation was stuck at the Jindan Great Circle. So far, he has not been able to break through to Yuaning. Surprisingly, none of them knew when Night Wanqing had broken through to the late Yuaning stage. If he had known in advance, he would not have agreed to Sima Keiho's cooperation and come to wade through this mess. It was nothing if he died himself, although there were only 5 mid-Yuaning powerhouses of the Maitian temple plus himself. However, if Watanabe died here, he himself would be the ancient sinner of the Maitian temple. With Dusher's talent, he would surely transform into a god in the future. It was the root of Maitian temple's ability to maintain the 3 top clans after 1,000 years. Night Wanqing's icy gaze was the first to sweep towards Sima Jiahua, who had not yet recovered from his shock. He's the one who's to blame for all this. Stretching out his hand, he shook it in the air at the place where Sima Keiho was.
Sima Wanyi's pupils tightened at the sight, and he dodged in front of Sima Keiho.
All of the spiritual energy of a mid-yuaning stage surged outward like mad in an instant. In an instant, the entire valley was swept by the energy generated by the collision of the two. The surrounding disciples whose cultivation level was lower than Jindan only felt their brains fall into a blank and their ears buzzing. Dense cracks appeared on the surrounding mountain walls, and rocks rolled down. Even some disciples with lower cultivation who had just entered the foundation establishment were blown up into a bloody mist in a flash because they couldn't withstand this terrifying energy storm. Seeing this, Knight Wancheng's hand force suddenly increased.
Put! Sima Wanyi vomited a large pool of blood from his mouth, and his entire body flew backwards. Sima Keiho also finally came back to his senses at this moment.
Feeling the undisguised killing intent of Knight Wancheng towards himself, Sima Jiahua instantly turned pale.
Knight Wancheng, my Sima clan's old ancestor, is the only one in the demon sect who is a powerful god transformation master.
Knight Wancheng didn't pay the slightest attention to Sima Keiho's words as she slowly raised her right hand,
with the palms gradually tightening. A strong sense of suffocation immediately enveloped Sima Keiho.
Seeing this, Sima Wanyi's eyes turned bloodshot. Knight Wancheng, how dare you?
In the younger generation of the Sima family, there was only one direct line of Sima Keiho.
The higher the cultivation level of the cultivator, the more difficult it is to reproduce offspring, and because of this, even if Sima Keiho's talent is poor,
there were disciples in the sideline who were far more talented than Sima Keiho, still leaving the position of young patriarch to Sima Keiho.
But now, Knight Wancheng actually wanted to kill Sima Jiahua in front of her.
Sima Keiho is dead. Sima's lineage is broken. Why wouldn't I dare?
Along with the fall of Knight Wancheng's voice, the force in her hands suddenly increased.
Put! Sima Keiho instantly exploded into a mist of blood, not even able to let out a scream. Aha! Knight Wancheng, I want you to die. Seeing this, Sima Wanyi rushed towards Knight Wancheng with bloodshot eyes. At the same time, he looked at the Mai Tian Temple and Dushur. What are you two hesitating for? If you don't make a move, you'll all have to.
The rooms are decorated in a style that is familiar to yourself. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, Tushan Yuki looked at the photo on the wall and stared incredulously.
This is my room?
Although I don't know how long I've been traveling through the past, my room, it seems, hasn't changed at all. Excitedly, she got up, turned on the computer that sat next to her bed, and entered the password with a shaking hand.
With the enter key pressed, the password is correct and the computer is successfully powered on. I'm really back here?
Tushan Shui was so excited that she shed tears.
But the excitement didn't last too long. Looking at the reflection on the computer screen, the delicate face. He himself was still in the same body as the fox demon. He had obviously returned to modern times. Why was he still in this body? Tushan Yuki couldn't figure it out. But the only thing to be thankful for was the disappearance of the handcuffs on his wrists. Looking at the time displayed on the computer screen, one's last impression of this world was to stay a year ago. This meant that at least a year had passed since he had traveled to the other world. 1 year. How are your parents doing since you've been away for a year?
They should be worried about their own sudden disappearance.
After thinking about it, Tushan Yuki decided to search for her name using a computer query.
No sooner had she typed in her name than a news headline caught her eye.
XX University, Tushan Yuki student stayed up all night and died suddenly. Posted 1 year ago. Tushan Shui was a student of XX University in her previous life.
Seeing this, a touch of foreboding surfaced in her heart.
With trembling hands, click into the news.
When she saw the photo on the news, it was coded though. Still, she recognized at once that it was none other than herself in the photo.
It was a picture taken on my own 18th birthday.
So she was impressed. After reading the news, Tushan Shui sat in front of the computer, her entire body as motionless as a statue.
So one is already dead. So, even back in modern times, it's still this body? How did your parents feel when they learned of your death? It should be sad, right?
Thinking of this, Tushan Shui only felt a stabbing pain coming from her heart.
And with it, bewilderment. Would they believe me if I said I was their son? Shouldn't believe it.
After all, the matter of the dead coming back to life was too absurd for anyone.
Not to mention. Tushan Yuki came to the mirror and looked at this current body.
The pair of fox ears on her head, and the fox tail behind her.
How do you look at it?
It looks like a mythological story, a fox demon that sucks people's essence. Tushan Yuki looked at herself in the mirror and smiled to herself. They're lucky they don't call the police on me when they see me. Chapter 30, A Night of White Heads. P.S. If you don't want to read the modern era, skip directly to Chapter 44, Death. Tushan Yuki was hesitant to stay. She buried her head under the covers in annoyance. Finally, after a very long thought struggle, Tushan Shue didn't know exactly how she should face her parents now.
Choosing to run away. Tushan Yuki didn't go far after leaving the house. Just found an unoccupied corner in the neighborhood and slowly sat down. Partly because she wanted to see them again from a distance. The other part of the reason was that it would still be bad if too many people saw him in his current state. Although many young people nowadays like to hang out in their favorite game character costumes. But, one is now without legal status. If it was filmed and posted online, and what followed, it was out of one's control. Since returning to the modern era, the spiritual power in Tushan Shue's body was gone, and even her physical qualities were no different from an ordinary girl. She just sat there in the corner, and from time to time pedestrians passed in front of her, casting surprised glances at her. But quickly averted his gaze, thinking only that it was some young man cozying up to his favorite character. But even so, they were still amazed by Tushan Shue's appearance. Some people wanted to come up and collect stamps, but they were all rejected by Tushan Yuki, who didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. Even so, there were still some people who took advantage of Tushan Shue's inattention and secretly used their cell phones to take pictures of her and uploaded them to the internet. With a waning moon appearing in the sky. At this time of year, it's time for a walk after dinner. The neighborhood grew crowded. Tushan Yuki huddled in the corner, watching the people who kept passing in front of her. I'm like a despicable voyeur who can only hide in a corner and peer at other people's happiness. The shimmering light from the street lamp shone down on her, setting her shadow off in a lonely way. Gradually, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the road, and the whole neighborhood returned to silence once again. It was just that for the whole night, Tushan Shue didn't see the two figures she wanted to see. The cold night wind blew on Tushan Shue, causing her to shiver. Tushan Yuki held her tail in her arms for dear life. Maybe it's the only way to feel some warmth. Well. Suddenly, Tushan Shue felt a twinge of pain coming from her lower abdomen, and her face instantly turned pale. The whole person was curled up on the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn, how did this happen at this time? The cold wind blew on Tushan Shue's body, causing the cramping pain at her belly to intensify a few more points. Feeling pain after pain coming from the small of my back. Tushan Shue bit her lip in death, since crossing over to this body, she had never dealt with her regular vacation alone. Previously, every time she had her period, it was always Night One Chang who took herself into the medicinal pool and soaked herself. Ever since she started practicing, she had never had a period, so much so that she was about to forget that girls had periods. And now, with Night Wanqing not around, he was alone, without even a cell phone beside him. If she had a cell phone, at least she could ask the internet. Now she had no idea what to do but hold her tail tightly and hope the pain would pass sooner rather than later. Little girl, are you not feeling well? Just as Tushan Shue's entire body was nearly losing consciousness from the pain, a woman's voice came from her ears. This voice, Tushan Shue, sounded as if it was somewhat familiar. Zheng Ying hugged Ding Xiaolong's arm with both hands and pouted, "Senior brother, this one is too ugly, I don't want it." Hearing Zheng Ying's petulant voice, Ding Xiaolong looked at the pig demon trapped in the formation again. This was already the 10th one. When you meet a pretty one you say it's too weak, when you meet a strong one you say it's too ugly. You want to be pretty and you want to be powerful, how in the world can you be that good? A flash of disgust flashed across his eyes, but considering that Zhang Ying was the daughter of the Imperial Beast Sect leader, and that if he wanted to become the Imperial Beast Sect leader, he would still have to rely on her, he didn't show it on his face anymore. Without moving, he pulled his hand out of Zhang Ying's arms and said gently, "This pig demon is indeed not worthy of little senior sister, then senior brother will find a new prettier one for senior sister." After saying that, he took the lead and advanced deeper into the forest. Zhang Ying obviously didn't notice Ding Xiaolong's abnormality, the only thing left in her mind was Ding Xiaolong's words about finding herself a beautiful demonic beast again. Looking happy, hee, I knew that brother Xiaolong is the best for me. Today is the 1-year anniversary of Tuzan Snow. Tushan Shue's father and Tushan Shue's mother didn't go home after work, and drove directly to Tushan Shue's graveyard. Because of the remote location of the cemetery, it was late at night when the duo returned to the neighborhood. Just as soon as she got off the bus, Li Zixin looked in a certain direction as if she felt something.
He happened to see Tushan Yuki in the corner, whose entire body was curled up into a ball and whose body was still trembling. For some reason, just by seeing the young girl for the first time, Li Zixin's heart surged with an indescribable sense of affinity. And the sight of the young girl curled up on the floor was followed by a twinge in her heart. Tushan Shue's vision was already a little blurry from the pain at the moment. Her eyes reddened as she barely lifted her head to see the face of the woman in front of her. Her mother had changed a lot from what Tushan Shue remembered, but she still recognized at a glance that the person in front of her was her mother from her previous life. It was just that at this moment, her originally pitch black hair had completely turned white at this moment, and her entire person had also emaciated quite a bit compared to before. Maybe that's what they always say about a night of white heads. With just one look, Tushan Shue could guess just how sad her mother had been after she left. Couldn't help but call out softly, "Mom." Li Zixin naturally heard Tushan Shue's mom only as a sick talking nonsense, and did not take it to heart. Putting his hand on Tushan Shue's forehead, he found that at this moment, Tushan Shue's forehead was scalded frighteningly hot, and roughly estimated that it was at least a high fever of 39, burning so badly? "Where is your family, little girl?" Tushan Shue heard Li Zixin's voice, and only then did she return to her senses. He was already dead, so naturally Li Zixin could not recognize him. Tushan Shue was pale and shook her head with difficulty. In this body, it seems to be correct to say no parents in this world. When Li Zixin saw Tushan Shue shaking her head, the whole person was first stunned, and when she reacted, the whole person was first shocked. And then comes the guilt. "Sorry about that, didn't mean to mention your sadness. It's burning so badly, why don't you ask Auntie to call an ambulance for you?" Hearing that Li Zixin wanted to send herself to the hospital, Tushan Shue hurriedly shook her head at Li Zixin. "Don't. One should never go to a hospital now, either without legal status." Still in this fox demon body, she had no doubt that if she did go into the hospital, she wouldn't want to come out again. Chapter 31, I Believe Her. P.S. About the card text, in fact, my original outline setting is not back to modern times this section of the plot, so in the writing of the card text. But I don't know why, but I somehow thought of this paragraph when I was writing it, and my hand was not listening to the words, so I wrote. "With a fever this high, did you call her family?" Li Zixin was silent for a moment before she sighed. "It seems to be an orphan." "Orphan?" Tushan Yuan's frown tightened as he sniffed. "Did you call the hospital?" "She doesn't want to go to the hospital, I think she's worried about money." Li Zixin hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, "Why don't we take her home to take some medicine first? Wait for the fever to go down before you leave, after all, you can't just ignore it when you've seen it all." Tushan Yuan sighed helplessly. "Bringing a random person you see on the road to your home, you're not afraid that it's some kind of criminal organization?" Li Zixin was silent at her words. It wasn't that she hadn't thought that the young girl in front of her was a member of a criminal organization. It was just that the feeling she was given was so intimate that it made her reluctant to think in that direction. He also looked at Tushan Shue, whose body was still trembling even after fainting, and whispered, "I believe her." She didn't know why, she just had an inexplicable trust in the young girl in front of her. The first time you meet her, you trust her, and you won't even know it when you're sold one day. Although Tushan Yuan said so on his lips, he still squatted down and picked up Tushan Shue horizontally, looking at the tail dragging on the ground. He couldn't help but grumble, "This tail is just like the real thing. It doesn't look cheap at first glance, and you're afraid that she can't afford to go to the hospital." And looked back at Li Zixin, who was still frozen in place. "Why are you still frozen? Go up and open the door first, and prepare some fever-reducing medicine on the way." Only then did Li Zixin react and responded by climbing up the stairs in a hurry. The unconscious Tushan Shue seemed to have sensed something, unconsciously murmured out, "Dad." Hearing Tushan Shue call out to his father, Tushan Yuan was first stunned, and then looked down at the young girl in his arms, and between his eyebrows there were really a few shadows of his own son. For a moment, he felt that what he was holding in his arms was the already dead Tushan Shue, and after coming back to his senses, his voice softened a bit. "Little girls can't shout blindly. If she hears it, it's going to be a big problem." When Tushan Shue woke up, it was already midday the next day. Moving her stiff body slightly, she realized that the clothes she was wearing had been removed and replaced with a loose nightgown. This discovery caused Tushan Shue to instantly wake up. Since they had helped them change their clothes, had the identity of the fox demon been discovered by them as well? Did they call the police? Is he or she going to be arrested as a demon? Thinking of this, Tushan Shue only felt her blood freeze. "Gaba." The door of the guest room was opened and Li Zixin walked in with the medicine, looking at Tushan Shue, who was sitting on the bed in a daze. "Awake?" Tushan Shue sniffed and looked at Li Zixin, her face pale, wanting to open her mouth to say something, but she didn't know how to do so. In the end, he could only lower his head, not daring to look at Li Zixin. Li Zixin saw that Tushan Shui lowered her head and didn't speak, so she spoke. Last night, I saw that your clothes were dirty, so I helped you take them off and wash them. But with the tail on you, I didn't know how to remove it, so I didn't wash it for you. When Tushan Shui heard Li Zixin's words, countless thoughts flashed through her mind. Were the parents really not aware of their identity as fox demons? Or are you afraid you'll escape and want to stabilize yourself? But she wouldn't have blamed them anyway. After all, no one could accept the presence of a demon in their home, right? If they hadn't brought themselves home last night and helped bring down their fever, they would have been dead outside by now. Tushan Shui looked up at Li Zixin. She wanted to call the woman in front of her mom. But reason told herself not to shout like that. Lips shivering half a day, auntie 2 words, but no matter how can not speak. Eventually just a soft, thank you. Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Li Zixin put the medicine on the bedside and dotingly rubbed Tushan Shui's head. Don't think too much, you still have a low fever, so first feel at ease and recuperate. After saying that, he turned around and left the room, leaving Tushan Shui sitting alone on the bed in a daze. As soon as Li Zixin left the room, she saw that although she was sitting on the sofa watching TV, her eyes were glancing at herself Tushan Yuan from time to time. Awake! Hearing that Tushan Shui had woken up, Tushan Yuan was visibly relieved. Li Zixin couldn't help but giggle and laughed out. If you care about her, just go in and take a look, why make it so twisted? Tushan Yuan sniffed coldly. Who cares about her? I'm afraid she'll die our family. Li Zixin sniffed and did not argue with him. Yes, you don't care about her, and you don't know that you found out last night that she is a fox. Seeing this, Tushan Yuan hurriedly covered Li Zixin's mouth, and also pointed to Tushan Shui's room, signaling her not to speak. The sound of the duo's conversation was not small, and Tushan Shui, who was sitting in the room, could hear it clearly. Perhaps it was the estrogen, but Tushan Yuki listened to the duo's conversation. The eyes were slightly red. 2 lines of tears could not help but fall from the corner of his eyes. Hastily, he covered himself in the covers to keep his cries from reaching the ears of the two. Turns out, they know they're fox demons. Chapter 32, Suspicion. Not long after, Li Zixin once again walked in with a bowl of brown sugar water. Seeing Tushan Yuki, who had covered herself in the quilt, she heard the sound of a young girl sobbing coming from inside and did not make a sound to disturb her. Just put the brown sugar water on the bedside and turned away. As soon as Li Zixin turned around, Tushan Shui poked out a head from the covers. Witnessing Li Zixin leaving the room, while then looking at the bowl of brown sugar water placed on the bedside, muttered, "Why are they so good to me? Senior sister, how about taking a look at this snow moon wolf?" Ding Xiaolong trapped a foundation establishment 4th layer snow moon wolf and looked at Zheng Ying as he asked. Zheng Ying looked at the snow moon wolf that kept showing its teeth at her and pouted in dissatisfaction. Senior brother, I want a cuter one, look at how fierce it is, it's not cute at all. Hearing Zheng Ying's words, Ding Xiaolong's brows furrowed as he attempted to speak to Zheng Ying. Senior sister, with your cultivation level, if you continue to go deeper into the forest, I'm afraid that it will be dangerous. And this snow moon wolf is already amongst the demonic beasts, belonging to the prettier species, while its combat power isn't low either. Hearing Ding Xiaolong's words, Zheng Ying looked unconcerned. Isn't there brother Xiaolong? Brother Xiaolong will protect me, right? Ding Xiaolong pulled the corner of his mouth. Well, senior brother will naturally protect senior sister. Zheng Ying smiled sweetly at Ding Xiaolong as she sniffed. So, brother Xiaolong taking Ying to the depths of the forest to catch a cuter demonic beast. Ding Xiaolong wanted to persuade something more, but thinking of Zheng Ying's status, he could only sigh. Then you have to follow me well and don't stray too far away from senior brother. I knew little brother dragon was the best. Zheng Ying answered sweetly, and the two of them began to walk deeper into the forest. Tushan Shui cried and fell asleep. When she woke up again, she found that Li Zixin had sat on the edge of the bed at some point. Seeing Tushan Shui waking up, Li Zixin smiled and handed a bowl of noodles to Tushan Shui. I haven't eaten all day, so I should be hungry. Tushan Shui took the noodles. In the bowl is his previous life's favorite green pepper shredded meat noodles. Tushan Shui softly thanked him, and then he picked up a few noodles and stuffed them into his mouth. With just one bite, Tushan Shui could taste that it was noodles made by Tushan Yuan himself. Because his favorite food in his previous life was his father's noodles with shredded pork and green peppers. Tushan Shui hastily reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Now she finally realized why in her previous life the internet said girls are made of water. Every day since I became a girl myself, I'm either in the process of crying or on my way to crying. After wiping away the tears in the corner of her eyes, Tushan Yuki had thought to be more reserved. It's just that in the 2 days since I've been back in modern times, I haven't eaten anything other than my daytime medication. At this moment, it is not easy to have something to eat, or his favorite green pepper noodles with shredded pork, and soon began to devour the food. Li Zixin couldn't help but be a little stunned as she watched Tushan Shui eat the noodles. She remembers that when she was a child, Tushan Yuki was once caught stealing money to fill up a game. When Tushan Yuan was furious, he didn't allow him to eat for a day, and then he couldn't stand to watch himself anymore, so he made a bowl of noodles for him to eat. Looking at the young girl in front of her, she seemed to have a momentary resemblance to the Tushan Yuki of her childhood. Li Zixin looked at Tushan Shui and murmured softly, "Little Shui." Hearing her nickname, Tushan Shui's body violently trembled. Did mother recognize her? Li Zixin also seemed to realize at this moment that she had just lost her temper. Reaching out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, she flashed an smile at Tushan Yuki. "Sorry, I got a little carried away thinking about things." Tushan Shui also calmed down at this moment. She was not even the same gender as her previous life. How could her mother recognize her? Handing the bowl back to Li Zixin, an imperceptible despondency mixed in her tone. "Thank you." Li Zixin looked at Tushan Shui, who had suddenly become lost, and only thought that she had thought of something unhappy, and did not think much of it. Reaching for the empty bowl, he pointed to the water jug on the ground. "The jug is full of brown sugar water. You need to drink more in the next 2 days or your body will be Tushan Yuan was instantly dumbfounded by these words. Yeah, even the fox demon showed up, so what's the point of talking about science? Thinking of this, Tushan Yuan's complexion suddenly became serious. How about? Let's try it out tomorrow? Meanwhile, on video platforms, the number of likes for a short video is rising at an incredible rate. In just one day, the number of likes exceeded 200,000. The account that posted the video, as a result, gained 10,000 followers in one day. Chapter 33, Sweet. I think the fever's gone down. Tushan Yuki got up and moved her body slightly. Feeling physically in better shape than yesterday. But feeling sticky on her body, Tushan Yuki thought of going to the bathroom to take a shower. Only, as soon as he opened the door to his room, he saw Li Zixin who was preparing breakfast. Sensing the movement, Li Zixin turned her head to look at Tushan Shui out and smiled. Hungry? No. Tushan Shui was just about to say that she wasn't hungry, but her stomach gave an honest grunt. Goo goo. She scratched her head in embarrassment and lowered her head in shame. Li Zixin let out a light laugh when she saw this. The rice is already done, let's eat breakfast first. Tushan Shui pursed her lips when she heard Li Zixin's words. It didn't seem too late to take a bath after breakfast. With an embarrassed response, he took his customary seat against the wall and plopped his whole body down on the table. Soon breakfast was ready. Pretty much the same as a year ago, a few plates of pickles, 3 bowls of soy milk and... Little girl, just have a simple meal in the morning, there are pancakes and steamed buns over here. Take whichever you like for yourself. Tushan Yuki responded softly, reaching for a pancake. Her favorite food in her previous life was pancakes because she could sandwich her favorite dishes inside. But the buns can't be sandwiched with vegetables, and they don't have much flavor. After sandwiching a few of his favorite savory dishes in the pancake, Tushan Shui ate. Taking advantage of the gap between meals, Li Zixin began to chat with Tushan Shui in one conversation. What's your name, little girl? Hearing Li Zixin ask for his name, Tushan Shui 3 words nearly came out of his mouth, but fortunately reacted quickly to hold back. By Shui. Then we'll call you White, is that okay? Aha! Tushan Yuki had thought that they would call her Yuki as they had in her previous life, but she was soon relieved. Yuki is their son, and it would be a problem if just anyone called Yuki. As the two of them chatted, Tushan Shui felt a little thirsty and took a sip of soy milk. No sugar. Glancing at the sugar jar sitting next to him, he added 2 tablespoons of sugar and stirred it in, taking another sip. Well, just in time. After breakfast, Tushan Shui originally wanted to help clean up the table, but was stopped by Li Zixin and could only stop. After speaking to the duo, Tushan Yuki took her clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. I think she's Yuki. Taking advantage of the time when Tushan Shui took a bath, Li Zixin found Tushan Yuan. What do you think? Tushan Yuan looked at the newspaper in his hands expressionlessly. Take another look. What else is there to see? Her habits are practically identical to Yuki's. On hearing this, Tushan Yuan put down the newspaper in his hand and looked at Li Zixin seriously. There are many people with the same habits in the world, are they all your sons? Li Zixin sniffed and didn't say anything. She knew that she was being too hasty. For a moment, neither spoke, and the living room became quiet. Not long after, Tushan Shui walked out after taking a shower. She was wearing the same white sarong that she had worn back from the spirit and demon realm, and her waist-length silver hair fell loose behind her. Seeing Tushan Shui come out, the two of them also hurriedly stopped what they had just been talking about.
Li Zixin turned on the TV and asked Tushan Shui, "Watching TV?"
Tushan Shui was thinking of going straight to her room, but when she heard Li Zixin's words, she thought that she didn't have a cell phone right now. When he went back to his room and could only stare at the ceiling in disbelief, he sat down on the couch and followed along to watch TV. The TV is now playing a TV dating program, No Money, No Disturbance. Tushan Yuki remembered this show. His parents had enjoyed watching it when he was a child. Up until last year, when I soul-crossed into this body myself, I still enjoyed. Himself even received a hiroko from a large company as a result. So a small profit was made. But then he thought about how he had searched the neighborhood all day yesterday and hadn't seen the white-haired girl again. The fan growth has slowed down considerably today. He then felt a pang of distraction. If it was before, I would have been satisfied with a rise in followers myself. But, it is now clear that he is not satisfied with such a slow rate of increase in the number of fans. After all, the more fans you have, the more hiroko will make money. Only, he didn't know where the white-haired girl had gone behind him. Maybe I can say she stole from me and pulled a neighborhood surveillance. The more Sabi thought about it, the more she realized that this would work, and she smiled at the thought. He felt he had found a way to become rich. I can already see myself becoming a millionaire internet celebrity and earning millions of dollars a month. Chapter 34, I stopped drinking a long time ago. Because Tushan Shui didn't really like watching this kind of matchmaking program. So as I watched, I felt a little sleepy, and in no time at all, I half leaned on the sofa and fell asleep. Seeing this, Tushan Yuan, who was reading the newspaper, frowned and took off his jacket to cover Tushan Shui. You can fall asleep even when lying on the sofa, and you're not afraid of getting sick. Seeing this, Li Zixin, who was on the side, had a smile on her face and muted the TV for fear of waking up Tushan Shui. Tushan Yuan sensed that Li Zixin was laughing and plucked out a glance at her. Li Zixin was not annoyed and continued to watch the TV in front of her without any sound. She knew that Tushan Yuan had this kind of temperament, in the words of the young people, dead arrogant. Tushan Yuan, on the other hand, continued to pick up the newspaper and read it expressionlessly. Only, the afterglow glanced at Tushan Shui's tightly frowning eyebrows, but the newspaper in his hand was unable to read it. And so it was, for who knows how long. The sleeping girl's body suddenly trembled, and a few drops of crystal liquid hung on her cheeks. I was wrong, I'll never run again. Hearing the dreamy ravings coming out of the young girl's mouth, Tushan Yuan put down the newspaper in his hands, and Li Zixin also looked over. Please, don't put me in a cage again, I'll never run again. Tushan Shui's dreamy voice was very light, but hearing it in the ears of the two of them was like a thunderous explosion. Li Zixin's eyes instantly turned red, and she only felt a needle-like stabbing pain coming from her heart. In her heart, she already regarded the young girl in front of her as her own son, and now she heard the young girl say this. What kind of life has she been living all year? Has it always been caged? What kind of person does this to her? The baby they hold in their hands for fear of melting, and this is how they treat her? Hastily, he covered his mouth with his hand to keep from crying out. When Tushan Yuan heard Tushan Shui's dreamy ravings, his body also trembled violently. Looking at the young girl curled up in a ball, his fists clenched. Sitting down next to the young girl, he moved gently to take her into his arms, patting her back with his hand. Also as a child. The sleeping Tushan Shui seemed to sense something, and her uneasy heart gradually calmed down. The body stopped trembling and the tightly furrowed brow stretched slightly. The tail behind him also carefully probed out and curled around Tushan Yuan's hand. Li Zixin, who saw this scene, finally couldn't hold back any longer. Hurriedly, he ducked into the room, slamming the door behind him in the process. I was afraid that Tushan Yuki would be woken up by himself. When Tushan Shui woke up, the table was already full of dishes. Is today a holiday for anything? She didn't quite understand, it wasn't supposed to be an important holiday. What's with all the cooking for one lunch? Li Zixin walked out with the fish in her hand, and when she saw that Tushan Shui had woken up, she squeezed out a stiff smile on her face. Awake? Tushan Shui looked at Li Zixin and realized that the other party's eyes were a little red, and her eyes were also densely bloodshot. Couldn't help but wonder what had happened during the time he'd been sleeping. I wanted to open my mouth and ask something, but I thought about my current status. There didn't seem to be a reason to open his mouth, and he eventually closed it.
Li Zixin put the fish on the table and said gently to Tushan Shui, sit down for a while, you can eat in a while. Hearing Li Zixin's words, Tushan Shui gently nodded her head. During the meal, Tushan Shui looked at the table full of seafood and frowned. All the dishes are seafood. Seeing Tushan Shui sitting there in a daze, Li Zixin put the peeled lobster in her hand into Tushan Shui's bowl. What's the matter, is it not to your liking? It's all my favorite food. When Tushan Shui heard Li Zixin's words, she hurriedly responded. Not appetizing? How can that be, one's favorite food is seafood. But all the same, she knew her mother was allergic to seafood. Looking at the table full of dishes, Tushan Shui only felt that her throat seemed to be stuck with something. For a moment, she even wondered if Li Zixin already knew she was Tushan Shui. How else could there be so much seafood in the house? Eat more since you like it, no need to be polite, just make this place your home. Saying that, Li Zixin peeled another shrimp and put it in Tushan Shui's bowl. Seeing that Li Zixin was going to help herself peel the shrimp again, Tushan Shui hurriedly stopped her next move and spoke, I can do. Why are you still drinking till now? Thinking about it, he subconsciously spoke, drinking is not good for your health, drink less. Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Tushan Yuan's hand holding the wine cup trembled. I stopped drinking a long time ago. With those words, he set his glass down. Fruity didn't drink again. Tushan Shui sniffed and looked at Tushan Yuan with a skeptical gaze. How she remembers her father's addiction to alcohol, and how he couldn't even sleep on any day without it. Tushan Yuan naturally felt Tushan Shui's gaze. It doesn't explain anything. In fact, it had literally been a year since I had gotten myself drunk that one time a year ago. Because. He sighed helplessly at the thought. On the other hand, Sabi had thought that pulling up the neighborhood surveillance would be easy. But when we got to the surveillance room and tried to pull up the surveillance, the staff, however, told themselves, a certificate from the police is required to access the surveillance, otherwise you can't access the surveillance at will. No matter what one says, the staff won't agree to access the surveillance. In the end, he took out his short video account. See, I have 100,000 followers, if you don't let me adjust the surveillance, I will expose this matter on the short video platform. I don't think you guys want this whole thing of the neighborhood harboring a thief to be exposed online either. The staff looked at the 100,000 follower account and looked at each other. They were really afraid that they would end up losing their jobs if they didn't handle it well. After all, this sort of thing comes up all the time online. One business upset a video blogger and ended up pushing their employees out as temps. Eventually, one of the staff members turned to Shabi and said, we need to consult the leadership on this matter. Shabi knew, on hearing this, that the odds were in favor of this, and agreed. Before long, the man came out from the back with a cell phone in hand and nodded at Shabi. Our leader agreed to access the surveillance. While Shabi breathed a long sigh of relief at her words, she was even more impatient to find Tushan Shui. In the past 2 days, he had truly realized the benefits that the number of fans brought to him. As long as it was something he wanted to do, there was nothing he couldn't do. If you can't do it, you don't have enough fans. Chapter 35, Confessions. I can't believe she sat in that corner for a whole day. Shabi looked at the screen, and was surprised to see Tushan Yuki, who was still sitting in the corner until late at night. She had thought that Tushan Shui was just sitting there waiting for someone, but she had sat there for a whole day? Is this young girl afraid she's not in over her head? He couldn't help but think as he did in his mind. When he saw that Tushan Shui was unwilling to leave even after being frozen and curled up in a ball in the latter part of the night, he felt even more confident that his suspicions were right. The surveillance footage continued to play when he saw Tushan Shui being carried home by Mr. and Mrs. Tushan Yuan. Eyes narrowed slightly. A lunch, combined with Tushan Yuki's previous behavior. Tushan Yuan and Li Zixin were basically sure that the girl in front of them was Tushan Shui. Perhaps there are two people in the world with similar habits. But the person in front of him was not similar in habits to Tushan Shui, but nearly identical. Even things like Tushan Yuan's fondness for alcohol and Li Zixin's seafood allergy were known. It was obviously Tushan Yuki without a doubt. The two were eager to recognize Tushan Yuki. However, Tushan Shui did not take the initiative to tell the duo about her identity. Perhaps, at this moment, Tushan Yuki didn't want her to recognize her. Therefore, the two of them pretended that they didn't recognize Tushan Shui. They were willing to play along with her, willing to wait for the moment she came forward to tell them who she was. After eating, Tushan Yuan pulled Tushan Shui to play chess with him. Li Zixin finished cleaning up the kitchen and also walked over carrying a pot of brown sugar water.
Handing a bowl of brown sugar water to Tushan Shui, you still need to drink more brown sugar water these days.
Thanks.
Tushan Shui said thank you, received the brown sugar water, and took a light sip. He only felt a warmth in his body, and the trace of cramping pain that had originally remained in his belly seemed to have faded quite a bit at this moment. Seeing this, the corner of Li Zixin's mouth hooked into a faint smile and moved a bench to sit next to her. While knitting a sweater, she watched the father-daughter duo play chess. The sunlight shines through the window on the three of them, creating a cozy picture. Tushan Shui felt this hard-won peace and looked at her parents who had a faint smile at the corners of their mouths in front of her.
Can one continue to live like this if one comes clean with them? Ones. She remembers a news story from before she soul walked.
A tycoon severed his paternity because he could not accept the birth of a child. Not to mention, being a demon himself. When Tushan Shui heard Li Zixin's words, she nodded, aha.
What is it?
Tushan Yuan still had that uninviting expression. Although it has been mentally prepared.
But when it comes to confessing to your parents that you are their son.
Tushan Shui was still too nervous to speak for a while. Both hands clutched the corners of his coat. He stood in front of the two with his head bowed, but he couldn't say a word.
Tushan Yuan and Li Zixin didn't urge, they just quietly waited for Tushan Shui to speak. A few more minutes passed.
Tushan Shui raised her head once again and looked at the two with a serious expression. Sensing the change in Tushan Shui, the two parents also looked at Tushan Shui with serious expressions.
Actually. Chapter 36, Wicked Couple Kidnaps Mentally Retarded Girl.
Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Tushan Yuki's words.
Tushan Yuan and Li Zixin both frowned.
Tushan Shui was even more like a deflated ball of leather, the two ears on his head drooping down.
That dorky hair is getting wilted too.
The two looked at each other, both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Sighing, I'm afraid it's impossible to hear Tushan Shui confess her identity today.
I don't know when the next one will be. Li Zixin walked to the door and looked through the cat's eye. Tushan Yuan looked at the time, it was now 8 o'clock in the evening, who is it?
Hearing Tushan Yuan's voice, Li Zixin shook her head, I don't know, it's a young man in his 20s.
Knock, knock, knock. Listening to the knocking sound that came once more, Li Zixin looked at Tushan Yuan, open the door?
Tushan Yuan looked at Tushan Shui's room, the door of which was closed at the moment. It should be for fear of being seen by the rest and causing unnecessary trouble.
Knock, knock, knock. Listening to another incoming knock, Tushan Yuan sighed helplessly, if he doesn't open the door, I'm afraid he won't be knocking all night.
As he spoke, he had already come to the position of the doorway, signaling Li Zixin to go inside a bit.
Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by a knock on the door for the 4th time, Tushan Yuan opened the door to the room. Hello, I'm looking for this young girl.
As soon as the door to the room opened, Tushan Yuan heard the voice of the teenager in front of him. A flash of foreboding surfaced in his heart. Looking at the screen of the other party's cell phone, what was displayed on it was exactly the photo of Tushan Yuki crouching in the corner of the cell. The pupils contracted suddenly. The dream words that Tushan Yuki had said while sleeping came to mind.
Could it be that this person in front of him, who had been keeping Tushan Yuki in a cage, was now actually coming to the door?
When he looked at the teenager in front of him again, his eyes went cold. The sound of the duo's conversation was so loud that Tushan Shui in the room could hear it clearly. At this moment, Tushan Shui only felt her blood curdle as she listened to the duo's conversation. A million questions flashed through his mind.
White-haired girl. Speak for yourself?
One has been very careful since returning to modern times. For fear of being seen by too many people and causing unnecessary trouble, he didn't even go out of the cell door.
Why are you still being approached now? Also, why does he know where he is?
Suddenly, a possibility occurred to her. The color of his face suddenly became pale. Originally, he wanted to come clean with his parents about his identity and just live an uneventful life.
Now that I think about it.
If one does get posted on the internet. With a fox demon plus no legal status, it was only a matter of time before he was captured for research.
Think of your parents' hair turning completely gray in just 1 year.
She didn't want her parents to be sad because of her again. Maybe it's best if you don't tell your parents who you really are.
Sabi was unsurprisingly kicked out by Tushan Far. Just look at the video in your hand.
Another glance back at the faded door of the room behind him, a gold sign on the door had faded. If you look closely, you can roughly see the words first class merit. The corner of his mouth gradually hooked into a cold smile. He has 100,000 followers himself.
And that couple, just normal people.
He already had a script in mind: evil couple kidnaps retarded girl. The small abdomen that had been kicked by Tushan Yuan still had a subtle pain until this moment.
But it was all worth it.
He wants to establish himself as a victim who was beaten by force by a vicious couple in order to free a young girl. He believed that with his 100,000 fans,
plus the netizens who like to see what's going on, it's sure to turn up the heat. One can certainly do the same with this incident.
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of fans have risen because of the hero's filters.
The truth? So what? I've wanted nothing more than fans since the beginning. What does the truth have to do with me? This couple, even if they've been wrongly accused, it's still their bad luck. Cough cough.
Tushan Yuan covered his mouth with his hand, a trace of blood seeping out between his fingers. Seeing this, Li Zixin rushed forward to help. Just when he was about to open his mouth to say something, he saw Tushan Yuan pointing at Tushan Shue's room, signaling not to speak. Li Zixin's eyes were covered in watery mist. She sighed, and finally nodded. A year ago, when Tushan Shue's sudden death, Tushan Yuan held the wine for a day and a night without stopping. Then he drank himself straight to death. Li Zixin sent him to the hospital. After examination, the doctor told him that long-term alcoholism caused by cirrhosis of the liver. Ideally, it has 5 years of life left in it.
Tushan Yuan didn't want Tushan Shui to know these things.
He didn't want Tushan Shui to be sad because of himself. After all, he only had 4 years left.
But Tushan Yuki's life has just begun. He came to the door of Tushan Yuki's room and knocked. Yuki.
There was no response.
Ugh, leave her alone.
Seeing that Li Zixin wanted to continue knocking on the door, Tushan Yuan sighed and pulled her to walk back to her room. At this moment, Tushan Shue's brain was in chaos. When he finished speaking, he turned his eyes away intolerantly. As the head of the company, he was naturally aware of the character of the two people in front of him. He is one of those rotten people who go up to help the elderly when they see them fall down on the road. He was more inclined to believe that the retarded girl had kidnapped them than that they had kidnapped the retarded girl.
The company is profit-oriented.
Many of the partners learned that the duo were employees of their own companies and demanded that they be fired or else the collaboration would be cancelled. As a result, his superiors demanded that the duo be fired, and he was only a branch supervisor.
Only orders from superiors can be carried out. Tushan Yuan and Li Zixin exchanged a glance and took the phone to look at the screen. A short video is playing on the phone at the moment.
The video was posted by Shabibi, who at the moment has surpassed 1 million followers. Up 900,000 followers in just one night. Video titled Vicious Couple Kidnaps Mentally Retarded Girl.
Chapter 37, Helplessness.
The video is simple, starting with surveillance footage that proves to netizens that Tushan Yuki has an intellectual problem. Then, through subsequent surveillance, he accuses the couple, Mr. and Mrs. Tushan Yuan, of imprisoning Tushan Shui. One of them was when Tushan Yuan carried Tushan Shui upstairs. Originally Tushan Shui was unconscious due to high fever. However, under Shabi's deliberate guidance, it was misinterpreted as the duo giving Tushan Shui a drug to bewitch the young girl. Then, through last night's video, package yourself as a righteous person who seeks justice for a young girl but is beaten by a vicious couple. After watching the video, both Tushan Yuan and Li Zixin remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, the supervisor wanted to open his mouth to comfort the duo, but didn't know what to say.
Tushan Yuan seemed to see the supervisor's difficulty and shook his head with a smile. He knew that the supervisor was also just a hit man, just in a higher position, second only to the video posted by Shabibi of the vicious couple imprisoning mentally retarded girl. Ironically, the comments section is clear of insults to the Tushan Far couple. After all, there was no one who why the daughter of the vice president of Chihuahua Corporation could have the personal information of Mr. and Mrs. Tushan Yuan and make this. Cough cough. As soon as he left the company, Tushan Yuan covered his mouth and let out a series of coughs. Tendrils of blood seeped out from between his fingers. Li Zixin hurriedly helped Tushan Yuan to sit on a roadside chair, rest for a while. Tushan Yuan shook his head. Xiao Shui is still home alone. It's not safe for her to be a girl. We have to go back earlier. With that, he braced his weak body to get up and head in the direction of the rumble. After a morning meeting, Li Bagua just returned to the room. Then he saw a dozen missed calls on his cell phone. Frowning, what's with a dozen missed calls a morning? Opened his cell phone and looked at the message.
The pupils contracted suddenly. It just felt like a fire burning in my heart. The right hand slammed down on the table in front of him. Bang! Chapter 38 Conscience. Asshole! Li Bagua angrily rebuked, because the sound was too loud. LV Liang next door rushed over at the sound. What's wrong? Hearing Lu Liang's voice, Zhang Bagua took a deep breath to calm himself down. Something happened to Tu Shan Yuan.
Who? Tu Shan Yuan, a soldier under my hand before. Zhang Bagua sighed and briefly introduced Tu Shan Yuan's deeds to Lu Liang.
Tu Shan Yuan and his squad, during a mission to capture the flower team, were counter-encircled by the other side due to a leak of information. However, the squad, under the command of Tu Shan Yuan, ended up with 8 people, dragging down more than 20 people from the other side until reinforcements arrived. It was only after it was over that Tu Shan Yuan realized in hindsight that he had been shot 4 times in the small of his back. However, what makes Zhang Bagua and others feel guilty is that the mission was marred by command problems, which led to the escape of several criminals. This led to several criminals managing to survive and hold a grudge against Tu Shan Far.
Not long after this incident, the criminals who survived tried to capture Tu Shan Yuan's parents to threaten him. However, the parents, in order to Tu Shan Yuan not to be implicated by their own, finally. Ugh. Zhang Bagua sighed. If the command was not wrong back then, Tu Shan Yuan's parents would not have.
It was for this reason that Zhang Bagua, as well as the several people in charge of command at the time, paid extra attention to Tu Shan Yuan. The first time after this incident, Zhang Bagua, who is now serving as a division commander in City A, was contacted. LV Liang couldn't persuade anything with his words, so he could only try to change the topic. You said something happened to him, what happened? Hearing Lu Liang mention this, Zhang Bagua's heart immediately surged with another wave of anger. Bang! Slamming his right hand on the desktop, he calmed down before handing his cell phone to Lu Liang. Just take a look and you'll know. Li Zixin felt the cold eyes around her, and only felt endless sadness in her heart. Holding the unconscious Tu Shan Yuan, he moved in the direction of the hospital little by little. Just with such heavy rain, in Tu Shan Yuan's current physical state. If we go at this rate, by the time we get to the hospital, it will be too late. Rainwater mixed with tears slid down from Li Zixin's face. All their lives, husband and wife have been doing good deeds. Good things come in small packages, but in the end, they end up like this. Tu Shan Shui looked at the video on the screen in front of her that had already surpassed 10 million likes. Another look out the window at the pounding rain. There was a vague sense of unease in his heart. Finally, she decided to make a short video to prove that she was not incarcerated and that she was living a good life. Even if, by others, they find out that they don't have a legal identity, even if their identity as a fox demon is discovered by others. Use your computer to take the video and upload it. I was expecting this video to catch fire as quickly as the ones that were abusive to parents. However, the video was just released less than 3 minutes ago. Tu Shan Shui looked at the alert that popped up on the notification bar, and her entire body froze. The video was reported by multiple people as being in violation of the law, doing a takedown. In disbelief, she made another clarifying video. It was soon reported down again. Not knowing how long she had been walking in the rain, Li Zixin felt that she was now drained. There should be a fever. His legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The back of her head hit the curb behind her hard, and the sharp pain caused her to suck in a cool breath. However, looking down at Tu Shan Yuan, whose head was protected by his own hands, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Jingle bells, jingle bells. The cell phone was ringing like a death wish. Trying to get up, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. At the same time, with a high fever plus a sharp blow to the back of her head, Li Zixin felt an unprecedented drowsiness come over her. Despair. Tu Shan Shui only felt a wave of despair. She even posted a video claiming to be a fox demon, which was still taken down. In just 1 hour, she had posted more than a dozen videos in a row, all of which were reported down. At the same time, Shabi looked at her account which already had 2.5 million followers. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the moment he has surpassed 12 million likes on that video. Meanwhile, along with the gradual expansion of public opinion, major officials began to take a stand. The police have also started investigating the matter. Shabi, however, did not panic in the slightest, even if Tu Shan Yuan and the others were really wrongly accused. You don't need to worry about it yourself. Because there have been similar cases. If they were truly innocent, all one would have to do was post an apology video, not even a fine. Not long after Li Zixin fainted, two construction workers who had just finished lunch and were preparing to go to the construction site saw the two fainted on the side of the road. What's going on? So many people and no one cares. One of the bone-thin male workers who looked to be in his 40s went forward to help Tu Shan up. Reaching up, he probed his nose and frowned. It's not looking very good.
Looks like it needs to be taken to the hospital.
On the other side, the female worker probed Li Zixin's nose, and her condition was better than Tu Shan.
But it's only better.
Hearing the male worker's words, he frowned. We're running out of time. If we take them to the hospital we'll be late and we'll have to dock their pay. The male worker sniffed without the slightest hesitation and asked, is money important, or is human life important? A woman with gorgeous clothes and a full figure saw that these two people seemed to be trying to manage the matter of the Tu Shan duo. Couldn't help but speak out and remind, these two are the evil couple, be careful of drawing fire. The construction worker frowned at that. I don't care what his status is, all I know is that he needs to go to the hospital right now. If I don't save him, my own conscience will be too much for me, it's as simple as that. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the woman's eating expression. The duo put Tu Shan and Li Zixin in the backseat of the battery car and rode in the direction of the hospital. Face grim, but two stinking bricklayers, and they're educating me.
Brother Xiaolong, I want that fox demon.
Ding Xiaolong looked in the direction of Zheng Ying's finger and saw Tu Shan Shui, who was curled up in a ball with her eyes closed on the tree.
At this moment, Tu Shan Shui's body was surrounded by a layer of black aura.
With just one glance, Ding Xiaolong could tell the cultivation level of Tu Shan Shui at this moment.
6th level of foundation building.
A good choice indeed, Ding Xiaolong thought as he did.
I'll go get her for you, just wait here for a minute.
After saying this, Ding Xiaolong clenched his hands together and flew towards Tu Shan Shui.
I thought it would be easy, except, the moment she approached Tu Shan Yuki. Boom!
Tu Shan Shui still didn't open her eyes, just the black mist around her.
It seemed to have sensed someone approaching and instantly became furious. Ding Xiaolong was immediately shaken back by the aura of this.
This black mist, which he had never seen before, actually caused even one of his early-stage Jindan powerhouses to feel palpitations.
Chapter 39, The Upper Class. Brother Xiaolong.
When Zhang Ying saw that Ding Xiaolong was shaken away by the black mist, she let out a cry of alarm and was about to run towards the front. Seeing this, Ding Xiaolong barked at Zheng Ying, go back. This black mist even his own early Jindan stage felt palpitations, with Zheng Ying's realm over his not a. The black mist around the young girl gave herself a familiar feeling that she should have seen it somewhere.
Tu Shan Yuki couldn't bear to keep going through the comments and simply shut down.
However, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she heard the doctor ask, the patient is suffering from cirrhosis of the liver, you should know this, right?
Aha!
The doctor nodded when he saw that Li Zixin knew, and then looked at Li Zixin with a serious expression, you have to be mentally prepared for my next words. Li Zixin's heart immediately floated with a touch of ominous foreboding when she heard this. In the next instant the doctor was heard to say, the patient's cirrhosis has deteriorated to the extreme. What was originally expected to be 4 years is now less than 6 months at most. With a boom, Li Zixin only felt her mind go blank. His legs went limp, and his whole body sat down on the floor, his eyes looking at the doctor with the last trace of hope. Doctor, you're joking, right?
I know, you must be joking, right?
Seeing Li Zixin like this, the doctor took out a checkup report and handed it to Li Zixin although he was a bit intolerant. Ugh, look at it yourself.
Li Zixin just stiffly took the report.
She didn't listen to a word the doctor said after that. When Tu Shan Shui ran through the rain to the place where her parents worked, the clothes on her body were already thoroughly soaked with rainwater. The tail was also colored from dragging in the dirty, smelly water. She stood frozen on the floor of the company, looking at the already locked door and looking upwards. There was no light in the whole building.
Obviously, long off duty.
The city streets were already crowded late at night, and today was a rainstorm.
Tu Shan Yuki was the only one on the entire street.
The rain continued to wash over the young girl as she walked down the street with empty eyes.
There is no purpose.
I don't know how long she walked, but she came to the door of the police station.
Look at the police station in front of you. If I go in and call the police, I should be able to find them, right? Tu Shan Shui thought in her mind.
It's just that once you go in and call the police, all the secrets you've been hiding are probably going to, even he should be captured for research. It's just that the thought that my parents are now alive or dead. Think about the last 2 days living with your parents. If the missing person was themselves, there should be no hesitation for them to stand here now in their place.
Tushan Yuki couldn't help but laugh to herself. Laughing and crying.
Meanwhile, Shabi had just finished her live broadcast sitting by the hotel window, blowing on the air conditioning and overlooking the entire city at night. Looking at the live broadcast earnings, the gift reward was 1,400,000.
Sabi picked up the red wine on the table and took a sip. Gee, I'm on the up and up too.
But it's the red wine, it's not as good as the $20 bottle kind I buy at the grocery store.
Putting the wine down and feeling a little tired, he went back to bed and lay down. That's a comfortable bed, much more comfortable than a rental house. Feeling the soft bed on her body, Sabi couldn't help but sigh. Lying in bed looking at the personal interface on my phone.
Already 2.9 million followers. He felt that when he woke up, he should be able to break 3 million.
Chapter 40, Repairing Air Conditioning.
Tushan Yuki was just about to go into the police station to call the police when he saw a man walk out of the police station.
When Li Baoguo saw Tushan Shui standing outside the police station in the rain, he went forward with his umbrella and asked, "Is there something wrong with the little girl?" Tushan Yuki heard the voice and looked at the visitor. From memory, this man had come to his house and seemed to be quite close to his father. Cough cough.
Li Zixin, who was lying on the edge of the bed taking a nap, saw that Tushan Yuan had woken up and hurriedly helped him sit up.
"This is a hospital?"
Tushan Yuan asked with a frown as he got up and surveyed his surroundings, smelling the smell of disinfectant water that filled the air.
Aha! Seeing Li Zixin nodding her head, Tushan Yuan looked at the sky outside the window that had completely darkened. "What time is it now?" Li Zixin looked at the time. "It's 3 in the morning. Tushan Yuan sniffed, his brows frowning even tighter. "Where's Xiao Shui? Does she know we're in the hospital?"
Li Zixin hesitated slightly before
"Because Xiao Shui doesn't have a cell phone, there's no way to."
Li Zixin was just about to open her mouth when the door to the hospital room was pushed open.
6 months? What 6 months? Hearing this familiar voice, the two's bodies jolted. "First Sergeant." Tushan Yuan looked at the visitor, and his entire body was still a bit unresponsive. Shouldn't the first sergeant be in the army at this hour? "What brings you here, Captain?"
Although Li Baoguo was now a division commander, Tushan Yuan was still used to calling out his former position. Li Baoguo obviously didn't mind Tushan Yuan calling himself that. He came to the bedside and helped Tushan Yuan sit down.
"Tell me, what's only 6 months left?"
Tushan Yuan, however, shut up and didn't say a word. He didn't really want the first captain to know what he was up to.
"Don't want anyone else to worry because of you."
When Li Baoguo saw that Tushan Yuan didn't seem to want to say anything, the aura on his entire body changed. Tushan Yuan. When Tushan Yuan heard the first captain call his name, he subconsciously got up. "Here." Li Baoguo pressed Tushan Yuan back onto the bed with one hand. "Say, this is an order." Tushan Yuan opened his mouth and finally looked at Li Zixin for help, hoping that she could help him out. Li Zixin felt Tushan Yuan's gaze and closed her eyes and averted her head to the side. She knew that Tushan Yuan didn't want anyone else to know about this, but this time forgive her for being selfish for once. After Tushan Yuan explained the situation, the room fell into a kind of dead silence. Li Baoguo took a deep breath and went to the window to look out. By now, the rain had stopped outside the window.
Tushan Yuki stood outside the door, listening to the conversation coming from the room.
"It felt as if the blood in my body had frozen." Surprisingly, she never knew from the beginning that her father actually had cirrhosis of the liver. Not to mention the aggravation of the condition, which now leaves only 6 months to live. After a long time, Li Baoguo in the room was the first to open his mouth to break the silence. "Outside the police station, I saw an individual looking for you guys, so I brought her here." Hearing Li Baoguo's words, the husband and wife glanced at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. At this stage now, it was amazing that anyone would take the initiative to find themselves. They couldn't figure it out. The duo saw that Li Baoguo had no intention of explaining, so they could only shift their gaze to the door. The door to the room was pushed open with a crunch. When the duo saw the young girl standing outside the door with tears streaming down her face, the entire group froze.
"How come it's Tushan Yuki? How much of the conversation just now did Tushan Shui hear?"
Li Baoguo did not continue to stop in the room, turned around and headed for the door.
Passing by Tushan Yuki, he smoothly pushed the young girl into the room. Bang!
With the door of the room closed, the whole ward was suddenly left with only a family of 3. For a while, no one spoke.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
The room fell into dead silence, with only the sound of water dripping from Tushan Yuki's clothes falling to the ground.
Is it true what was just said? Finally, it was Tushan Shui who couldn't help but take the lead and ask.
The following day, Shabi woke up and habitually opened the short video platform and looked at the number of her followers.
Sabi let out a soft giggle as he thought he should be awake.
Rubbing his eyes, he looked at the screen again, still 2.5 million followers.
There were 2.9 million followers before I went to bed. How come it not only didn't go up overnight, but dropped 400,000? For a moment, he couldn't think straight.
I opened up today's hot search and realized that my video had fallen out of the top 10.
Open the first video, one of two 100 million follower accounts.
The release was also simple, simply stating that Mr. and Mrs. Tushan Yuan did not imprison Tushan Shui.
No details were given about what happened.
Even so, because of the authority of the account, most people then simply choose to believe it.
After all, they just wanted to join in the fun, and now that the official word has been spoken, the odds are that it's true.
Shabi saw this and knew why her fan base had dwindled.
It's just a shame that I can't keep up my powder and am not worried about needing to go to jail. After all, there was a time when a certain netizen rose a wave of fans by rumoring about his boss, and in the end, he was only fined $50,000.
Open the second video, posted by National Army officials.
After watching the video, Shabi's entire face paled. He didn't expect, in any way, that Tushan Yuan had joined the army.
Of course, if that was all it wasn't enough to scare him. After all, there were plenty of soldiers in the country. What really disturbed him was that the other party had, surprisingly, achieved first-class honors once and third-class honors twice. This time, the official account of the army actually directly released a video to publicly support Mr. and Mrs. Tushan Yuan.
I opened the third video and before I could watch it, I heard a knock on the door.
Sabi frowned. How could anyone come knocking on her door when she was in a hotel?
Fix the air conditioner.
Heard a voice coming from the door and looked at the normally working air conditioner.
Sabi just assumed that the other person was knocking on the wrong door, thinking that she didn't need to pay attention.
A few seconds later, there was another knock on the door of the room.
Fix the air conditioner. End of this chapter text. Extra, the following is the originally planned direction of the dream, and the ending is a great tragedy, so if you're interested you can read it, but if you're not you can just skip it.
The plot has moved away from the original outline since the VP of Chihuahua exposed information about the duo, leading to the need to reimagine the end and the impact of the whole dream on the larger plot.
So I'm stuck in writing today, and updating late.
First of all, let's talk about the original plan, from the daughter of the vice president of Chihuahua Company to bring things to light, because of the identity problem, plus the pressure of public opinion, resulting in the police had to go down. The police came to the bottom of the building and demanded that Tushan Yuan hand over Tushan Shui, but because of his fox demon status, Tushan Yuan knew that once he did, there was a high probability that Tushan Shui wouldn't come back. As a father, it's obviously impossible to let something like that happen. Therefore, he was determined not to hand over Tushan Shui. The two sides are at a stalemate, and Tushan Shui doesn't want her parents to make an enemy of the police again because of herself. That's why he showed up voluntarily to follow the police back. Tushan Yuan was adamant that he would not allow Tushan Shui to go out, so he stopped Tushan Shui.
Yet this action became hostage-taking on the police side. Eventually. Bang!
Tushan Shui looked at Tushan Yuan, who had collapsed in front of her. The whole man knelt on the ground, his eyes shedding tears of blood. The original dream ended here, and until the end of the dream, Tushan Shui didn't even admit her identity to her parents. The purpose is to pave the way for the complete blackening of Tushan Shui, but later felt that the actual too abusive, or although it is a dream parents should not be reduced to the protagonist to grow up on the road to sacrifice. So reframe the paragraph a bit. So, I'm stuck today, and I apologize again for that.
Chapter 41, Red Dust Dreamland. Shabi finally couldn't hold back any longer as she listened to the demanding voice.
What the hell, I'm going to the front desk to complain.
Sabi cursed and got up to open the door to her room.
The words were not finished, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The room was quiet for a moment, leaving behind the cell phone on the bed, still playing the short video that hadn't finished airing.
The state decided to immediately, strict self-media chaos, rectify the release of inaccurate information self-media. So, when did you guys recognize me?
Tushan Shui sat in the car, still unable to hide the curiosity in her heart. She asked to Tushan Yuan.
Tushan Yuan dotingly rubbed Tushan Shui's head. What do you think? Tushan Shui frowned and pondered for a while, and spoke tentatively. It can't be that you guys guessed it as soon as we met, right?
Tushan Yuan and Li Zixin smiled at each other and did not answer Tushan Shue's question. Seeing this, how could Tushan Shui not understand that they had really guessed their identity at first glance?
I can't believe I thought they wouldn't recognize them.
Once she thought of them as her parents, Tushan Shui was relieved again. What parent in the world wouldn't recognize their child? Li Baoguo was driving in the front, heard the three people's conversation, looked at the cozy and harmonious family of three through the rearview mirror, and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Tushan Shui talked with her parents in the room for the whole night, and Li Baoguo didn't know what exactly they conversed about. But there were no more questions. Soon the car came to the police station. Li Baoguo said to Tushan Shui, who was sitting in the back seat, "Get off the car, and help you register your legal identity." Where on earth have I felt this aura before? Ding Xiaolong felt the aura of black mist around Tushan Shui and kept rummaging through the memories in his mind. Finally, accompanied by the black mist, aura around Tushan Shui's body had decreased compared to before. It occurred to him exactly where he had felt this scent. Red dust flower. He was certain that he had sensed the scent of the heavenly material red dust flower on the black mist surrounding Tushan Shui. The red dust flower, also known as the dream of red dust. Regardless of what realm the user was in, once they entered the red dust dream realm, when the dream ended, they would be by at least one minor realm. He had once seen the patriarch use it from afar. That was why he was familiar with the aura surrounding Tushan Shui. Just, why is the aura around her black? This was something Ding Xiaolong hadn't figured out. When Sovereign used it, the surrounding spiritual energy was clearly white. But now is not the time to think about that. When the user enters the red dust dreamscape, the red dust flower will autonomously shelter the user to ensure their return from the dreamscape. However, because it had no spiritual intelligence of its own, as long as it didn't actively attack, it wouldn't be seen as a threat by the red dust flower. Thinking about all this, the look of gravity on Ding Xiaolong's face slowly receded. As long as one did not take the initiative to attack, then one only needed to set up a formation to trap the fox demon in front of them. When the red dust dreamland ends, the red dust flowers will no longer shelter each other. At that time, with his own strength in the Jindan realm, if he wanted to capture the other party to make Zhengying contract, wouldn't it be simple? Thinking of this, Ding Xiaolong no longer hesitated and began to set up the formation. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon after Tushan Yuki had registered his legal identity. Although he encountered some problems in the middle of the journey, he finally managed to obtain a legal identity with the help of Li Baoguo. On the way home, Tushan Shui couldn't help but ask, "Dad, let's go on a trip." What's with the sudden desire to travel? Hearing Tushan Yuan's words, Tushan Shui pursed her lips, and only after a long time did she wriggle, "I still remember when I was a child, you always said that the biggest regret in my life was didn't get to go to the imperial capital to see the Unity Gate for myself." Tushan Yuan froze at his words, and only after careful recollection did he remember what seemed to have been said once when he was drunk. He himself had already forgotten about this matter, but he didn't expect that Tushan Shui would still remember it. Reaching up, he rubbed the sand out of his eyes and rubbed it on Tushan Yuki's head. "Okay, we'll go on a trip together." Li Zixin, who was on the side, smiled in relief when she saw this. After sending the three of them home, Li Baoguo left on the grounds that there were still things that needed to be dealt with on the troop side. As soon as they got upstairs, the three of them saw a mountain of milk piled up in front of the house, as well as a variety of gifts. Because of the fear of harassing phone calls, Tushan Yuan and Li Zixin's cell phones, until now, were not turned on. Li Baoguo also did not take the initiative to mention this matter with the three. So until now, they were unaware that on the internet, public opinion had completely reversed. Tushan Yuki took a slip of paper sandwiched between the milk into her hands and glanced at its contents. It was roughly because he had insulted Tushan Yuan and felt that he was too much of a badass to make a hero bleed and shed tears, and these milk served as his compensation in the hope that Tushan Yuan could take it. Otherwise you can't sleep well on your own. Tushan Yuan was silent for a long time as he heard Tushan. Some people have been asking Shabibi to come out and give a statement, asking if he's walking around with $500,000. Tushan Yuki also clicked into Shabi's account, and at the moment, he had 2.13 million followers. The last updated video was still a Hiroko from last night. The comment section was clear of insults, even along with the brand. In fact, the brand is in a hurry at the moment, and they contacted Sabi early in the morning when they sensed that something wasn't right and asked for the video to be removed. As long as Sabi deletes the video, they may not even pursue a breach of contract. Only, half a day had passed and Sabi had not replied to their message. Even, the message is unread so far.
Tushan Yuki continued to scroll down and saw the second of the hot searches. The vice president of Thousand Trails publicly apologized for his daughter's inappropriate behavior. Chapter 42, Being a minor is not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Tushan Yuki tapped on the hot search. The cause of the incident was the huge reversal of the whole thing along with the stepping down of the official. At the same time, some netizens then thought of the person who previously exposed the personal information of Mr. and Mrs. Tushan Yuan and claimed to be the daughter of the vice president of Chihuahua Corporation. As a result, there were netizens who posted videos and publicly demanded a statement from Chance. Why she was able to get personal information and publicize it online. As soon as the video was posted, it was instantly supported by countless netizens. Many people have questioned the confidentiality of Chance's user information. The company's stock price, as a result, plummeted by $500 million in an hour. At first, Chance wanted to keep the heat down by controlling public opinion. But soon they realized that it seemed that the impact of this matter was too great and the heat was too great for them to suppress. Pressured by public opinion, the vice president of Chance publicly issued an apology. And at the end of the apology mentioned, "The daughter is still a minor, the mind is not yet mature, I hope everyone can give her a chance to reform." These words were like dropping a bomb on a calm sea, which immediately set off shocking waves. Everyone didn't expect that, as the vice president of Chihuahua, he could say something like this. Perhaps realizing that he had said something he shouldn't have, the apology video was deleted after only a few minutes. She was going to spend more time with Tushan Yuan during this time. Tushan Shui walked out of the room and saw Tushan Yuan sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper. Mother wasn't in the living room, I think she was washing fruit in the kitchen. How good it would have been if, instead of my father's illness, the family had continued to live in such an uneventful way. Tushan Shui couldn't help but feel lost when she thought that her father only had the last half year left. But soon, she pushed down the emotions in her mind and sat down on the couch. Tushan Yuan felt Tushan Shui come out and was slightly surprised. Because in his impression, once Tushan Shui played with the computer, it was the kind that could play for a day and a night without sleeping. This time it's actually so fast? Dad, let's leave tomorrow. Tushan Yuan sniffed slightly. Why are you so early? We are only half a day's drive from the imperial capital. I want to take you with me and see all the greatness of my country. Li Zixin just finished washing the fruits and came out, and when she heard Tushan Shui say so, she also agreed. Yes, let's leave tomorrow, we don't have much to deal with anyway. Tushan Yuan was silent, he had never thought of seeing all the great mountains and rivers of his country. The original plan was just to go to the imperial capital to see the Unity Gate, but now hearing the mother and daughter's proposal, it is impossible not to be moved. Dad, I'll take that as a yes if you don't say anything. Tushan Shui pulled Tushan Yuan's arm and pouted there, and her tail wagged behind her. Tushan Yuan smiled helplessly. You're afraid that you just weren't prepared to give me the chance to refuse. He. Tushan Yuki winked playfully. After finalizing the travel plan, Tushan Shui returned to her room and started looking for various tips on the video platform. Start making travel plans that allow you to play in more places without making your father physically sick. After dinner in the evening, the family went out to purchase the supplies needed for the trip. After procuring the supplies, Tushan Yuki buried herself in her room once again. The next day, during the morning meal, Tushan Shui hadn't even slept because she'd been doing her strategy all night. When the husband and wife saw those two wheels on Tushan Shui's eyes, they were truly taken aback. Li Zixin worriedly said, how about? Resign it to the evening, there's no rush for this half day. Tushan Yuan was also worried, why don't you go get some sleep first, and we'll reschedule our tickets for the night. Because of Tushan Yuan's physical problems, and also considering the time problem, this trip did not choose to drive, but to use the plane as the main means of transportation. When Tushan Shui heard this, she was anxious. She had been doing the strategy for one night, all the time was planned, how could she say that it was postponed? He quickly took out a can of Red Donkey and poured it into his mouth. No, I drank the Red Donkey, my energy is beyond your imagination. The two glanced at each other, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes, but could not argue with Tushan Shui. After breakfast it was time to drive to the airport. Be quick, I need to be quicker. Night Wanqing used her divine sense to carefully sense the location of the handcuffs. The images from the dream continued to flash through Night Wantran's mind. She couldn't accept Tushan Yuki being contracted by someone else. The reason she was worried about the dream images happening. It wasn't because Tushan Yuki would manage to escape. After all, with her own identity as the holy maiden of the demon sect, if Tushan Shui really just ran away.
Naturally, there was no need to worry, but the dream image was of Tushan Yuki being contracted by someone else.
Once a master-servant contract is signed, no one can break it, not even the person who signed it. Unless Tushan Shui died, the contract would automatically be dissolved, and the person who signed the contract could recontract a demonic beast. However, if the person who signed the contract died, Tushan Shui would also die with him. This is the hegemony of the master-servant contract. It was also for this reason that she did not take the initiative to sign a master-servant contract with Tushan Shui. She was worried that if she had an accident one day while on a mission, Tushan Shui would be implicated by herself. Thinking of this, the demonic chi around Night Wanqing instantly became furious, and her speed doubled again. Her Highness is actually burning her lifespan to increase her speed. The 7 night guards following behind them all looked at each other. Chapter 43, Rising with the Sun. The first stop of the tour was chosen in the Tibetan area because this place is the closest to the sky. The plane will take about 6 hours to get from a city to the Tibetan area. After doing a night of strategy, Tushan Shui had long been exhausted, so she fell into a deep sleep as soon as she boarded the airplane. Seeing this, Li Zixin asked the stewardess for a blanket and helped cover Tushan Shui, fearing that she would freeze. It wasn't until the plane was about to land that Li Zixin woke up Tushan Shui from her sleep. Time to get up, it's coming. Tushan Yuki heard the voice and answered in a daze, However, as soon as the words were out of his mouth he closed his eyes again and fell asleep. Seeing this, Li Zixin wanted to continue waking up Tushan Shui, but was stopped by Tushan Yuan reaching out. When Tushan Yuki woke up, she found herself lying on a hotel bed. Shouldn't it be on an airplane? She blinked, slightly confused. Is it possible that you're still awake? Reaching out, he pinched himself. Hiss. Li Zixin, who was on the side, let out a light laugh when she saw this. The little lazy cat has finally woken up. Tushan Shui's cheeks instantly reddened when she heard Li Zixin's jab. Mom, don't make fun of me. Okay, no snark. Tushan Shui looked out the window and asked, Mom, what time is it? Li Zixin looked at her cell phone, it's 5 in the afternoon. Ha? Tushan Shui's entire body froze at his words. She looked at how bright it was outside and thought she had only slept a little. I didn't realize it was already 5 in the afternoon. Hungry, hurry up and get up, your dad's in line at the yak hot pot place downstairs, it should be getting there soon. Aha! Tushan Shui woke up and washed her face, then went downstairs with Li Zixin. Seeing the duo descend the stairs, Tushan Yuan beckoned, just in time for us, I was just about to call you guys. This hot pot restaurant has a rating of 4.8 on an app as the highest rated one you'll see on Tuzin Far. The flavor is also very good indeed. Of course, Tushan Snow is a veteran milk tea lover. The main attraction of the store for her was not the hot pot, but the free ghee tea. It literally tasted exactly like milk tea, and even tasted better than milk tea to her because of the first time she drank it. Therefore, after a whole meal, Tushan Shui drank 2 whole pots of ghee tea. On the way back to the hotel after dinner, Tushan Shui was still a bit unfulfilled. She felt that if she brought the ghee tea to the mainland to sell, it should be enjoyed by many people. Of course, it's just a thought. After arriving at the hotel, Tushan Yuan returned to his room while saying to Tushan Shui, remember to sleep early tonight, you have to wake up early tomorrow. Aha! The next day, Tushan Shui lived up to her expectations and appeared in front of her parents with a pair of panda eyes. Both of them looked as if they expected it. After all, after 8 hours of daytime sleep yesterday, I'm sure I won't be able to sleep at night. When Tushan Shui saw this look on the duo's faces, she pouted in dissatisfaction, Mom and Dad, don't laugh at me. Fine, we won't laugh at you. Having said that, whenever the two of them saw those 2 large dark circles on Tushan Shui, in this way, in the midst of laughter, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the hotel. An SUV had long been waiting at the entrance, and when he saw the 3 come out, the guide hurriedly got out and greeted them. Because of the consideration of his father's health problems, Tushan Shui did not choose a tour group. Instead, I found a local guide with a good reputation. The first day's itinerary was simple, from the City of the Sun to the Sacred City, the capital of the Tibetan province. Because the Tibetan area is really big, 90% of the first day was spent on the road. Even so, Tushan Yuki looked at the snow-covered mountains on both sides of the road, and the sky that was as blue as if it was painted. It always feels like I'm living in a comic book. There's a sense of unreality. The car made stops and starts along the way, stopping at every free lookout point to let the trio down to take pictures and enjoy the view. Tushan Shui looked at the goat lake in front of her, and her entire body was shocked.
She had never seen a lake so clear. With the blue sky, it's like being in a painting. Just walk along and watch. By the time we got to the holy city, it was after 7 o'clock in the evening. Because she had been looking at the scenery all day, Tushan Shui hadn't slept. So just as soon as they got off the bus, Tushan Shui was yawning, seemingly ready to lie down on the ground and take a nap at any moment. The four of them casually found a restaurant near the hotel and ate before returning to the hotel to sleep. Tushan Shui might have been really sleepy, and she fell asleep as soon as she laid down. She had a dream. In the dream there was a talking flower that called itself fallen from the red dust. It seemed to have said something important to itself, but after waking up, no matter how much Tushan Shui recalled it. But how can you not remember what it actually said to you in the dream? Good times are always short. Unconsciously, there was only one last week left before the 6-month deadline. Tushan Shui could clearly feel that her father was coughing too often now than before. And every time I coughed up a big pool of blood. She could sense that her father didn't have much time left. Every morning when she woke up, she could see her mother's red, swollen eyes from crying. In order to prevent any other changes, after discussing with her parents, Tushan Shui went to the imperial capital this evening. Just in time to see the flag-raising ceremony tomorrow morning. When the three arrived at the Unity Gate, there were 10 minutes before the official entrance time. The soldier in charge of the security check took the initiative to salute Tushan Yuan upon seeing him. After Tushan Yuan returned the salute, the soldier opened the passageway and said to the three, Tushan Yuan, greetings, old squad leader, retired military personnel can. Not a single movement. Tushan Shui and Li Zixin both stood by the side without interrupting. Uncle. Until a clear child's voice pulled Tushan Yuan's thoughts back. Tushan Far looked down at the little boy who had just reached his thighs. Uncle, I want to be a hero like you when I grow up. Tushan Yuan smiled gratefully at his words. Well, Uncle believes in you. The little boy's parents rushed over and took the little boy away. Sorry to bother you. Tushan Yuan smiled and shook his head. Even when the little boy was taken away by his parents, he kept repeating under his breath, Uncle said I will be a big hero like him in the future. Tushan Yuan turned back to Li Zixin and Tushan Shui, who had reddened eyes. In a hoarse voice, he said, let's go. After returning to the hotel, Tushan Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the bustling city, and suddenly spoke, go home. Tushan Shui and Li Zixin sniffed, although they didn't understand why Tushan Yuan wanted to go home at this time. But obviously there will be no comments. Considering Tushan Yuan's health problems, he didn't buy an airplane ticket, but took a high-speed train back to a city. Since the imperial capital wasn't very far from a city, it was only a little after 3 in the afternoon when the three of them returned home. After returning home, Tushan Yuan had been sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at the distant sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Far away, dying gradual evening. Dad. After an unknown amount of time, Tushan Shui looked at Tushan Yuan, who was sitting motionless on the sofa, and tentatively shouted. There was no response. At this moment, Li Zixin was already crying into tears. Tushan Shui stepped forward and tremblingly put her hand on the tip of Tushan Yuan's nose. It's gone. Tushan Shui instantly fell to the ground powerlessly, and the surrounding scene became illusory in an instant. Once again the voice from the dream rings in my ears, the dream is awake. At the same time, countless more information suddenly appeared in his mind. These are the contents of the conversations with the fallen from grace in my own dreams. A city. Hoo-oo. Li Zixin woke up with a jolt, gasping for air. Tushan Yuan sensed Li Zixin's abnormality and got up to pat her on the back. Did you dream about it too? Li Zixin instantly realized that something was wrong. Did you dream about it too? Tushan nodded farther away before looking up into the night sky, a faint smile hanging at the corners of his mouth. Maybe Yuki really is still alive. A flash of hope flashed in Li Zixin's eyes. Really? Still alive? Ding Xiaolong felt the black mist around Tushan Shui begin to dissipate. Eyes narrowed dangerously, waiting only for the moment when the black mist completely dissipated to launch an attack. Boom! With a loud bang, the black fog around Tushan Shui completely exploded. Hoo-oo! It immediately rolled up a sky of smoke and dust, and when the smoke and dust dispersed, Tushan Shui half kneeled on the ground in the middle of the field, panting heavily. She had already learned from fallen red dust that a realm above transformation god existed in this world. As long as one could break through to that realm, one would be able to break the world barrier and return to their original world. The next thing he only needed to do was to hide and develop secretly, and wait until the day he broke through above the spirit of transformation, then he would be able to go home and reunite with his parents. Only, Tu Shan Shui hadn't had time to be happy. In the next second, the vast Jindan pressure was pressing down from above. The current Tu Shan Shui's wrists were sealed from cultivation by Night Wan Cheng's handcuffs, and was only equivalent to an ordinary person with a stronger physique. For a moment it only felt as if every bone in his body was being cracked with a hammer a little bit. Put. A large mouthful of blood was immediately spat out from his mouth. At this moment, Ding Xiaolong also noticed Tu Shan Shui's abnormality. How could a fox demon at the 6th level of Foundation establishment be directly pressed by one of his own threats and spit out blood from his mouth? It was only after releasing his divine sense to perceive carefully that he realized that the handcuffs on the fox demon wrist seemed to be an extraordinary. Ding Xiaolong's eyes went cold at the sight and he bellowed, "Kneel down." Previously, because he was afraid of hurting Tu Shan Shui's roots and his strength would become weaker after the contract, he didn't fully release his might. At this moment, Tu Shan Shui's behavior completely angered Ding Xiaolong. If the foundation is, just kill it after the contract and find a. Zhang Ying's entire body flew backwards, and the drop of essence blood that flew towards Tu Shan Shui also dissipated in an instant. A young girl's clear and cold voice without any emotion came from the sky. Die. Chapter 45, The Royal Beast Sect removes its name. The cultivators practicing in the forest felt the sky suddenly darken, and all of them looked up into the air with uncertainty. However, the moment they looked up, their pupils suddenly contracted. Only a black sword chi was seen in the air across the sky. Just looking at it made one's eyes feel a stinging pain and shed tears of blood. Die. Suddenly, the crowd heard the young girl's voice, accompanied by a sword sound that resounded through the sky. Buzz. In the next second, only that sword chi was seen cutting through the sky like a meteor. And in the middle of the field, Tu Shan Shui, who had originally fallen into despair. The body jolted at the sound of Night Wan Qing's voice. Ding Xiaolong, on the other hand, was shocked by the sound, causing blood to seep out from the corners of his mouth as he staggered back. If he hadn't mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy in time to stabilize his soul. At this moment, he is already dead. He looked up in the direction the voice came from in horror, wondering what the hell it was. Surprisingly, it was just a voice that overwhelmed him. Put. However, before he could see the image in front of him, the black sword chi had already arrived in front of him. In the next second, the entire person exploded into a bloody mist. Ka-ching. Accompanied by a crunching sound, the formation underneath Tu Shan Shui's feet was instantly stirred to pieces by the sword chi that escaped. Wait until the sword energy dissipates. A young girl was dressed in a black dress, with one hand behind her back, standing above the sky. The demonic aura around his body was overflowing, and the violent demonic aura dyed half of the sky black. Who dares to hurt my daughter? Accompanied by a bellowing cry, a drop of essence blood flew out from the brow of Zhang Ying, whose entire being had been. In an instant, the essence blood transformed into a middle-aged man in the air. Noisy! Night Wanqing snorted coldly and stretched out a finger to point downward. Put! In the next second, the vapors that had just coalesced and formed before they could even see the scene in front of them. It was instantly pierced through by the demonic aura, which then slowly dissipated. The countless cultivators who were practicing in the forest at the moment all saw the scene happening in the air. Hiss. Sounds of cold air being sucked in were heard from all parts of the forest at once. What exactly is the identity of the Maiden of the Air? Although most people had never seen Night Wan Tran because of their status. However, that shadowy figure in the air just now was one that most people recognized. The sect leader of the first-rate power Imperial Beast sect, that was a mid-Yuaning stage powerhouse. Even if that was just a shadow just now. The strength is also not something that can be imagined by ordinary people. However, that young girl in the air had only used one finger. It then dispersed the Imperial Beast sect patriarch's shadow. Night Wanqing looked again at Tu Shan Shui, who was curled up on the ground, and reached out. The young girl's body was then held in her arms with one hand. And then without even looking at Zhang Ying on the ground, he took a step forward. Zhang Ying, who thought she had escaped, hadn't had time to be happy about getting her life back. Put! In the next second, the entire person exploded into a bloody mist. The place where the Imperial Beast sect is closed. Zhang Ying, who was in seclusion, felt the dissolution of his avatar and violently opened his eyes. An ominous feeling arose in his heart. With a flip of his wrist, the Zhang Ying soul lamp appeared in his hand. looking at the still-lit soul lamp in his hand. There was no time to breathe a sigh of relief.
In the next second, the soul light went out abruptly. Heart pounding. One's favorite daughter is dead. Bang. The cultivation room fell apart because it couldn't withstand the raging spiritual. Directly turning around, holding Tushan Shui in his arms, he took a step out and came 1,000 miles away. However, the 3 early Yuaning elders of the royal beast sect merely looked at the sword chi. One could then feel the sensation of divine sense being torn apart. The 3 of them were startled and hurriedly mobilized their entire body's spiritual energy to form a shield in front of them in an attempt to defend. Put.
However, Night Wanqing was a late-stage Yuaning powerhouse, and even at this moment, under the enchantment of the demon sect's secret method, her battle power was even comparable to a Yuaning great perfection. Click. The shield hadn't even touched the sword energy yet. It was then shaken by the breath that spilled outward from the sword chi, causing countless cracks to appear. Put. The sword chi easily broke through the crowd's defense, and in an instant the entire crowd was churned to pieces by the sword chi. Not even a body was left behind. Even Zhang Ying, who was in the middle stage of Yuaning, was only able to support himself for a few more breaths of time. A few breaths later, the spirit demon realm's first-class forces. Countless cultivators aspire to the imperial beast sect. Completely removed from the spirit demon realm, and even the place where the entire clan was located had been turned into a ruin at this moment. In vain, it left a sword scar that spread for hundreds of miles. There were also threads of sword chi in it that kept chopping outwards. Tushan Shui was led by Night Wanting to the top of a mountain where there was no one. At the moment, her entire body was curled up in Night Wanqing's arms. Perhaps it was because Night Wanqing was the only person she knew in this world. The thought that I had just come close to being indentured. It was actually lying in Night Wanqing's arms and crying out in aggravation. In just an instant, the clothes on Night Wanqing's body were soaked with the young girl's tears. And Night Wanqing felt Tushan Shui, who was lying in her arms and crying into tears. Somehow it was ghostly enough to reach out and pat the young girl on the back. The words that he had originally thought of reprimanding Tushan Shui, when they reached his mouth, they actually turned into a gentle reassurance. Don't cry, with your master here, no one can bully you. Chapter 46, Don't even think about it, Nightwing. Night Wan Tran was originally on her way, already thinking in her head that she would put her in a cage when she caught her. Never get out. Not only that, she had thought of many punishments that would make Tushan Yuki regret running away. But when she saw the tears of blood flowing from Tushan Shui's eyes, feeling the young girl's slightly trembling petite body, listening to the sobbing sound that kept coming out of the mouth of the young girl in his arms, somehow, a trace of intolerance was born in his heart. And then, it was a ghostly way of saying what he had just said. The moment the words were spoken, Night Wan Tran's entire body froze. She hadn't expected to be able to say such a thing, let alone sound so gentle. Tushan Shui felt Night Wan Ting's hand that kept patting on her back. Hearing Night Wan Qing's soothing words, the original restless heart gradually calmed down. It was also at this time that Tushan Shui felt, as an afterthought, the tearing pain coming from all parts of her body. Soon, he fell asleep in the arms of Night Wanqing. Feeling Tushan Shui fall asleep in her arms, Night Wanqing wowed and vomited out a small mouthful of blood. This was the side effect of the demon sect's secret method of forcibly raising strength. Depletion of longevity. She was afraid that Toussaint was worried about her before she fell asleep, even though she knew the probability of such a thing was slim to none. Even so, she still didn't want Tushan Shui to see her get hurt. It was also at this time that the Knight 7 arrived in a hurry. He happened to see the scene of Knight 1 pouring out blood. Your Holy Highness! Knight 7 exclaimed in shock at the sight. What kind of person could have injured Her Highness the Holy Maiden? Hastily stepping forward, he was about to support Night Wanqing. Night Wanqing shook her head. I'm fine, go back to the Holy Maiden Palace. After saying that, he carried Tushan Shui across his arms with both hands, enabling her to. But it also proves that what lies before us is not a dream. I can't believe she didn't put me in a cage? Tushan Shui couldn't believe it. Just now, because she was so nervous, she didn't even feel that the ground wasn't cold beneath her. Instead, it's a. Of all the disciples who followed Night Wanqing on this mission, all of them were dead except for the 7 night guards under Night Wanqing. Even Elder Sima Wan-yi and young Patriarch Sima Keiho did not make any exceptions. On top of that, the Imperial Beast Sect was also exterminated by Night Wanting. All the sects within the sphere of influence of the devil sect belonged to the subordinate sects of the devil sect to a certain extent. The Imperial Beast sect was naturally no exception. Zhang Ying, on the other hand, was one of the most loyal dogs under the Sima family. And now this dog was actually killed by Nightwing. This time, the Sima family could be said to have injured its foundation. On the other hand, the Amo family, the other big family of the devil sect, did not suffer any losses. Especially now that young patriarch Sima Keiho is dead. And in the entire Sima family, there are no other direct descendants. Therefore, the Sima family would be equivalent to losing their qualifications to compete for the position of sovereign. The position of the next patriarch is 90% Mo Qianyu. This caused Sima Freezing Shi's hatred for Night Wanqing to reach its peak. Night Wanqing, you'll pay for everything you've done. After 2 days, the side effects left behind by the demon sect's secret method had completely recovered. After Night Wanqing walked out of the cultivation room, she used her divine sense to probe Tushan Shue's cultivation room. Night Wanqing was a bit puzzled. In her conjecture, Tushan Shue should be cultivating right now. As it turned out, the practice room was empty. Could it be that it escaped again? Thinking of this, Night Wanqing's eyes chilled, and the surrounding demonic chi instantly became furious. She guaranteed that if Tushan Shue dared to escape again, she would never let her off easily. However, thinking that Night 7 and the others were in the Holy Maiden Palace, it was impossible for Tushan Shue to escape. It quickly calmed down. Divine sense instantly covered the entire Holy Maiden Palace. He soon discovered Tushan Shue, who was lying motionless on the bed, her eyes lifeless. Night Wanqing frowned. What's going on with her? Tushan Shue had been practicing hard before. Could it be that she knew she couldn't escape? So, laying flat and swinging for the fences? But no matter what Night Wanqing thought now, her body still took a step out to the room. Tushan Shue, on the other hand, acted as if she didn't feel Night Wanqing's arrival. Still lying motionless on the bed. A flash of nameless anger immediately surged in Night Wanqing's heart. What do you mean? He hadn't pursued her for running away, but it turned out that she was playing a little tantrum with himself first. Bang! At once, he lifted Tushan Shue with his magic energy and threw her to the ground. And when Tushan Shue felt Night Wanqing throw herself on the ground, she was instantly more certain that Night Wanqing wanted to indenture herself. Previously, if he had ignored Night Wanqing, she would have directly used her demonic chi to lift him off the ground. Or maybe pinching yourself and lifting yourself in mid-air doesn't treat you so gently. Thinking of this, Tushan Shue instantly looked at Night Wanqing with eyes filled with hatred. Don't you even think about it, Nightwing. Chapter 47, Playing It Off. What did you say? Night Wan listened to see Tushan Shue actually call her name directly. The face went cold. Bang! The bed behind him doubled up again because it couldn't withstand the pressure of Night Wanqing's might. Cracked. Tushan Shue, however, was still staring at Night Wanqing dead-on with hateful eyes. Night Wanqing, if you dare to deed me, one day I'll kill you myself. As soon as the words fell, Tushan Shue's entire body was instantly pressed to the ground by Night Wanqing with her demonic chi. There was a thud, and his head hit the ground hard. Cobweb-like cracks appeared on the ground all of a sudden. Am I too good to you to know how to talk to your master? Night Wanqing's voice was mixed with demonic aura, instantly shocking Tushan Shue with blood seeping out from the corner of her mouth. After hearing Tushan Shue's words, Night Wanqing probably already knew why Tushan Shue would react like this. She was afraid she'd deed her. Although he wouldn't be able to contract Tushan Yuki, his heart still felt a stabbing pain when he looked at the young girl's hate-filled eyes. She didn't understand that she had even resorted to using a secret method to burn her lifespan in order to save her. And yet, even then she hated herself so much. She doesn't understand why. Why did Tushan Yuki hate himself so much? Was it because of the suspicion that he would indenture her? Not to mention that he wouldn't really contract her, even if he did. That's as it should be. Thinking about it, tyrannical emotions flickered in Night Wanqing's pair of blood-colored pupils. Countless demonic chi surged into Tushan Shue's body like mad. At first, Tushan Shue was able to endure the pain without making any noise. Seeing this, Night Wanqing controlled the demonic chi to mercilessly wreak havoc within Tushan Shue's body. Soon, Tushan Shue could no longer endure the pain of the meridians in her body being torn apart. Ooh-hoo! Whimpering continuously in pain, his body was spasming uncontrollably. Night Wanqing's heart throbbed as she looked at Tushan Shue's agonized appearance. However, once he thought of how Tushan Shue treated himself, he suppressed the emotions in his heart.
She decided. Since no matter what, Tu Shue's attitude towards herself would not change. Then just dare her to disobey herself again. She believed that under her subtle control, Tu Shue would not be in any danger of losing her life. Just like this, under Night Ting's torture, Tu Shue was constantly fainting and waking up again from the pain. Pass out again, wake up again.
Tu Shue was on the verge of a mental breakdown countless times under the torment of Night Ting.
I can't, Mom and Dad are still waiting for me at home.
Whenever she was on the verge of a mental breakdown, her mind would think of her parents waiting for her at home. It was this sole thought that kept her spirit from breaking down completely. I don't know how long it took, but Night Qing finally retrieved the demonic qi raging inside Tu Shue's body. Even so, Tu Shue's body was still spasming uncontrollably. It was not until a long time had passed that the body gradually returned to normal. Seeing that Tu Shue recovered, Night Qing sat on her but on top of Tu Shue.
Now you know how to speak to your master?
Tu Shue's body trembled with anger as she felt Night tilting sitting on top of her.
She went so far as to.
However, the current Tu Shue, after experiencing what happened just now, also gradually calmed down. She had already guessed that the probability was that Night Qing would not indenture herself.
The premise is to behave yourself.
Otherwise, Night Qing could have contracted herself a long time ago. There was no need to wait until now.
This time it was overreaching itself. Got it, Master. Night Qing sniffed and let out a light laugh. Will you still be escaping in the future? No escape.
When Night Qing heard this, the smile on her face increased. I remember a certain little fox, who had said the same thing before.
Unfortunately, the back is still trying to escape. How about? I'll contract you, so you should become obedient. Night Qing said as she squeezed out a drop of essence blood from her fingertips. In the next second, a formation gradually took shape underneath Tu Shue.
The aura of the formation was familiar to Tu Shue. It was exactly the formation that Zhang Ying had tried to contract herself to use earlier.
Tu Shue's entire body froze. Could it be? Nightwing really wants to contract herself? Boom. The brain went blank.
It was naturally impossible for Night Qing to actually contract Tu Shue. As she said before, she was afraid that she would have an accident and implicate Tu Shue to die with her.
This time, it must be possible too. The medicine pool will definitely work.
Night Qing was like a madman, picking up Tu Shue and arriving at the medicinal pool in an instant.
However, the medicine pool can only heal physical injuries. It couldn't even heal the divine sense, let alone resurrect a person's soul.
Tu Shue remained motionless, her eyes still a dead gray.
Tu Yuki. If you keep pretending to be asleep, I'll actually make a contract with you.
Night Qing shouted at Tu Shue's corpse.
The whole person is like a madman.
Looking at Tu Shue, who still hadn't made any movement in front of him.
Night Qing's entire body was in an unprecedented panic. This time, it seems, really played it off. Chapter 48, Little Fox, I Know I'm Wrong. Tu Yuki.
Night Qing's face was pale as she held Tu Shue's body in her arms for dear life.
I don't know why this is happening. It shouldn't be. That's not how it's supposed to be. She knew that Tu Yuki didn't want to be contracted by anyone.
That's why she used the contract formation to scare Tu Shue. In her anticipation, Tu Shue would be frightened and voluntarily admit her mistake to herself after seeing her use the contract formation.
And even from then on, never dare to disobey himself again. Why? What went wrong? Why have things turned out the way they have? She stuffed countless pills into Tu Shue's mouth.
Demonic qi surged into the young girl's body, helping her refine the elixir.
However, it was all in vain.
In the history of the spirit and demon realm, there had been no precedent for resurrecting souls.
Self-blame, remorse. For a while, Night Qing's mind fell into a blank, losing her ability to think. She didn't know how she got back to her room. Just stiffly holding Tu Yuki's lifeless body in a daze. Tu Yuki looked at her transparent hands and eeped lightly. That's right, she's not dead. Just the moment she blew herself up. The soul is then stripped from the body. She herself didn't know why this was happening. She could even feel that she could return to her body whenever she wanted. But Tu Yuki had no intention of wanting to go back. Isn't this my best chance to escape?
Tushan Shui felt that this was the perfect opportunity from heaven. Now that Night Wanqing couldn't see herself, as long as she left here to randomly find a freshly dead body to take over. Then you can start a new life in a new body and practice again. Even, it was possible to get rid of the identity of a fox demon and not have to worry about being contracted anymore. There was also no need to worry that Night Wanting would find herself in trouble again.
Imagination is good. But, damn it, why am I back again?
Tushan Yuki realized that no matter which direction he moved. However, as soon as one goes a certain distance beyond the body, one is forced to teleport back next to the body. Tushan Shui tried many times, and without exception, she was teleported back. In the end, he could only sit down next to his body in a lifeless manner, looking at Night Wanting with a grudging expression. You'd better be sensible and bury me early.
You're not a necrophiliac, are you?
Tushan Shui looked at Night Wanqing, who had held her body in front of her for 3 days and 3 nights without any movement.
Exasperated, he gritted his teeth.
Turning his teeth and claws at her, he said, "If you don't bury me soon, beware I'll take you over." Naturally, Night Wanqing couldn't have heard Tushan Shui's voice, and remained expressionless as she held Tushan Shui's body motionless.
Tushan Yuki was instantly annoyed and began to float around the room.
She could feel that the soul couldn't seem to leave the body for too long.
Ouch!
Tushan Yuki suddenly bumped into something, and the pain brought tears to her eyes. Hastily turning back to look at Night Wanqing, he saw that the other party still seemed to be immersed in her own world without any reaction. It was only then that he let out a long sigh of relief and looked at what was in front of him.
Ha! Tushan Yuki let out a soft eep.
In front of him was a terracotta figurine that was protected by a formation, and Tushan Shui was crashing into this formation that protected the terracotta figurine.
I'm surprised the terracotta figurines weren't thrown away by her?
Tushan Shui felt that the terracotta figurine resembled the one she had given to Night Wanqing.
Drift closer for a closer look. It is indeed the one that pinches itself. There were even dense cracks on it. Obviously, it's shattered.
Tushan Shui had always thought that this terracotta figurine should have been thrown away by Night Wanqing. I didn't realize that not only did she not throw it away, but she put the broken one back together again.
Tushan Yuki looked at the glue spilling out between the cracks.
She knew that Night Wanqing, as a Yuaning powerhouse, could directly use her demonic chi to completely restore the terracotta figurine, and there wouldn't even be any cracks. But she didn't, choosing instead to use the dumbest method possible, the same as the mortals.
Use glue and stick it up little by little. An indescribable emotion instantly surged through his heart. The broken ones are still cracked even if they are put back together. Tushan Shui suppressed the emotions in her heart and pouted in dissatisfaction. Just after this mess, Tushan Shui was in no mood to continue floating around the room again. Re-sitting next to Night Wanqing, he began to scrutinize the motionless Night Wanqing. Ha ha, Night Wanting, you would even cry. Suddenly Tushan Shui laughed out loud as if she had discovered something interesting, pointing at Night Wanqing. Night Wanqing just kept sitting like this, the image of Tushan Shui being well behaved when she was in front of herself kept flashing through her mind. Unconsciously, tears fell from the corners of my eyes. When Night Wanqing was a child, on a rainy night, the whole clan was slaughtered to death, except for her who was under the deadly protection of the whole clan. Not a single survivor. And promise me anything, I want freedom, can you give it to me? Night Wanqing acted as if she could hear Tushan Shui's words, haven't you always wanted to be free? As soon as you wake up, I promise I won't trap you like I did before. I can give you the freedom you want if you swear not to leave me of your own accord. Tushan Shui skimmed her lips at Night Wanqing's words, right on the money. Wouldn't let me leave you, and said he'd give me. The Mo clan's oldest ancestor nodded, seemingly recognizing Mo Qianyu's statement. However, the next sentence caused Mo Qianyu's entire being to freeze on the spot. If I let you two become Dao couples, will you be willing? It would be a lie to say no, after all, who wouldn't like a woman who was beautiful and gifted? But Mo Qianyu was still very self-aware, the late generation is not worthy of her. The Mo clan ancestor shook his head at this. If I were to ask you to become a Taoist couple with her, would you be willing to? The Sima family also has the presence of a transformation god powerhouse, and right now, no one can protect her Night Wanqing except for my Mo family. After Mo Qianyu heard the old ancestor's explanation, she probably understood the old ancestor's intentions. The old ancestor was trying to force Night Wanqing to become his Dao couple through the conflict between Night Wanqing and the Sima family. Only, with his understanding of Night Wanqing, not only would this move not work, it would also offend Night Wanqing. Obviously a deal that wasn't worth it. Mo Qianyu was silent for a long time. Old ancestor, do you trust me? Ugh. Tushan Yuki let out a long sigh. She could feel herself seeming to actually dissipate if she wouldn't return to her body again. Out of body seems to be reaching its limit. Let's hope you actually do what you say you're going to do. Tushan Shue finally glanced at Night Wanting with a grudging look before her soul drifted back into her body. I thought this would be my perfect chance to escape, but I just didn't expect it anyway. It's been a week since then, and Night Wanyuan Chang even held herself in her arms. Tushan Yuki returned to his body and stiffly moved his limbs. After being dead for a week, it's kinda hard to get used to being alive all of a sudden. She couldn't help but think as she did in her mind. The sensation of suddenly returning to the body and touching a physical object after previously not being able to touch anything physical in the soul state. For a moment it was actually a bit uncomfortable. Night One Tran was feeling the sudden anger in the young girl in her arms. The originally empty eyes regained a trace of vigor. The moment he looked down and met the young girl's pale pink pupils. First, there was a moment of daze, and then he was holding the young girl in his arms for dear life. Tushan Shue, who had just returned to her body and hadn't yet had time to adapt, her entire body was suddenly given a cleansing by Night One Ting. She reached out and pushed Nightwing, let go. Originally, Tushan Shue didn't really expect Night One Qing to listen to her words and really let go. However, the moment the words fell, Night One Qing actually did release her hand. Feeling this, Tushan Shue's entire body froze for a moment. Even the dorky hair on his head turned into the shape of a question mark. He told her to let go, and she actually did? For a moment, she even wondered if she was really dead. Otherwise, how could Night Wanqing listen to herself so much? For a while, neither of them actually took the initiative to speak. The room fell into an eerie silence. Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shue in front of her. She didn't know why she had obviously been unable to sense the other's soul before. The young girl who clearly should have been completely dead. It can be brought back to life. She didn't want to know either, all she knew was that her little fox was alive again. That's enough. Experienced the pain of losing Tushan Yuki once. Such pain, Night One Ting did not want to experience it a second time. Chapter 50, I'll never contract you. Little fox, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to contract you. Night Wanqing felt that she had to let Tushan Shue know that she would not contract her. Because she was afraid that Tushan Shue would secretly blow herself up while she was not there. Right now, he was next to Tushan Yuki, so there was no way for her to blow herself up. And what if you're not? She was terrified of when she would come back from remission and find the little fox fried. Just literally. Therefore, she had to let Tushan Shue know that she wouldn't contract her. Little fox, I can assure you that no matter what, I will never contract you. After saying that, she looked at Tushan Shue. Tushan Shue's expression was. But now that Nightwing Tran was re-saying it in front of her face, it was different. Why? Tushan Shue though knew that the odds were that Night Wanqing wouldn't say. But still, he subconsciously asked. Because you don't want to be indentured, I won't be indentured. Night Wanqing just replied with this sentence. She didn't take this opportunity to tell Tushan Shue that she wouldn't sign the contract because she was afraid that she would be implicated. When Tushan Shue heard Night Wanqing's words, a look of disbelief appeared on her face. She seriously doubted that there was something wrong with Night Wanqing, which was why she couldn't contract. But since Night Wanqing didn't want to say, she wouldn't continue to ask. After all, as long as she doesn't indenture herself. Night Wanting. Tushan Shue's pair of pink pupils looked towards Night Wanqing. Night Wan listened and frowned slightly when she saw Tushan Shue call out her name and not her master. But he quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart and looked at Tushan Shue. I wish I could talk to you properly. Night Wanqing pursed her lips, and after a long time, she answered, good. The place where old man Sima was in seclusion. Sima Jeshi looked at the Sima old ancestor in front of her. Old ancestor, Night Wanqing's growth speed has exceeded our expectations. I still hope that the old ancestor will make a move as early as possible. When Sima old ancestor heard this, he opened his cloudy eyes and stared at Sima, freezing she dead in the face. Freezing she, back then, how did you promise me? Old ancestor. Sima Frieza was just about to open his mouth to explain. However, the next second a demonic chi slammed into the location of his belly. Bang! At once, the entire person was struck by this demonic aura and flew backwards. But you promised me that this girl child will definitely be used by my Sima family in the future.
Sima freezing, she climbed up and knelt in front of the old ancestor, his back already drenched in dense cold sweat.
He did assure his old ancestor before.
At that time, she could see that Night Wanqing had excellent talent, so she thought of using it for the Sima family in the future. Although there were others in the family at the time who opposed it, believing that if you cut the grass, it will grow again in the spring. However, because of his identity as the demon sect's patriarch and his cultivation at the Yuaning realm. In the end, the old ancestor believed in himself and left behind Night Wanting. If it wasn't for his assurance, naturally, Night Wan Yuanqiu wouldn't have been able to escape from the Night family back then. Night Wanqing, I hope you can stop continuing to restrict my freedom like you did before. Tushan Shui looked at Night Wanchang and said with a serious expression. Perhaps fearing that Night Wanchang would misunderstand, Tushan Shui hastily added, of course, I won't leave you, I just wish I could go out and practice.
Could be.
Hearing how dryly Night Wanchang agreed, Tushan Shui was a bit surprised. But you are not allowed to leave the Holy Maiden Palace until you break through the Jindan. Tushan Yuki frowned at his words. He himself was only at the 6th level of Foundation establishment right now, even if he had the various heavenly materials and treasures that Night Wanqing had prepared for him. It would also take at least half a year or so to break through to Jindan. Without waiting for Tushan Shui to speak, Night Wanqing continued, this is for. She just wouldn't agree, and there was nothing she could do about it. Having solved the issue of freedom that she was most concerned about, Tushan Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Regarding the issue of not being able to leave Night Wanqing, this was how Tushan Shui consoled herself. Night Wanqing here had both cultivation resources and free bodyguards. Neither worry about the speed of cultivation nor safety. Hey! Thinking this way, Tushan Shui felt that she had found a blind spot. The two ears on Happy's head twitched and the dull fur followed in a wavy pattern. Where to find a cultivation environment with free cultivation resources and no need to worry? Feeling Tushan Shui's gaze, Night Wanqing laughed. Why, can't you? If that doesn't work, change. Don't. Before Night Wanqing could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Tushan Shui's opening. Yes, very yes, very yes. That's too good. Just a hug. Then you can give yourself a degree of freedom. That's a great deal. Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui. If we don't move faster, the master might regret it. Tushan Shui's cheeks blushed slightly at his words. But the thought that I only needed a hug. Tushan Yuki reassures himself that it's all about being free. Then without any further hesitation, he hurriedly got up and ran to Night Wanqing. It wasn't until this moment that Tushan Shui realized with hindsight. Why is Nightwing so tall? This body of his is close to 5 feet 5 inches, it's not that short, right? Why was Nightwing leaning sitting about as tall as she was standing up? But thinking about it, she still obediently stretched out her arms and wrapped them around Night Wantran. Night Wanqing felt the body heat of the young girl in her arms. The corners of his lips hooked up slightly. Chapter 51, Sima's slip. She's only letting me hug her a little bit, so that should do it now, right? Tushan Shui thought as such in her mind. Ah! Just as Tushan Shui was about to let go of her hold on Night Wanqing, her entire body was picked up by Night Wanqing. She was so frightened that she let out a gasp of surprise. Night Wanqing, put me down! Tushan Shui shouted at Night Wanchang while struggling. Night Wan listened to see Tushan Shui call her name again and said in a commanding tone, call the master. No. Call the master. No. If you don't call master, then our previous agreement is null and void. Tushan Shui sniffed and her dull hairs stood on end for a moment. Both cheeks puffed up in anger, the crazy woman had threatened herself with the previous agreement. Glaring with a pair of eyes, she looked at Night Wanqing. If you ask me to call you master again, I will. What do you do? Night Wanqing said with a smile. She felt that she had taken Tushan Shui's lifeblood. Tushan Shui frowned for half a day, thinking that she couldn't beat Night Wanting. There really didn't seem to be anything to threaten her with. Suddenly, Tushan Snow's previous life himself read a novel on Yojimbo. Inside the novel, the female lead likes to threaten the male lead by blowing herself up. As soon as the heroine says she's going to blow herself up, the hero obeys. Her eyes lit up as she thought of Night Wanting's reaction after she blew herself up. She felt that she could also use this trick to threaten Night Wanqing. I'll blow myself up. Tushan Yuki felt so smart. And when Night Wanqing heard Tushan Shui's words, her entire body froze for a moment. She threatened to blow herself up? Tushan Shui took the opportunity to break free from Night Wanqing's arms. He crossed his arms and looked at Night Wanqing, the hairs on his head fluttering proudly. She remembered that the author of that book seemed to be called something like Shikamazu Mayo. Tushan Yuki thought that this author was really a genius, even coming up with this kind of plot. If she bullies me again in the future, I'll threaten her with self-detonation. Tushan Shui felt that she had taken hold of Night Wanqing's lifeblood, and the dull hairs on her head fluttered in triumph. On the contrary, after Night Wanqing returned to her senses, her face instantly turned cold.
The entire person once again transformed into a humanoid central air conditioner.
Tushan Shui guessed correctly, Night Wanqing was indeed very afraid of her blowing herself up, very afraid of losing her.
But she shouldn't have threatened Nightwing with blowing herself up.
Before Tushan Shui had time to be complacent for much longer, her entire body was suddenly lifted up by Night Wanqing with her demonic qi.
What did you just say?
Tushan Shui was lifted up in the air by Night Wanqing with her magic qi, her two little short legs stomping about.
This isn't right, is it? Tushan Shui's entire body froze, even forgetting to speak. Why is this different from what the novel says? Can't even bring up the word self-destruct in front of myself.
Thinking of this, Night Wanqing used her magic qi to throw Tushan Shui onto the bed.
Tushan Shui's entire body was still in a state of confusion.
The bedpan made a pleasant sound.
Nothing happens overnight.
The next day, Tushan Yuki came to the mirror and looked at the fried tail, even with teeth marks remaining on it. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Damn Night Wanqing, how dare he play with his tail all night? Even if she plays with her tail, she even bites it with her mouth, is she a dog?" However, when she thought that after her insistence, Night Wanqing had finally compromised, she wasn't that aggravated. Allow yourself to not call him master when there are no outsiders, but call her sister. But in the presence of outsiders, one must call her master, saying that it is to maintain one's authority.
I'm at the most critical time in my seclusion, and I can't make a move.
When Sima freezing she heard the old ancestor's words, his entire heart was instantly half-cooled. Night Wanqing was now in the late Yuaning stage, and she herself was only in the late Yuaning stage. If the old ancestor didn't take action, he didn't think there was anyone else who could sanction her.
Is it possible to watch Night Wanqing break through to transformation spirit?
Sima Slip looked at Sima Frishi in front of him and snorted coldly, "I'll have Shinhee assist you this time, but if there's still no way to solve Night Wanqing, you won't have to come back to see me again." The moment Sima Smooth's words fell, an immortal crane swooped down from the sky and landed in front of Sima Frishi, transforming into an enchanting woman.
Yuaniing Great Circle. Sima freezing she felt the aura on Sima Shinha's body, and his entire body froze.
This immortal crane's previous cultivation was clearly not as high as his own, but as a result, he had now broken through to the Yuaning Great Circle before himself.
Sima Shinha glanced disdainfully at Sima Jiefengshi before sliding a salute towards Sima Su. "Master."
Sima Slide waved his hand, "I believe in your strength, taking care of Night Wanqing shouldn't be a problem for you."
Sima Shinha smiled disdainfully.
"Just a late-stage Yuaning, I can suppress her with one hand." The body of this chapter is finished, here are the extras with. When Tushan Shui felt Night Wanqing's warm breath, her entire body took several steps backward in fear.
Only then did he sheepishly speak, "Sister. Sister, you heard wrong. Is that so?" The smile on Night Wanqing's face intensified as she heard this. "You mean that I, a Yuaning powerhouse, misheard you?"
Tushan Shui nodded her head, her tone sincere. "It's normal for a Yuaning powerhouse to mishear once in a while, right?"
A look of fervor. "Aha!" Night Wanqing nodded, seemingly truly recognizing Tushan Shui's statement. "Hey!"
Tushan Yuki all but froze, a claim she didn't believe herself.
Night Wanqing actually believed it? I'm afraid I'm not stupid for practicing magic?
Tushan Shui thought as such in her mind.
Of course, somehow the words came out of his mouth.
Night Wanqing raised her eyebrows when she heard Tushan Shui's words.
"So, that's what you think?" Ah.
When Tushan Shui heard Night Wanqing's words, she then reacted to what exactly she had just said.
"No, listen to my sophistry. No, listen to me explain."
Before Tushan Shui could even finish her sentence, her tail was already once again held in Night Wanqing's hands. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Tushan Shui leaned on her spirit sword and limped out of the room after Night Wanqing. From time to time, he glanced at Night Wanqing with sultry eyes. She felt that Night Wanqing was more like a dog than the fox she was. Night Wanqing naturally felt Tushan Shui's eyes, and the corner of her lips curled up slightly. Now, the little fox was covered in his own markings. Even the ears got a couple bites of their own.
Master is going to exchange some cultivation resources for you, do you want to come along? Ha!
Tushan Yuki froze at his words. However, it was not easy to have a chance to be able to go out, so Tushan Shui naturally would not miss it.
Well, I'm going along.
Only, Tushan Shui still had a lot of doubts in her heart.
When she read novels in her previous life, didn't the demon sect directly rob resources? How is it that Night Wanqing, as the holy maiden of the demon sect, still needs to exchange with other sects? The little fox expressed doubt at the moment.
Night Wanqing could see that Tushan Shui was now puzzled and had no intention of explaining.
It was just holding up Tushan Shui with demonic energy. Sister, can we go down and get something to eat?
When they were on their way to Devil's Abyss City, Tushan Shui asked tentatively.
Not because of anything else. Just because. The last time I ate, I didn't get to savor a bit of it myself because I had to feed Night Wanqing. This time she was going to savor how the meals of the spirit demon realm really were. Night Wanqing glanced at Tushan Shui and didn't refuse when she noticed the color of anticipation in the other party's eyes. After the two of them arrived at the restaurant, Night Wanqing ordered all the dishes just like last time. On the way to the box, Tushan Shui's eyes occasionally flicked to the tail of the fox maiden leading the way. Last time it was a cat girl, this time it was replaced with a fox girl like herself. Damn it, this restaurant is testing me with this. Needless to say, Tushan Shui nearly couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Tushan Yuki closed her eyes to keep herself from looking at the fox girl in front of her. But in the end, didn't hold back. After all, a foxtail can look a lot more fun than a cattail. It also does feel a little better in your hand than the last cattail felt. After returning to the room, there wasn't even a need for Night Wanqing to open her mouth. Tushan Shui then took the initiative to tuck her tail into Night Wanqing's hand. I know it's wrong, I won't dare next time. Ugh. Night Wanqing sighed lightly and squeezed the tail in her hand. A certain little fox said the same thing last time. Tushan Shui sniffed, and in a weak voice, she sophistically said, "This time it's not that I didn't touch the cat's tail." Night Wanqing pinched the tail in her hand. "Then next time when it's replaced with a wolf's tail, are you going to touch it as well?" "No. Not going to." A tremor ran through Tushan Shui's body. Seeing that Night Wanqing didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, Tushan Shui pleaded, "I won't touch whatever tail it is next time." "Really?" Night Wanqing asked with a smirk. "Really? I'll let you off the hook this time, but if there's more after that." Night Wanqing squeezed the tail in her hand a little harder. Boing! Tushan Shui instantly burst into tears of pain. "Promise it won't happen again." Under Tushan Shui's repeated pleas for mercy, Night Wanqing finally put down the tail in her hand. Soon the food was served. Tushan Shui looked at the soy milk on the table. "After thinking about it, I added 2.5 tablespoons of sugar, as is customary. I took a sip and thought it didn't taste as good as my mother's." Tushan Shui skimmed her lips. "It's not as good as my mom's." Seeing this, Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui. "Help me add a few spoons of sugar as well." Tushan Snow reluctant to help the Night One leaning to add sugar, or think of the previous life onliner said to sugar plus 3 spoons. So, decisively, he added 3 spoons of sugar to Night Wanqing's soy milk. Ha ha ha. Tushan Shui couldn't help but laugh badly in her heart. Night Wanqing definitely didn't know this. Night Wanqing looked at the dull hairs on Tushan Shui's head that were trembling with delight. "What's all the excitement about?" "Ah." Tushan Shui was startled and spoke sheepishly, "No. No. How did Nightwing know she was happy?" Tushan Yuki couldn't figure it out no matter what, and lowered her head to see herself reflected on the bowl. At the moment, the dull hairs on his head were in the shape of a question mark because of his confusion. Tushan Shui understood everything at once. "So you're the mole. How dare you betray me? I'll cut you up when I'm done eating." Dull hair seemed to be sensing the thoughts in Tushan Shui's mind. There was a shudder. Tushan Yuki? Chapter 53 Exchange of Resources. The Tuscan snowmen all froze for a moment. Yeah. He hadn't even done anything to it yet, but it was pretending with him first. Tushan Shui was suddenly so angry that her 2 cheeks bulged. Reaching out, he was about to grab the dorky hair on his head. "I must pluck you, traitor, today." Shoo! Dulfer bent to the side, surprisingly avoiding Tushan Yuki's hand. Tushan Yuki felt like she was just speechless at times.
Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shue's silly appearance and let out a light laugh. Stop playing around and eat first. Tushan Shue was just about to reach out and continue to grab dull hair when he heard Night Wanqing's voice. She didn't dare to disobey Night Wanqing. After all, she had just made a mistake in front of Night Wanqing. One could only dutifully begin to eat in earnest, but had already made a mental note in his little book to keep dull hair in mind as well. Seeing the dull hair reflected in the bowl, Tushan Shue seemed to have sensed that she was out of danger, and actually swayed from side to side in joy.
He was so angry that Tushan Shue stuffed a large mouthful of beef into his mouth. Ahem.
Tushan Shue suddenly coughed violently, and her entire face turned red.
She actually choked on the beef by accident.
After taking several large gulps of water in quick succession, he suddenly choked on his plain water again. After a long time, it gradually returned to normal.
Tushan Shue's entire body was bad. It's true that when people are unlucky, they even choke on water.
She felt that today was her unlucky day.
She glared at the beef on the table and said viciously, "Aha! I'll never eat beef again."
Night Wanqing looked expressionless on the side, but in fact, she was already happy in her heart.
A foundation establishment cultivator could even choke on beef.
She suddenly felt that Tushan Shue should not have lied to herself before. If she had cultivated to Yuaning, there was a real possibility that she might have misheard the words. Soon, the two finished their meal. In a short while, Night Wanqing brought Tushan Shue to the Acacia sect. The disciples who were guarding the sect only heard a swoosh above their heads, as if something had flown past. When he came back to his senses and looked up over his head, he saw nothing.
Shizhenxiang pushed Yang Wei, who was sleeping soundly on the side, and asked, "Did you feel that something just passed by?"
Ah.
Yang Wei thought that the patriarch had come over to check on him, and gave a frightened ah. After hearing Shizhenxiang's words clearly, he said doubtfully, "Is there any? I don't build ah."
Shizhenxiang looked at Yang Wei like this and knew that he couldn't ask anything, shaking his head, "You go on to sleep." Yang Wei then literally fell asleep again at the sound of his voice.
What the hell flew past?
Shizhenxiang frowned and thought. His head hurts.
Forget it.
Shizhenxiang rubbed his head. I don't want to think about it. If I think about it again, I'll grow a head.
The Acacia sect leader Shinsu, who was practicing with many people in the main hall, sensed that someone was coming and was so frightened that he hurriedly asked the people beside him to hide. Shinsu looked up at the visitor with a face of anger. He would like to see what kind of person is it that dares to disturb himself while he is cultivating. This patriarch has already said many times, no one should come to disturb me. The moment he saw Night Wanqing, his half-said words suddenly stuck in his throat. Holy! Your Highness, what brings you here? Shinsu's face instantly put on a smile. The speed of this face change made Tushan Shue look at it and couldn't help but smack his lips. This would have been at least a movie star level character if he had been in his previous life. I've come to exchange some cultivation resources. Upon hearing this, the smile on Shinsu's face instantly stiffened. Swap, God. Dense cracks also instantly appeared on the walls of the Sovereign Hall. Tushan Shue stood by and watched in disbelief. Well. It turns out that the exchange of resources that Night Wanqing said is this exchange. Exchanging your magic breath for resources is right. The corner of Shinsu's mouth twitched as well. It really wasn't that he didn't want to give it, it was just that Night Wanqing had already come over 200 times in a year. This is treating his Acacia sect like a warehouse. However, who made himself unable to beat her when he was only in the middle stage of Yuaning? Enough. Thinking of this, Shinsu sighed once again. Shall we continue, brother? Shinsu listened to the man's voice behind him and immediately threw away the distractions in his mind. He himself was about to abdicate, and it wasn't he who should be worrying about the clan's lack of resources. The one who should be worried should be the next patriarch, come to think of it. That goes without saying? With a smile on his face once again, he pulled the man into his arms. Brother Aichao, let's continue. On the way back to the sect, Night Wanqing saw that Tushan Shue looked like she was about to speak, and spoke, say whatever you want to say. Tushan Shue finally spoke, is this what you call an exchange of resources? When Night Wanqing heard this, she was looking at Tushan Shue with a puzzled expression. I'll give out my demonic chi and they'll give out their resources, what's the problem? Air. Tushan Shue looked at Night Wanqing's serious face, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. What's more, I've helped them tear down their house, so what's wrong with taking some cultivation resources as payment? Is there a problem? Tushan Shue sniffed in silence for a long time, no problem. So this is the devil's way of thinking? Tushan Yuki expressed his enlightenment. Chapter 54, You don't want her to die, do you? What a beautiful view. Tushan Shui couldn't help but marvel at the scenery of the spirit demon realm.
Even though he had seen it many times, Tushan Shui still found it amazing. If one really breaks through above the transformation spirit, just take your parents back to the spirit demon realm and find a place where no one will bother you to live in seclusion. And to teach them to cultivate, so that they may gain a longer lifespan as well.
Tushan Yuki seemed to have imagined the cozy picture.
The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. The dorky fur on his head and the tail behind him wagged pleasantly as well. Night Wancheng was slightly surprised to see this, not knowing what Tushan Shui had thought of.
I can't believe I'm so happy.
She could feel that the joy was unlike any she had felt before. She was just about to open her mouth to inquire. However, the next second the face changed violently. A cold aura flashed in his eyes as he pulled Tushan Shui behind him.
Drinking into the air in front of him, he said, "Who is it? Get out."
Night Wancheng's voice was interspersed with the cultivation of a late-stage yuaning. It instantly traveled for 100 miles around. Tushan Shui was also awakened from her thoughts by Night Wantran's voice.
She looked around suspiciously and didn't notice anyone.
Of course, Tushan Shui wouldn't be naive enough to think that there was really no one around.
After all, as a yuaning cultivator, Night Wancheng's perception and mental power was naturally far superior to his own. Not a moment too soon. Ha ha ha, I can't believe I got caught.
Accompanied by the woman's soft laughter.
An extremely majestic aura came from the void not far in front of the duo. In the next second, the void suddenly split open a crack, and an enchanting-looking woman walked out from it. Bang bang bang.
The woman only just appeared, and the surrounding mountains suddenly exploded into countless pieces of earth. The moment Tushan Shui felt this aura, her entire body had a strong sense of suffocation.
His back was immediately drenched in a dense cold sweat.
Night Wancheng hurriedly used her magic qi to protect Tushan Shui at the same time as she brought her backward to instantly move hundreds of miles. That's what stopped her from being affected.
Hoo-hoo. Tushan Yuki took a big intake of breath.
She had never felt such terror before.
Until now, it's still a heartbreaking experience.
If it wasn't for Night Wancheng's timely use of her demonic qi to protect herself, I'm afraid that Tushan Shui wouldn't have already met Sima Jiahua by now.
Night Wancheng's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked ahead. Yuaning?
A strong person who could break through the void would at least have to reach the yuaning realm. Night Wancheng could also directly break through the void, but because Tushan Shui wanted to see the scenery, she didn't use this method to rush back to the sect. At this time, the void crack had already closed, and a woman in a white robe stood proudly above the void, looking at the two of them with the eyes of an ant. Only to hear her laugh softly, but late-stage yuaning, Shenhe I suppress with one hand. In the next second, the woman stretched out a palm towards the two of them and grabbed them.
Bang bang bang.
There was a series of sonic booms in the air, and at the same time Night Wanting felt the aura emanating from the palm of her hand.
Yuaning Great Circle. Night Wancheng's pupils shrunk violently. Wrapping Tushan Shui with her magical aura brought her down to the ground below.
And then the spirit sword appeared in his hand and met that palm.
Boom.
Accompanied by a loud bang, the demonic qi in the field suddenly exploded wildly. The entire space was covered in soot.
When the smoke and dust cleared, Night Wantran's entire body took several steps backward. Sima Shinha let out a cry of surprise. Surprisingly, he blocked my palm? Funny.
She had never expected, no matter what, that Night Wancheng would simply rely on her cultivation at the late yuaning stage. He was actually able to block his own yuaning great perfection slap and was still uninjured. Although he didn't use his full strength. But it was enough to shock her.
Bang bang bang.
The two of them exchanged dozens of moves in succession again. At this time, Night Wancheng already felt the qi and blood in her body churning.
Obviously it's fallen to the wayside. On the other hand, Sima Shinha was still putting one hand behind his back.
She hadn't even used her full strength yet. The first genius of the spirit demon realm is nothing more than that.
Sima Shinha let out a light laugh. Not growing up is not called genius. Saying that, Sima Shinha stretched out a finger to point at Night Wancheng.
Although it was only a finger, this strike contained a qi that was several times that of the previous palm. Just the breath that escaped caused the surrounding space to create a slight distortion. Even Tushan Shui, who was standing on the ground, could sense the terrifying aura contained in this strike. Night Wancheng also felt the terror of this strike. However, he did not avoid it, but instead met it again with his spirit sword in hand. Because, if one avoids it, this finger would land directly on Tushan Shui. I don't know whether to say you're confident or too arrogant. Sima Shin has sneered as he looked at Night Wanqing, who was clearly injured with blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Ahem. Night Wanqing coughed up a pool of blood from her mouth, but she didn't pay any attention to Sima Shin's words. It was only after casting his gaze to Tushan Shui below and realizing that she was not injured that he let out a long sigh of relief. In the next second, Night Wanqing's aura suddenly rose, and the sky behind her was also dyed black with demonic aura in an instant. Night Wanqing's entire body transformed into a black channel of flowing light to actively attack Sima Shinha. Seeing this, Sima Shinha didn't even look at Night Wanqing. The light of a glowing fire is trying to compete with the white moon. Bang bang bang. However, along with the two of them colliding nearly 100 times in a row, Sima Shinha's face gradually became unsightly. A junior in the late Yuaning stage had actually fought with himself for hundreds of moves in a row without losing. Tushan Shui worriedly looked at the battle in the air. She knew that that level of battle was not something she could participate in. Although she didn't really like Night Wanqing, if Night Wanqing died, she most likely wouldn't be able to survive herself. Even life is worse than death. Just as Tushan Shui was worried, a void crack suddenly appeared beside her. Tushan Yuki was startled when she felt the movement beside her. He hurriedly tried to move his body, but realized that his body was locked and unable to move. In an instant, Tushan Shui only felt that the blood in her body was going to freeze. In the next second, Sima Frieza stepped out of the crack. One hand grabbed Tushan Shui's neck and lifted her up. He has learned. Night Wanqing cared very much about this fox she had bought back. In that case, he looked up at the two sides in a stalemate. The corners of his mouth gradually hooked into a grim arc. Although he didn't think that Night Wanqing could defeat Sima Shinhe. But what if he didn't want any surprises? Night Wanqing. Sima Friezing's voice mixed with spiritual energy was transmitted into Night Wanqing's ears, causing her to stiffen. Sima Shinha used this opportunity to slap a palm on the small abdomen of Night Wanqing. Her entire body flew out backwards at once. Put. Night Wanqing spat out a large mouthful of blood from her mouth and looked towards Sima Friezing. A pair of blood-colored pupils reflected the young girl who was currently being lifted in Sima Friezing's hands with a pale face. In the next second, she heard Sima Frieza sneer. You don't want her to die either. Chapter 55, Self-Destruction of the Future. Let her go. Night Wanqing growled at Sima Frieza. Hee, what qualifications do you have to say such things to this patriarch? Sima Friezing sniffed and sneered, while the force in his hand increased. Ooh-hoo. Tushan Shui instantly felt a sense of suffocation and whimpered out in pain. Night Wanqing looked at Tushan Shui, who was showing a pained face. Just feeling a fire burning in her heart, she closed her eyes. In the next second, Night Wanqing's pupils opened again. The original blood-colored pupils transformed into a deep, bottomless black. I told you to let her go. Night Wanqing hissed, her voice laced with uncontrollable anger. Boom! In the next instant, the demonic aura around Night Wanqing for a split second suddenly burned like a flame. Half of the sky was turned into a sea of black fire in this instant. At the same time, the aura on his body began to grow at an incredible speed. In just a few breaths of time, he reached the same Yuaning Great Circle as Sima Shinhe, and even surpassed this realm. It had vaguely reached half-step transformation god. Because Night Wanqing's aura was raised in an instant, Sima Shinhe hadn't reacted yet. Still maintaining a one-handed stance against the enemy. In the next second, the sword was wrapped in black flames formed by burning demonic energy. A sword chopped out. With a poof, one of Sima Shinhe's arms was chopped off by the roots. After chopping off one of Sima Shinhe's arms, Night Wanqing didn't follow up on her victory. Instead, he arrived in front of Sima Friezing, who hadn't yet regained her senses, with an instantaneous body. If you hurt her, you'll have to take a life to pay for it. Put. Accompanied by Night Wanqing's sword stabbing into Sima Friezing's dantian. It wasn't until this moment that he looked back at Night Wanqing's expression. Or doubt, shock, disbelief, fear, heavy emotions surfaced on his face, and he turned to Night Wanqing with disbelief. You actually ruined your own future for a fox demon. After saying that Sima Friezing seemed to know that he was already bound to die, he even laughed out loud. Huh? Ha ha ha. He had only wanted to use Tushan Shui to distract Night Wanqing so that Sima Shinhe could find a break. However, he never expected that Night Wanchang would be crazy enough to use the heavenly demon lore, an extremely vicious secret method, for the sake of this fox. The heavenly demon leader is the strongest secret method of the demon sect, but it is also the secret method with the greatest side effects. It allows the user to forcibly raise at least 2 minor realms for 1 hour. The side effect is that the user will permanently fall at least 2 minor realms after the effect ends. In other words, after an hour, Night Wanching's cultivation would fall to the early Yuaning stage due to the side effects. If it was just that, it wouldn't have caused Sima Frizai to lose his temper so much. Rather, any practitioner in history who has used the heavenly demon lead. Since his cultivation had fallen until the moment of his death, he had never broken through his cultivation. This is the most vicious part of the heavenly demon leader, which will seriously damage the cultivator's foundation. This was also the reason why Sima Frizai and Sima Shinha didn't worry about Night Wanching using this technique even though they knew it existed. After all, someone like Night Wanchang who would surely stand on top of the world in the future. If the roots were really damaged, it would be better to just let them die. Because, these people are proud. The facts are in front of us. Night Wanching gave up a promising career for a dispensable fox and used the heavenly demon guide. In the next second, monstrous demonic chi wrapped in killing chi surged into Sima Frizai's dantian. Put! With a loud bang, Sima Frizai's entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Tushan Yuki also fell down as he lost his support. Night Wanching hugged Tushan Shui, who was still in a state of shock, with one hand. And then a pair of black pupils looked at Sima Shinha. Your turn. Sima Shinha immediately felt his scalp tingle. If he was still in his peak state, it wasn't as if he couldn't defeat Night Wantran, who was now in a state of madness. It was just that, just now, under his own carelessness, he was heavily injured by Night Wanting. Trying to fight her again now was near impossible. The entire person transformed into an immortal crane and flew towards the demon sect. With the support of the heavenly demon lead, Night Wanching's cultivation reached half-step transformation spirit. And how could Sima Shinha, who was in the Yuaning Great Circle, run away, not to mention the fact that she had suffered a serious injury? Night Wanching quickly caught up with Sima Shinha, in the other party's terrified gaze. Countless black flames burned up from demonic chi coiled around the sword. Falling cloud technique. Sima Shinha knew he wouldn't be able to avoid the blow. The 2 crane claws immediately flashed with a cold aura. Wind magic. It was accompanied by a bellowing cry from Sima Shinha. Countless black wind blades chopped towards Night Wanching. However, these black wind blades couldn't even get close to Night Wanching before they were churned to smithereens by the breath that escaped from her body. Put! In the next second, Sima Shinha, who had transformed into his own body, had his entire crane split in half by Night Wanching from the center. From the time Night Wanching used the heavenly demon lead to the time she eliminated Sima Jeshi and Sima Shinha. It doesn't add up to half an hour. There was still half an hour left before the end of the secret method's effect. It was only that Night Wanching had now completely torn her face off with the Sima family. Meanwhile his own roots are damaged. The probability was that the Mo family would not have any hesitation in choosing the Sima family between themselves and the Sima family. After all, there were no eternal friends in the spirit and demon realm, only eternal interests. His cultivation level after the damage to his own foundation, at the early. It was even a win in a 1-2 situation. Tushan Shui was just about to open her mouth to say something. In the next second, Night Wanching spat out a large mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Tushan Shui was startled and hurriedly went forward to try to support Night Wanching. Not because of anything else, simply because this is the middle of nowhere. If something happens to Night Wanching, there is no Night Wanching to take himself. I don't know how long it will take to get out of here. Seeing this, Night Wanching just wanted to say something. In the next second, the game time of the heavenly demon leader was over. The aura on Night Wanching's body instantly shriveled down. The brain also felt pain like pins and needles in an instant, causing Night Wanching to faint on the spot from the pain. Tushan Shui's entire body froze as she looked at the fainted Night Wanching in her arms. Reaching out, he probed for breath at the tip of Nightwing's nose. Ah! Tushan Yuki exclaimed. Night Wanching's breath was unusually weak at the moment. It wasn't death, but at least it was going to be unconscious for at least 3 days. Tushan Shui looked at the fainted Night Wanching. The thought crossed his mind, this seems like the best time for me to escape? She had no doubt that with Night Wanching's current state, if she wanted to escape, she would not be able to stop her. Or even, if one just left her here unattended.
Her life could even be in danger at any moment. Chapter 56, We're Going Our Separate Ways. Images of himself after crossing over to this world flashed through his mind. Night Wan Tran puts herself in a small dark room, locks herself in a cage, and makes herself. Thinking about it, when Tushan Shui once again looked at the unconscious Night Wan Chang, a hint of blood had appeared in his eyes. Buzz. The spirit sword appeared in Tushan Shui's hand and let out a sword sound. With a trembling hand, Tushan Shui pressed the spirit sword against the position of Night Wan Chang's neck. Due to the fact that Nightwing Tran didn't have any demonic chi in her body at the moment, the spike soon pressed a thin line of blood on the neck of Night Wan Yuan Ting. Tushan Shui only needed to slightly increase the force on her hands. Night Wan Qing would then die under her own sword. To die by the sword that he had endured countless humiliations in exchange for. And then he turned around and took a step into the distance. Suddenly, a lily that had completely turned blood red at some point fell out from between Tushan Shui's sleeves. Ka Ching. In the next second, Tushan Yuki's foot stepped on the lily. The blood-colored lilies suddenly turned into powder. Night Wanqing sensed that Tushan Shui really wanted to leave herself. No! You can't leave me! Night Wanqing shouted and hissed in her heart. She struggled, trying to open her eyes, trying to get up. However, no matter how hard she tried, still only her divine sense was awake. The body remained motionless. It was as if the heavens were trying to punish her on purpose, and she could only watch as Tushan Shui got farther and farther away from her. But couldn't do anything about it. Tushan Yuki, I beg you, don't leave me. Nightwing leaned towards Tushan Shui and pleaded. And the tears couldn't be controlled. Tushan Yuki, don't go, I beg you don't leave me. However, it was all just in her own mental world. The outside world, Tushan Yuki, couldn't see this. Even if he saw it, Tushan Shui would not stay. The road is wide open, and we're each going our own way. The moment that accompanied the fall of Tushan Shui's voice. Rumble. It was accompanied by a bolt of lightning that cut through the sky. Tushan Shui's figure completely disappeared from Night Wan Ting's perception. It was also at this instant that the pouring rain poured down from the air. The whole space. There was nothing more than the pattering rain, with the occasional sound of thunder. Night Wanqing felt a twinge of pain coming from the location of her heart. Tushan Yuki. You're going to regret this, you're going to regret this. I'll find you out, you'll never get away with it. When I catch you, I'll lock you in a cage and pull your teeth out. Nullify your cultivation again, so that you will never have the possibility of escaping again. I want you to know the price of doing so. The rain fell on Night Wanqing's face before sliding to the ground. After Tushan Shui left Night Wan Ting, it felt like my thoughts were all over the place. Images flashed through his mind from time to time. There was Night Wanqing's mistreatment of herself, and there was also the cultivation room that Night Wanqing had prepared for herself. When he was about to be indentured, he suddenly appeared to save himself. Thinking about it, Tushan Shui couldn't help but take out the ceramic figurine that Night Wan Ting had given to her from her nascent sphere. Looking at this terracotta figurine that looked exactly like himself, Tushan Yuki froze for a moment, but quickly came back to her senses. Why would I even think of her goodness when she's been so abusive? Tushan Shui couldn't help but laugh at herself, and hurriedly emptied her mind, no longer thinking about this. She looked up at the countless giant mountains that towered into the sky before her. I should find a place to practice first. Tushan Shui thought in his mind as he did. Night Wanqing is right, I simply don't have the ability to defend myself until I reach Jin Dan. Tushan Shui wiped the nacreous ring on her hand again. Due to the fact that after being brought back to the demon sect by Night Wanqing, Tushan Shui had yet to practice cultivation. As such, the Xian ice platform that Night Wanqing had prepared for herself, as well as the spirit gathering formation that she had carved with her own hands, were all still in the nascent soul ring. Don't ask, is it not good for me to leave like this? Tushan Yuki muttered. However, when she recalled the images of how Night Wanqing had once bullied and humiliated herself, she instantly felt that these were the compensation she deserved. As Nightwing taught himself. I've given her my dignity. What's wrong with taking some resources? Thinking of this, there was no longer any burden in Tushan Shui's heart. 3 days later, Tushan Shui found a relatively remote cave. The cave is just the right size, too, so here it is. Tushan Shui observed the cave for a while and felt that it was suitable as a place for her retreat. In the nascent sphere, he took out the spirit gathering formation, the Xian ice platform,
and all the various heavenly materials and treasures needed for cultivation. Finally, he flipped out a talisman that Knight Wanqing had previously prepared for himself to use for self-defense. Stored on it were 3 times of Knight Wanqing's full force strikes at the late Yuaning stage.
Hold it in your hand for any danger that may arise at any time.
After doing this, Tushan Shui sat down on the Xian ice platform with her knees crossed and began to cultivate.
Chapter 57, Your Realm, Your Highness. Rumble. There was constant thunder in his ears. The rain dripped down on the cheeks of Knight Wanting, mixed with tears, and rolled down to the ground. Your Holy Highness. It was already the 3rd day after Tushan Shui left when Knight 7 found Knight Wanqing. She had found this place because she had seen signs of battle all around her. Upon seeing the entire person lying on the ground, motionless, Knight Wan Tran. Knight 7 immediately let out a cry of alarm and rushed forward to check the situation. Knight Wanqing had already regained her mobility a day ago. Only, at the moment, she was still lying on the ground, not moving. One eye was vacant and lifeless. Even when Knight 7 approached, there was no half change. When Knight 7 saw Knight Wanqing's appearance at this moment, coupled with the fact that she didn't see Tushan Shui's figure in the vicinity, the heart stuttered. She didn't believe that Tushan Shui could escape from Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Therefore, she subconsciously assumed that Tushan Shui was dead. Your Highness! Your Highness! Knight 7 tried to call out to Knight Wanqing again and again. She had to tell Her Highness the Holy Maiden what had happened in the Holy Maiden Palace. It was just that the thought of everything that had happened in the palace of the Holy Maiden. Knight 7 then felt a twinge of pain coming from the location of her heart. However, no matter how much she called out, there was always no half fluctuation in Knight Wanqing's eyes. Finally, Knight 7 thought of what Knight 1 had handed over to him. Taking the terracotta figurine out of his nascent sacred ring, Your Highness, this terracotta figurine is what Sister Knight 1 asked me to give to you. This time, perhaps it was because of hearing the terracotta figurines. There was gradually a hint of fluctuation in Knight Wanqing's empty eyes. She stiffened and turned her face to look at the ceramic figurine in Knight 7's hands. It was a terracotta figurine that had been broken and glued together. Knight Wanqing received the terracotta figurine in her hands and looked at the cracked terracotta figurine all over. Knight 7, did I go overboard? When Knight 7 heard Knight Wanqing ask herself such a question, she visibly froze for a moment. She didn't know what Knight Wanqing was referring to, but since it was Knight Wanqing who saved her life and also taught her to cultivate. In her mind, whatever Knight Wanqing did, she was right. Your Highness is right no matter what you do. Knight 7 replied without any hesitation. Knight 1 listened to Knight 7's words, and not only was she not comforted. Instead, he smiled to himself. If I did everything right, why did she leave me? Hearing Knight Wanqing say this, Knight 7 first froze for a moment. And then there was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Surprisingly, Tushan Yuki didn't die, but escaped. How did a fox demon at the 6th level of Foundation establishment run away from Her Highness the Holy Maiden? Knight 7 couldn't figure it out no matter what, and she didn't know how to answer Knight Wanqing. So why did she leave me? Knight Wanqing looked at the ceramic figurine in her hands and muttered. It was only after a long time that Knight Wing Tran raised her head again to look at Knight 7, only to realize that Knight 7 was very seriously injured at the moment. How did you get so badly hurt, and where are the Knight 1 girls? When Knight 7 heard Knight Wanqing mention the Knight 1 girls, her eyes instantly filled with watery mist, but she forcefully held back the tears from falling. Because Her Holy Highness had told herself that crying was the most useless thing in. Only after a long time, until Knight 7's crying voice gradually weakened, did she open her mouth and say, did the Sima family do this? Knight Wanqing actually had an answer in her heart. After all, it was the Sima family who had intercepted him halfway, and since he had already struck out against himself. Naturally, there was no reason to spare the Holy Maiden Palace. Aha! Knight 7 wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and nodded. At the same time that Sima Freezing Shi and Sima Shinha were striking out at Knight Wanqing. The Sima family's only female Yuaning powerhouse, Sima Yunmei, also struck out at Knight 7 and the others who were cultivating in the Holy Maiden Palace. Knight 7 was the youngest because of his age, and at the same time, his talent was one of the best. He then managed to escape under the desperate protection of Knight 1 and the others. Knight 7 even remembered the last words they said to themselves. Knight 7, you're only 18 years old and you've already reached the early stage of Jindan. There are infinite possibilities for your future. Your sisters will cover your escape. As long as you find Her Highness the Holy Maiden, you'll be safe. Thinking of this, Knight 7 once again said to Knight Wanqing, Your Highness, you must avenge Knight 1's sister and the girls. Hearing Night 7's words, Night Wanqing smiled to herself. Revenge?
With his current self, what qualifications did he have to seek revenge on the Sima family?
With his strength of early Yuaning? There wasn't even a need for Sima Slip to make a move, a random mid-Yuaning demon sect elder. Neither is something that his current self can contend with.
Thinking of this, Night Wanqing couldn't help but feel that she was truly ridiculous. Tushan Shui is gone, and so is the palace of the Holy Maiden. Even the talent they are so proud of.
It's gone too. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Night Wanqing couldn't help but laugh out loud.
It was also not until this moment that Night 7 felt that the aura on Night Wanqing's body seemed to be much weaker than before, and the entire person froze.
Your Highness, your realm.
Although she was only at the early Jindan stage, she couldn't exactly feel Night Wanqing's realm. However, she could clearly feel that the aura on Night Wanqing had lowered a lot. Night Wanqing listened to Night 7's words and faintly said, I used the heavenly demon lead.
End of chapter extra.
A certain floundering author who was coding suddenly felt a chill in his back. Turning back, he found 5 stunningly beautiful-looking women standing behind him, with hair of 5 different colors.
Who are you people?
The puffing author's complexion changed violently when he felt the powerful aura on the other party. How did you guys get in here?
Why would anyone be able to get in? Their room was.
It was because of this knowledge that Night 7's face looked so bad. No wonder the aura on Her Highness the Sacred Maiden had dropped so much. This was a direct fall from late Yuaning to early Yuaning. It was rumored that once the heavenly demon lore was used, one's cultivation would be unable to advance further for life. There was even a time when a god realization powerhouse failed to advance in his cultivation after using the heavenly demon leader. Night Wanqing reached out to interrupt the words Night 7 wanted to say, and turned to Night 7 after putting the ceramic figurine into her nascent sacred ring. This holy maiden doesn't believe that a single heavenly demon lead will be able to restrict my footsteps. That was indeed what Night Wanqing thought in her heart, even though the realm had fallen.
But she doesn't think she'll stop there.
Those who had used that heavenly demon leader could no longer advance in their cultivation, because they were not gifted.
She, Night Wanqing, did not think that she would be like them and her cultivation would stagnate there.
Well, Your Highness will certainly not stop there. When Night 7 heard Her Highness the Holy Maiden say so, a glimmer of hope also rose in her heart. His Highness said that he would not be restricted by the heavenly demon leader, so it is true that he will not be restricted. In her mind, Her Highness the Holy Maiden would not lie to herself. After a long time, Night Wanqing said to Night 7, find a place to shut down first, I'm going to try to break through the realm.
Night Wanqing wanted to find Tushan Shui though.
But this time, there was nothing on Tushan Shui that he could sense. Moreover, the most urgent task is to solve the side effects of the heavenly demon leader. Otherwise, one's realm would stop at the early stage of Yuaning for life. At the same time the devil sect, Sima's slip retreat place.
What a bunch of useless lung fog. Sima's slide looked at the 2 soul lamps that had been extinguished in front of him.
And you, an early stage Yuaning, tackling 7 Jindan realm griffins and managing to escape one of them. Sima's slipped and reached out to grab it, and Sima Sion Mei was instantly in his hands. If it weren't for the fact that the old man's seclusion was at its most critical moment, there would be no need for you lung mists to make a move. As he spoke, black demonic chi surged in Sima's sliding palm. Countless demonic chi traveled from Sima Jung Mei's body down his arm into Sima's slip.
In just a few breaths of time, Sima Jung Mei was completely transformed into a dry corpse.
At the same time, Sima slipped and felt the changes in the demonic chi within his body.
Too weak, not even close.
3 years in a flash.
Night Wanqing's eyes snapped open.
The aura of his body also increased from early Yuaning to mid Yuaning in an instant. Seeing this, Night 7 on the side, a flash of hope flashed in her eyes. Your Highness has really succeeded.
However, in the next second, one could only see that Night Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale.
Then, with a pft, he spat out a large mouthful of blood.
Failed again. Night Wanqing muttered.
Every time, when he was about to make a successful breakthrough, a special energy would always rush out from his body and disperse the demonic energy. The Night 7 at the side saw that Night Wanqing had failed in her impact once again. The eyes were suddenly covered with watery mist.
Why? Why is this happening?
This was already the 7th time that Night Wanqing had impacted the bottleneck of the middle Yuaning stage in the past 3 years.
Only, it still failed.
Along with each failed breakthrough, the backlash caused by the next failed breakthrough would increase exponentially.
The injuries sustained by Nightwing would also be heavier.
just as Night Wanqing was about to close her eyes to recover from her injuries. As if sensing something, he looked in the direction outside the cave, to think that someone would choose to cross the threshold here.
Rumble.
Tushan Shui slowly opened her eyes, with the help of the Xian ice platform as well as the massive amount of resources. A year ago, it had already broken through to the half-step Jindan realm. Tushan Shui looked towards the calamity clouds that were converging in the air. Let me see how terrifying the legendary thunder tribulation is. The robbery clouds in the sky seemed to have sensed Tushan Shui's provocation, and they suddenly violently churned up.
Rumble.
With a deafening sound, a streak of lightning, wrapped in a fear-inducing aura, slashed towards Tushan Shui. Countless cultivators in the valley sensed the thunderbolt in the air and all woke up from their seclusion.
Jindan thunder tribulation.
Many cultivators sneered out in disdain when they sensed that the thunder tribulation was only a Jindan thunder tribulation.
The next second it appeared not far from Tushan Shui.
Looking at the Fox Clan maiden who was transiting in the field, he realized that there weren't any strong people around to protect her. He couldn't help but lick his lips and sneer, a Foundation establishment cultivator who dares to cross the threshold alone here. Seeing how watery she looks, we'll have to savor her when the time comes. They were originally just thinking of taking advantage of the time when the person who had crossed the threshold was weak at the end of the journey. Go up and sneak attack and gain resources on your opponent. Only, I didn't expect that the one who crossed the threshold would be such a beautiful fox demon. This time not only could I obtain resources
and have a good time.
Night Wanqing, who was originally prepared to continue her seclusion, sensed that the thunder tribulation was only a Jindan thunder tribulation. Somehow, the thought of Tushan Shui came to mind.
Although the possibility of breaking through to Jindan within 3 years was low.
However, Tushan Shui had the Xian ice platform, and the resources exchanged from the hexagram sect as aids.
Therefore breaking through Jindan within 3 years was not completely impossible.
Thinking of this, Night Wanqing suddenly appeared outside of the thunder tribulation and looked at the person who was crossing the tribulation.
In the next second, her pupils snapped. It's really a little fox.
She could hardly contain the excitement in her heart. I had thought that it would be difficult to find Tushan Yuki. Night Wanqing had even made plans to never see her again for the rest of her life. Now she looked at Tushan Shui, who was in the middle of her journey. A hint of excitement rose in his heart. And then the gaze that looked at Tushan Shui once again had become a little crazy. Little fox.
For once, don't even think about leaving me. I'll waste your cultivation and put you in a cage, and you'll never be able to leave me again.
After saying that, he no longer cared about the backlash from the failed breakthrough and appeared near Tushan Shui in an instantaneous body. Hearing the murmurs from the surroundings, Nightwing Tran looked around. Just by the fact that you're a bunch of mole crickets, you also want to snatch the little fox from me. The next second countless demonic chi surged in all directions. This was because the mountain range was mostly filled with scattered cultivators of Foundation Establishment and Jindan. Even though Night Wanqing's realm had fallen to the early Yuaning stage, it was still easy to solve them.
Even though his current self is seriously injured.
Tushan Shui, who was in the process of crossing the threshold, had been observing those cultivators hiding in the shadows around him. In his hand, he had been holding the talisman that held the 3 attacks of the late Yuanying stage Night Wanqing. To prevent them from coming up for a sneak attack after their breakthrough was over.
I just don't know why everyone is dead in. While holding the talisman seal tightly.
She believed there should be a stronger presence nearby that killed them all.
Chapter 59, A Sword Through the Heart. Extra thanks to Boss Starweave for the Great God certification. P.S. Thank you to the owner of Starweave for the Great God certification. Rumble. Rumble. The robberies struck down one after another.
At first, Tushan Shui was still able to separate her mind to observe her surroundings and be wary of people hiding in the shadows. Along with the increasing power of the thunderbolt, the frequency of the fall also began to gradually accelerate.
Tushan Yuki finally couldn't distract herself from looking around anymore. One can only concentrate on crossing over.
Only, still holding that talisman in his hand.
Once any abnormality was detected, spiritual energy would be injected at the first opportunity to activate the talisman. Your Highness. How did she break through the Jindan so quickly?
Night 7 didn't know when he came beside Night Wanqing, looking at Tushan Shui who was experiencing the Jindan thunder tribulation. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Although he had broken through to Jindan at the age of 18, he had started cultivating at the age of 5.5, and it had taken him 2.5 years to break through to the early stage of Jindan. As for Tushan Shui, from the start of her cultivation to her breakthrough to Jin Dan, it was only 4 years in full count. In just 4 years, from having no cultivation whatsoever, he broke through to Jin Dan. I'm afraid it won't be too far from Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Knight 7 quickly shook her head. How could she have gotten such an idea?
Her Royal Highness's talent is unmatched by anyone.
However, when he thought of the side effects of the heavenly demon lore, Knight 7's eyes quickly dimmed again.
She does have a lot of talent.
Even Knight Wanqing had to marvel at Tushan Xue's talent. Even back then, it took 3 years to break through the Jin Dan. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this moment, Tushan Xue could already feel that the thunder tribulation was about to end.
But she didn't feel relaxed about it.
Instead, he raised his senses to the extreme and was always alert to everything around him. She knew that there was at least one other strong person in the shadows whose realm far exceeded her own, waiting to deliver a fatal blow after his own transition was over.
Boom! Along with the last thunderbolt that was far more powerful than all the previous ones struck down.
A huge crater tens of meters in size instantly appeared on the ground.
Buzz! Tushan Xue only felt her brain go blank. The power of the thunder tribulation was far more terrifying than one could have imagined.
Even though he had prepared well in advance, he still suffered considerable injuries from the last thunderbolt. She stumbled up from the ground and shook her head. At this moment, Tushan Xue felt aching all over her body, and all the bones in her body felt like they were being cracked with a hammer little by little.
Bang!
Suddenly, Tushan Xue heard a sonic boom in her ears. Instantly, his face changed greatly, and he just wanted to activate the talisman in his hand. However, the speed of the demonic chi that struck towards Tushan Xue was beyond her imagination. In the next second, Tushan Xue felt a sharp pain coming from her lower abdomen.
Put!
Tushan Xue's mouth suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. The entire person flew backwards as if he had been hit by a large truck.
Tushan Yuki's body hit the ground hard.
She felt a wave of vertigo pass through her brain.
Knight Wanqing!
Tushan Xue's entire body slammed the ground behind him with dense cracks. She looked at Knight Wanqing, who suddenly appeared not far from her, and gritted her teeth. Knight Wanqing, why can't you just let me go?
Knight Wanqing didn't pay any attention to Tushan Xue, and just took one step at a time towards Tushan Xue. Knight Wanqing, don't force me. Tushan Xue clutched the talisman in her hand tightly. She knew that she couldn't possibly threaten Knight Wanqing. She had never expected, no matter what, that the person who had been in the shadows when she crossed the threshold was Knight Wanqing. In this way, the talisman in his hand would not serve any purpose. After all, Knight Wanqing herself was a late-stage Yuaning, and how could the 3 Knight Wanqing attacks stored in the talisman possibly injure her? Knight Wanqing saw that Tushan Xue was storing the talismans of her 3 attacks in her hand. It didn't show any emotion.
Just one step at a time, he walked towards Tushan Xue.
Knight Wanqing!
Tushan Xue looked at Knight Wantran, who was getting closer and closer to her.
The hand holding the talisman was trembling. Why?
Tushan Xue hissed as she looked at Knight Wanqing, who was approaching her step by step.
Why you still won't leave me alone? Knight Wanqing, why can't you just leave me alone?
Knight Wanqing had already arrived in front of Tushan Xue at this moment. Be a good boy and go back with me, this time I won't give you any more chances. With that, Knight Wanqing reached out and grabbed Tushan Xue.
Why? Why? Why?
Tushan Yuki looked at the palm that grabbed at her. At this moment, the young girl's original pink pupils had completely changed to blood red.
Knight Wanqing, you forced me to do this.
Tushan Xue instantly infused her spiritual energy into the talisman that Knight Wanqing had given to her for self-defense. She knew it probably wouldn't work on Nightwing. However, other than this talisman, one did not have any means that could harm Knight Wanqing. Knight Wanqing sensed that Tushan Xue had really injected her spiritual energy into the talisman in her hand. There was a flash of dismay in his eyes.
She never thought that Tushan Xue would actually activate the talisman.
Would attack herself with the very thing she had given her to save her life?
Along with the infusion of Tushan Xue's spiritual energy, the talisman emitted a black light. In the next second, a sword roar resounded through the sky. Buzz! Countless demonic chi surged out from the talisman.
Knight 7, who was standing in the distance, sensed the commotion and looked into the field. A flash of incredulity and horror flashed in his eyes.
No! No! She instantly mobilized her entire body's demonic chi to charge this way. Demonic chi formed a shadow of Knight Wanqing behind Tushan Xue.
The aura emanating from the silhouette was that of a late-stage Yuaning. Knight 7 knew that the current Holy Maiden Highness only had the cultivation of an early Yuaning stage. If one was struck by this sword, if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. However, she was only a Jinden cultivator. And how could it move faster than a late-stage Yuaning shadow? She could only watch as the void raised the sword in his hand. The spirit sword that Knight Wanchang had given to Tushan Shui was held in the shadow's hands. The monstrous demonic aura was wrapped around the sword. Buzz. It was accompanied by a sword sound that resounded through the sky. Knight Wanqing looked at the spirit sword stabbing at her, mobilizing his entire body's magic chi to form a magic chi shield in front of him. However, the gap between the early stage of Yuaning and the late stage of Yuaning could not be bridged even by Knight Wanqing. The shield formed by the demonic chi in front of him couldn't even manage to block it for a moment. The one touch and it breaks. Knight Wanchang looked at herself in front of her, holding a spirit sword. For some reason, there was a hint of relief in his heart. Maybe it's because it's never been defeated. Even if you die in the end, it will be by your own hand. Maybe this is the best place for yourself to be. Put. A sword through the heart. Warm blood spurted out from Knight Wanting's body and sprayed on Tushan Shui's face. The heavens and earth were silent, except for Knight 7's heart-rending cries. No! Knight 7 looked at the image in front of her, and it was as if all her strength had been drained from her. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees on the ground. Looking in the direction where Knight Wanqing was, his eyes shed tears of blood. Ah! Your Holy Highness! Dividing line. Thanks to the owner of that preset, please rest assured, sent to the end of the 666, Oda Rays, may need to wait until the next weekend. Finally, I still want to talk to you. For this book you like to read, point to urge more, give a good review, brush if for love power is good, there is no need to spend money to brush gifts, everyone earn money is not easy. Chapter 60, You're only worthy of being a furnace. The original warm red liquid. By the time it splashed onto Tushan Yuki's face, it had become cold. She, too, in this moment, calmed down. The blood-colored pupils had once again changed to their original pink color. Unbelievably, he looked at the image in front of him. How? It was surprising that Knight Wanqing would not be able to block her own attack. Tushan Yuki couldn't figure it out. What she couldn't figure out even more was that she was actually feeling a twinge of pain coming from the location of her heart. Ming. Obviously, if Nightwing is really dead, one is truly free. Once she humiliated herself over and over again, she should be happy that she's dead. Just, why? Why do you feel heartbroken? Bang! While Tushan Shui was dazed, a demonic chi struck from the side, instantly sending Tushan Shui's entire body flying backwards. Knight 7 knelt on the ground and crawled over to Knight Wanqing, holding the extremely weak Knight Wanqing in her arms. With bloodshot eyes, he stared at Tushan Shui in death. Why? Knight 7 hissed out in anger. Why did you do this to Her Holy Highness? Feeling the ever weaker aura from Her Highness the Holy Maiden, a hint of blood color appeared in the demonic aura around Knight 7. A blood-colored jade flute appeared in Knight 7's hand. The monstrous demonic aura immediately spread in all directions with Knight 7 at the center. Knight 7 held a blood flute and took a step towards Tushan Shui. Countless demonic chi surrounded the blood. She even severed her contract with her original weapon in order to give you the sharpest sword in the world and give it to you. And you actually took Her Highness the Holy Maiden's original weapon and stabbed it into her heart. Hearing Knight 7's words, Tushan Shui only felt her brain go blank with a loud bang. This sword is Nightwing's original weapon? The sharpest sword in the spirit and demon world? No wonder. No wonder that 3 years ago, he had only placed his sword against Knight Wanqing's neck. With his own cultivation at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment, he was also able to leave blood traces on Knight Wanqing's body. She assumed that it was due to the depletion of the demonic chi in Knight Wanqing's body. Now that I think about it, I'm so stupid. Really? I can't believe I didn't think of it myself, a Yuaning powerhouse even without a demonic aura to protect his body. Just the physical body alone was not something she could casually injure at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment. I can't believe she left that out. Tushan Shui opened her mouth, still wanting to argue something. Just. What else can one argue with? Could it be that this was Knight Wanqing's own choice, and what did it have to do with herself? She, Tushan Shui, just as much as she hated Knight Wanqing, couldn't say such words. Sorry. When Knight 7 heard Tushan Shui say I'm sorry, she only felt ridiculous. Looking at this appearance of Tushan Shui, his heart could not help but feel unworthy for Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, had gone from being a supreme talent to what she was now for such a person.
Are you now wondering why Her Highness the Holy Maiden was heavily injured by one of her own attacks? That's because Her Highness the Holy Maiden used the Heavenly Demon Lead 3 years ago to save you. During these 3 years, Knight 7 learned everything that happened at that time from Knight Wanqing. Of course, the matter of Tushan Shui placing the spirit sword on her neck, Knight Wanqing did not tell Knight 7. Do you know what a Heavenly Demon Lead is? Tushan Shui really didn't know what a Heavenly Demon Lead was.
Her knowledge of the spirit demon realm came entirely from the spirit demon record. However, the Heavenly Demon Leader, which was the core secret method of the sect, naturally would not be recorded.
Shut up! Just as Knight 7 wanted to continue, Knight Wanqing's weak voice entered Knight 7's ears. Take me away. Knight 7 heard Knight Wanqing's weak voice behind her. Your Highness, she. Knight 7 choked out a sob. On the basis of what? Why should Tushan Shui be able to receive such love from Her Highness the Holy Maiden? What is Heavenly Demon Led? Tushan Shui reached out and grabbed Knight 7's hand that she wanted to draw back, her eyes filled with blood. Deadly staring at the Knight 7 in front of him, he asked, Tell me, what is the Heavenly Demon Led? Knight 7 wasn't Knight Wanqing, so naturally she wouldn't spoil her. Touch. The aura of a mid-Jindan stage immediately shook Tushan Shui's entire body backward several steps. When did I give you permission to touch me? Knight 7 said expressionlessly, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind. Tushan Yuki. Knight 7 knew that the current Knight Wanqing couldn't stop from killing Tushan Shui. However, she didn't want to upset Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Just with a pair of ice-cold eyes, he looked at Tushan Shui whose entire being was in a state of bewilderment. If you had been bought back by someone else back then, the current you would only be worthy of being a furnace pot. This sentence of Knight 7's immediately exploded in Tushan Shui's mind like a thunderbolt. Tushan Shui once again recalled the gaze she felt that day at the auction. It seems that the way everyone looked at themselves was lascivious and made them feel sick. If it really wasn't bought by Nightwing Tilt at that time. Instead, as Knight 7 said, it was bought by someone else. Maybe he really is just a cauldron now. Was what Knight Wanqing did after she bought herself back really excessive? Maybe it's over the top in my own mind. But, this is the Spirit Demon Realm. Chapter 60.5, Tushan Yuki, your free half chapter. P.S. Because of the full class, I only wrote 1,000 words at noon, so I'll just change it first, and then I'll change a full chapter after class in the evening, and this 1,000 words is kind of compensation for not being able to update on time at noon. Tushan Shui, you are a white-eyed wolf that can never be raised. Knight 7 finally finished the sentence to Tushan Shui, and then stopped paying attention to Tushan Shui's reaction behind her. Crouching down, he gently picked up Knight Wanqing who had fallen into unconsciousness due to her serious injuries. Your Highness, let's go. As a Yuaning powerhouse, Knight Wanqing was as long as her Yuaning was not destroyed. Even if the heart is pierced, with enough time to recover, it won't really die. Tushan Shui looked at Knight 7's back, wanting to continue her sophistry. You're an underfed white wolf. Knight 7's words were like a needle that pierced deep into Tushan Shui's heart. I am an underfed white wolf? Tushan Shui couldn't help but ask herself in her mind, was she really a white-eyed wolf? No. No. Tushan Yuki covered his head in pain and cried out. What gives you the right to call me a white wolf? Tushan Shui roared in the direction that Knight 7 had left. It's true that she's done a lot for me, but am I wrong? I just want to be free, am I wrong? Since I was a child, the education I have received over the past 18 years is that all men are equal and born free. What did Nightwing do? Freedom? Knight Wanqing imprisoned herself. Equality? She forced herself to call her master. Torturing herself whenever she didn't do what she wanted. Trample your dignity underfoot and keep crushing it. Now instead, they are calling themselves white wolves. I just want to be free. Is that wrong? You just want to be free? Knight 7's footsteps lurched when she heard Tushan Shui's words, turning her face to look at Tushan Shui with a look of looking at trash. Then congratulations, Tushan Yuki. Wish come true, you're free. As the words fell, Knight 7 no longer stayed in place, and she didn't want to hear Tushan Shui's voice again. Carrying Night Wanqing in his arms, he left without looking back. I'm free. Tushan Shui muttered as she looked at Knight 7's distant figure. Accompanied by the figures of Knight 7 and Night Wanqing completely disappearing from view. It was as if Tushan Shui had suddenly had all her strength drained from her. The legs are soft, actually flop, paralyzed on the ground. Yeah, I'm free. Shouldn't I be happy? She looked in the direction where the two had disappeared and only felt her heart empty. Obviously. Why can't I be happy when I've obviously really gained my freedom? Tushan Shui's eyes were filled with confusion, and she barely managed to squeeze a smile on her face that was worse than crying. Laugh, obviously you should. Why? Can't you laugh? Not far from the demon sect, at the foot of the mountain, in a straw hut. Alas, another failure. The old man sighed and reached up to wipe away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Feeling the demonic chi backlash in his body. Ooh-hoo. The pink pig on the side sensed that the old man had failed to make another breakthrough and hurriedly ran to the old man's side, rubbing his face against him. The old man smiled and reached out to rub the pink pig's head. Don't worry, the backlash of the Yuaning realm can't hurt me yet. The pink pig seemed to understand the old man's words and whimpered twice before not continuing to bother the old man. It should work in theory, so why is it just unbreakable? The old man pacified the pink pig, and then continued to contemplate in his mind the change in the demonic aura from the previous breakthrough. It's already been 4,396 times, the backlash now is a bit overwhelming even if I was once in the transformation god realm. Could it be? Is there really no way to break this heavenly demon lead? Chapter 61. Tushan Yuki just went limp. A pair of eyes looked confusedly at the direction in which Knight 7 had left. Knight 7's words kept ringing in her ears like a magic voice. You're just an underbred white-eyed wolf. Am I really a white knight? Tushan Yuki muttered. Knight Wanting. I don't know how long it took, but Tushan Yuki stumbled up. You think that's going to make me feel guilty about you? A flash of blood color in his eyes, even Tushan Shui herself didn't notice it. So that this will erase what you once did to me. Tushan Shui looked in the direction where Knight 7 had left earlier. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I told you that someday I'd catch you and put you in a cage. Nullify your cultivation, so that you too can experience what it's like to be kept as a pet. Because 3 years ago, Knight Wanqing killed Sima Frishi. This gave the Sima family enough reason to put Knight Wanqing on the wanted list in the entire spirit demon world 3 years ago under the name of deceiving the master and destroying the ancestor. Therefore, after Knight 7 left with Knight Wanting, finding a very hidden valley, he settled the unconscious Knight Wanqing behind the cave. Knight 7 looked at Knight Wanqing, whose breath was weak. Your Highness, I'll go find you some pills to recover your injuries. Now that the two were wanted by the Sima family, they had to be careful. That's why it's imperative that Her Highness's injuries recover as quickly as possible, or else if the Sima clan's people find this place, not even a chance to escape. I don't know why. After experiencing this incident, every time Tushan Shui cultivated, Knight 7's voice would always ring in her ears. The image of Knight Wanqing would always float before his eyes. There were images of her humiliating herself, as well as images of her saving herself from Ding Xiaolong. Even with the help of the Xian Ice platform, it was still impossible to enter cultivation normally. A whole half a month had passed, and not only did Tushan Shui's cultivation not improve in any way, she could even vaguely feel that if this continued, not only would one's cultivation not be able to advance any further, one would even fall back to the foundation establishment realm. This discovery caused Tushan Shui's heart to sink. Could it be that I'm creating a demon in my mind? Tushan Shui couldn't help but think in her mind. Because he often read novels in his past life, Tushan Shui subconsciously thought that in his past life, in a certain immortal cultivation novel, the description of the heart demon was very similar to his current situation. But soon Tushan Shui dismissed this idea in her mind. For one thing, she thought of the author of the novel called Four Waters Without Wheels. She remembers that this author could have written a threaten the hero with self-destruction netherworld storyline. Since the last time, Tushan Shui no longer trusts this author, she thinks that this author is simply a big smart. Since this statement was written by this author, the situation he is in must not be a demon. Secondly, she had learned about the heart demons of this world in the spirit demon record. The person who can cause one's mind to become obsessed must be someone who is important to one. Tushan Shui thinks that Knight Wanqing is not important to him, he does not have Stockholm Syndrome. But, whatever was in her mind, Tushan Shuedu knew that his best option right now was to pause his cultivation.
When Tushan Shui ended her cultivation, she took back the Xian ice platform and spirit gathering formation into her nascent soul ring. It was dusk when the retreat ended.
It is the time of yin and yang. Half the sky is black, half the sky is white.
With the last rays of sunlight falling,
the sky turned completely black.
Tushan Shui stood up, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes.
She didn't know where she was going. Or she didn't know where she could go. Just walking aimlessly.
Unconsciously, Tushan Shui arrived at the magic abyss city. It wasn't as if she came of her own accord.
Rather, it's completely instinctive.
Tushan Shui looked at the Devil's Abyss City in front of her and told herself in her mind that she had only come to Devil's Abyss City in the spirit and demon realm, and that was why she had come here.
When the young girl walked into the city of Magic Abyss.
At this moment, there were no more people in the Devil's Abyss City. Most of the stores are closed.
Tushan Yuki walked down the street.
Without realizing it, Tushan Shui walked outside an old store on the corner. This was one of only a few stores in Devil's Abyss City that had not yet closed at this moment.
Little girl, want to pinch a terracotta figurine?
Seemingly sensing that someone was coming, the old man came out from the back on his crutches. The cane struck the ground with a crisp sound.
Da-day-day-day.
On the other side, in the cave, Knight 7 was covered in wounds, looking at Knight Wanqing who was still in a coma. Your Highness the Holy Maiden, I'm sorry, it's all because Knight 7 was useless and didn't manage to find you an elixir to speed up the recovery of your injuries. During this period of time, because there weren't many spirit stones on his body, and he didn't have any precious cultivation resources. Therefore, whenever Knight 7 saw an elixir that could speed up the recovery of Her Highness the Holy Maiden's injuries at the auction, you can only choose to follow the person who auctioned off the elixir and exchange it with magic energy. At the beginning, Knight 7 did exchange a lot of pills.
It also made Knight Wanqing's recovery from her injuries much faster.
After all, the middle Jindan stage was considered a strong person in the spirit demon realm. But, there are successes and naturally failures in such things. This time, the object that Knight 7 had exchanged was a late Jindan powerhouse. If he hadn't used the secret method of the demon sect at the last moment to forcefully raise his realm to the late Jindan stage, he would never have returned. Even so, Knight 7 was severely injured by his opponent. This was the third time Knight 7 had been injured in the past half-month. Each time one is stacked with a new injury on top of the previous one that is still fresh. Feeling in bad shape today, if you think this chapter is not well written or have any questions you can ask, I will refer to it and revise it, thank you.
Chapter 62 Blood Flute Hanging in the Air.
It turns out that when you reach Jindan, it's not that hard to learn how to pinch terracotta figurines. Tushan Shui walked out of the terracotta figurine store and looked at the terracotta figurines in her hands. It was a shrunken version of Knight Wan Tran. The reason why it was Knight Wan Ting, Tushan Shui felt it was because she was the only one she knew in this world. The others didn't recognize themselves, which was why they subconsciously pinched the pottery figurines in the manner of Knight Wanqing. By no means was Nightwing Tilt important in his own mind. Putting the terracotta figurine into his nascent sphere, Tushan Shui left the Devil's Abyss City. However, just as soon as she left Devil's Abyss City, Tushan Shui was once again in a daze. I don't know where else I could have gone.
Back to practicing?
Tushan Shui muttered, but somehow an inexplicable uneasiness rose in her heart. Your Highness, I will make sure you recover as soon as possible. After Knight 7 finished speaking, she staggered up, ready to continue going out to find pills for Knight Wanqing. Only, as soon as he got up, he felt pain coming from all parts of his body. The moment she looked up, however, her entire body froze. There were actually 3 more middle-aged men in the valley at some point, and one of them was the same late Jindan powerhouse who had injured her earlier.
Knight Wanqing is really with you.
Knight 7 heard the middle-aged man in the center speak. In the next second, the man's aura revealed itself without reservation.
Jindan Great Perfection.
It turned out that the other party had deliberately hidden their cultivation before, just to lure themselves out. And then let himself go, with a strength 2 realms higher than his own, coupled with the fact that he was severely injured, it was naturally impossible for him to discover the other party's tracking. In this instant, Knight 7 figured everything out. She vigilantly retreated to Knight Wanqing's side, shielding Knight Wanqing, who was already in an unconscious state, behind her. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, who are you? She was certain that the 3 people in front of her were definitely not from the demon sect. She had seen all of the younger generation of the devil sect, and there were definitely not the 3 people in front of her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to exchange pills with them. The man smiled with a harumph when he heard Knight 7 ask about his name. I don't change my name when I walk, I don't change my name when I sit, Sha family, Sha Bui. The middle-aged man standing at the side sniffed coldly. Big brother, what's the point of talking nonsense with her? The Sima family has said that as long as they can take down Knight Wanqing, they will give our Sha family an elder position in the devil sect. Qianyu, who was on the side, also spoke up at this moment. Big brother, Brother Shidayo is right, late is late. Big brother, we have been searching for 4 years, and we haven't even found a single clue about 6th sister, will she? Before Tushan Yan could finish his words, he was knocked hard on the head by Tushan Ashes. 6th sister, she'll be fine. Tushan Ashes paused and added, I have a hunch that we should be able to find 6th sister soon. Tushan Yan sniffed and pouted, I don't want anything to happen to 6th sister either, but she doesn't have any cultivation, and she's so pretty, if she were to be. The next words Tushan Yan did not continue. Any of them knew that in the spirit demon realm, the prettier a woman looked without any cultivation, the worse she would end up. For a while neither of the two continued to speak, and a depressing atmosphere filled the air. Boom! Suddenly, there was a deafening explosion in the distant sky. At the same time, 2 monstrous demonic auras swept in all directions. Knight 7 staggered back a few steps, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Sand Sculptor looked at the wretched Knight 7 at the moment and said expressionlessly, as long as you hand over Knight Wanqing to us, we can let you die a painful death, otherwise we will let you experience what it means to live as if you were worse than dead. Knight 7 listened to the other party's words and ignored them. Just feeling the state of the body, after using the heavenly demon leader, the strength was briefly raised to the Jindan Grand Circle. However, the other party had 3 people, one of whom was a Jindan Great Perfection and 2 were in the late Jindan stage. She had tried many times to break out. But with his current realm he still couldn't break out. No one in the history of the spirit demon world had ever superimposed 2 heavenly demon leads consecutively within a short period of time. This was because by projection, spiritual energy magic energy 2 realms above the body was already the limit. If it was any higher, it would not be able to withstand the huge amount of energy and thus burst into flames. Therefore, even a few of her sisters, when covering her escape earlier, only chose to use the heavenly demon lead once before blowing themselves up. But, now one has no choice. If the time for the heavenly demon leader ends, I will also lose my combat power, and your highness will truly fall into their hands. Knight 7 turned back to look at Knight Wanqing, who was still in a coma, and a flash of determination flashed in her eyes. Even if I die, I won't let your highness fall into their hands. In the next second, the aura on Knight 7's body returned to its peak in an instant. At the same time, it is growing upwards at an incredible rate. Shibuti and the others all stared in shock when they sensed Knight 7's actions. She's out of her mind. Do you want to burst into flames? Blood seeped from the corner of Knight 7's mouth. Half-step Yuaning. Along with the realm breakthrough to half-step Yuaning, Knight 7 could feel the demonic chi rampaging through his body. Put. Knight 7 spat out a large pool of blood from his mouth. The body also had countless cracks appearing because it couldn't withstand this massive demonic chi within it. The whole thing was like a balloon about to burst. But Knight 7 was happy at the moment. She could feel an inexhaustible amount of demonic energy in her body. The 3 people in front of them were by no means their own opponents right now. The same way she could feel because of the demonic chi rampaging through her body, it wouldn't take long for her body to crack completely. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Countless red liquids, from the cracks of the body, dripped down onto the ground, making a dripping sound. Knight 7 glanced at Knight Wanqing, who was still in a coma. Your Highness, it's Knight 7 who is useless and can't continue to accompany you. After saying that, Knight 7 took a step forward. As if sensing something, a tear fell from the corner of the eye of the unconscious Knight Wanqing. The aura of a half-step Yuaning pressed toward the 3 without reservation. Put. As a Jindan Great Perfection, Sha Bai was barely able to resist the pressure of a half-step Yuaning. However, Sha Diao and Sha Niao were only at the late Jindan stage of cultivation, and they were instantly crushed by the pressure, causing their entire bodies to prostrate on the ground. Knight 7 knew he didn't have much time. If the 3 couldn't be killed in the shortest possible time, Her Highness the Holy Maiden would still be in danger. In the next sec, eventually, he withdrew his palm. Your Highness, I'm sorry, it's all because Knight 7 is useless. The light in one pair of Knight 7's eyes became fainter and fainter. Breathing grew heavy as well. If the sisters were here instead, they would have done a better job than Knight 7.
Knight 7 could feel his life force draining away.
Even so, she would not regret the decision she had made.
It's just that your highness has shown Knight 7's favor can't be repaid in this lifetime. I can only next life pay it back again. Said this last sentence.
One pair of Knight 7's eyes slowly closed.
A pair of arms also hung limply. Da-day-day-day.
Just as she was about to lose consciousness, footsteps were heard in his ears. Knight 7's original consciousness that was about to dissipate also regained some solidity at this moment. She tried to get her eyes open, tried to get herself on her feet.
And yet it can't be done anyway. Unwilling. Is that all there is to it? Only, what could my present self do even if I opened my eyes? Even if you open your eyes, what can you do? Knight 7 felt his consciousness gradually fall into chaos.
Hiss. When Tu Shanyan used his spiritual energy to check Knight 7's physical condition at this moment, even he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air.
Big brother, see if she can still be saved. Tu Shan Ashes heard Tu Shanyan's words and stepped forward to probe his spiritual energy into Knight 7. In just a moment, Tu Shan Ashes couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How did you get hurt like that?
At this moment, all the organs in Knight 7's body were churned to pieces by the demonic chi, and even the meridians were broken inch by inch.
Obviously already a wreck. But maybe it was luck, or maybe it was something else.
There was still a trace of imperceptible vitality remaining in Knight 7's body. Even so, Tu Shan Ashes, who was a pill refiner, shook his head. The meridians are broken by inches, and the organs are destroyed.
There's no longer any chance of surviving this. Ugh.
Tu Shanyan sighed. He had actually guessed it when he finished checking the situation inside Knight 7. Big brother, there's another person in the back, I'll go check on her injuries. After Tu Shanyan finished speaking, he was about to get up to probe Knight Wanqing's injuries.
However, in the next second, the two foxes saw an image that shocked them, yet they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The moment amazing Tu Shan got up, the blood flute that landed on the ground emitted a faint glow and flew to Knight 7's body. A faint blood-colored glow instantly emanated from Knight 7's body. In the next second, there was still no spiritual energy on his body, nor was there any vitality in Knight 7. It actually stood up slowly. She didn't open her eyes. It just stiffly stopped in front of amazing Tu Shan. Big brother. This. Tu Shanyan looked at Tu Shan Ashes with a face full of shock.
Even Tu Shan Ashes, who was behind him, was shocked speechless at this moment.
Danology doesn't exist anymore. He couldn't understand on what basis Knight 7 could still stand up in her current physical condition.
What was even more incomprehensible was that he could sense that Knight 7 was not conscious at the moment.
In other words, stopping between Knight Wanqiang and Tu Shanyan was this body's instinctive behavior. Give her to me.
Just as the two foxes were shocked, a young girl's voice came to his ears. The two foxes sniffed and looked over, and the Liu Ruyan daughter, Xiao, was from outside the valley covered. Her reason for helping Knight 7 was also simple. What Xiao was most displeased with in her life was that kind of backstabbing person. All the same, she most admired people who were absolutely loyal. She felt that Knight 7 was definitely the most loyal person she had ever met in this world. Even if Nightwing was already like this now, Knight 7 was willing to give her life for Nightwing. I can bring her back to life. After saying that, Xiao took a step out and came in front of Knight 7. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, Knight 7 instinctively swung out his fist to hit Xiao. Xiao gently used her spiritual power to dislodge Knight 7's attack, but it didn't hurt her. And then, he stuffed an elixir into Knight 7's mouth before looking at the two Fox Clan teenagers. She'll be in your hands. After saying that, he used his spiritual power to bind Knight 7 and bring her away from the valley. This she naturally refers to Knight Wanqiang. It was only long after Xiao had left that the second fox came back to his senses. She actually broke through. Even so, the aura on her body would give people an invisible sense of oppression. This was something that Xiao could not compare to even if he broke through to Yuaning. Tu Shanyan hadn't seen Knight Wanqiang, so naturally he wouldn't know. Tu Shan Ashes stepped forward and was just about to help Knight Wanqiang probe her injuries, however, the next second when he looked at Knight Wanqing's face, the whole thing but froze. Big brother, what's wrong? Seeing that Tu Shan Ashes froze, Tu Shanyan couldn't help but ask, while stepping forward to see what was wrong. In the next second, he heard Tu Shan Ashes' shocked voice, Knight Wanqiang, See the comments that the recent plot a little collapse. If you guys think which place collapse, you can say in the comments, put forward their own suggestions. I will change mainly because the recent state is too bad. There are places if the writing collapse I myself do not know. I'm sure that readers who can read this know that I do read every comment, so I see all the comments you make. The last thing is that a lot of people want to read the sticky post, so if there are enough people, I'll add an extra chapter tomorrow or the day after I finish the daily updates. Chapter 64, Who Are You to Say No to Me? Well. Tushan Yuki opened her eyes and into the darkness. She shook her head. That's when I realized that it appeared to be a collar around my neck? Why is the scene before me so familiar? Tushan Shui felt puzzled in her mind. There was a swaying underfoot and a gradual clamor in his ears. Finally. With a flash of blinding light shining into her eyes, Tushan Shui finally saw the image in front of her. It also finally occurred to me what this place was. Am I being reborn again? The young girl stared blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar image before her. This was the very same auction that Tushan Shui had been bought back by Night Wanchang when she had just crossed over to the spirit demon realm. The difference between this time and the last time was that Tushan Shui could hear the murmurs around her. Listening to all the filth coming from all around. For the first time, Tushan Shui felt that Night Seven's words, "You're only worthy of being a cauldron," didn't seem to be just words. Just the thought of what would happen to her like that sent a wave of revulsion through her. I shall be bought back by her again, though. Somehow Tushan Shui thought in her mind, and her original anxious heart gradually calmed down. Night Wanting, who was standing in the top floor box, looked at Tushan Shui in the arena. For some reason, the heart loved her and wanted to photograph her and keep her as a pet. However, when she was about to open her mouth to say 200 million, somehow she suddenly felt a sense of disgust towards the fox girl in the field. This disgust she didn't know where it came from. But, as a Yuan-ing powerhouse, she trusted her intuition. Eventually the words that came to his mouth were swallowed back. This time, she stopped buying her back. $90 million. Accompanied by the Wang family master's call for $90 million, the auction house no longer resounded with the sound of a bidding increase. She didn't hear that familiar voice until the bidding ended and Tushan Snow was auctioned off by the Wang family master. Tushan Shui panicked. This time she was really panicked. How come? She looked around in horror, trying to find the familiar figure. It was just that the top floor box that Night Wanchang was in was one-way glass, so it was naturally impossible for Tushan Shui to see her. It's all back to the beginning, but everything seems to have changed again. After the auction ended, Tushan Shui met with the Wang family master. It was a middle-aged man with a lewd look, and Tushan Shui could feel the other party looking at her. It was a lustful, lewd look. My name is and I will be your master from now on. After finished, he did not leave Tushan Shui half a thought, and pinched his hands on the spot. A formation appeared under the young girl's feet for an instant. No, don't. Tushan Shui looked at the formation under his feet and shook his head in horror at him. That's not it. That's not how things are supposed to work. Pop. A loud slap smacked Tushan Shui's reddening half of. I didn't expect to end up saving my own life as well. In these past few days, it seems that the eyebrows really did look so similar to Tushan Yuki. Well, have you met the sixth sister? Tushan Yen asked, while using his spiritual energy to outline in the air what he remembered the sixth sister looked like 4 years ago. Ha! Night Wanchang looked at the familiar figure in the air and murmured out, it really is Tushan Shui. Tushan Yen and Tushan Ashes originally didn't have much hope. However, when they heard Night Wanching's words, both of the two foxes' bodies were shaken. Looking up in shock, you've seen her. Chapter 65, Nightwing says she doesn't want you. Hearing Night Wanchang mention the sixth sister's name. How could two fox not be excited? They've been looking for Tushan Yuki for 4 years. They have asked countless people and demons. This was the first time they had heard someone mention Tushan Shui's name. Night Wanching felt the expectant eyes of Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen, and just faintly said, one side of the story. Just one side of the story? Tushan Ashes murmured out, then do you know where she is? Although Night Wanching only said that she had met, Tushan Ashes still wanted to ask because he felt that there should be more than just a one-sided relationship between Night Wanching and Tushan Shui. Resentment, humiliation, resentment. So what? For the first time, Tushan Yuki realized. This is no longer the world of one's former life where moral restraints existed.
This is the spirit demon realm.
A world without any constraints, a world where strength is honored. Not everyone was like Night Wanqing, who would consider her feelings.
Finally,
in the midst of one torment, Tushan Yuki finds the opportunity to end his life.
In the last moments of life,
she finally realized why Night 7 had called herself a white-eyed wolf. The image in front of her gradually blurred, and Tushan Shue's consciousness gradually fell into a blur.
I don't know how long it's been.
By the time Tushan Shue opened her eyes again, found myself back in that familiar scene again, still in the dark. With a wobble under her feet, she was once again pushed onto the auction block. The host's voice once again rang in his ears. I believe everyone has long since gotten the news that today our auction house will be auctioning off an extreme fox demon. In the real world, Tushan Shue's body was curled up into a ball, and her body was wrapped in black spiritual energy. There was a slight black color that vaguely appeared in the spiritual energy in his body. At the same time, the aura on Tushan Shue's body was getting stronger, and at this moment, it was already approaching the middle Jindan stage.
A blood-colored lily, swaying happily beside Tushan Shue.
Instead, the nerdy hairs on his head are quivering uncontrollably. With every shake of it, more spiritual energy within Tushan Shue's body would turn black. Likewise, the aura on Tushan Shue's body would be strengthened a few points more. Tushan Shue didn't know how many reincarnations she had gone through. Just as she was about to break down, the surrounding scene became illusory for a moment. At the same time, fallen red dust reappeared in front of Tushan Shue. Once again the voice rang in my ears, the dream is awake. Tushan Shue woke up leisurely and opened a pair of blood-red eyes. A rush of everything that happened in the dream came to mind. Tushan Yuki rubbed her head, digesting the sudden abundance of memories in her mind. She had already learned the identity of the original owner from fallen red dust. The sixth princess of the Fox clan of Qingqiu. In the middle of the day, the color of the blood in his eyes faded, changing once again to a pair of pale pink pupils. Just a hint of imperceptible blood color remained in the depths of his eyes. Feeling the current cultivation level, late Jindan stage. Looking down at the blood-colored lily at his feet, he lifted his feet and left the retreat.
Ka Qing. Your Holy Highness.
Night 7 let out a cry of alarm and jerked out of her sleep.
Lie down. There was an irresistible majesty in Si Yao's voice.
However, from beginning to end, Night 7 was only loyal to Night Wanqing alone.
Naturally, he wouldn't listen to Si Yao. I told you to lie down. As she spoke, Si Yao had already used her Yuaning realm's spiritual power to keep Night 7 under control.
Her Highness the Holy Maiden is in danger and is being pursued. I'm going to help her. Night 7 said as he mobilized the demonic chi in his body to try to break through Si Yao's bonds. However, the moment she mobilized her demonic chi, she froze. She couldn't feel the demonic energy inside her anymore. What about my cultivation? Night 7 looked at Si Yao with a face full of horror. Why can't I feel the demonic energy in my body anymore? No matter how much Night 7 tried, he couldn't feel the demonic chi in his body. Even Night 7 had felt it. One's own dantian. Shattered. It's all a lie, isn't it? Night 7 looked at Si Yao with a horrified expression. How she wished Si Yao told herself that it was all a dream, it was all fake. Without my cultivation, how can I still protect Her Highness the Holy Maiden? Si Yao didn't say anything, she just sat down beside Night 7 and reached out to pat her on the back. Si Yao, tell me where Her Highness the Holy Maiden is. In a moment of impatience, Night 7 actually directly called out Si Yao's name. She dreamed that Night Wanqing was being chased by two late-stage Yuaning powerhouses. No, Your Highness will fall to the Jindan realm once she uses the Heavenly Demon Guide again. With the Sima clan chasing her, if she did fall to the Jindan realm, she would not be far from being caught. I beg you, tell me. Where is Her Highness, the Holy Virgin? Si Yao looked at Night 7 with a complicated expression. Sometimes she really envied Night Wanqing for having such a loyal subordinate as Night 7. Even though he had lost all his spiritual power, the first thing he thought of was not how to recover his cultivation, but that without cultivation there would be no way to protect Night Wanqing. Nightwing said that she didn't want you. Si Yao decided to cut off Night 7's thoughts. She believed that if Night Wanqing knew that Night 7 was still looking for her even in the next second, when she felt the aura on Tushan Shue's body, her entire body froze again. Jin. Late-stage Jindan. He simply couldn't believe that 4 years ago, Tushan Shui, who didn't have any cultivation, followed behind him and shouted Big Brother at every turn. After only 4 years, he had risen from having no cultivation to the late Jindan stage.
Same as yourself.
He didn't have any jealousy, all he had was happiness and pride for Tushan Shui's cultivation breakthrough. After all, it was her own sister.
Just how much suffering did this take to raise his cultivation so quickly?
Proudly, Tushan Ashes thought as he did, and a sourness surged in his heart.
However, when Tushan Ashes heard this, his entire body was struck by lightning.
The eyes that had managed to have a few moments. At this moment, Night Wanqing was covered in wounds, listening to the discussion of the 3 Sima brothers who had surrounded themselves.
Does it have to be this way?
She bit her lip dead center. Ever since a week ago, when she was separated from the Tushan brothers, she had been subjected to the pursuit of the Sima family and its subordinate sects. In just this week's time, she had already killed 2 mid-Yuaning, as well as nearly a dozen.
As Night Wanqing pondered, she felt the demonic qi around her tumbling up violently. Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yan wanted Tushan Shui to follow them back to Qingqiu to train.
Because Tushan Mingyue was about to break through the transformation god realm, the Fox clan would also become the 4th superpower in the spirit demon realm. Tushan Shui agreed after listening to the duo's words with a little thought. After all, his current self did need a relatively safe cultivation environment. But didn't immediately follow them back to the Green Mound.
She's going to find Nightwing.
Night Wanqing sensed that the 3 Sima brothers had already taken the lead in striking out at themselves.
Gritted his teeth. She knew that she couldn't continue to hesitate. Just as she was about to use the heavenly demon lead, it seemed to have sensed something, and a flash of disbelief flashed in his eyes. A monstrous demonic aura suddenly rolled up in the distant sky.
The whole sky darkened at once. A sword sound resounded through the sky.
Buzz. Chapter 67, You're in the Way.
Buzz. The sound of the sword reached the ears of the 3 Sima brothers. All of them felt a stabbing pain coming from their hearts. As they looked up in the direction the voice came from, only a black sword chi was seen, cutting across the sky towards them.
Late Yuaning. Sima Guang's purple pupils contracted fiercely as he sensed the aura of a late-stage Yuaning from this sword chi.
It was never something they could easily block.
Put.
Accompanied by sword energy cutting through the sky, the 3 Sima brothers flew out backwards, and Sima Guangzi's breath shriveled down for a moment, obviously suffering from a light injury.
Sima Mo Fong and Sima Zhengmoil, even more so, felt the demonic qi in their bodies flow backwards. Obviously, the fight was lost.
In the middle of the day, everything fell into place.
Tushan Shui held the talisman and appeared beside Night Wanqing.
And after all, Night Wanqing did not use the heavenly demon lead.
Perhaps it was because there were still Sima's family in front of them.
Therefore, neither of the two spoke. Night Wanqing looked indifferent and said nothing as she took the lead and rushed towards Sima Guangji.
Falling cloud technique.
At that instant, black demonic qi burned on the spirit sword in Night Wanqing's hand. A purple light flashed in Tushan Shui's hand, and that spirit sword appeared in his hand once again.
The spirit sword danced in his hand, Asahi spectrum.
The black spiritual energy behind him rose up to the sky.
The entire space was instantly filled with black spiritual energy and black demonic qi.
Although they were demonic qi and spiritual energy, there was no repulsion and they were interdependent.
As if it should have been.
Seeing Night Wantran attacking himself, Sima Guangji, who was just about to mobilize his demonic qi. Suddenly, a million beautiful images flashed through my mind. There was the praise he received from the old ancestor after he won the tournament. There were also compliments from countless cultivators after they were promoted to Yuaning. The sudden beautiful memory in his mind caused his body to jerk. There was also a momentary stagnation of the demonic qi running in his body. Sima Guangji, who seemed to have come back to his senses, his entire back was suddenly drenched in a dense cold sweat.
I can't believe I got sidetracked. Sima Guangji couldn't believe that his hallowed mid-Yuaning powerhouse would go off in the middle of a sparring match. Put.
Until the moment when the spirit sword in Night Wanqing
hand pierced into Sima Guang's purple Yuaning.
It was only then that Sima Guangji really came back to her senses. It turns out that it wasn't until this moment of death that he really came around.
It's just that it's too late.
Night Wanqing looked at Sima Guangji, who had completely lost his vitality in front of her, and a moment of doubt also rose in her heart.
She also couldn't figure out why Sima Guangji would go off at a critical moment. But right now is not the time to ponder this. She had more important things to do. glancing obliquely at Sima Zheng Oil and Sima Mafeng, who had already lost their ability to resist.
Night Wanqing casually waved out two sword chi to end the lives of the two. And then he turned around and looked up at Tushan Yuki. When Tushan Shui saw Night Wanqing looking at herself, she was just about to open her mouth to ask her to follow her back to Qingqiu.
Just in time to avoid the Sima family.
She felt that Night Wanchang would definitely agree to herself. After all, Night Wanting seemed to be treating herself differently. No matter what kind of request she made, as long as it wasn't too much, she would oblige herself. Only, when she met Night Wantran's blood-red pupils.
Night Wanting.
In the end, he could only spit out the three words Night Wanqing, but the rest of the words could not be uttered no matter what.
What kind of look is that?
Tushan Shui saw from this that Night Wanting was disgusted with herself. That's right, disgust. There wasn't the happiness and excitement that Tushan Shui had imagined from seeing herself again.
Instead, disgusted.
When Night Wan listened to Tushan Shui shouting her name, for some reason, her heart felt sick to her stomach.
You're here for revenge?
Hearing Night Wanqing's icy words, Tushan Shui only felt as if her entire body was being doused with a basin of cold water from the top of her head. If one were to say that before Night Wanqing opened her mouth, Tushan Shui still had the last vestige of fantasy remaining in her heart. Along with these 6 words coming out of Night Wanqing's mouth, that last shred of fantasy was completely shattered.
If you're here for revenge, strike. As he spoke, Night Wanqing's early-stage Yuaning aura was also revealed.
She could naturally tell that Tushan Shui was not here to take revenge, or else she wouldn't have been so relieved to give her back just now. Only, seeing Tushan Shui again, there were no longer any waves in Night Wanqing's heart. She felt that all her emotions towards Tushan Shui were when Tushan Shui first activated the talisman to attack her. Dissipated as that spirit sword stabbed into his heart. Whether or not Tushan Shui had really come to seek revenge on himself was no longer important. When Tushan Shui heard Night Wanqing's words, for some reason, her heart actually felt a hint of heart-wrenching pain. No. She didn't know why things had turned out the way they had. But she wanted to explain it to Night Wing, and she believed that if she explained it clearly, Night Wanqing would then return to Qingqiu with herself.
I came to.
Only, as soon as Tushan Shui opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Night Wanqing's cold voice. If you're not here to take revenge, step aside.
Night Wanqing paused. You're in the way. Boom.
Night Wanqing's words were like countless needles, piercing deep into Tushan Shui's heart.
You're in the way. You're in the way. You're in the way. These words constantly echoed in Tushan Shui's ears. Tushan Yuki stumbled back 2 steps. She looked at Night Wantran with a pale face. She wouldn't have expected it anyway. It was surprising that Night Wanchang would one day say these 4 words to herself in such a cold tone. Just during the period when Tushan Shui was frozen, Night Wanting walked past Tushan Shui. She felt the smell in the air that belonged exclusively to Night Wanting. He looked up at Night Wanting, who was getting farther and farther away from him, clenching the talisman in his hand with all his might. Night Wanqing felt Tushan Shui's movement and her footsteps lurched. At the same time, the spirit sword in his hand burned with black demonic chi. Without turning her head back, she said to Tushan Shui, if I use the heavenly demon lead, even if you can use the talisman in your hand 3 times, you're still no match for me. After saying that, he continued to walk forward, no longer paying attention to Tushan Shui behind him. Tushan Shui clutched the talisman in her hand with force. During this time, she had learned what the heavenly demon guide was. It was also known why Night Wanqing's realm had fallen. Therefore, she also knew that if Night Wanqing used the heavenly demon lead, her cultivation would briefly return to the late Yuaning stage. The talisman in his own hand was the one given to him by Night Wanqing, who was also in the late Yuaning stage. At the same realm, the talisman certainly couldn't be a match for Night Wanqing herself. Just like that, Tushan Shui clutched the talisman tightly in her hands and watched as Night Wanting's figure grew farther and farther away from her. By the time Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yan arrived in a hurry, there was already only one person left in the field, Tushan Shui, who was standing in place in a state of disorientation. Tushan Ashes felt the demonic aura around him and had already vaguely guessed something in his heart. While Tushan Yan saw that Tushan Shui was the only one, he asked in an uncertain manner, didn't you say that you were looking for a very important person, little sister? Tushan Ashes knocked Tushan Yan's head fiercely. Shut up. Chapter 68, What do I care if you live or die? Night Wanqing. Do you really think I, Tushan Shui, owe you anything? Or do you think there's no way I, Tushan Yuki, can leave you?
I don't know how long it took, but Tushan Shui looked at the direction where Night Wanting had disappeared and muttered to herself. You don't think too highly of yourself. I, Tushan Shui, am merely giving you a safer place for the sake of that sword. Tushan Shui clenched her fists tightly, since you don't want it. What is it to me if you live or die? Tushan Shui thought that since Night Wanting had said that she was in her way. If one continues to put a hot face on a cold ass, one is being a. Tushan Shui naturally wouldn't do such a thing. If I, Tushan Yuki, ever mind your business again, I'll turn Shui Murin into a 1m5 lowly fox girl and tie her up and give her to the readers to play with for free. Tushan Shui snorted coldly, deciding that whatever dangers Nightwing Tran encountered in the future would have nothing to do with her. She's just really dead and it's none of her business. Go. Tushan Shui turned her head to look at Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen. Nowadays, there was only one thought in her mind, and that was to cultivate. Cultivate. Cultivate again. Cultivate above the god of transformation, break the world barrier, return to modern times, and reunite with his parents. Tushan Ashes glanced at Tushan Shui, and at the moment the young girl's eyes were covered in blood. He had just heard what Tushan Shui had said. After all, he was a Jindan powerhouse. Even if Tushan Shui's voice was small, he could still hear it. He was only slightly surprised that a lot of things seemed to have happened between Tushan Shui and Night Wanting. Although Tushan Shui said on her lips that it had nothing to do with her, Tushan Ashes could tell at a glance that Tushan Shui had not put it down. He wouldn't say anything more, ask any more questions. He believed that as long as Tushan Shui returned to Qingqiu, under their care, sooner or later, he would forget about Night Wanting, and sooner or later, he would forget about those unhappy memories. Be the carefree little princess of Qingqiu again. Well, Mom and Dad will be happy to know you're back. Amazing, Tushan added, and a few of my other brothers, they'll be happy too. Yes? Tushan Shui sniffed, but her expression didn't change, even her heart didn't set off too many waves. After all, the original body was dead, and the one occupying this body now was nothing more than an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. Ever since crossing over to this world, Tushan Shui had experienced the intimacy of her previous life except once in the dream world. No other kindness has ever been felt. Therefore, she didn't hold much hope for her biological parents whom she had yet to meet in this body. Not long after the three foxes left, Night Wanting appeared not far away. The Jindan realm's Tushan Ashes could hear what Tushan Shui said. As a Yuaning powerhouse, how could she not hear it? Night Wanting, I am a humble disciple, so I look to my master for The pink pig squinted in enjoyment and grunted twice more as he walked away. Seeing this, Ming Kai once again closed his eyes and silently operated the heavenly demon lead that he had deduced. Chapter 69, I'll allow you to use the heavenly demon guide. On the way back to Qingqiu, Tushan Ashes kept mentioning to Tushan Shui about those happy things when they were small. I hope Tushan Yuki can be happier. The current Tushan Shui, after all, is not the original Tushan Shui anymore, not their favorite little sister. Therefore, there wasn't much feeling for those things mentioned by Tushan Ashes. Seeing this appearance, Tushan Ashes felt more and more that Tushan Shui had suffered too much within these 4 years. Originally, my little sister was a lively and smiling personality, smiling all day long, just the kind that puts people in a much better mood when they see a glance. Because of this, all the elders in the clan loved Tushan Shui. Just a shame. Tushan Ashes hurriedly retracted his thoughts. He shouldn't have thought so much. At least the fact that his little sister was still alive was the best possible outcome. Little sister, the green hill is up ahead. Tushan Shui sniffed and looked ahead, perhaps because Tushan Mingyue was about to break through the transformation god. At the entrance of the Green Mound, there was a Fox Clan early Yuaning elder guarding it just in plain sight. Whether there were other stronger Yuaning powerhouses in the dark, that was unknown. Every person fox who wants to enter the Green Mound must have their identity personally verified by this elder to make sure it's okay before being allowed to be released. Even Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen, as the young masters of Qingqiu, had to go through the old man to verify their identities before being allowed to enter. It's the great young master and the fifth young master returning. Someone exclaimed in shock as they realized that Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen had arrived. The crowd sniffed and followed the man's gaze, and they indeed found Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen, who hadn't returned to the clan for 4 years. There was a flurry of people moving out of the way to either side. It really is the great young master who has returned. But who is the young? Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen nodded, offended. This was because today, there was no way the Sima family would give themselves time to recover. Just as Night Wanqing was pondering, the sound of breaking wind came from above her head. Night Wanqing felt the movement above her and moved her body with difficulty to avoid it.
Clang!
A long spear was nailed straight to the spot where Night Wanqing had just been. If it had been a second later, at this moment, Night Wanting's head would have been pierced through by the lance.
Even so, Night Wanyenting's entire body had suffered a not-so-light injury due to the demonic aura surrounding the lance. In the next second, the void in front of Nightwing Tran cracked open a gap. An old man stepped out from it with his feet in the void. Night Wanqing felt the aura of the other party's body late Yuanying stage. This was the first late-stage Yuanying powerhouse to actually strike out at him after he had been hunted down. The old man reached out and the lance flew back into his hand. He held his spear and pointed at the wretched Night Wanqing on the ground. Night Wanqing, as long as I kill you, I, Shen Jingbing, will be able to become a demon sect elder. So today, you must die. As he spoke, the black demonic chi was already burning on the lance in Shen Jingbing's hand. Although Night Wanqing was now at the end of her strength, Shen Jingbing still didn't dare to underestimate her in any way. He had been following Nightwing Tilt for the past few days. Looking at the young girl in front of him, it was clear that only her last breath was left. And yet, he was able to pull off the miracle time and time again, coming close to victory and killing his opponents. He had even killed a mid-Yuanying powerhouse by crossing the ranks with his current physical condition. He even suspected that if Night Wanqing was in her prime. Even across two realms, it was not impossible for an early Yuanying stage to cross over and decapitate one's late Yuanying stage. However, the current Nightwing Tilt was by no means a match for himself. One's own position as an elder of the demon sect was imperative. What about the heavenly devil's lore? He, Shen Jingbing, as the head of a clan, naturally had his own cards. He raised his head to look at Night Wanqing, his tone arrogant. I allow you to use the heavenly demon lead. Use the heavenly demon lead, let me see if you actually deserve the title of the spirit demon realm's first genius. Sorry everyone, because of the fever, head especially dizzy, so today's update is very late, apologize to you. Tomorrow I do not know if the body will be better. If the fever remains, tomorrow may be a single shift. Chapter 70, I Deserve to Die. Night Wanqing felt the battle intent on Shen Jingbing's body. At this moment, the other party had already raised their breath to the extreme. She knew that even if she ended up winning, the situation would become extremely difficult. It's just that the battle is inevitable. She propped up her body with her spirit sword and closed her eyes to run the heavenly demon lead. In the next second, surging demonic chi suddenly erupted from Night Wanting's body. The strong aura caused the surrounding space to appear slightly distorted. Shen Jingbing licked his lips as he felt the scent of Night Wanqing's body. Let me see the true strength of you, the legendary first genius of the spirit demon realm. As he spoke, Shen Jingbing had already stabbed towards Night Wanqing with his lance in hand. Nightwing Tran pulled her spirit sword out of the ground, falling cloud technique. In the Qingqiu Fox clan's martial arts arena. Two handsome-looking teenagers walked side by side in the martial arts arena, overseeing the Fox clan disciples' cultivation. From time to time, I would come up and give a few pointers. Second brother, when do you think Big Brother and the others will be back? It's been 4 years since they've been back. Tuzin Luo shook his head when he heard Tuzin Shi's words. I don't know, after all, Big Brother said that he won't come back until he finds the sixth sister, but I think they should be coming back soon too. After all, it's been 4 years already. Hearing Tushan Luo's words, Tushan Shi couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I don't know if I can bring sixth sister back. At that time, it was all because of our uselessness as older brothers that we let her be captured. When Tushan Luo heard this, he was also silent for a long time before patting Tushan Shi's shoulder. Trust Big Brother and the others, he will definitely bring little sister back. Well, Big Brother will definitely bring sixth sister back. Tushan Shi could only comfort himself so much. Ha! Just as the two of them were talking, cries of alarm suddenly came from the disciples. The Tushan Luo duo's brows furrowed slightly at the sight, and just as they were about to open their mouths to tell the crowd to quiet down, they heard a disciple open his mouth. Is that the great young master and the fifth young master, and when did they return? Hearing the voices of the disciples, Tushan Luo was slightly stunned. Big Brother's back? However, when he looked up, he did see Tushan Ashes and his group not far from him. Hastily, he reached up and rubbed his eyes vigorously, looking ahead again to make sure it wasn't a dream. Reaching out, he tried to tug on Tusanti's shirt, trying to tell him that Big Brother was back. Hoshi, Big Brother is back. Only, the reach was empty. Tushan Shi ran towards them as early as the first moment he saw Tushan Ashes and his group, while shouting under his breath.
Big brother. Tushan Ashes, who was preparing to take Tushan Shui to meet with his mother and several other brothers, heard Tushan Shi's voice. First, he was slightly stunned, feeling that there was something familiar about the voice. In the next second, after thinking about who the owner of the voice was, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. At this time, Tushan Shi had already come close and reached out to hug Tushan Ashes. Big brother, you're finally back. Tushan Ashes felt Tushan Shi's movements, the corner of his lips slightly hooked. He was already excited like this now. If he knew that his little sister had come back, wouldn't he just faint with joy? Tushan Ashes thought as he did in his mind, reaching out and patting the other party on the back. Alright, time to loosen up, there are so many people around. Just watch. Tushan Shi skimmed his mouth, which reluctantly let go of his hand, before turning his head to look at Tushan Yan. Fifth brother has returned as well. Perhaps because of the sudden return of the duo of Tushan Ashes, too much excitement caused Tushan Shi to not notice Tushan Shui, who was following the duo. Tushan Yan smiled naively at Tushan Shi. Hello fourth brother, big brother, and I have brought sixth sister back. Oh. Tushan Luo had just come from the martial arts arena when he heard Tushan Yan's words and subconsciously looked at Tushan Shui, who was standing beside the duo. Like. Too much like. Tushan Luo murmured out, simply exactly the same as 4 years ago, except that he had grown up a bit and matured a bit. Tushan Shi was also shocked by Tushan Yan's words. What did he hear? Sixth sister is back? He jerked his head up, and sure enough, he saw Tushan Yuki, who he had just failed to notice because he was too excited. Pa! Tuzanashi reached out and gave himself a slap. I can't believe I just ignored my little sister, who must have been so sad to have just been ignored by herself. I'll be damned. At the thought, he was going to go ahead and reach out and give himself a slap in the face. Fortunately, Tushan Ashes was quick to stop his movements. You're not afraid of scaring your little sister. After Tushan Shi calmed himself, he then nervously looked at Tushan Shui. Little sister shouldn't be scared by fourth brother, right? At this moment, Tushan Shui was still expressionless, and when she heard Tushan Shi's words, she only shook her head out of politeness. Tushan Shi and Tushan Luo also came back to their senses from the shock they had just experienced, and only then did they realize that Tushan Shui seemed to be different from 4 years ago. Once upon a time, Tushan Yuki gave off a very sunny and warm feeling. The current Tushan Shui, on the other hand, gave off an icy coldness that rejected people. The two of them looked at Tushan Ashes in unison, wondering what was going on. Tushan Ashes felt the gazes of the two and his heart became heavy, sighing, little sister Shi. Amnesia. Boom. The duo only felt their brains go blank for a moment, and their eyes reddened all of a sudden. It's amazing that my little sister has lost her memory. Like Tushan Ashes, they wouldn't ask Tushan Yuki why she lost her memory or blame her for forgetting herself. He would only blame himself for being useless in the first place, failing to protect Tushan Shui, which allowed her to be captured. Little sister must have gone through inhuman torture to subconsciously forget what she once remembered. The pair clenched their fists tightly at the thought. If it wasn't for their lack of strength, they would have to help their little sister take revenge. Tushan Ashes was the first to come back to his senses and introduced himself to Tushan Shui. This taller-looking one is your fourth brother, Tushan Shi. This one is shorter, it's your second brother, Tushan Lo. The two of them looked at Tushan Yuki with anticipation in their eyes, even though they already knew that their little sister had lost her memory. But still, he wished he could hear Tushan Yuki call out to his brother. Only, when they met Tushan Shui's indifferent eyes, the duo's hearts immediately felt a stabbing pain. Tushinashi only felt that his little sister should have experienced a lot of unhappy things to have such a look in her eyes. Right. I'm sorry. And Tushan Luo even subconsciously took 2 steps back when he saw Tushan Shui's indifferent pupils. Being the most sensitive to emotions, he could see in Tushan Yuki's eyes what the others couldn't. She seems to have been completely disillusioned with the world and seems to be sick of it. It's hard to imagine a young girl who was once cheerful and lively and could bring warmth to those around her. What kind of pain would she have to go through in 4 years to make her what she is now, disgusted with the world? Tushan Luo's fists were clenched tightly, even when his nails pinched into his flesh, he was still unaware of it. Number 71 Talisman of Transformation. RIP. Xin Jingbing's small abdomen was once again chopped by Night Wancheng with a slender wound. The body stumbled backwards several steps. At this moment, dozens of wounds had already been chopped out of his body by Night Wanting. The aura on his body was no longer as strong as before. He couldn't believe it as he looked at Night Wantran, who was still in peak condition, in front of him. From the time the two of them exchanged blows until now, he hadn't even touched Night Wancheng. Although he, Shen Jingbing, was not a supreme heavenly pride. However, it was also an existence that was invincible on one side, otherwise it would not have been possible to cultivate to the realm of late Yuaning. It was just that, when facing Night Wan Tran in the same realm, it left him with a deep sense of powerlessness. This made him think of his former rival Yang Peak. He had also had such a feeling of powerlessness when he faced Peak Yang. A talisman was taken out of his nascent sack and held tightly in his hand. It was slipped to him by Sima Su, and it contained a strike from the middle stage of transformation. This was also the reason why he dared to wait for Night Wan Qing to use the heavenly demon lead. He didn't have the slightest doubt that as long as he activated this talisman, Night Wan Chang would die for sure. Likewise, he himself would fulfill his heart's desire and become a demon sect elder. After realizing that Tu Shan Shui had lost her memory, the atmosphere in the arena became somewhat oppressive. Tu Shan Shui could naturally sense the four people's dissimilarities. Somehow, the bottom of the heart is actually surging a touch of strange. The dull hair on the head at the moment also wilted on the head, not moving. I don't know how long it took before Tushan Ashes squeezed a stiff smile on his face and looked at the crowd and spoke. It's a good thing that my little sister can come back, so I should be happy. Why are you making it so depressing? Until Shen Jingbing's vitality completely dissipated, he did not activate the talisman in his hand. Night Wanqing picked up the talisman on the ground, and she could feel that the aura emanating from the talisman was indeed that of a middle-stage transformation spirit. One didn't need to think about it to know that this must have been slipped by Sima Su to Shen Jingbing to use to attack himself. Perhaps Sima Su Smooth himself didn't expect that Shen Jingbing would be a battle maniac. In order to have a fair fight with himself, he did not activate the talisman until the moment of his death. The aura sealed in the talisman was constantly spilling outwards. Night Wanqing knew that this was because the talisman was unable to completely seal a blow from a transformation god powerhouse. Therefore, the talisman can only be sealed for a period of 7 days, beyond which the talisman will become ineffective. Night Wanqing put the talisman into her nascent sphere, and then looked at Shen Jingbing, who was already lifeless. Li Jiushi pursed her lips and turned her head to look at Lingshi. A mother, do you think Xiao Shueshi will really come back? Don't worry, Yuki, she's so kind, she'll be fine. Although Bai Lingshi was not sure if Tushan Shui could come back, she decided to give her daughter some hope in order not to let her be sad. Yes? How could Li Jusi not hear that her mother was lying to herself? Don't worry about it, after all, there's the eldest young master and the others out there searching. I'm sure they'll find little Snow soon enough. Li Jusi's eyes lit up when she heard her mother's words. Yeah. Big young master and the others can go out and look for little Snow, then I can go out and look for her as well. When Bai Lingshi heard this, her expression steeped into seriousness. Shaoli, you're only at the foundation establishment stage now, you haven't been out of Qingqiu, you don't know the perils of the outside world. Whatever you want to do, even if you don't cultivate, mother can go along with you, only this thing is not allowed. Hearing Bai Lingshi's serious tone, Li Jiushi playfully spat out her tongue. Got it, mother. I've heard that one before, so don't say it. Still, she couldn't help but complain in her heart. Your cultivation is not as high as your daughter's, how do you know the treacherous outside world? Bai Lingshi gouged out Li Jiushi, but she only thought that her daughter was joking as usual and didn't take it to heart. Well, mother went back to cooking, so remember to come back for dinner in a little while. After saying that, Bai Lingshi turned around and walked towards the house behind her. Got it, mother. Li Jusi sat on the bridge and looked at his mother's fading figure, then thought back to his mother's words. What's it really like out there? I saw that the rating broke 8.0 today, and I also felt the burn drop a bit this afternoon, so I coded the second chapter as well. Chapter 72, It's all my mother's fault. Mother, this time, please forgive my daughter's willfulness. Rijushi stood up from the bridge and looked back at the grass hut behind him. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes. She was going to see the outside world. She was going to go outside and get Yuki back. Toward the grass hut behind him, he knelt and kowtowed 3 times. After rising again, he turned without looking back and headed out the door. Little sister, we're home up ahead. Tushan Luo pointed at the small courtyard in front of him and said to Tushan Shui, a mother has been thinking about you every day for these 4 years. She'll be so happy now that you're back. Yes, little sister, Auntie will be so happy to know you're back. As they spoke, the group had already arrived outside the small courtyard. Inside the house, Bai Qian was knitting the sweater in her hand as seriously as a mortal woman. Suddenly, as if sensing something, she jerked her head up. Squeak! At the same time, the door to the room was opened from the outside. At a glance, Bai Qian saw Tushan Shui walking behind her 4 brothers. A flash of doubt first flashed in his eyes, then turned into shock. The last is disbelief. Little Yuki? Bai Qianxian stood up violently, her voice trembling as she spoke. She even wondered if she was dreaming. Why else would a daughter who's been missing for 4 years suddenly come back? The four brothers looked at each other. All of them did not move to the sides. Bai Qianxian took a step out and came in front of Tushan Shui. Reaching out his hand, he gently swept Tushan Shui into his arms. It was all done in an instant. The movement was so fast that even if Tushan Shui wanted to avoid it, it was too late. Until this moment, Tushan Shui could still feel the subtle spatial fluctuations coming from the surroundings. It shocked her. In the memories that fallen red dust had passed onto him, the Bai Qianxian of 4 years ago was but a Jindan great circle. Nowadays it is possible to break space. This would mean that during these 4 years, Bai Qianxian had broken through to the Yuaning realm. As a Yuaning powerhouse, even if Tushan Shui didn't release her spiritual energy, she could also sense the young girl's late Jindan cultivation. For a split second, a million thoughts went through his mind. Eventually, all the thoughts dissolved into self-loathing and heartache. She didn't believe that Tushan Shui's cultivation had appeared out of nowhere. Since this was the case, it could only be that Tushan Shui had gone through countless trials and tribulations that he could not imagine. He has suffered countless hardships to reach his current cultivation level. She was originally supposed to be living in Qingqiu, being a carefree little princess. Bai Qianxian held Tushan Shui in her arms, her right hand caressing Tushan Shui's head. Uncontrollable murmurs escaped his mouth, his voice trembling. My child, it's my mother's fault for making you suffer. Tushan Shui was held in by Qianxian's arms. Hearing the other murmur, this caused the young girl's body, which originally wanted to struggle, to freeze abruptly. She thought of the first time she met Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen. They said something similar. And then there's Tashanro and Tushanashi. Different people, saying the same thing. This was already the I don't know how many times she had heard it since she met Tushan Ashes. Whether it was the 4 older brothers, or Bai Qianxian who was now hugging herself. It's amazing how the first reactions upon seeing yourself are all the same. It's all about self-doubt. I told you, Night One Ting doesn't want you anymore. No, I don't believe it, unless Her Highness the Holy Maiden herself tells me. There's no way Her Highness the Holy Maiden doesn't want Night 7. Ever since Si Yao told Night 7 that Night One Qing didn't want her, Night 7 would beg Si Yao to take herself to Night One Qing every day. Although she knew that Her Highness the Holy Maiden might not really want her anymore, there was still that glimmer of hope in her heart. Her Highness, the Holy Virgin, would not want herself. How could Si Yao not know this bit of her mind? I told you, Night One Ting doesn't want you anymore. After a pause, Si Yao added, what's more, you don't have any cultivation right now. Even if you find Night One Chang, what can you do? Night 7 was silent for a long time at his words before he spoke in a hoarse voice. My life was saved by Her Highness the Holy Maiden, and even if I die, I will die in front of Her Highness the Holy Maiden. When Si Yao heard this, she remained expressionless. Then you still owe me a life now, how are you going to pay it back? Night 7 opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. In the end, he could only lower his head in shame. Indeed. This life of his own right now was saved by Si Yao using the precious pills of the flowing cloud sky. Otherwise, he would have long since died from continuously releasing the heavenly demon lead, thus bursting his body. In Night 7's heart, Night One Chang was always different from the others. Not only did she save herself, but she also taught herself to cultivate and raised her. In Night 7's heart, Night One Chang was a motherly existence. Seeing Night 7 like this, Si Yao sighed, I can take you to find Night One Ching. She knew that if she didn't let Night One Ching say those words to Night 7 herself, Night 7 was afraid that he would never be able to let go. She also believed that Nightwing Tran would not allow her to stay even if she saw Night 7. The reason is simple. Night One Ching wouldn't want Night 7 to stay by her side and follow her as she was hunted down. Night 7 sniffed and looked at Si Yao with a face full of anticipation, looking forward to her next words. Only to hear Si Yao continue, only, if Night One Ching said in person that she doesn't want you. From now on, it will not be permitted to continue to bring up this matter in front of me. Night 7's complexion froze for a moment when she heard this. But after hesitating, Night 7 still nodded in agreement, good. She trusted Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, not to whisk herself away. Seeing this, Si Yao sighed and said no more. Wrapping Night 7 in spiritual energy, he left the flowing cloud sky.
So it is, so it is. Minkai opened his eyes. Wrong, all wrong.
He finally knew the ultimate secret of the heavenly demon lead.
He finally knew, as in how to break the heavenly demon lead. Just. Minkai's eyes gradually dimmed after he thought about what the heavenly demon guide actually was. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr
Minkai felt the pink pig's movements, heard it reassure him, and gradually gathered his thoughts.
Rubbing its head, "You don't have to comfort me, I'm fine."
The pink pig rubbed up against him again, grrrrr. Minkai once again rubbed the pink pig's head soothingly.
He looked away.
"I'm getting older, and that's no less a good thing after all. The future is to be left to the young. There's a midterm at school today at noon, so I'm sorry for the late shift."
Chapter 73, Welcome Home, My Child.
P.S. Thank you for taking the real sword to cut the withered Emperor God certification, because of the examination, so there is no more today. Later there will be time to make up for everyone. Sorry.
Sorry. Bai Qian has spent the last 4 years thinking all the time that Tushan Shui can come back. If it wasn't for Tushan Mingyue's closed-door breakthrough to transformation. The Fox clan needed herself to preside over the big picture, and she had long ago left Qingqiu to look for Tushan Shui. The good thing is, my daughter is finally back.
Tushan Shui listened to the apologies that kept coming out of Bai Qian's mouth.
Feel the warmth of the woman's embrace. Maybe it's the instincts of this body.
Tushan Yuki closed her eyes, letting Bai Qian hold herself in her arms. The dull hair on his head was also rubbing back and forth on Bai Qian's chest. The 4 brothers on the sidelines saw this. The corners of his mouth also brought on a pleased smile. From the bottom of their hearts, they were happy that Tushan Shui was able to return. I don't know how much time has passed. Only then did Bai Qian loosen her hold on Tushan Shui. Looking at the silver hair of the young girl in front of him that was slightly messed up due to her movements. Reaching up, he smoothed the broken hair from the young girl's cheeks to the sides. Looking at the young girl's slightly flushed cheeks, he said softly, "Welcome home, my boy." Tushan Shui was slightly stunned when she heard this. It was only half a moment before he answered in a thin, mosquito voice.
"Aha!"
The location of the entrance to the green mound.
Su Qingxue looked at Li Jusi in front of her. "What are you doing out with such a low cultivation?"
When Li Jiushi heard this, she kept thinking of reasons to explain in her mind, and finally opened her mouth and said, "Mother is sick, I'll go out and buy some pills and come back." She mentally apologized to her mother, who was at home preparing dinner, and then she kept her head down and didn't say a word. She wasn't sure if this reason could fool the elder in front of her, causing her heart to beat fast. Su Qingxue frowned, thinking in her mind how could she let a child at the foundation establishment stage come out to buy pills. A fox demon in the foundation establishment stage, once it left Qingqiu, it was basically just impossible to come back. However, since these matters belonged to the other party's family, she did not have the right to intervene too much even if she was a Fox clan elder. After finally determining that there was no problem with his identity, he still let go, only still voicing out a reminder, "Remember to be more careful when you get outside, follow the elders of the Fox clan, and come back earlier after you've bought the elixir."
"Well, thank you, elder."
When Li Jiushi heard this, she let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked Su Qingxue before stomping away with her 2 little short legs. Su Qingxue looked at Li Jusi's back and shook her head. And after Li Jusi left Su Qingxue's line of sight, the heart that was hanging in the air, only then did he truly put it down. She breathed in the outside air and jumped up excitedly, "I'm finally out of the mile."
The surrounding Fox clan cultivators cast puzzled glances at Li Jusi.
Li Jusi felt the gazes thrown by the crowd, and only then did he react to the fact that he seemed to be too excited. He hastily collected his mind and pretended that nothing had happened. The rest of the people saw this and withdrew their eyes.
In addition to,
in the corner, a sharp-tongued man looked at the burly man in the lead. "Big brother, this is of good color, it should fetch a good price."
"Yeah, big brother, except for the one we caught 4 years ago, this is just the one with the best color."
Another man with a scar on his face also looked at the strong man, waiting for him to make a decision. The strong man frowned as he looked at Li Jusi's back. He was afraid that Li Jusi was the offspring of some Fox clan's great personage, who was secretly protected by a strong person. But in the end, he thought of that fox demon 4 years ago, which was sold for 200 million spirit stones. With those spirit stones, it was only possible for him to break through to the Jindan realm within 4 years. Eventually a clench of teeth, the greater the risk, the more expensive the fox.
Go, keep up.
Accompanied by the strong man's decision, the three of them concealed their figures and followed far behind Li Jusi. The aura on the strong man in the lead was clearly an early Jindan stage. Li Jusi, who was walking in front, suddenly felt a chill at her back, and had a vague sense of foreboding in her heart. She looked back but found nothing out of the ordinary. In the end, he could only scratch his head in confusion and continue on. Ding 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 ding. The secluded valley. Night Wanqing sat down half leaning against the stone wall and took an elixir. As the head of a clan, the resources in Xinjiangbing's nascent sack were naturally not comparable to those cultivators before him. This also gave Night Wanqing extra pills in her hands that she could use to recover. At this moment, the duration of the heavenly demon lead had ended. Night Wanqing's cultivation had also truly fallen to the Jindan Grand Circle realm. One must be more careful after that. Night Wanqing knew that having fallen down to the Yuaning realm, her current situation was more than several times more dangerous compared to before. But fortunately, with his cultivation at the late Yuaning stage, he was able to temporarily escape the pursuit of the Sima family. Night Wanqing took out the talisman that sealed Sima's slip strike again and held it in her hand. This talisman, if utilized properly, should be able to make my situation much better. She knew that she had to let this talisman kill more Yuaning powerhouses and also act as a deterrent. Otherwise, once this talisman was used, one would be in a truly desperate situation. After chatting with Tushan Shui a few more times, Bai Qianshan went to prepare dinner to celebrate Tushan Shui's return. Let a few people from Tushan Ashes take Tushan Snow to see her room. In the memories that fallen red dust had passed on to him, the original body especially liked to eat meals cooked by Bai Qianshan. While Tushan Shui was pondering, several people had already arrived outside Tushan Shui's room. Little sister, this is your room, everything is as untouched as it was 4 years ago, except for mother coming in occasionally to clean it. Tushan Yuki walked into the room. The furnishings in the room were exactly the same as the room from 4 years ago in the memory. Tushan Yuki glanced around the room, eventually taking the bell on the table into her hands and looking at it. On the bell was written the word snow, perhaps because it was written at a young age. The two words that lead to it look a little juvenile. This is the bell that Li gave you. Rue? It was then that Tushan Ashes remembered that his little sister had lost her memory, so it seemed normal that he didn't remember Xiaoli. It's your best friend from 4 years ago, and she's been sitting on the bridge every day for the last 4 years since you disappeared, looking forward to your return. Tushan Luo stepped forward and explained. Tushan Shui sniffed and put the bell back on the table. Why haven't we seen Li today? Tushan Luo then remembered that Li Jusi had been sitting on the bridge every day for the past 4 years, looking forward to Tushan Shui's return. I didn't seem to see her when I came back today. Maybe it's dinner, or maybe something else. Hearing Tushan Shi's words, Tushan Luo nodded. It was quickly put behind him and not on his mind. Li, it's time to eat. Bai Lingshi finished cooking and shouted in the direction of the small bridge outside the house. However, after waiting for a few breaths of time, there was no response. Bai Lingshi frowned. In the past, Xiaoli would respond to herself. Why didn't she respond today? Li, it's time to eat. After waiting a few more breaths, there was still no response. Bai Lingshi's mind suddenly thought of what her daughter had said when she was on the bridge. A flash of foreboding surged through his heart and he scrambled out of the hut. Rue. Chapter 74, Eat More If You Like It. Rue. Bai Lingshi ran out of the hut in a panic. The bridge, empty. The original place where Li Jiushi was sitting, at the moment there wasn't even a shadow. Bai Lingshi's pupils widened violently as she shouted to the surroundings, Xiaoli, come out quickly, don't scare mother. However, no matter how much Bai Lingshi shouted, there was never any response. Rue. Bai Lingshi stumbled on her feet and fell to the ground in a state of disorientation. The end. It's over. Yuki, the food is ready, come and eat. Bai Qianshan was a fast cook, and in just a moment's time, she had made a table full of dishes. Several people in the room heard Bai Qian's voice and rushed to the courtyard. Looking at the table full of dishes, everyone could not help but swallow their saliva. Even Tushan Shui couldn't hold back a gulp when she smelled the scent that filled the air. Although when a cultivator reaches foundation establishment, he or she will be able to dispel the grain and no longer need. Although Tushan Ashes and it wasn't hard to tackle this flamingo. It was just that, once he struck out, the people who were chasing him would sense the fluctuation of the demonic chi here and would surely come immediately. This was by no means what Nightwing Tran wished to see.
However, the flamingo didn't care what Night One Chang was thinking in her heart.
With a chirp, he was covered in burning flames and rushed towards Night One Tran once again.
Clank. Tushan Shui felt her realm.
Originally, because Tushan Shui's realm was forcibly raised through 2 red dust dream realms.
The result is that the realm is not very solid.
At this moment, because of the rich spiritual energy contained within the clank, Tushan Shui could feel it. One's own realm, it seemed that under the spiritual power, there was actually a hidden tendency to stabilize.
She had no doubt that a few more clanks would stabilize the realm completely. Only.
This should be a very precious heavenly material, but Qianyu only made 6 in total.
Just 1 for each. I don't like to eat it, and if I like it, I'll eat more. Seemingly sensing Tushan Shui's concern, Bai Qianxian puts the second clank into Tushan Shui's plate.
Tushan Yuki froze for a moment as she heard this. Someone else said that to themselves a long time ago.
Mother doesn't like to eat, if you like it, eat more.
Seeing this, Tushan Shi on the side also pinched his own one onto Tushan Shui's plate. I'm full, so you can help me eat it. Tushan Ashes also chucked his onto Tushan Snow's plate. Don't get me wrong, I never eat this.
Similarly, Tushan Luo and the others also chucked their share into Tushan Shui's bowl. I'm tired of eating this stuff every day.
Tushan Shui looked at the plate full of clanking, and an indescribable emotion surged in her heart.
For a moment I didn't know what to say.
Even the dorky hair on his head was quiet and motionless at the moment.
Is it really that you don't like to eat?
Tushan Shui could feel the longing in their eyes from Tushan Ashes. As a cultivator, how could one not like heavenly treasures?
Only, give it to yourself.
Tushan Shui forced down the strangeness in her heart. Thank you. With the crowd looking on in anticipation, he picked up another clank and popped it into his mouth.
Clank. Chapter 75. It can't go on like this. Night Wanqing once again avoided the flamingo's attack with an unusually ugly expression.
The concealment formation he had set up had already been knocked out by this crazy bird.
At this rate, even if Night Wanting didn't use her demonic chi,
the people who were chasing after him outside would also find this place sooner or later because of the commotion caused by the flamingo.
Clank. Looking at the flamingo that was charging at him again. Night Wanqing did not dodge as before, but slightly sidestepped after avoiding the attack.
Controlling the magic chi to converge between his palms to ensure that the magic chi did not leak out, he then grabbed at the flamingo with his palm. The moment the demonic chi between his palms collided with the flames on the flamingo's body, it instantly burned violently.
Zip, zip, zip. Another heavenly material was stuffed into Tushan Shui's mouth.
At this moment, Tushan Shui's late Jindan realm had completely stabilized. There was no need to be in fear that the realm would become unstable at the back, thus falling to the middle Jindan stage.
A meal. A table full of heavenly treasures, a large portion of them went into Tushan Shui's stomach. It's not because she's a glutton.
Simply because Bai Qianxian, along with a few of her brothers, kept chucking food onto Tushan Shui's plate. Even if there is no such thing as a friar eating to last. Now you continue to eat these heavenly treasures yourself. The growth in cultivation was already minimal.
Clank.
With a mournful chirp,
the flamingo was torn apart from the center, with his bare hands, by Night Wan Tilt. Night Wanqing expressionlessly received the flamingo's corpse into her nascent sphere. The corpses of Jindan demonic beasts contained a large amount of spiritual chi, even if Night Wanqing's cultivation was unable to break through nowadays due to the heavenly demon lead. She wouldn't just do that and casually discard this Jindan Great Perfection's corpse. Perhaps, at a critical moment, this corpse can be used as an elixir to restore spiritual power. Looking at his hands that had been roasted to a charred black color due to the terrifying heat from his body. After taking out a healing elixir from his nascent ring, he stopped paying attention to it. This level of injury was nothing to the Jindan Grand Circle Night Wanqing. What's more, right now, although Night Wanqing's realm was the Jindan Great Circle, the strength of her physical body was still maintained at the late. It seems that Night Wanqing's downfall hasn't made you recognize the situation clearly. As she spoke, she had already kicked towards Yi Shilan. Because Yi Shilan's late Jindan cultivation was far higher than Sima Linwolf, who was in the early Jindan stage. As a result, the blow did not cause any substantial damage, merely leaving a footprint on Yi Shilan's body. The subordinates in the Holy Maiden Palace all lowered their heads, not daring to look at what was happening in front of them. This was already the uncountable number of times that Yi Shilan had been publicly humiliated by Sima Linwolf during the period of time that she had become the new demon sect's Holy Maiden.
A surge of anger surged in his heart. No matter how much he said, he was already the holy maiden of the demon sect.
I can't believe she was humiliated in public again and again. However, when she angrily raised her head and faced the Sima family elder in the early Yuaning stage behind Sima Lin Wolf.
In the end, he could only silently swallow his anger and resentment back into his stomach.
In a fit of anger, rage a little in your mind. Sima Lin Wolf teasingly looked at Yi Shilan. Expected the other guy to be angry. Yet it just kept its head down and didn't say a word. Sima Lin Wolf only felt bored and got up to walk towards the outside of the Holy Maiden Palace. As he passed by Yi Shilan, he didn't forget to voice out a reminder, "Your Highness the Holy Maiden, my Sima family's patience is limited. I hope I don't make the wrong decision the next time I come back. Otherwise, your end will only be even more miserable than Night Wanqing." After saying that, Sima Lin Wolf left the Holy Maiden Palace without looking back, accompanied by the Sima family elders. Yi Shilan watched Sima Lin Wolf's figure gradually disappear from view. Finally, it was no longer possible to suppress the anger within. Boom! The entire Holy Maiden Palace was instantly flooded with raging demonic qi. Sima Lin Wolf, you're only an early-stage Jin Dan. How dare you make this Holy Maiden sign a master-servant contract with you? You'd better not let this Holy Maiden find an opportunity, or this Holy Maiden will definitely make your life worse than death. The subordinates of the Holy Maiden Palace looked at Yi Shilan, who was in a state of madness in front of them. All of them were prostrate on the ground, not daring to make any sound. I really can't eat anymore. Tushan Shui watched as Bai Qian once again chucked an unrecognizable heavenly material onto her plate, looking up at her with big, watery eyes. Seeing Bai Qian looking at her, Tushan Shui even blinked her eyes innocently. For once, she really wasn't lying. This is because heavenly treasures contain a great deal of spiritual energy. Therefore, it is usually important to absorb the heavenly herbs in a timely manner when they are taken. Otherwise, the spiritual energy in the heavenly material will accumulate in the body. When the accumulated spiritual energy reaches a certain amount, it will make you feel braced. This was the case with Tushan Shui at the moment. Bai Qian used her divine sense to probe Tushan Shui's physical condition at the moment. Make sure that at this moment, Tushan Shui's body was already filled with spiritual energy. It was only then that he nodded, "Well, it is indeed full." Tushan Shui sniffed, and only then did she point to her plate, "So, can I not eat this?" Bai Qian glanced obliquely at the plate in front of Tushan Shui, and then clamped the heavenly material on Tushan Shui's plate and put it in her mouth. Then he looked at the Tushan Ashes, several people who were still trying to give Tushan Shui some food. "You guys can eat by yourselves." Li Jussi, because it was the first time he had left Qingqiu, thus, not really knowing where they should go. Then you can only follow the most crowded path. Only, along the way, she always felt that there was someone behind her. Yet, every time I turn around there is nothing out of the ordinary. I don't know how long I've been gone. Li Jussi was only a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm after all. Feeling a little tired. Then he found a rock and sat down. The three men hiding in the shadows looked at each other. Li Jussi, who was resting, suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind her. She just tried to cry out in shock, but realized she couldn't make any sound. A look of horror suddenly covered his eyes. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. The author assures you that the end of Rejushio will not be what you think it will be. Chapter 76, She's All I've Got. That's right, matriarch. Bai Lingshi staggered up. She knew that Tushan Mingyue was already closed, but Bai Qian was still there. Although Bai Qian's cultivation wasn't as high as the matriarch's, she still had the cultivation of an early Yuaning. If there was anyone who could help her find Xiaoli right now, it would have to go to the matriarch's family. She believed that Bai Qian wouldn't not care. With that thought, she ran towards the courtyard of the matriarch's family. Not a moment too soon. By the time Bai Lingshi arrived, Bai Qian had already told Tushan Ashes and the others to take Tushan Shui back to their room to rest first. When she saw Bai Qian, who was clearing the table in the courtyard, actually, without saying a word, Flop directly kneeled down. "Mrs. Matriarch, you must help me." Bai Qian, who was clearing the table, froze as a whole when she sensed Bai Lingshi's movements. After reacting, he hastily used his spiritual energy to try to lift Bai Lingshi up. Only, with her cultivation at the early Yuaning stage, she was unable to lift the other party up for a while. Explanation: the main reason is that Bai Lingshi doesn't want to get up,
and if Bai Qianshan forces her to use her cultivation to make her get up, it will hurt her. Bai Qianshan could only put down the plate in her hand and came in front of Bai Lingshi, reaching out to help her up. Sister Lingshi, there is something you can say to get up and say it again. Why is this necessary? Bai Lingshi, however, did not get up, but repeated, Madam Matriarch, you must help me.
Today, if you don't promise me, I won't get up.
Bai Qianshan sighed softly helplessly. You always have to say what problem you encountered first. If I can help, I will try my best. She didn't put it in absolute terms, but said try her best. Because Bai Qianshan knew that Tushan Mingyue was in seclusion and as the matriarch's wife, any word she said represented Tushan Mingyue.
Xiao. Xiaoli, she's gone, I beg you to help me get her back.
She's all I've got nothing but her. Bai Lingshi tugged at Bai Qianli's coat corner and pleaded. She cared more about Li Jusi than her dignity. In her world, Li Jusi was all she had. If she really lost Li Jusi, she didn't even know what point she had in living. If she could, she would even be willing to use her own life in exchange for Xiaoli's safe return. Don't worry, Sister Lingshi, I'll have the clan look for it together, we should be able to find it soon. When Bai Qianshan heard this, she only thought that Li Jusi had gotten lost within the clan and didn't think much of it.
No, Xiaoli. Xiaoli, she went out. Bai Lingshi's voice choked and she couldn't say a complete sentence. She said she was going out to look for Xiao Shui. Boom! The words exploded like thunder in the minds of the crowd. Bai Qianshan's entire body froze when she heard this. And the two of them didn't use divine sense to transmit their conversations. Thus, Tushan Shui as well as a few of her brothers, as Jindan powerhouses, could naturally hear them. Actually, Tushan Shui had no feelings for Li Jusi. After all, she was no longer the original Tushan Yuki.
Her entire knowledge of Li Jiushi came entirely from the memories that fallen red dust had passed on to her. All that is known is that the other person and the original were very close friends.
In modern terms, this relationship is known as BFF.
Only, Tushan Shui also in the memory know, for years ago the other party is still only refining Qi 8th layer of small cultivator. According to a normal person's cultivation speed, nowadays, the other party's highest would only be the foundation establishment realm.
So, this is going out to look for himself with the cultivation of the foundation stage?
Tushan Shui didn't know how low the status of the demon race was in this world. But Bai Qianshan and Tushan Ashes and the others know just how low the status of the demon race is in this world. A fox demon at the foundation stage, leaving Qingqiu alone. It's basically just not coming back. Even as soon as they left Qingqiu, they would be targeted by a number of people who secretly specialized in capturing fox demons for auction. It was even more needless to say that a looker like Li Jusi. After Bai Qianshan came back to her senses, she hurriedly opened her mouth and asked, when did this happen? She was still on the bridge when I was cooking, and about 2 hours have passed. Bai Qianshan sniffed and breathed a long sigh of relief. It was only 2 hours, not a very long time.
Perhaps, it hasn't left Qingqiu yet, or maybe the people in the shadows haven't made their move yet?
In the next second, spatial fluctuations emanated from the courtyard. A spatial crack appeared in front of Bai Qianshan. One step into the crack and her figure disappeared from the courtyard. In vain, he left a soothing remark echoing in the courtyard, it hasn't been a long time yet, so don't worry about it for now. At the entrance of the green mound, Su Qingxue felt spatial fluctuations coming from beside her.
At once, he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body, ready to strike. It was only when Bai Qianshan's figure appeared in front of her that she withdrew her spiritual energy back into her body. Mrs. Matriarch.
Bai Qianli nodded, don't mind these manners, I'm here to ask you something. Su Qingxue was puzzled in her heart when she heard this. What could the matriarch's wife have that she needed to ask herself? The next second I heard Bai Qianshan's words come into my ears, is there a little girl with pink hair leaving Qingqiu today?
When Su Qingxue sniffed, Li Jusi's figure immediately surfaced in her mind.
Uncertainly, he asked, is it the cultivation of the second level of foundation establishment? When Bai Qianshan heard this, her heart sank. It seemed that Li Jiushi had indeed left Qingqiu. Now we can only hope that the people in the shadows haven't gotten around to it yet. Which way did it go?
Su Qingxue was shocked when she saw Bai Qianshan's reaction.
Hastily pointing in the direction where Li Jiushi left, she said that her mother was sick and needed to go out to buy pills. Bai Qianshan had disappeared from the spot the moment Su Qingxue's finger was extended. Didn't listen to Su Qingxue's later words. She naturally wouldn't punish an elder just because of this matter. After leaving Qingqiu, Bai Qianshan instantly covered 100 miles in all directions with her early Yuaning stage divine sense. While advancing, he searched with his divine sense. Spot all the sneaky people hiding in the shadows along the way. All of them were killed on the spot without any hesitation. Ding 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 ding. The room Tushan Shui after listening to the duo's conversation. Then he walked over to the table and took the small string of bells in his hands and scrutinized them. The whole bell looks unusually rough. Both the bell itself and the pattern on it. Only, somehow. Tushan Shui looked at the bell in her hand, and an indescribable flavor actually surged in her heart. She just looked down at the string of bells in her hand. The dull hair on his head, too, lay quietly motionless. For a while, the entire small courtyard was filled with nothing but the occasional sobbing sounds of Bai Lingshi coming from the courtyard. There was no other sound. I don't know how much time has passed. Until a spatial fluctuation came from the courtyard. It was followed by the crisp and pleasant sound of bells. Ding 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 ding. Ding 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 ding. Chapter 77, Nightwing, nothing more than that. Ding 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 ding. Hearing the familiar sound of the bell, Bai Lingshi instantly raised her head in surprise. Only a spatial crack was seen opening up in the courtyard. In the next second, under Bai Lingshi's expectant gaze, Bai Qianxian stepped out of the crack with an already broken red rope in her hand. Looking at Bai Lingshi's expectant eyes, Bai Qianxian opened her mouth and finally could only sigh softly, "Sorry, only found this." She had already searched for the nearest human city along the same path that Li Jusi had left. Even so, it was only by a boulder, looking for this red rope that had been broken, and was not able to bring back Li Joshi. Along with the fall of Bai Qianxian's voice, the spatial crack behind her closed completely. As the spatial crack closed, Bai Lingshi felt an unprecedented stabbing pain coming from her heart. And the eyes dimmed. It's like losing hope for life. The room Tushan Shui watched what was happening in the courtyard through the window. Watching a man, a mother, with my own eyes. In a matter of seconds. From apprehension, to hopefulness, to panic, and finally to gradual despair. Watching her eyes, they gradually lost their luster and became hollow. I don't know how long it took, but Bai Lingshi's eyes were hollow as she took the broken red rope in Bai Qianli's hands, leaving the small courtyard with a false step. The sound of the bells faded away until they disappeared completely. Ding 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 ding. Tushan Shui stood at the window, looking at Bai Lingshi's back, lost in thought. She looked at Bai Lingshi's back and thought of the Li Zixin she had seen in the red dust dream mirror, and of the hair that had turned completely white. Perhaps. I think that's how my mother reacted when she found out about her sudden death. Between Tushan Shui's thoughts, Bai Qianxian pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Seeing Tushan Shui standing at the window in a daze, she did not make a sound to disturb. In her impression, Tushan Shui was a very kind person, and what had just happened should have been a great shock to her. After all, Xiaoli had left Qingqiu in order to find her. I don't know how long it took before Tushan Shui gradually came back to her senses. She froze slightly when she turned around and saw Bai Qianxian sitting on her bed. All seen? Hearing Bai Qianxian's words, Tushan Shui nodded, "Aha. So what do you think?" On the other side, Night Wanqing, with the addition of the formation, killed the Yuaning cultivator who had heard the commotion and rushed over after going through a battle. Without any hesitation, he left the valley directly. After all, if one wanted to defeat an early-stage Yuaning cultivator with a Jindan, it would be impossible without the use of demonic qi. After using the demonic qi, Night Wanqing's position had been exposed, and now she needed to continue to start escaping. As he had predicted before, because after using the heavenly demon lead again, his cultivation had fallen to the Jindan Great Circle, causing those old demons in the late Yuaning stage to be unable to sit still even at this moment. Now that he had only just exposed his position, at least two late-stage Yuaning powerhouses could already be felt behind him. If it wasn't for the fact that Night Wanqing was once a late-stage Yuaning, and even though she had fallen to the great perfection of Jindan, she was still able to break through space through some of the spatial laws, she would have already been caught at this moment. Even so, Night Wanqing knew that it was only a matter of time before she was caught up. After all, she was only a Jindan Great Circle now, and there was a whole big realm difference between the two. There must be someone else in the shadows. The person in the shadows must be made to show himself. Night Wantran kept dodging the bows and arrows that were shot at her from behind. If this goes on, there is no way for the talisman of transformation of God in his hand to play its maximum role. Night Wanqing believes that there must be other people in the dark waiting for the right time, and he must find a way to make the people in the dark show up, so that the talisman of Simus's slip can be used to its maximum effect. Shoo! Another arrow shot out from Ai Chishi's hand. Put! This time, it seemed that Night Wanyenting did not have the time to avoid it, and her right shoulder was instantly pierced by the arrow. At the same time, perhaps because of the injury, Night Wanting's speed also slowed down to the naked eye. Brother, while it lasts, she's going to die. Eberwood was overjoyed at the sight. In the next second, an enchanting-looking woman appeared in front of Ai Chishi. Ai Chishi looked at the woman and gritted his teeth. Lin Yao, do you know what you're doing? Ai Baiwu also rebuked angrily at this time. Lin Yao, when you were chasing and killing Night Wanqing, you watched from the shadows, and now that Night Wanqing has no ability to resist, you've come out. Ha ha ha. Lin Yao laughed out loud. What are the Ai brothers talking about? The woman is preventing Night Wanqing from keeping a backhand. Good. What a way to prevent Night Wanqing from leaving a backhanded trick. As Abelwood spoke, he had already condensed demonic chi in his palm and slapped it towards Lin Yao. Lin Yao's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight, her hand clenched into a fist as she moved forward to meet them. While the two were fighting, Ai Chishi found the right moment to pull the bow and arrow in his hand once again, and shot an arrow towards Night Wanqing. The corner of Lin Yao's mouth hung a sneer when she saw this. Do you really think that I, Juyai Zong, have only come for one person? As the strongest of the Sima family's subordinate sects, the Joji clan had more than one late-stage Yuaning powerhouse. Hearing Lin Yao's words, the Ai brothers' faces suddenly changed. In the next second, the surrounding space once again fluctuated violently. Then another enchanting-looking woman appeared beside Lin Yao. When the Ai brothers saw the visitor, both of their faces changed drastically. Su Tian, it's you. Chapter 78. What if she has a divine transformation talisman? P.S. Because the abstract name at the end of the last chapter appeared too much at once, which might affect the view, I changed Duer Shui to Agaton. Ai family brothers, you can get lost. This Night Wanqing we, Zhou Zong, want it. Ogilvy pointed at Night Wan Tran, who was nailed to the ground by an arrow, and said with an expressionless face. Zhou Zong, we're all in the late Yuaning stage, don't bully people too much. Ai Chishi gritted his teeth as he looked at the motionless Night Wanqing on the ground, who had apparently fallen into unconscious. She had to make sure that nothing was wrong, or at least that she could leave safely after she used the talisman herself. While Ogilvy was feeling the demonic aura from the Ai brothers, the corners of his mouth were hooked up in disdain. Today I'll let you all know that in the late stage of Yuaning, there is also a gap. Along with the fall of Su Tian's voice, the aura of a late-stage Yuaning instantly spread out in all directions. Both Ai Baiwu and Ai Chishi were shocked by this aura on Akshan's body, causing them to take a step backwards. Although Ogilvy Sky had not yet reached the Yuaning Great Perfection realm, from his aura, he was already infinitely close to the Yuaning Great Perfection. It's not something they can fight against. But if, because of this, they were to give up on Night Wanqing and the chance to become a demon sect elder, that would also be impossible. After all, Nightwing Tran had been pinned to the ground by herself without any resistance at the moment. Just as the atmosphere in the scene was tense, violent fluctuations once again came from the surrounding space. Afterwards, an old man walked out from the spatial crack. For fellow Taoists, why can't you put down the blades in your hands and sit down for a good discussion? The demonic aura we just sensed is his. Night Wanqing could be certain that the demonic aura she had sensed in the dark earlier was this old man's. Fellow Taoist, all things are in harmony. The old man was still tirelessly persuading the four to put down their weapons. Su Tianan, however, had already sent a demonic chi towards him, while coldly snorting, "Crow's mouth, if you continue to open your mouth, I'll be the first to kill you." Ugh! When the crow's beak sniffed, the words that reached his mouth were swallowed back into his stomach, and he could only let out a helpless sigh. If Night Wanyentran still has a bottom card, aren't you guys asking for death in a civil war right now? Su Tian, however, snorted lightly in disdain. I'm in the late stage of Yuaning, she's in the late stage of Jindan. There's a difference of one realm, so what if she just has an undercard? What if she has a god transformation talisman? At the same time that the crow's beak's words fell, the Night Wanqing below had already taken the talisman out of her nascent sacred ring. Boom! Along with the activation of the talisman, a monstrous demonic aura swept in all directions from the ground, and the entire sky was covered by this demonic aura in an instant, becoming incomparably oppressive. The crowd sensed the movement below and all frowned as they looked downward. However, the moment they looked at the scene below, all of their faces changed drastically. Only to see a huge shadow rising up from the ground below, but in a few breaths, it was hundreds of meters tall. This is... Eberwood looked at this huge shadow in front of him and was so frightened that he couldn't even say a complete sentence. This aura is... Transformation God. As the person with the highest cultivation in the arena, OG Heaven was the first to react. The aura on this shadow was clearly that of a transformation god powerhouse. Crow's mouth. I should have killed you first when you first opened your mouth. Ogilvy gritted his teeth and pointed at Crow's beak and cursed. The rest of the people also looked at Crow's beak with unfavorable expressions. I'm just saying it casually, why does she really have a god transformation talisman? When the Crow's beak heard Su Tian's words, after looking at the hundreds of meters of gigantic shadow in front of him, his face also steeply turned pale. But while the crowd complained about Ravenous, they didn't take a shot at him. The crowd was not stupid. If they could not see by now that Night Wancheng was not unconscious, and that she had only intentionally pretended to be unconscious before to lure out those of them hidden in the shadows, they would have lived hundreds of years in vain. Even they suspected that the reason why Night Wancheng was shot by Ai Chishi with 3 arrows in a row, this was done on purpose. Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do, and at this moment, they can only use all their strength to disappear in all directions. At this moment, Night Wanqing used her spirit sword to forcefully stand up her body, and at this moment, the breath in her body was extremely disorganized. Just as everyone expected, Night Wancheng was intentionally shot by Ai Chishi 3 arrows in a row before, with the purpose of attracting the person in the dark to make a move. Her eyes looked indifferently at the 5 people fleeing in the air in all directions. It's useless. Just as Night Wantran said, the accompanying shadow slowly raised its palm. Click click click. Countless densely packed cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding space. Ah! At the same time, half of his body had already stepped into the spatial rift and was ready to escape. Ebonywood immediately let out a miserable scream. Brother, save me. Before Abelwood could finish his words, his entire body was sucked into the space storm, and then he let out a miserable scream. Not long after, along with the spatial rift closing completely, the sound also disappeared completely. Hiss. The remaining 4 people sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw this. All of them looked at the space crack that had opened in front of them with palpitations, but none of them dared to step into it again. And at this moment, the palm of the shadowy figure behind Nightwing Tilt had completely lifted. The 4 of them only saw the shadowy figure point a finger at them through the air. In the next second, that finger was pressing towards them with a monstrous demonic aura. Click, click, click. Chapter 79, No one knows he's been here. From a distance, the finger looked like a pillar in the sky. It was suppressed downward from above the firmament. Boom! With a loud bang, countless cracks appeared in the surrounding space like a spider web. When it was all over, the square miles were reduced to rubble. Apart from Night Wanting, there was no more breath of life. Even the 4 late-stage Yuaning powerhouses were no different from ants under Simasa's sliding mid-transformation god strike. Perhaps Simasa Slip himself hadn't even thought of the talisman that he had given to Shin Jingbing to use to kill Night Wanqing. Eventually, it would be obtained by Night Wanqing, and used through this talisman to resolve 6 late-stage Yuaning powerhouses at once. Night Wanqing looked at the thousands of meters of deep pit in front of her, and her entire body was shocked. Because the spirit demon realm's god of transformation powerhouses nearly never struck out, this was the first time that Nightwing Tran had witnessed the power of a god of transformation striking out with her own eyes. She had no doubt that even if, this time again, because the transformation god's attack was too terrifying, all of the nascent sacred rings were destroyed in that strike, causing Night Wanqing to once again fall into the dilemma of not having any healing elixirs. Ugh! Night Wanqing sighed and felt the injuries on her body. Luckily, even if his cultivation has fallen, his physical body still has the strength of a late-stage Yuaning. If not for that, Night Wanqing believed that she would have already died under the 3 arrows without even having the chance to inspire the talisman. Even so, the injuries he had sustained, without the aid of elixirs, if he wanted to fully recover, he would need at least a week's time. On the other hand, in the Qingqiu Tushangsu room. Now that you have made up your mind, just do what you want. Seeing that Tushan Shui nodded her head, Bai Qianshen did not continue to say anything more and reached out to rub her head before turning to leave the room. Tushan Shui watched Bai Qianshen close the door to her room. The despair in Bai Ling Shi's eyes when she saw the broken red rope once again appeared in her mind. And the final departure, the fallen back. 3 days later, Tushan Shui and Tushan Ashes left Chengqiu. Bai Qianshen just stood at the entrance and watched the duo leave without saying anything more. Although Tushan Yuki had just returned, since this was Tushan Yuki's own idea, she had no reason to refuse her from going out. She wasn't worried about the safety of the two. After all, both of them were at the late Jindan stage of cultivation. As long as he didn't encounter a Yuaning powerhouse, even if he couldn't defeat the Jindan Great Circle, escaping was always possible. Mother, why don't you let us tag along? Tushinashi looked at the duo's fading backs and pouted in dissatisfaction. Bai Qianshen sniffed and flicked her finger hard on his head.
Ah! Tushan she instantly covered his forehead with his hand in pain and looked at Bai Qianshan in aggravation. Mother, what are you playing me for? Bai Qianshan once again bounced on Tushanshi's head. What's your cultivation level? What are you doing following out, adding to Xiaoshui's chaos? Then you can't always pop me in the head. They all say the only reason I'm so stupid is because you pop me in the head so often. Tushanshi's words instantly drew laughter from the foxes, and the entrance to Qingqiu was filled with a rapturous atmosphere. Perhaps it was because both Tushan Snow and Tushan Ashes were hiding their cultivation. Not long after the two of them left Qingqiu, Tushan Shui sensed that there were at least 3 waves of people following them in the dark. Tushan Shui's advancing footsteps lurched. She could sense that among the 3 waves of people, the highest cultivation was only at the early Jindan stage, and the rest of the people were all at some foundation establishment realm. Just as she was about to finish off the 3 waves of people following her, Tushan Ashes was the one who spoke. Don't worry about them. When Tushan Shui heard Tushan Ash's words, she was first puzzled for a moment. But the next moment, in her perception, these 3 waves of people bang sound, exploded into a massive blood mist. Tushan Shui blinked her eyes, and it was only after a long time that she reacted to what had actually happened, and finally realized why Tushan Ashes had said that there was no need to pay attention to these people. Looking up in the direction of Qingqiu, Tushan Shui could sense that Bai Qianshan should also be looking at herself at this moment. Acacia sect. Aha! Morong Qingyu lay down on the side of the bed and looked at the pink-furred fox that was lying on the bed and huffing and puffing. How in the world can there be such a cute fox? This fox was none other than Li Jusi. After Li Jiushi was captured by the trio that day, the trio was just about to send Li Jiushi to the auction house to be auctioned off. Then he met Morong Qingyu, who was preparing to rush back to the sect halfway. With just one glance, she felt that this fox was destined to be with her, so she brought Li Jusi back to the Harmony sect. She'd been sitting on the edge of her bed watching Li Jusi sleep for 3 whole days now. During that time, Li Jusi woke up once, but she felt that it was too noisy, and this pink fox still looked better when she. Tang Nightmare also looked disinterested at the moment. To him, the position of Devil's Sect Elder wasn't as good as rewarding him with a beautiful stovepipe. Well, you guys go on down. Shinsu did not seem to be surprised by the duo's answer and waved his hand to signal the duo to go down. Before Morong Qingyu left, she looked at the Patriarch's hall that was strewn with cracks and couldn't help but speak out and remind, Patriarch, isn't it time for the halls to be rebuilt? Shinsu sniffed but was unconcerned. I'm about to abdicate, these things will be fine to be handed over to the next Patriarch. Morong Qingyu sniffed and said nothing more, turned around and left the Great Hall. Brother, then will you go after Night Wanqing for the position of the Demon Sect Elder? As soon as the two of them left the main hall, Ai Chao walked out from the side, sat on Shinsu's lap, and asked in a flirtatious voice. Shinsu didn't even think about it when he heard this and waved his hand. I'm a person who will soon abdicate, so I won't get involved in these things. So what does brother want? I think. As he spoke, Shinsu rolled over and pressed Ai Chao onto the seat beneath him. Let's continue cultivating. See, this is what happens when you go against my Sima family. On the other side, Sima Lin Wolf couldn't help but sneer out loud as she looked at the wretched Night Wanqing in front of her. Yi Shilan, who was on the side, heard Sima Lin Wolf's words and bit her lips in death, not saying a word. I know, you adore Night Wanqing, adore her cultivation talent, but so what? Sima Lin Wolf glanced obliquely at Yi Shilan, whose face was unusually ugly, and continued to utter a sneer. In front of my Sima family, even if you are a dragon, you have to give me a coil, and if you are a tiger, you have to give me a crouch. As he spoke, Sima Lin Wolf's palm gathered demonic chi and struck towards Night Wanqing. As for Night Wanqing, who was currently battling against the Sima family's early-stage Yuaning powerhouse, because of the injuries caused by Ai Chishi's 3 arrows earlier, she hadn't even recovered half of them so far, while her body was deficient in demonic chi. At this moment, forcing herself to fight against the Sima family's early Yuaning powerhouse was already her limit, and even when she sensed Sima Lin Wolf's attack, she was too late to dodge it. Once at the waist and abdomen, he was immediately struck by a demonic chi from Sima Lin Wolf, and then the entire person flew backwards. Seeing this, Sima Ziki took an arrow step to follow the demonic energy gathered in his hands and smashed towards the small abdomen of Night Wanqing. Yi Shilan, who was on the side, couldn't bear to close his eyes when he saw it, and Night Wanqing is the goal that he had once chased. Even now, the admiration for Night Wanqing in her heart not only didn't decrease by half, but was even more prevalent than before. Sima Lin Wolf snorted coldly at the sight. Open your eyes, I want you to watch how Night Wanqing died. Yi Shilan's body trembled at the words. Although his heart was extremely reluctant, he did not dare to disobey Sima Lin Wolf's order. Bang! A boulder behind her was knocked apart by Night Wan tilting,
while her body was buried by the boulder.
Ahem.
Night Wanqing coughed up a few puddles of bright red liquid and staggered up, using her spirit sword to support her body. At the moment, bright red liquid was constantly dripping downwards from his body. Seeing this, Sima Zhong's palm once again gathered demonic chi and rushed towards Night Wanqing, who could only lift her sword and barely fend it off. Only, along with the passage of time, Night Wanqing was struggling more and more to resist under the influence of her injuries. Sima Lin Wolf looked at Night Wanqing, who was still struggling to support herself, and was also slightly surprised in her heart. It's all like this, and she can actually still hold on. They should know that when they found Night Wanqing, the other party was heavily injured, and it was in such a situation that Night Wanqing, with her Jindan Great Circle cultivation, was able to fight with Sima Zhong, who was at the early stage of yuaning, for dozens of strokes in a row without losing.
Bang!
Along with another exchange of hands, there was no longer a trace of demonic chi in Night Wanqing's body, and the spirit sword in her hand also came out of her hand.
Ahem. Staggering back a few steps, Night Wanqing coughed up.
The feeling of dizziness grew stronger along with the aggravation of the injuries, as well as the depletion of the magic energy.
Nowadays, Night Wanqing's spirit had begun to appear in a trance. Regarding Night Wanqing's abnormality, Sima Lin Wolf and Sima Zhong could naturally sense it.
Only needing to wait a little longer, Night Wanqing would completely lose her power of resistance. Yi Shilan, see, this is what happens when you go against my Sima family, dying in despair.
Sima Lin Wolf sneered as he looked at Night Wanqing, who couldn't even stand at the moment. You'd better be a good boy and make a contract with me. Otherwise, you'll only end up worse off than her.
Yi Shilan's fists clenched tightly as he listened to Sima Lin Wolf's words.
Resist?
She used her afterglow to look at the old man standing beside Sima Lin Wolf, who had been carrying his hands behind his back and had not made a move since the beginning.
As Sima Lin Wolf had said, the reason why this old man had not made a move.
But it was just wanting Night Wanqing to die in despair. Sorry guys, I'm updating late because I didn't get out of class until 1600 hours today, and I'll code more words in that chapter later to make up for it.
Chapter 81, before that, you can't die. That old man seemed to have sensed Yi Shilan's gaze,
sweeping her with a disdainful look.
The corners of Sima Lin Wolf's mouth also hooked up slightly. She could vaguely guess what Yi Shilan had in mind.
However, that was exactly why she had brought Yi Shilan here today. She wanted to let Yi Shilan know that even if she became the holy maiden of the demon sect, in front of the Sima family, she was no different from livestock that could be slaughtered at will.
At this moment, Night Wanqing's consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred.
It suddenly occurred to her that during her coma, Night 7 had once used the heavenly demon lure twice in a row, and it was because of that he was able to save himself at that time. Thinking of this, Night Wanqing ran her first heavenly demon lead. While the devil chi in his body was rapidly recovering, the aura of his body also grew upwards at an incredible speed. Seeing this, a flash of mockery flashed in Sima Zhong's eyes. Now even if Night Wanqing used heavenly demon lead, there would be no more chances to turn. The spirit sword in Night Wanqing's hand chopped out, a purple sword chi, like the light of dawn illuminating the dark night.
Buzz. 2 years in the blink of an eye.
You go in, I'll stay out. Tushan Shui looked at the auction house in front
of her with.
Tushan Shui heard Zhan Ming's voice, and only then did she gradually come back to her senses from her thoughts. She looked at Zhan Ming, her voice cold. Why can't I appear here?
Zhan Ming shook his head at his words. Shouldn't you be with Night Wanqing? Weren't you bought back by her? Could it be that Night Wanqing is also here?
As soon as this idea arose, it was dismissed by Zhan Ming himself. No, shouldn't Night Wanqing be surrounded by hundreds of people in the Broken Sky mountain range? Tushan Ashes walked out of the auction house just in time to hear those words.
And Tushan Shui froze for a moment after hearing those words, hundreds of people surrounding them? Is this a violation of the laws of heaven?
And Zhan Ming didn't care what Tushan Shui's reaction was. She just said to herself, with her current cultivation at the Foundation establishment realm, what makes her run out from the siege of hundreds of people? The more Marigold thought about it, the tighter his brow furrowed.
Night Wanqing was now at the Foundation establishment realm? And it was surrounded by hundreds of people?
As for Tushan Shui, after hearing Zhan Ming's words, her entire body froze on the spot. She recognized every word the other party said, so why did she not recognize them when combined together? She just stayed where she was, not even realizing when Marigold Ming had left.
Tushan Ashes, on the other hand, stood on the side and didn't make a sound to disturb.
Although Tushan Shui hadn't said anything, Tushan Ashes had long since guessed that something should have happened between his little sister and Night Wanqing. I don't know how long it took for Tushan Shui to come back from her shock. She still wanted to ask Zhan Ming something.
He's gone.
When Tushan Shui heard Tushan Ash's words, she realized that it was already dark. I can't believe I've been standing here all day, fuming. Tushan Shui did not need to ask anything, since Tushan Ashes did not take the initiative to tell himself that there was news of Li Jushi, then it is not. This is the tacit understanding between the two over the past 2 years.
Are you worried about her?
When Tushan Shui heard Tushan Ash's words, she froze slightly and snorted coldly when she came back to her senses. Who's worried about her? I've long forgotten about her. Whether she's dead or alive has nothing to do with me. Tushan Ashes, however, let out a light laugh. I didn't even say who she is. Actually, you're still worried about her in your heart, am I right?
Hearing Tushan Ash's words, Tushan Shui's footsteps lurched. Did he really forget about Night Wanqing?
These 2 years, one could ignore Night Wanqing just to keep oneself from thinking about her, wanting to forget her. Even because he would think of her when he practiced, he hadn't practiced for 2 years. If you're worried about her, go ahead, I'll stay with you. Tushan Shui bit her lip in death and just stood in place. But I told you that if I ever meddle in her affairs again, I'll turn the 4 waters without wheels into a fox lady and give it to the readers to play with.
Tushan Ashes laughed, a moment of anger. How can it be taken seriously?
Tushan Shui remained standing in the same place.
But
she wasn't sure if she could save Night Wanqing. After all, there were hundreds of people on the opposite side, and just with the last remaining late-stage Yuaning attack, it definitely wouldn't be enough. Seemingly seeing Tushan Shui's worry, Tushan Ashes took out a talisman from his hand. This is the talisman that Amma gave me when I was leaving, containing one of Father's attacks. The moment Tushan Shui sensed the talisman's aura, her pupils widened violently. Half-step transformation god. Tushan Ashes stuffed the talisman into Tushan Shui's hand and patted her shoulder. Mother said, don't make decisions that you regret.
Go on.
Tushan Shui squeezed the talisman in her hand tightly, and her mind recalled what Bai Qian had said to herself in the room. Since she had already made a decision in her heart, she should just do what she wanted.
In your mind? Tushan Yuki muttered.
All the images from the trip so far flashed through his mind again.
Did Night Wanqing do too much to herself? In Tushan Shui's thoughts today, it still seemed a bit excessive. But it's also true that she's devoted to herself. In the middle of the day, Tushan Shui returned to her senses, and a flash of red aura flashed in her eyes. Night Wanqing, I told you I would lock you in a cage, so you can taste what it's like to be locked in a cage as well. So until then, you can't die. Chapter 82, The Pure Land. Xiao, Her Highness is in danger, go help her. Hearing Knight Seven's voice, Xiao looked up and saw Knight Seven's pair of eyes that were already red and swollen from crying. Have you forgotten what Night Wanqing told you at that time? Knight Seven was slightly silent when she heard Xiao's words. She certainly wouldn't forget. A year ago, Night Wanqing was being chased by a Jindan Great Perfection powerhouse, and it just so happened that they bumped into her, and under their own prayers, Xiao stepped in to help Night Wanqing solve the pursuing Jindan Great Perfection powerhouse. Only when Night Wanqing sensed Knight 7, she didn't even raise her head and only said one word, get lost. She still remembers Night Wanqing's reply when she asked Her Highness the Holy Maiden why would I want to keep a lung mist without any cultivation by my side? After saying that, Night Wanqing left without looking back, not even glancing at herself since the beginning. Why did Her Highness refuse to even look at herself? Did she really dislike herself? We had an agreement back then that we weren't allowed to continue mentioning Night Wanqing in front of me. Xiao remained expressionless. Knight 7 pursed her lips at her words. These were indeed the agreements between her and Xiao back then. If Night Wanqing really didn't want her anymore and told her to get lost, she was not allowed to mention her in front of. With a thud, Knight 7 knelt down in front of Xiao, her voice choking. Xiao, I beg you, go and help Her Highness the Holy Maiden. Or else she'll really die. Her Highness, the Holy Maiden, was now only at the cultivation level of the Foundation establishment realm, and was surrounded by hundreds of people in the Broken Sky Mountain range, a situation of certain death if no one else went to her rescue. The same she also knows that no one will go to save the Holy Maiden. Night Wanqing, perhaps because of what happened to her once, resulting in her, has always been indifferent to people. If we say to whom the exception is, it is. Knight 7 didn't allow herself to think about Tushan Shui anymore. The thought of that white-eyed wolf made her feel a wave of nausea. Sensing Knight 7's movements, Xiao put down the book in her hands and looked up. Why would I risk my life to save her? Knight 7 froze for a moment when she heard Xiao's words. Yes, who is Xiao to save Her Highness the Holy Maiden? Dang. Knight 7 didn't know how to persuade Xiao, and she knew that perhaps she was being unreasonable in doing so now. Please, save Her Highness the Holy Virgin. One could only keep kowtowing in Xiao's direction. Dumb.
On the other hand, the broken Sky Mountain Range.
I heard that some time ago, Night Wanqing killed another Jindan Grand Circle in reverse?
Delin stood on the outskirts of the broken Sky Mountain Range looking at the last remaining area and uttered an exclamation, truly worthy of being a former first genius. Fang Xiaoyan, who was at the side, also nodded. Well, I heard that it was with the power of the formation, but she was also heavily injured. It is because of this that they were hunted down to the broken Sky Mountain Range and fell into a desperate situation. A round-looking woman on the side was jealous of Night Wanqing's talent a long time ago, and now when she heard the words of the two beside her, she snorted disdainfully, "What spirit demon realm's #1 genius, but it's just that she didn't meet me, Jew brain." P.S. Because some fans think abstract names are quite good and hope they can continue to appear, a combination of, it should be everyone in the outside world right now, wanting to kill themselves and obtain the reward from the Sima family. After all, the Sima family had promised that as long as they could kill themselves, no matter what cultivation level that person had, they could become a demon sect elder. For those whose cultivation was less than Yuaning, the Sima family would provide resources to help them break through to Yuaning in the shortest amount of time, which caused many Jindan cultivators who were originally prepared to stay out of the way to join the team that was besieging them. After all, the Sima family gave too much. Thinking about it, I wonder how much time has passed. Nightwing Tran felt the fluctuation of demonic chi in the hidden surroundings. Night Wanqing took out the spirit sword from the nascent sphere and staggered to support herself to stand up. A tiny crack could be seen on the sword's body faintly.
Surprisingly. Found so quickly?
Night Wanqing knew that she would be discovered sooner or later, she just didn't think that she would be discovered so quickly. On the other side, Tushan Shui was rushing towards the direction where the heaven-breaking mountain range was located at the fastest speed she could achieve nowadays.
You're not going to die that easily, are you?
Ever since she had learned that Night Wanqing was besieged by hundreds of cultivators in the broken Sky Mountain Range, there had been a sense of unease in Tushan. Tushan Shui heard Tushan Ash's voice and then looked at that huge bell shadow in the sky. It seemed to be vaguely, really covering a side of heaven and earth. Only, Tushan Shui looked at the direction where the giant bell was, and that seemed to be. In the next second, Tushan Shui's face changed drastically. Broken Sky Mountain Range. Chapter 83, If you dare to hurt her, there's no need for you to live.
Dum 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 dum.
The sound of the bells continued to reach Tushan Shui's ears. She stared dead on at the giant clock shadow that was gradually solidifying in the air, and the uneasiness in her heart reached the extreme at this moment.
Knock.
Accompanied by a bell sound that far exceeded any previous ringing, the giant bell in the sky completely solidified. Tushan Shui's eyes were scarlet as she stared dead on at the golden giant bell that had been thoroughly formed in front of her.
Boom.
The spiritual energy in his body spread uncontrollably in all directions. Tushan Ashes was immediately staggered by the wild explosion of spiritual energy from Tushan Shui's body, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked as he looked at the red and black spiritual energy surrounding Tushan Shui. The black spiritual energy in Tushan Shui's body before had already shocked him. And at the moment the psychic power changed from black to reddish black.
Unseen and unheard of. Dum 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 dum.
On the other side, along with a bell sound came into the ears. Night Wanqing looked up and saw a golden light cover slowly forming in the air, just a moment's time, a large area where he was shrouded.
Surprisingly.
Even the people from the Maitian temple have come, is using the pure land afraid that I will escape. Night Wanqing felt the formation that was gradually taking shape under her feet, and a touch of bitterness hung at the corner of her mouth.
Dang.
Along with a bell sound that far exceeded the previous one, a golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, and the formation was completely formed. At the same time, cultivators began to appear on the surrounding hills. Night Wanqing sensed the cultivators who suddenly appeared to surround her and stood still.
She knew that she could no longer run away today. Only the heart is not in it.
She still didn't know what kind of power had exterminated the entire Night family back then, and had yet to avenge her clan.
In no time, the surrounding hills were already densely filled with cultivators.
They stood at the top of the mountain, looking down on Night Wanqing who stood at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, their vanities to the extreme satisfaction, the reason why many people surrounded Night Wanqing was not for the position of the demon sect elder. This was because they were clear that with their own strength, they could never compete with a heavenly pride like Delin and Fang Xiaoyan. They want nothing more than to watch the genius who once stood tall. The #1 pride of the heavens, who was on top of his head, was trampled under his feet.
Night Wanqing felt the gazes from all around her. There was greed, excitement, disdain, and even scorn.
Nowadays, Night Wanqing was only a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, while they as Jindan powerhouses or even Yuaning powerhouses. In terms of cultivation, they were indeed qualified to scorn the present-day Night Wanqing. Ha! Sensing the gazes of the crowd, Night Wanqing pulled her spirit sword out of the ground, straightening her body with difficulty and raising her head, a pair of eyes coldly scanning the crowd. I, Night Wanqing, never thought that there would be a day when I would be scorned. Night Wanqing's voice was not loud, but the clear and cold voice was enough to reach the ears of all the cultivators present. Everyone's bodies trembled lightly when they heard Night Wanqing's voice.
So what if it's foundation establishment, so what if it's Jindan? Even if you are Jindan, you are no different from ants in my eyes.
The spirit sword in his hand seemed to have sensed Nightwing Tran's thoughts and let out a crisp sword chirp. Buzz. Shu Brain snorted coldly when he saw this, it's just resistance. Between words had mobilized the demonic chi in her body, the whole person rushed towards Night Wanqing at the fastest speed. She wanted to be the one who succeeded in killing Night Wanqing, she wanted to be the demon sect elder. When the rest of the cultivators saw this, they all reacted and mobilized the demonic chi and spiritual energy in their bodies to use their strongest spiritual techniques. Night Wanqing sensed the crowd's attacks with calm eyes and began to operate the Heavenly Demon lead. After using the double Heavenly Demon lure that time 2 years ago, Night Wanqing already knew that since she had fallen from the late Yuaning stage. Therefore, when using the multiple Heavenly Demon leads, there was no risk of the body bursting and dying due to being unable to withstand the majestic demonic chi, as Night 7 had done. Boom! Along with Night Wanqing's first use of the Heavenly Demon lead, her body's aura recovered from the 7th level of Foundation Establishment to the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. And then there was the second Heavenly Demon drawing, and his cultivation had recovered to half-step Jindan. For the third time, it was still a half-step Jindan, except that just like the last time, the demonic chi in his body had completely transformed from black to purple. Go to hell! It was also at this time that Zhu Brain had already arrived in front of Night Wanqing, and the majestic demonic energy gathered in his palm to slap towards Night Wanqing. When Night Wanqing sensed Zhu Brain's attack, she didn't even raise her head, she just swung the spirit sword in her hand and chopped forward. From a distance, only a purple sword chi was seen chopping out from Night Wanqing's spirit sword, and the moment Dilin and the other Jindan Great Perfection powerhouses sensed this sword chi from Night Wanqing, all of their faces changed. This sword chi, I'm afraid I'll have to pay a small price even if I want to receive it. Dilin couldn't help but let out a sigh, while Zhu Brain, who was right now the closest to the sword chi, had his brain fall into a blank the moment Night Wanqing chopped out the sword chi. Put! In the next instant, Zhu Brain and those cultivators who immediately followed her to take the lead in rushing towards Night Wanqing were all cut off on the spot by the sword chi, completely lifeless. All the cultivators present were horrified when this sword chopped out. Killing at least 4 early Jindan powerhouses in a second with a single sword was something that even Dilin and the others were afraid of not being able to do. For a while there was actually no one who dared to take a step forward. In the next second, Night Wanqing took a step forward with her spirit sword in her hand, and the cultivators directly in front of her sensed Night Wanqing's movement were all taking a step backwards. Humph! The Sima family's Yuaning powerhouse at the back of the crowd, who had been observing the changes in the arena, snorted coldly at the sight, a bunch of losers. Then, taking one step out to the crowd, he didn't even need to make a move. Simply by spreading the aura of a mid-Yuaning stage outward, Night Wanqing's body was immediately lifted backward by this aura and flew out. Night Wanqing's cultivation now was only Foundation Establishment, and there was a whole 2 big realms difference between Sima Shao, which was absolute realm suppression. Bang! Night Wanqing's body immediately smashed a deep pit in the ground behind her. Sima Zhao's face was expressionless. Originally he didn't have the intention to make a move, it was just that this group of lung mist behind him didn't have the qualifications to become his Sima family's dog. His palm wrapped in monstrous demonic chi fiercely slapped towards Night Wanqing. He believed that with Night Wanqing's realm nowadays, even in her heyday, being slapped by her own palm would be a certain death, not to mention such a heavy injury nowadays. However, just at the moment when the palm was about to land on Night Tran. Click click click. Dense cracks appeared in the boundary formed by the pure land overhead. Boom! In the next second, when the crowd had not yet reacted, accompanied by a loud sound, a black and red lightning wrapped with an aura that caused the hearts of the crowd present to palpitate, splitting down from the dome of the sky. Everyone looked up in horror at the lightning in the air that emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, a voice that was clear and cold without any emotion rang in the ears of the crowd. If you dare to hurt her, you will have no need to live. Chapter 84, You Don't Have the Right to Refuse Me. 2. Tu Shan Shui. When Night Wanqing heard the voice that was both familiar and unfamiliar, she instantly raised her head in disbelief. Boom! The black and red lightning slammed down on the ground, and a wildly explosive energy fluctuation spread in all directions from in front of Night Wanting.
Sima Zhao's entire body was immediately lifted backwards by this energy. In the next second, when the smoke in the field cleared, the crowd only saw a Fox Clan girl dressed in white, with red and black spiritual energy surging around her, dyeing the surrounding space into the same color. Night Wanting looked at Tushan Shui, who had stopped in front of her, and froze for a moment. Seemingly sensing Night Wanting's gaze, Tushan Shui slightly sidestepped and looked at the wretched Night Wanting. And then with a cold expression, he looked at Sima Zhao, his voice filled with killing intent. "It was you, who?" Half-step transformation god. Sima Zhao looked at the silhouette behind Tushan Shui, the shock in his heart knew no bounds. The demon race had actually appeared a half-step transformation god powerhouse, and their Sima clan didn't even know about it. Tushan Shui didn't give the crowd a chance to react. His eyes coldly swept a circle of the crowd, and then he spat out a word icily from his mouth. "Die." The moment Tushan Shui's voice fell, the silhouette behind him slowly raised his palm, and in an instant, the space in the field suddenly distorted. Ka Ching. Along with the movement of the shadow, dense cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Ah! Countless cultivators were caught up in the spatial storm, and miserable screams resounded in the field. Tushan Shui looked at what was happening in front of her with an expressionless face. She could feel Night Wanqing's weakness at the moment, the wounds all over her body, as well as her cultivation that had fallen to the first level of foundation establishment. The reason why Night Wanqing had become what she was now, none of the cultivators present were innocent, they were all the culprits for causing all of this. Because of this, she would watch what was happening in front of her without the slightest ripple in her heart. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking sound, the entire ground trembled violently, and countless cracks appeared in the space like a spider web. All of the cultivators, including Sima Zhao, were too late to even scream. It was then transformed into a brilliant red firework on the spot. When it was all over, the entire space turned into a sea of red, and there was no more breath of life except for Tushan Shui and Night Wanqing. On the other hand, under Night Seven's bitter plea, Xiao decided to help Night Wanqing one last time. It was only when she was about to arrive at the Broken Sky mountain range. Suddenly, he sensed that the aura of a half-step transformation god was coming from the direction of the heaven-breaking mountain range. This caused her color to change violently. Why would there be a half-step transformation god powerhouse? Could it be that they're also here to kill Nightwing? The spirit demon realm should not have any half-step transformation god powerhouses today. Could it be that another half-step transformation god had appeared in the Sima family? In the next second, she breathed a long sigh of relief when she sensed the wildly exploding spiritual energies around her. Since it was spiritual energy, this was a sign that the other party was not from the demon sect, and it was even more unlikely that this half-step transformation god powerhouse was from the Sima family. Tushan Shui turned around and looked down at Night Wanting, who was currently half kneeling at her feet. Similarly, Night Wanqing also looked up at Tushan Shui, who was standing in front of her. She never thought she'd see the day. "Come back to the Green Mound with me." "No way." Without even thinking about it, Night Wanqing voiced her refusal. Whether it was out of her own pride or for the safety of Qingqiu, she would rather die than go back to Qingqiu with Tushan Shui. Tushan Shui turned around at his words, a pair of scarlet eyes looking at Night Wanqing. "You don't have the right to refuse me." As she had once done to herself, she was only informing Night Wanqing, not letting her make a choice. Tushan Yuki. When Night Wanqing heard Tushan Shui's words, she was so angry that her body was shaking, as she once was, with a pair of blood-colored pupils staring at Tushan Shui in front of her in death. "You can't." Tushan Shui sniffed and cocked her head, looking at Night Wanting with a smile or not, a pair of scarlet eyes flickering with a strange light. "Night Wanqing, do you remember what I once said?" As he spoke, Tushan Shui half squatted his body and stuffed a bottle of healing pills, all into Night Wanqing's mouth. Afterwards, gentle spiritual energy traveled within Night Wanting's body to help her refine the elixir. The aura on Night Wanqing's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, only that her cultivation remained at the first level of foundation establishment. Tushan Yuki. Soon, Night Wanqing's injuries completely recovered. She stood up, held the spirit sword in her hand, and looked towards Tushan Shui. "I'm just going to die, but I won't go back to Qingqiu with you." As she spoke, Night Wanqing had already mobilized her body's demonic qi, and the silk of demonic qi surrounded the spirit sword in her hand. At this moment, even without utilizing the demon lead, there was still a faint purple color in the. She didn't want to continue listening to Night Wantran. For some reason, even after resolving everyone, there was still a vague uneasiness in her heart.
She didn't know where the unease was coming from, but she trusted her instincts. Thinking of this, Tushan Shui no longer hesitated and used her spiritual power to hold Night Wanqing in her arms. He then led her away from the Broken Sky Mountain range. Only, Tushan Shui hadn't even left the Broken Sky Mountain range yet. Then he felt an oncoming sword aura. When he looked up, he only saw a blue-white sword chi in front of him, chopping towards himself head-on. Chapter 85, I'll blow myself up if you don't agree. Buzz. The sword chi seemed to be one with heaven and earth. If he hadn't already arrived close, Tushan Shui wouldn't even have been able to sense the existence of this sword chi. Because the sword chi appeared too suddenly, it caused Tushan Shui to be completely too late to react too much. In desperation, he could only use his spiritual power to send Night Wannabe backwards, and then took out his spirit sword and crossed it in front of him. Bang! In the next second, Tushan Shui's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball and smashed into the ground, and his arm was also chopped out with a wound that was deep enough to see the bone. So you're the white-eyed wolf that Night 7 was talking about? Xiao was suspended above the void, the spirit sword in her hand emitting a light blue halo, her eyes coldly looking down at Tushan Shui. She arrived at the Broken Sky Mountain range just in time to see Night Wanqing being forcibly taken away by Tushan Shui, who had sealed her cultivation. With just one glance, she remembered that she had once seen this fox in front of her in Night Wanqing's Holy Maiden Palace, and even because she had touched Tushan Shui's ear, Night Wanqing had wanted to. It was only that everyone else was beheading Night Wanqing to become a demon sect elder, while Tushan Shui actually wanted to capture Night Wanqing alive and hand it over to the Sima family, such that her heart's distaste for Tushan Shui was even greater. It was because of this that he did not hesitate to slash out a sword towards Tushan Shui. Ahem. When Tushan Shui heard Xiao's words, a small mouthful of blood was coughed out of his mouth as he climbed up from the ground, a pair of scarlet pupils looking in the direction of where Xiao was. Give Night Wanqing back to me. Similarly, Tushan Shui also recognized Xiao, the flowing cloud heavenly maiden, and it was precisely because she recognized Xiao that Tushan Shui asked the other party to return Night Wanqing to herself. Because Liu Yunshan could never offend the Sima family and the demon sect for the sake of a Night Wanqing who only had a cultivation of the first level of foundation establishment. The spirit in devil world is. Hiss. It was only when Tushan Ash's spiritual energy traveled inside Tushan Shui's body that he truly felt just how much Tushan Shui had been injured, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. How? How did you get hurt so badly? Just one last breath. If he had come a little later, perhaps his little sister really would have died. Tushan Ashes couldn't believe it. Obviously Tushan Shui had a half-step transformation god talisman in her hands. Why was she hurt so badly? Could it be that a transformation god powerhouse had struck? Only no matter what he thought in his heart, at this moment, he could only keep using his spiritual power to help Tushan Shui refine the elixir, hoping that his little sister could wake up as soon as possible. 3 whole days passed before Tushan Shui leisurely woke up from. Morong Qingyu sniffed and didn't let go of her hand. In these 2 years she had already figured out that Li Jushi's most sensitive parts were her tail and ears. Whenever Li Jusi was disobedient, all she needed to do was pinch her tail and Li Jusi would become good. In these 2 years, it was because he had discovered Li Jusi's weakness, she had been forced to cultivate with himself several times. Seeing that she was useless in pampering herself, Li Jiushi suddenly huffed, "Let go, if you don't let go, I'll blow myself up." Hearing Li Jiushi's words, Morong Qingyu's smile suddenly stiffened on his face, and the force on his hand also increased a few points because he was too shocked. Ah! The pain was so intense that tears came out of Li Jusi's eyes. "I'm really going to blow myself up if you don't let go," said Li Jiushi, made a gesture of wanting to self-detonate. "Don't! I'll let go, you mustn't blow yourself up." Only then did Morong Qingyu react and hurriedly loosened his hand that was pinching Li Jusi's tail. "Blow yourself up? Are you kidding me? I love this pink fox myself. How could they let Li Jusi blow himself up?" Since Li Jiushi said that she wouldn't explode herself if she let go, so now that she let go, she shouldn't explode herself. Morong Qingyu thought as such. In a moment of nervousness, she actually forgot that with her own cultivation, even if Li Jusi wanted to self-detonate, she couldn't do it. Li Jiushi also froze for a moment when she sensed Morong Qingyu letting go of her hand. Hey! Morong Qingyu actually really let go? The idea that he just popped into his head was actually working? She blinked and looked at Morong Qingyu, who was currently looking at her. "Bring me along tomorrow when you go out to look for Xiao Shui." "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Hearing Morong Qingyu's refusal, Li Jusi instantly made a gesture to explode herself again. "If you don't promise, I'll explode myself." Hearing Li Jioshi's words, Qianyu was instantly caught in a left and right brain battle. What to do? If you take the little fox, she'll be in danger. If you don't take her, she'll blow herself up.
It seemed that taking her would be the best option.
Don't blow yourself up. I'll take you there. I'll take you out with me tomorrow to look for snow. Don't blow yourself up. Seeing this, Li Jiushi was certain that she could really threaten Qianyu with her self-detonation. She instantly felt as if she had found Qianyu's weakness. As long as one threatens her with self-destruction, she would then behave herself and fulfill whatever she asked for. She didn't know why the thought had popped into her head, but she knew that anyone who could come up with a way to threaten someone had to be a genius. Extra disclaimer: the part about the successful self-destructive threat was written because some readers wanted to be able to fill in the holes, so yeah. Achoo! Meanwhile, far away in another world, the pummeling author who was coding sneezed in the fox ears on his head while shaking.
What's thinking about me again?
Behind him, Knight 1 squeezed the fox tail in his hand when he saw this. What are you staring at? If you don't code again, I'll put you in the small dark room.
Boing!
A tingling electric sensation spread all over his body at once, and the pummeling author couldn't help but let out a soft whimper.
Sister Knight 1, I'm wrong, don't pinch me, I'll go code.
At those words, Knight 1 squeezed the fox tail in his hand again.
It wasn't until he saw that the pouncing author seemed to be about to cry out that he let go of the tail in his hand. No, you're wrong? Aha, got it. The pummeling author nodded his head like a chicken pecking. If you know you're wrong, why don't you hurry up and code?
Saying that, Knight 1 made a gesture to pinch her tail again. Seeing this, the pummeling author's body jerked with a jolt, and he hastened to concentrate on his words.
Don't pinch it, I know it's wrong. Woo woo. Chapter 86.
Anyone who takes her away from me will die. P.S. Today full class, 1800 hours only after class, so update a little late. Wednesday there is the final exam of the gross concept, so this week need to prepare for the exam, so from today to 5.1 will be temporarily single shift. Because she also knew that it was impossible for Liunshan to offend the Sima family because of a Knight Wanqing who was only at the first level of foundation establishment. Why did you stop me from killing her? She was all set to hand you over to the Sima family. Xiao asked expressionlessly after settling Knight Wanqing in a remote valley. She had already prepared to kill Tushan Shui with a sword, only to be stopped by Knight Wanqing's voice at the end. She didn't understand that Tushan Shui had already captured Knight Wanqing alive and was preparing to hand her over to the Sima family, which was even more hateful to her than those who simply wanted to kill Knight Wanqing. After all, if Knight Wanqing was handed over to the Sima family after being captured alive, her fate would be even more terrible than death. She wasn't trying to turn me over to the Simas. Knight Wanqing said truthfully. After all, nowadays it was impossible for Xiao to bring himself back to Tushan Shui anymore.
Not ready to hand you over to the Sima family?
Xiao obviously froze for a moment when she heard Knight Wanqing's words. If Tushan Shui wasn't preparing to hand over Knight Wanqing to the Sima family, then why did he seal her cultivation and take her away?
She wants to take me back to Green Hills. After listening to what Knight Wanqing said about what happened, Xiao realized that this time it seemed like she had misunderstood Tushan Shui and had almost killed her. How can you be sure that she's really prepared to take you back to Qingxiu and not hand you over to the Sima family? Although Xiao's impression of Tushan Shui was a little bit better now, she still had a slight prejudice against Tushan Shui because of what Knight 7 had told her had happened. She won't.
Hearing Xiao's words, Knight Wanqing shook her head as her mind recalled the scene at that time. She believed that Tushan Shui was truly prepared to bring herself back to Qingxiu rather than handing herself over to the Sima family. Hearing Knight Wanqing's reply, Xiao didn't know if she could. Forget it, I don't care what you think, but Knight Wanqing, I'm going to tell you. This is the last time I'll help you for the sake of Knight 7. Knight Wanqing didn't get angry at Xiao's words. I know. Knight Wanqing, I'm quite envious of you. I envy you for having such a loyal subordinate as Knight 7. Xiao's mind couldn't help but recall the reaction of Knight 7 at that time when she had just woken up and realized that she had no cultivation. It wasn't that she was worried about what she should do without her cultivation, but rather that without her cultivation there was no way she could continue to help Knight Wanqing. Knight Wanqing fell silent at her words. She didn't know how to respond to Xiao's words. She hadn't actually been very nice to Knight 7. Just casually saved a little girl. At first see her talent is good, so stay around, teach her to cultivate just. That's all. On the other side, Tushan Shui had been lying motionless on the ground ever since she woke up. And Tushan ashes because when he arrived, he only saw Tushan Shui who was only left with his last breath, lying in a pool of blood. Not knowing exactly what happened, not to mention how to comfort Tushan Shui, he could only sit next to her and quietly accompany her. I don't know how long it took, but Tushan Yuki suddenly let out a creepy laugh.
Ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Tushan Ashes, who had been sitting on the side, only felt his scalp tingle when he heard Tushan Shui's laughter.
Turn your head and look.
One could only see Tushan Shui's body suspended in mid-air, with a sickly smile on her face and a demonic light flashing in her eyes.
Night Wanqing, you are mine. You can only be mine. No one is going to take you away from me, no one.
As he spoke, black and red spiritual energy surged within Tushan Shui's body. The cultivation level that hadn't been able to advance any further for a long time because of his heart demons also broke through at this moment.
Boom!
In an instant, black and red spiritual energy spread in all directions from within Tushan Shui's body.
Xiao, so what if you're the flowing cloud heavenly daughter? Anyone who dares to take her away from me will die.
The surrounding space was slightly distorted due to the terrifying energy fluctuations.
Tushan Shui's entire body was bathed in reddish-black spiritual energy, and her aura continued to climb. What? When Tushan Ashes heard Tushan Shui's words, he was immediately shocked. Night Wanqing was taken away by Xiao? Why did Xiao take away Night Wanqing? He had originally thought that the probability was that Night Wanqing was dead. After all, his little sister was injured like that even with a half-step transformation god talisman in her hand. Only, at this moment, listening to Tushan Shui's words, it seemed that Night Wanqing hadn't died, but had been taken away by Xiao. Only, does little sister want to kill Xiao because of this? Night Wanqing, I'm going to make it so you can never leave me, ever. As he spoke, Tushan Shui's realm had completely broken through to the Jindan Grand Circle. Tushan Ashes felt the aura from Tushan Shui's body, and his entire body was shocked beyond words. Jindan Grand Circle.
Little sister had actually broken through to the Jindan Grand Circle. He didn't even know why his little sister would suddenly break through at this time. Completing the breakthrough, Tushan Shui's pair of scarlet eyes looked towards Tushan Ashes, who was still in shock. Let's go.
Aha!
Tushan Ashes snapped back to his senses at those words, and just glanced at Tushan Shui without saying anything.
Didn't ask anything either. Chapter 87, Bloodshed of the Sand Sect.
It's Monday, same full class as yesterday. Woohoo, yesterday's transfer was for Cinco de Mayo, which is also a Monday class schedule. Sorry guys. There will be no classes tomorrow at noon, so it shouldn't be this late. It wasn't long before the duo of Tushan Shui and Tushan Ashes left the Broken Sky Mountain range. The heaven and earth aura as well as the demonic aura in the surrounding space began to continuously converge in one direction. Not long after, a blood-colored lily poked out from the scarlet ground. Little sister, let's go back to Qingqiu first. After leaving the Broken Sky Mountain range, Tushan Ashes could feel that although Tushan Shui's realm had broken through to the Jindan Great Circle, her breath was still a bit frail. This was due to the fact that the injuries inflicted by Xiao earlier had not yet healed.
Back to the Green Hills? Why do you want to go back to the Green Hills?
Hearing Tushan Ashes' words, Tushan Shui stopped, tilting her head with a pair of scarlet eyes looking at Tushan Ashes.
It was very puzzling why he had to go back to the Green Mound and what he was doing there.
The injuries you sustained earlier have not yet healed, and now that the pills you brought out have been used up, you need to go back and heal. The pills that Tushan Ashes had brought out from the clan had all helped Tushan Shui to refine them when she was unconscious earlier, or else she wouldn't have been able to wake up so quickly. Only, even so, the injuries within Tushan Shui's body were still very heavy.
Tushan Shui sniffed and shook her head. No, not back to Qingqiu. Do you realize what you're doing?
When Tushan Ashes saw Tushan Shui shaking her head, she was also a bit angry, and her tone became heavier. Do you know that if you can't recover from your injuries as soon as possible, it might affect your cultivation in the future, and your cultivation will never be able to refine again? What Tushan Ashes said was a bit heavy, but he was really thinking about Tushan Shui. According to Tushan Shui, previously suffered such a serious injury, if it is not healed as soon as possible, is really will affect the future cultivation, although it is not so exaggerated that it can no longer be refined, but want to break through to a higher realm will become more difficult. In his opinion, Tushan Shui's talent, it was only a matter of time before she broke through to the transformation spirit in the future. If she was unable to break through to the transformation spirit realm due to the failure to deal with her injuries in time this time around, her little sister would surely break down. One will feel guilty for the rest of one's life over this. After all, Tushan Shui had followed herself out, and it was all because she had failed to protect her. Because of this, when he heard Tushan Shui say that he would not go back, he was so angry. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Tushan Shui right now, he would have directly forced Tushan Shui back to Qingqiu. Tushan Shui listened to Tushan Ash's explanation and finally realized why he wanted himself to go back to Qingqiu, so it was because he was worried about this. She had also learned from the spirit demon record that if her injuries were too severe it would affect her cultivation, and she knew that her injuries had not yet healed.
I'm not going back. Even after hearing Tushan Ash's explanation, Tushan Shui still opened her mouth to refuse.
Tushan Ash's heard that he had made things so serious, Tushan Shui even refused to go back. Did she not realize the seriousness of the matter? Turning his face to look at Tushan Shui, he was just about to continue to voice out his rebuke, only to freeze for a moment when he was confronted with Tushan Shui's pair of blood pupils that were flashing with a strange light. Without waiting for him to open his mouth, he heard Tushan Shui's voice, "Isn't it just that you don't have any pills? Why do you have to go back to Qingqiu?" When Tushan Ashes heard Tushan Shui's words, he was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, "Where did you get the elixir if you don't go back to Qingqiu?
Don't other clans have pills?"
Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Tushan Ashes didn't react to what it meant at first, and when he came back to his senses he was shocked. "Little sister, you..."
For a moment, he was actually shocked and speechless. What did his little sister mean? Is it to rob other human clans?
Tushan Shui, however, did not pay attention to Tushan Ash's shock, a pair of scarlet eyes, flashing with a crazy look. After chasing her for so long, there is always some price to pay.
No. SH. What?
After Tushan Ashes heard Tushan Shui's words, he only felt his brain go blank, and his entire person was completely frozen. He even suspected he'd heard wrong. Little sister actually really wants to go to a human clan to grab pills. On the other side of the valley where Night Wanqing was.
It still doesn't seem to be working.
Night Wanqing frowned as she felt the two streams of energy within her body. Ever since using the heavenly demon lead, there was an additional purple energy in his body in addition to his demonic energy. It was this purple energy that always dispersed the demonic energy, causing the breakthrough to fail every time at the last moment of one's breakthrough. If we can find out what this energy is, we should be able to break through the restrictions of the heavenly demon guide. Because of the previous battle, Night Wanqing could vaguely feel that the quality of this purple energy was above the demonic energy. It seemed to have a suppressive effect on demonic energy as well as spiritual energy. Meanwhile, after a day's journey, Tushan Shui and Tushan Ashes arrived above the Sand Clan. After the Sand Clan's Yuaning elder was killed by her back 2 years ago, there are no more Yuaning powerhouses in the clan. Hearing Tushan Ash's words, Tushan Shui nodded. Nowadays, the strongest person in the clan should be Sha Feng, who was at the Jindan Grand Circle. This was also the reason why he had chosen the Sha Zong as his first target. There were no Yuaning powerhouses, the strongest of which was only the Jindan Great Circle Sha Feng. Tushan Shui believed that under the same realm, Sha Feng would never be his opponent. This was not blind confidence. Rather, it was the absolute confidence brought to her by the black and red spiritual energy within her body, as she could feel that the black and red spiritual energy within her body seemed to have a suppressive effect on the spiritual energy of ordinary people as well as demonic energy. In the midst of her thoughts, Tushan Shui had already taken the spirit sword out of her nascent sword. Buzz. In the next second, along with a sword roar exploding in the air, the crowd of the Sand Sect below only felt that the sky darkened in this instant. When the crowd looked up into the sky in confusion, only a black and red sword chi was seen, chopping towards the Sha Zone below like a meteorite.
Put.
Sha Feng, who was in the middle of a closed-door attempt to break through the half-step Yuaning, was awakened by the sudden change and vomited a pool of blood from his mouth. And then he looked up into the air, and when he sensed the might contained in the sword chi, his pupils contracted for a moment.
Boom!
It was also at this moment that this sword chi collided with the Snow Clan's protector formation with a loud bang. It shook the heads of all the Sand Sect disciples. Tushan Shui did not have the slightest surprise when he saw this. No matter what, it was once a first-class force. If the protective array could not even block a blow from his own Jindan Great Circle, then there would be a problem. In the next second, the black and red spiritual energy within Tushan Shui's body surged, and the surrounding space was suddenly distorted due to the furious spiritual energy within Tushan Shui's body. The spirit sword in his hand chopped out again. Buzz! A day later, a message spread like mad throughout the spirit demon realm. The Sand Sect, once a first-rate power in the spirit demon realm, was bloodied, and no one in the entire sect was spared.
Even the clan treasury was looted. Chapter 88, My clan will always thrive, who dares to trespass? Another once first-class clan was exterminated yesterday.
Hearing Xiao's words, Night Wanqing's face was expressionless. Aha! This is already the fourth first-class clan to be bloodied in this period of time.
Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked at Night Wanqing. The ones that were bloodied were all clans that had once hunted you down. Don't you want to know who did it? What does it matter to me what it is?
Night Wanqing said expressionlessly, only in her mind because of Xiao's sentence, all of them were clans that had once hunted you down. Causing a figure in white to subconsciously float in her mind.
Could it be her?
Is she even this strong already, even though all of these clan Yuaning elders have been beheaded by themselves? However, those who were able to become the head of a clan were at least in the late Jindan stage, and most of them were in the Jindan Great Circle. Night Wanqing remembered that the last time she was in the Broken Sky Mountain range, Tushan Shui was still only in the late Jindan stage.
Did she break through? Put.
On the other side, along with Tushan Shui decapitating Mishu with a sword, all the disciples of the martial hegemony sect looked at the young girl in the air in shock.
3 moves? Even Tushan Ashes was filled with shock.
As the strongest person in the Wuba sect nowadays, Mishu's cultivation level was the same as Tushan Shui's, which was the Jindan Great Circle.
But it was at the same realm that Tushan Shui used only 3 moves to cut down his opponent.
After decapitating Mishu, Tushan Shui did not have any hesitation as she swung out her spirit sword in her hand, a black and red sword that chopped towards the rest of the martial hegemony sect at her feet.
The strongest person in the sect was dead, and with these ordinary disciples, they naturally couldn't block Tushan Shui's attack.
In just a few breaths of time, the martial hegemony sect was just as bloody as the Sand sect. This was already the 5th clan that Tushan Shui had bloodied. In fact, the Sand sect had once served as a first-class sect, and with the pills that Tushan Shui had obtained from there, she had already completely recovered the injuries in her body. However, Tushan Shui did not stop, but continued to travel to the other sects, not only because they had once chased after Night Wanqing, but part of the reason was that Tushan Shui could feel his newly broken through realm gradually becoming solid in the course of the battle.
Perhaps it's time to boom.
In the next second, before the crowd could react, the sword she had already chopped on the clan. The old man shook his head, but said nothing. In the next second, Tushan Shui opened her eyes, her scarlet eyes coldly scanning a circle of the crowd below. The spirit sword in his hand then once again wrapped in black and red spirit power and chopped towards the AI family residence.
Ka-ching. With the third sword chi landing on the formation, a tiny crack appeared in the clan protection formation. The laughter of the AI family's crowd came to an abrupt end. That old man also finally determined that the 2 previous attacks were indeed struck by this Fox clan girl in front of him. You are the strongest person in the AI family today?
Tushan Shui's eyes coldly swept a circle of the crowd at his feet, and finally fixed his gaze on the half-step Yuaning old man. Come out and suffer death.
Just a Jindan great perfection, how dare you be so arrogant?
Hearing Tushan Shui say so, the half-step Yuaning elder instantly appeared in front of Tushan Shui and snorted coldly, do you really think that my AI family has no one? Today, I will let you know the difference between a Jindan Great Perfection and a half-step Yuaning. As he spoke, the old man's body's demonic chi violently surged up, and the whole person holding the spirit sword turned into a black meteor rushing towards Tushan Shui. On the other side, the space of the Broken Sky Mountain range suddenly distorted. A crack in the void then appeared, and a silhouette covered in red and black spiritual energy walked out from the void. Only to see him close his eyes and spread his divine sense out, seemingly searching for something. In a few breaths, however, the man opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on a blood-colored lily in the corner. Reaching out, that flower appeared in his hand, and then the space around him twisted up again. In the next second, the man took a step into the void crack and his figure disappeared from the spot, leaving a hoarse voice echoing in the air in vain.
True enough. Chapter 89 The Sky Dome as a handle, the stars as a sword. Because it's still a single chapter today, this is an extra 1,000 words for this chapter, and at least 3 triple shifts on May 1st. Tushan Shui looked at the old man who was holding a spirit sword and chopping at him. The spiritual energy in his body suddenly surged up, and the spirit sword in his hand was also wrapped in black and red spiritual energy in an instant. In the next second, Tushan Shui was bathed in black and red spiritual energy as she charged towards the AI family elder. Bang!
The moment the 2 spirit swords collided, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread out in all directions from where the 2 were fighting, causing the surrounding space to distort for a moment.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The black and red spiritual energy and the black demonic aura continuously clashed in the air, but in a few breaths of time, the 2 exchanged blows several times.
Bang!
After the 2 separated again, Elder AI's face was extremely ugly, and at this moment, his hand holding the sword was trembling. The fight with Tushan Shui just now, it looked like the 2 of them were evenly matched, but in fact, it was he who had fallen into a disadvantage, although it sounded unbelievable, but this was the truth. The strange black and red spiritual power on the young girl, I don't know what exactly is the situation, to their own magic chi vaguely actually has the effect of suppression, which makes himself obviously higher than Tushan Shui a small realm, but can't play out the full strength. It was because of this that he had fallen into a disadvantage in the exchange just now. How come the elder hasn't taken down that Fox clan maiden yet? Is he deliberately letting go of the water? However, the people of the AI family below, looking at the duel in the air, were uncertain. Although Tushan Shui's previous sword had indeed shocked them, in their opinion, the gap between a Jindan Great Circle and a half-step Yuaning was insurmountable. Because of this, they felt that it should be easy for the elder to take down Tushan Shui. But at this point, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves in the air, but the elder still hadn't been able to take down Tushan Shui, which made them wonder if the elder was deliberately letting water out of the bag. Tushan Shui glanced obliquely at the AI clan's crowd below before withdrawing her gaze and paying no further attention. "You're going to lose." The young girl's tone was calm, as if she was talking about a very common thing. "Arrogant." Elder AI's family was furious at his words, even though he had just lost the fight. Such a flat tone from Tushan Shui still stirred up the anger in his heart. Moon arc. Only to see the AI family elder charging towards Tushan Shui once again, and the spirit sword in his hand began to chop towards Tushan Shui in a regular manner. Feeling AI parent elder's steeply intense attack, Tushan Shui's black and red spiritual energy became even more wildly explosive, and the surrounding space appeared to be slightly distorted. "Let me see the true strength of a half-step Yuaning." As he spoke, the breath on Tushan Shui's body was also raised to its peak, and the spirit sword in his hand also collided with the attack of the AI family's old ancestor. Boom! A violent roar exploded in the air, shaking the heads of the AI family below. Elder AI parent's tiger's mouth was cracked under this strike, and blood continuously dripped downward along the hilt of his sword. At this moment, he had already felt a hint of despair in his heart. This Jindan Great Perfection Fox clan girl in front of him was actually giving him the illusion of facing a Yuaning powerhouse, as if he could not defeat it no matter what. The crowd of the AI clan below watched the elder's hand holding the sword as blood continued to drip down, and also finally realized that something was wrong. It seems that the elder was no match for the Jindan Great Circle Fox clan girl in front of him. Hiss. As soon as this idea appeared, countless voices of sucking and cold air resounded underneath, and at the same time the AI family residence was suddenly filled with panic. AI Ling's pair of eyes stared at Tushan Shui in the air with a deadly stare. Seemingly sensing AI Ling's gaze, Tushan Shui's pair of eyes swept away indifferently, and the moment the four eyes met, AI Ling's pupils contracted for a moment. Put. In the next second, his legs went limp and he suddenly fell to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with panic. This oppressive. He had felt it in a man once. That was the former holy maiden of the demon sect Knight Wan Chang. When the people of the AI family saw this, the atmosphere immediately became even more depressing, and there were even some cultivators with low psychological quality who started to get restless. Elder AI's family sighed lightly as he sensed the agitation below. He knew that he was going to die this time. However, he was just going to die and make the culprit of all this pay. In the next second, the chi and blood in the old man's body began to burn, even his soul was burning, and the demonic chi in his body became incomparably berserk. The aura of his body continued to climb upwards, vaguely reaching the Yuaning realm. Tushan Shui looked at the old man in front of her with a grave expression. Although relying only on the secret method, the old man was unable to truly break through to the Yuaning realm, but she could sense that the other party's strength today wasn't much worse than that of a true early-stage Yuaning. At this moment, the old man looked as if he was a windswept old man, his body filled with a deadly aura. His pair of shadowy eyes stared at Tushan Shui dead in the face. "Young man, today, I will let you know why the AI family can become the top power amongst the first-class powers." The people of the AI clan below sensed the change in the old man, and their eyes were filled with excitement. Great, it's a sacrifice, we're saved. Only AI Ling eyes flashed a touch of sadness. This elder for him, not only is the clan elders so simple, but also teach their own cultivation, such as the role of the master. Sacrifice, the effect is as the name suggests, sacrificing one's life and soul to gain a short period of strength increase. This is the secret method that the Sima family once gifted to the AI family to draw them in when the AI family was promoted to a first-class power. It was also because of this secret law that allowed the AI family to survive one extinction crisis after another over the centuries. The AI family, not to be dishonored. In the next second, before Tushan Shui could even react, that old man's dry body had already arrived in front of him, and the spirit sword in his hand was also chopping towards his head. Her pupils contracted for a moment. Was this the strength of a Yuaning powerhouse? No, this wasn't a true Yuaning powerhouse. If he really wanted to snatch Night Wanqing back from Xiao, he would need to face not an ordinary Yuaning powerhouse, but a Yuaning powerhouse far beyond the ordinary. Tushan Shue's spirit sword crossed in front of his body, blocking the old man's chopping spirit sword. Even so, his body flew out backwards.
Ahem.
Tushan Shui hastily stabilized her stance and coughed out a small mouthful of blood from her mouth. Although he still had one late-stage Yuaning attack from Night Wanqing in his hand, Tushan Shui didn't want to use it up just like that. Because if one could not even defeat this kind of powerhouse who had not yet truly reached the early stage of Yuaning, how could one snatch Night Wanqing back from Xiao's hands? She had to defeat the old man in front of her. Tushan Shui completely mobilized the spiritual energy within her body, and the sky behind her was completely drenched in black and red in an instant. Previously, because of the black and red spirit power's restraint on the demonic qi, resulting in the victory that Tushan Shui had always achieved by crushing, this was the first time she had fallen into a disadvantage after she had been promoted to the Jindan Great Circle, and it was also the first time she had used her full power. Feeling the young girl's body, steeply becoming incomparably strong aura, the old man coldly snorted, but it's just a meaningless struggle. Tushan Shui didn't pay any attention to the old man's taunts, but instead took the initiative to meet the old man with her spirit sword in hand, Asahi Spectrum. Seeing this, the old man didn't have the slightest intention of backing down. It wouldn't take too long for his soul to completely dissipate. He himself had to take care of Tushan Shui before his soul completely dissipated, or else among the remaining people in the AI family, the strongest cultivator, AI Ling, had only just broken through the Jindan Great Circle some time ago, and would never be a match for Tushan Shui. Half of the sky was completely covered in black demonic energy, while the other half was covered in red and black. Boom! Accompanied by another collision between the two in the sky, a deafening sound resounded through the heavens and earth, spreading across 10,000 miles in a radius. Rumble! Rumble! Along with the two of them continuously exchanging blows in the air, the ground continuously trembled, and countless densely packed cracks appeared. The AI clan's protector formation, which had already been chopped out by Tushan Shui with a tiny crack, was now under the aftershocks of the impact of the two of them exchanging blows. Finally, it was no longer able to support, accompanied by a click. The protector formation, broken. The people of the AI family, who were originally still in a state of excitement because the elder had utilized the secret method, were immediately poured down with a basin of cold water. Boom! In the next second, along with the two of them exchanging blows in the air once again, the terrifying energy aftermath immediately swept towards the AI family residence. Everyone looked horrified. The airborne elder of the AI family naturally sensed the commotion below, but at this moment, he had no time to care about anything else. He originally thought that he should be able to easily defeat the Fox Clan girl in front of him after he utilized his sacrifice. Only, no matter what, he did not expect that even then he only had the upper hand and was unable to decapitate Tushan Shui in a short period of time. Aha! Elder, save me! Countless cultivators of the AI family with lower cultivation below were shaken into serious injuries by the aftermath of their battle in an instant, and some chi refining stage disciples were even blown into blood mist in an instant. Some of the stronger cultivators were fleeing in all directions against the aftermath of the battle between the two. The AI family patriarch sensed the movement below, and he knew that the AI family was completely finished. However, he looked at the fox maiden in front of him with spiteful eyes. It's all because of her. Tushan Shui also frowned when she sensed the movement below. She didn't want to let anyone escape and leave behind a scourge. I want you to be buried with my AI family cultivators. Hearing the old man's heart-rending voice, Tushan Shui raised her eyes. At this moment, the old man's body swelled up violently, and the surrounding demonic qi became agitated in an instant. Apparently, the other party wanted to blow himself up. Tushan Yuki saw this and closed her eyes. Was it really necessary to use Night Wanqing's talisman? No. Never. In the next second, Tushan Shui opened her eyes, her mind recalling the scene when Xiao had slashed that sword towards her at that time. The spirit sword in his hand was raised above his head. The vault of heaven is the handle. The moment the words fell, countless heaven and earth spiritual energy between heaven and earth converged on top of the spirit sword in Tushan Shui's hand. It was also at this instant that her entire being seemed to have transformed into a part of heaven and earth. The stars are swords. Countless stars twinkled in the sky. The sword also exuded a crisp sword sound that seemed to resonate with the stars. Put. In the next second, Tushan Shui only felt a fishy sweetness welling up in her throat and violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. The sword also dimmed at this moment. At this moment, before the flowing cloud sword technique was even executed, Tushan Shui already felt the qi and blood in her body churning. She could feel that even if she managed to execute this sword skill, she would more than likely be backfired into serious injury.
Want to give it up?
As long as he gave up and activated Night Wanqing's talisman, nothing would happen.
No! Tushan Yuki hissed out. Xiao's face came, too.
Along with the fall of the young girl's voice, a sword roar seemed to come from the sky above. As Tushan Shui swung the spirit sword in her hand, the shadow behind her slowly chopped forward, therefore Tushan Shui with the help of the elixir.
She woke up after only 1 day of coma.
It seems that it will take a few more days to recover your spiritual energy. Tushan Shui internal vision of the situation in the body, at the moment, although the spiritual power is recovering, but extremely slow, let her heart rise a little doubt, why their own body's spiritual power recovery speed will be so slow. According to her own projections, it would take at least 3 days if she wanted to fully recover. This is because you used the wrong gong method and thus suffered a backlash. Seemingly seeing the doubts in Tushan Shui's heart, Tushan Ashes opened his mouth to explain, the flowing cloud sword technique, as the flowing cloud sky's true peerless sword technique, and how could it be something that you could learn just by looking at it? When Tushan Shui heard this, her heart was startled. No wonder when she used the flowing cloud sword technique, she always felt that something was wrong. The spiritual energy in her body was extremely disorganized. She originally thought that it was because the quality of the sword skill was too high for her current realm to fully manage. Surprisingly, was it because of the backlash caused by using the sword skill in the wrong way?
How long will this backlash last?
This was Tushan Shui's main concern today. If it was only for a short period of time it was fine. Tushan Shui was very afraid that this was a long period of time, or even a lifelong backlash. There's no need to worry, usually this kind of backlash lasts about a week. Hearing Tushan Ash's words, Tushan Shui let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily it wouldn't last too long, only about a week. However, if you continue to use it afterward, the backlash time will gradually increase, and it may even become a lifelong backlash, even affecting your future cultivation. Tushan Ashes wasn't trying to scare Tushan Shui. Once there was a senior in the clan who had fallen in realm as a result, so in the future, you'd better reduce the use of the flowing cloud sword technique.
Devil Sect, Sima CE Slip Retreat Place.
3 days ago, the AI family was also similar to the first 5 clans. Hearing the old ancestor's voice, Sima Yan replied, there are 2 people each in the mid-Yuaning and late Yuaning stages, and 1 person in the Yuaning Great Circle. Speaking here, Sima Yan paused, a flash of fear in his eyes. He knew that the old ancestor would definitely get angry after he finished his sentence. But in the end, he still closed his eyes and opened his mouth as if he were dying. The early stage of the Yuaning stage has all been killed by Night Wanqing, and there is not a single person left. When he finished, he closed his eyes again.
Ha!
Sima Slide heard Sima Yan's words. This time he was really exasperated and laughed. His whole Sima family, all the early Yuaning cultivators were actually killed by 1 person.
This is ironic in the extreme. Bang!
The next second Sima Yan's entire body flew once again, only, this time it was directly out of Sima's slippery retreat.
You 5, each of you find an affiliated clan, as to what to do. Chapter 91, Happy for my little sister. Don't worry, old ancestor. Even though Sima Zeslip's later words did not continue, Sima Yan understood the old ancestor's meaning and hurriedly assured Sima Zeslip, then disappeared from his original spot in an instant. Only after leaving some distance away did Sima Yan realize that his back had been drenched in cold sweat at some point. For a moment just now, he felt the old ancestor's killing intent towards himself, and although he didn't know what was behind it, and the old ancestor didn't actually kill himself, it still made him wary. It wasn't until this moment, completely far away from Sima Slip's place of seclusion, that he let out a long sigh of relief. And as Sima Slip watched Sima Yan gradually disappear from his perception, he eventually withdrew his gaze and sighed quietly, that's just it, it's the right time to use someone. Just like what Sima Yan had sensed, Sima Slip really wanted to refine Sima Yan directly, just like Sima Sayong Mei before. After all, the Sima family never raised Lung Mist, or else they wouldn't have become one of the 2 great clans of the Devil Sect. Only that times are different nowadays. At one time there were nearly 20 Yuaning powerhouses in the clan, but now there are only the last 5 left. Thinking of this, Sima Slip sighed once again and closed his eyes once again to enter the cultivation state. He could sense that he was only one final kick away from breaking through to the late stage of transformation spirit. As long as he managed to break through to the late stage of God transformation, the problems facing the Sima family today would be solved. After all, the one from the Mo family was only in the middle stage of God transformation, choosing between the late stage of God transformation and the middle stage. As long as it's not a cutie. Should all know who to choose. On the other hand, Sima Yan, after discussing with the Sima family members,
the 5 decided to go to the 5 strongest clans among the forces under the clan today, and leave the weaker clans to fend for themselves. After all, this was the spirit demon realm, and anything that was done was based on profit. Small clans without strength, even if they were exterminated, the Sima family wouldn't have much to lose, which was why Sima Slippery acted so greatly after the AI family was exterminated. Meanwhile, when the news of the AI family being wiped out just like the Sand clan spread out, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the entire spirit demon realm. Countless cultivators headed to the AI family, which had already been reduced to rubble, and upon seeing the tragic state of the AI family, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire AI family residence as the center, 1,000 miles in a radius, all turned into a piece of rubble. With this level of destructive power, coupled with the fact that everyone knew that Elder AI was a half-step Yuaning cultivator, for a while many people felt that the person who had struck was most likely a Yuaning powerhouse. For a time, all the clans, especially those that had once chased and killed Night Wanqing and were now not as strong as the AI family, were thrown into panic. After all, the Yuaning ancestors and the clans had all been killed back in the process of chasing and killing Night Wanqing. No longer able to care about continuing to track down Night Wanqing's whereabouts, they all recalled their disciples outside to their clans, and some of them even joined forces to deal with any crisis that might arise at any time. The atmosphere of the entire spirit demon realm also became oppressive for a moment. Night Wanqing in the valley also therefore temporarily got some peace. After all, those clans now take care of themselves, naturally no extra mind to continue to track down the whereabouts of Night Wanqing. Ugh. At this moment in the valley, Night Wanqing sighed quietly after failing another breakthrough attempt, still failed. She had lost count of how many times this was a failed breakthrough attempt. At first, after each failure, there would still be a slight fluctuation in Night Wanqing's heart, only now after countless failed attempts to break through. Nightwing Tran had been able to honestly face the fact that she couldn't break through. On the other side, perhaps it was because of the special nature of the black and red spiritual energy in Tushan Shue's body. After only 3 days had passed, the backlash in Tushan Shue's body was completely eliminated, and it did not take at least a week as Tushan Ashes had said. Even Tushan Ashes was shocked for a moment when he sensed the complete disappearance of the backlash within Tushan Shue's body. My cultivation seems to have increased a bit more. After the spirit power in his body was completely restored, Tushan Shui looked into himself and found that there seemed to be a trace of growth in his body's spirit power again. Although it wasn't very obvious, Tushan Shui was able to sense that his cultivation had really become stronger again. When Tushan Ashes heard Tushan Shui's words, he used his divine sense to sense her cultivation, and just as Tushan Shui had said, it had indeed improved again. Congratulations, little sister, your cultivation has improved again. Only, in for Tushan Snow feel happy, congratulate her cultivation at the same time. Tushan Ember's heart is also slightly feel a trace of bitterness. Originally this trip to leave Qingqiu out should be their own as a big brother to protect the little sister. Nowadays, his little sister's cultivation far exceeded his own, and had already reached Jindan great perfection, and he even had a premonition that according to his little sister's cultivation speed nowadays, it probably wouldn't take too long for her to break through to the Yuanying realm and become a Yuanying powerhouse. But himself, he was still stuck in the late Jindan stage, so how was he going to be able to protect Tushan Shui? When he thought of this, he glanced at Tushan Shui again, as if he had sensed Tushan Ash's gaze. Tushan Shui looked up at Tushan Ashes. What's wrong? Tushan Ashes shook his head slightly. I'm just happy for my little sister. After saying that, Tushan Ashes lowered his head and no longer continued to look at Tushan Shui. It seems that the little girl who once needed to follow her lead really grown up then. 3 days later, his Amiki So. Patriarch Yao Yao sat in the main hall, her brows furrowed tightly. Ever since she saw the tragic situation of the AI family with her own eyes, she had been unsettled. The fact that there hadn't been any clan accidents in the past few days made the uneasiness in her heart not only not half diminish. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger, especially today. Vaguely Yao Yao could even feel a hint of palpitations. As an early Yuaning powerhouse, she absolutely trusted her intuition. Maybe something's going to happen to his immune. That's right, Yao Yao, the patriarch of the Joey clan, was a Yuaning powerhouse. As the former number 1 clan under the Sima family, even after 2 elders were killed back by Night Wanting, there was still a Yuaning powerhouse, and this was the depth of the Joey clan. After an unknown amount of time, she raised her head to look in a certain direction, exhaustion in her eyes. Finally, it's still here. In the next second, she took a step out and came to the sky above Joey's home, quietly hovering in the air as if she was waiting for something. When the countless disciples within the sect who were practicing saw this, their eyes all showed a puzzled look. They didn't understand why the patriarch suddenly appeared to do what he wanted to do. Suddenly, a sword sound rang in the ears of the crowd. Buzz. At the same time, a black and red sword she chopped towards Jiuzong from the sky.
Yao Yao looked at the sword chi that was chopping towards Kuuekizu and just waved out a magic chi seemingly at random. The sword chi was immediately dispersed by the demonic chi. Chapter 92 You're Strong May 1st 3. Power outage at school on May 1st, the phone is a bit slow to code, resulting in a much slower update. I apologize to all of you, whoa. Buzz. Another sword chi chopped out and collided with the demonic chi in the air, a terrifying energy fluctuation spreading in all directions from the place where the two collided. The space around them appeared distorted for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. These two sword chi are nearly identical to the ones I sensed above the ruins of the AI clan. It should be this person without a doubt. Sensing the aura on the sword chi, Yao Yao's expression was grave. Finally. When the demonic aura dispersed, Tushan Shui also finally appeared in front of the crowd of Joey Zong. At this moment, she was holding a spirit sword, her body was bathed in black and red spirit power, and she was walking towards Joey Zong step by step. Jin Dan Grand Circle. The moment Yao Yao probed out her divine sense and sensed Tushan Shui's cultivation, she immediately exclaimed in disbelief. Regarding the person who exterminated AI family, she had thought of countless possibilities, only that she had never imagined that it would be a young fox girl who only had a Jin Dan Great. You're the one who exterminated the AI family? Seeing that Tushan Shui didn't deny it, Yao Yao couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that the AI family was actually destroyed by you. But you should know that half-step Yuaning is not Yuaning after all, and with me as a true Yuaning realm, you won't stand a chance. As he spoke, the space around Yao Yao suddenly twisted up, and then the entire person instantly disappeared from the spot. In the next second, a spatial crack suddenly opened behind Tushan Shui, and Yao Yao walked out from it holding a spirit sword, and chopped towards Tushan Shui with a sword. Sensing the movement behind him, Tushan Shui suddenly made a turn to block the attack, and then the black and red spiritual power wrapped around the sword body and chopped towards Yao Yao. It's useless. The biggest difference between Yuaning powerhouses and Jindan powerhouses is that they can break through space. As she spoke, Yao Yao's figure had once again disappeared from its original position, and in the next second appeared behind Tushan Shui once again, slashing out with a sword before she had time to react. When Tushan Shui sensed the attack behind her, her pupils contracted for a moment, because at this moment she was still maintaining the posture she had used to attack Yao Yao's previous location, and it was already impossible for her to avoid it. He could only mobilize his entire body's spiritual energy to form a shield formed by red and black spiritual energy at the position behind him. Although Tushan Shui's red-black spiritual energy had a restraining effect on demonic chi, Yao Yao's realm was too much higher than Tushan Shui's, so the shield didn't have much effect. Ka-ching! In just an instant, it shattered under the opponent's attack, and then Tushan Shui's entire body flew backwards like a cannonball. Bang! Tushan Shui's entire body slammed into the ground, instantly rolling up smoke and dust in the sky. Yao Yao saw the situation without the slightest delay. A step out again came to the front of Tushan Shui. At this moment the young girl has just climbed up from the ground, demonic chi into the hands of the spirit sword once again toward the Tushan Shui chopped. Although she had the upper hand at the moment, the uneasiness in Yao Yao's heart was getting stronger. She looked at Tushan Shui expressionlessly. Die. Along with the voice falling, the spirit sword in Yao Yao's hand also wrapped with demonic chi, chopping at the body of Tushan Shui in front of her. However, the expected red liquid did not appear, but the figure of the young girl in front of her gradually became illusory. Oh! It's a hit! Yao Yao was shocked at the sight and was just about to leave from her original position through the spatial rift. However, the next second there was a sound of breaking wind from behind him, and a black and red sword chi had already chopped at the position of the arm. Hiss! When the people of the Joey clan saw the patriarch again, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The patriarch is even injured. That Fox clan girl was able to injure the patriarch. Patriarch is a Yuaning powerhouse, and he's even injured. At this moment, there was a bone deep wound on Yao Yao's arm that was dripping blood downwards. It was precisely chopped out by Tushan Shui's sword chi at the last moment. And after the smoke and dust below dispersed, revealing the figure of Tushan Shui, at this moment, the young girl's face was pale, and she looked at Yao Yao who was suspended in the air with a grave expression. If not at the most critical moment, Tushan Shui used the soul steps that she had learned in order to escape from the Holy Maiden Palace to avoid the other party's fatal blow. Perhaps at this moment he was already dead, even so the back was still because of the other party's previous blow, and a deep visible bone wound appeared, and a white dress on his body was also dipped into the color of blood. Obviously very badly injured. You're very strong. If it's a battle at the same realm, perhaps I'm not your opponent. Yao Yao looked at Tushan Shui, her eyes filled with appreciation. Only, the gap between great realms cannot be made up for by mere talent. As she spoke, she once again disappeared from her original spot and appeared behind Tushan Shui, her spirit sword wrapped in demonic chi once again chopping towards Tushan Shui.
This time, the demonic aura contained on the spirit sword was even higher than the last time. At the same time, Tushan Shui was also seriously injured due to that previous strike, and under this circumstance, after Tushan Shui blocked this strike with exceptional difficulty, his tiger's mouth had been cracked by the shock, while the entire arm holding the sword was spasming slightly.
This was the true strength of a Yuaning powerhouse. It was fundamentally different from the kind of AI family elder who relied on secret methods to barely reach the Yuaning battle power. Yao Yao looked at the wretched Tushan Shui, her voice cold. Now you know the gap between Jindan and Yuaning. Saying that, the demonic chi once again converged on top of the spirit sword in his hand and chopped towards Tushan Shui. Die. Tushan Shui closed her eyes and sensed the attack that chopped at her head on. Gap. The next second Tushan Shui fiercely opened her eyes, and the black and red spiritual energy in her body rushed up to the sky. Falling cloud technique. In the next second, Tushan Shui's spirit sword danced in her hand, a move that served as Night Wenqing's favorite sword technique to use. She had naturally taught it to Tushan Shui, only that she had never used it. The Xuanxia sword technique was known as the strongest spirit skill in history, and the power of the falling cloud technique was evident as part of the main attack of the Xuanxia sword technique. Buzz. Tushan Shui flipped the spirit sword in her hand, and a crisp sword chirp sounded out from the spirit sword. In the next second, a red and black sword chi that was several times thicker compared to the previous one chopped towards Yao Yao. Boom! The moment the two sword chi collided together, a terrifying energy fluctuation spread in all directions. Ka-ching! A tiny crack also appeared in the surrounding space, but it returned to normal in the next second. Chapter 93, Hurting my Sima family and still wanting to leave. Boom! The devilish aura and the black and red spiritual energy spread out in all directions, and the sky was eclipsed in an instant. Even through the sect protector formation, the crowd of the Joey clan could feel a strong sense of suffocation. In the next second, the crowd only saw two silhouettes like meteors, smashing in two directions with incredible speed, smashing a huge deep pit in the ground and rolling up a sky of smoke and dust. Put! After an unknown amount of time, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed, and Tushan Shui staggered from the ground and propped up her body with her spirit sword, spitting out a small mouthful of blood from her mouth. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At this moment, Tushan Shui was like a bloody man crawling out of a pool of blood. His entire body was covered with wounds cut out by the sword chi, and from time to time, red liquid dripped downwards from his body, soaking the ground under his feet into a bloody color. Ahem. On the other hand, Yao Yao coughed out a large mouthful of blood from her mouth. Her situation is even worse than Tushan Shui. At the moment the position of her abdomen was Tushan Shui cut out a deep sword mark. Until now there is still a trace of the sword chi residue, constantly raging in her body. At this moment, she was still shocked in her heart in addition to being shocked that she, as the patriarch of the clan and a powerful person of the Yuaning realm, had suffered such heavy injuries in a battle against a Jindan Great Circle. Buzz. The spirit sword in Tushan Shui's hand once again emitted a crisp sword chirp, and a sword directly chopped towards the opponent's head. Yao Yao sensed that Tushan Shui actually initiated the attack and her entire body was shocked for a moment, but as a Yuaning powerhouse she quickly came back to her senses and once again avoided Tushan Shui's attack through the spatial rift. It's useless. It seemed that it was because the injury was too heavy, causing Yao Yao to only be able to continuously break through the space for a while to avoid Tushan Shui's attacks, and for a while, the two of them in the field were constantly changing their shapes. And while Tushan Shui seemed to have taken the initiative, as the other party had said, apart from the gap in strength between Jindan and Yuaning, the biggest difference was that the Yuaning realm could break through space. Tushan Shui's attack did not have any effect, dozens of consecutive attacks, she did not even touch the clothes of the other party, and there was a time when the other party almost found an opportunity to sneak attack successfully. We're bound to lose at this rate, we must find a way to break. In the next second, with a click sound, the shield behind Tushan Shui that was formed with spiritual power suddenly shattered, and at the same time, the young girl's face took on a look of horror. Die! Yao Yao's voice was cold, the spirit sword in her hand continued to increase in speed instead of decreasing. She had to chop Tushan Shui down as soon as possible, because the uneasiness in her heart up to this moment hadn't been reduced by half, and had even vaguely become more intense. However, just as the spirit sword wrapped in demonic chi in her hand was about to chop on Tushan Shui's body, the look of panic on the young girl's face suddenly disappeared, and at the sight of this, Yao Yao's pupils fiercely shrunk. No good, we've been tricked again. The moment this thought was born in her mind, a crisp sword chime sounded behind her. She turned around fiercely, only to see that behind her, she did not know when there was an additional spirit sword silhouette that was as high as the sky, its body seemed to have stars shining, and this crisp sword chirping sound was issued by it. Flowing cloud sword technique. With just a glance, she recognized that this was Liu Yunshan's Liu Yun sword technique, so it was no wonder that she hadn't sensed any aura in her moment of carelessness.
This was the way Tu Shan Shui thought of to break the situation. The power of the flowing cloud sword technique might not be as good as the falling cloud technique, but its greatest feature was that it borrowed the power of the heavens and earth for its own use, which could not be sensed by the other party without carefully probing out their divine sense to perceive it. Because of this, Tu Shan Shui would speed up the frequency of her attacks, making it impossible for Yao Yao to spare any extra divine sense.
Bang!
Accompanied by the flowing cloud sword skill chopping down, Yao Yao's body was instantly chopped out with a sword mark that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, while the whole person flew backwards like a cannonball. Seeing this, Tu Shan Shui once again spat out a small mouthful of blood from her mouth. The backlash has already begun, it must be a fatal blow. Thinking of this, without the slightest hesitation, she poured all the remaining spiritual energy in her body into the spirit sword in her hand, falling cloud technique. Buzz. Accompanied by a sword sound that resounded through the sky, a black and red sword she chopped after Yao Yao. All the Zhou Yizong disciples' faces changed drastically when they saw this scene. They had no doubt that if the patriarch was really chopped into, he would definitely die. However, there were also some late Jindan or even Jindan Great Perfection elders who had their eyes on Tu Shan Shui, and at the moment, the young girl's spiritual energy was weak, and it was clear that she was no longer able to continue fighting. In an instant, several elders swept towards Tu Shan Shui's direction at the same time. Tu Shan Shui took out a talisman that she had previously found in the Sand Sect's treasure trove. There were a total of 2, she and Tu Shan Ashes each had one. If it wasn't for the existence of this talisman, Tu Shan Shui wouldn't have been able to consume her own spiritual energy so thoroughly. Not good, it's a teleportation talisman. Several elders all changed their faces when they saw the talisman in Tu Shan Shui's hand. Tu Shan Shui expressionlessly looked back at Yao Yao, who was about to be chopped by the sword chi. Although there were some disciples who wanted to rush up to help the patriarch block the attack, it was obviously too late. In the next second, Tu Shan Shui injected the sliver of spiritual energy that had just been restored in her body into the teleportation talisman in her hand. Along with the activation of the talisman, a huge formation immediately appeared under Tu Shan Shui's feet, and along with the rotation of the formation, a dazzling white light flashed. The space around them suddenly twisted up, and a spatial crack slowly opened in front of Tu Shan Shui. Injuring my Sima family and still wanting to leave. However, just at this moment, a violent shout came violently from the distant sky. The sword chi that was about to chop on Yao Yao's body suddenly dissipated under this explosive shout. At the same time, the formation under Tu Shan Shui's feet instantly shattered, and the spatial crack that was about to open in front of him also closed at the same time. Tu Shan Shui's entire body was also shaken by the voice, causing the qi and blood in his body to turn over. Chapter 94, Let Tu Shan Mingyue Come 4,000 words long chapter, 2 chapters in 1. Because of the climax of this chapter, many people say I like to be stuck in the text, so in order for you not to be stuck in the text, read a little more. 2 chapters are combined into 1 chapter, 4,000 words. The update is much later than yesterday, and again, I apologize to all of you. The moment the voice fell, an extremely majestic aura pressed towards Tu Shan Shui from the sky above. Tu Shan Shui did not have a trace of spiritual energy left in her body at the moment, and under this pressure that was like the might of heaven, she was powerless to resist. In the next second, Tu Shan Shui only felt that all the bones in his body were like being crushed little by little. A pain like drilling came from all parts of his body, and his body was convulsing uncontrollably. Subsequently, the surrounding space suddenly twisted up. Sima Yan walked out from the space crack to withdraw the pressure, looking at Tu Shan Shui, whose body was slightly twitching as he fell to the ground. So it's you. I didn't expect that a fox demon that Knight Wan Cheng bought back from the auction house back then would also be able to exterminate 6 clans under my Sima family. As a member of the Sima family, Sima Yan had naturally seen Tu Shan Shui within the demon sect, only that no matter what, he did not expect that the one who had exterminated 6 of his Sima family's clans was actually this fox demon who had once not had any cultivation. Even the Yuaning realm's Zhou patriarch nearly died in your hands. Yao Yao had just been helped up from the ground by her disciples when she heard Sima Yan's voice and immediately clenched her fists tightly. And Tu Shan Shui also finally came to her senses from the severe pain. Although all parts of her body were still in excruciating pain, her eyes stared at Sima Yan, trying to brace her body to stand up. However, in the next second, Sima Yan expressionlessly stretched out a finger and gently pressed it downwards, and the pressure of the late Yuaning stage once again pressed towards Tu Shan Shui, pressing her entire body to prostrate on the ground once again, and only able to stare at Sima Yan with one pair of eyes in death. I didn't give you permission to get up. Saying that, Sima Yan expressionlessly looked at Yao Yao behind him. This fox demon's talent is good, contract her. His voice was flat as if he were asking the other man if he wanted to eat. When Tushan Shui heard Sima Yan's voice, her brain only felt like it was plunged into a blank with a bang. A flash of disbelief flashed in her eyes, and her whole body struggled violently, just wanting to take out the late Yuaning talisman that was still left for the last time from Renaissance sacrifice. However, Sima Yan didn't even look at her, only slightly increasing the demonic chi covering Tushan Shui's body, and in the next second she only felt as if her brain had been hit hard with a hammer, and her entire body suddenly fainted from unconsciousness.
Indenture her.
Hearing Sima Yan's voice again, only then did Jiao Yao come back to her senses and look up at Sima Yan, realizing that the other party's expression didn't seem to be joking. Her entire body was viciously shocked. And Tushan Ashes, who sensed the change over here and rushed over, just arrived to see Tushan Shui, who fainted to death on the ground, and Sima Yan's words, "Contract her." The pupils suddenly and violently contracted, "Little sister." The spiritual energy in Tushan Ash's body boiled up in an instant. His entire body was like a meteor rushing towards the unconscious Tushan Shui. There was another teleportation talisman in his nascent sack. If he activated it while the other party was relaxing their guard, it was possible to send Tushan Shui away. As for himself, the big deal was death. Once it was my own failure to protect my little sister that allowed her to be taken, this time I would die even if I had to die before her. He couldn't precisely sense what cultivation Sima Yan was, except that the aura on the other party's body he could sense was even higher than his mother by Qian Xian's, indicating that he was at least a mid-Yuaning powerhouse. He himself was only in the late Jindan stage. His cultivation wasn't even as high as Tushan Shui's. Appearing at this time was no different than sending him to his death, and couldn't change anything. But he knew that if he really left like this, watching Tushan Shui being contracted, he would spend the rest of his life in remorse. As he had told Tushan Shui, Bai Qian Shen had once told them not to make decisions that they would regret. Humph. Sima Yan sensed the movement and didn't even release his mighty pressure, merely letting out a cold hum. He had long sensed that there were other people nearby. Even if Tushan Ashes himself didn't take the initiative to come out, he wouldn't let him go in the back, only that if he took the initiative to rush out himself now, it would save himself the trouble of going to solve him alone in the back again. When Tushan Ashes heard this cold snort, he only felt his body's chi and blood churning, and a fish sweetness welled up in his throat, violently spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his entire body smashing toward the ground like a kite with. Little by little, with difficulty, he moved his body in her direction. What a brother and sister. Sima Yan sneered as he looked at Tushan Ashes in front of him. He didn't kill Tushan Shui because of her talent. After the contract she would become a powerful aide for the Sima family. However, Tushan Ash's talent clearly did not qualify him to be indentured by his Sima family. In the next second, he stretched out a finger, and in the direction of Tushan Ashes, he gently clicked it, and a demonic chi instantly pierced through Tushan Ash's body, leaving a finger-thin hole in the location of his chest. With a bang, Tushan Ash's body slowly collapsed under the gaze of Tushan Shui. Only, just now that demonic chi didn't take his life. At this moment, he lifted his head with difficulty to look at Tushan Shui, and realized that his little sister had actually woken up at some point, and was looking at himself. With great difficulty, he pulled out a smile at Tushan Shui. Last time, it was Big Brother who failed to protect you. This time, Big Brother is to die and also to die in front of you. Saying that, under the gaze of Tushan Shui, he actually got strength from somewhere and stood up again. Hearing the words of Tushan Ashes, Tushan Shui's heart felt a twinge of pain. The corner of her eyes couldn't help but fall tears. She had always known that she wasn't their real little sister. The original owner had long ago committed suicide the moment she was sent to the auction house, unwilling to face what was.
Hearing Tushan Shui called his big brother, Tushan Ash's body violently trembled. This is still the little sister. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire hill exploded in an instant, and then revealed the figure of the middle-aged man, who was bathed in white spiritual energy, and one couldn't help but feel submissive just by looking at him. The mere overflow of breath caused tiny cracks to appear in the surrounding space. In the next second, his eyes snapped open, a pair of golden pupils looking in the direction where Juyaizong was, killing intent bursting from his eyes. Seek death. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions in an instant, and in the next second the figure suddenly disappeared from its original position. At the same time, Sima Slip, who was in seclusion in the Devil sect, seemed to sense something, and his eyes looked incredulously in the direction of Qingqiu. When did Tushan Mingyue reach the half-step transformation god? The spirit demon realm had unexpectedly seen a 7th god transformation powerhouse, and it was still a demon race god transformation powerhouse. In the history of the spirit demon realm, there had never been a strong demon god transformation practitioner, so Tushan Mingyue was still the first demon cultivator in history to break through to the god transformation realm. The Emo clan's oldest ancestor also frowned when he sensed the fluctuation of breath coming from Chengqiu. Tushan Mingyue has actually broken through to transformation god? The two old ancestors of the flowing cloud sky sensed the aura coming from Qingqiu and glanced at each other.
Chen Qianyu sighed. It seems like he really succeeded, much faster than expected. This isn't just right. If the demon clan doesn't have any more god transformation powerhouses, I'm afraid we'll lose even the last piece of pure land. It's not in vain for us to help him conceal the news of his breakthrough to half-step transformation god.
Aminos of the Maitian Temple sense Qingqiu's aura. The demon race has actually appeared as a god transformation powerhouse?
Another old ancestor also glanced in the direction of Qingqiu, evil demon road. On the other side, Sima Yan still maintained his posture of standing with his hands folded, just as his other hand was about to press on Tushan ashes.
An explosive shout rang in his ears, "Seek death!" Hearing this voice, a flash of disbelief flashed across Sima Yan's eyes. In the next second, the entire person flew backwards like a cannonball, blood spurting wildly from his mouth. Subsequently, the space of the entire heaven and earth suddenly solidified, and Tushan Mingyue's figure appeared in front of Tushan Ashes and Tushan Shui. Using his spiritual energy, he lifted the two up and gently held them in his arms. Tushan Ashes, who had originally closed his eyes and waited for death to come, waited for half a day without being able to wait for the palm of his hand to fall, but instead waited for a warm embrace. He opened his eyes suspiciously, and then he saw Tushan Mingyue, who he hadn't seen for close to 10 years, and for a moment he only felt a dryness coming from his throat. "Father." Tushan Mingyue just softly hummed, and in the next second, she took the two of them and disappeared from their original spot, not even looking at Sima Yan from the beginning to the end. Only, in the next second after he left, accompanied by a click sound, the whole piece of space like a broken mirror like countless cracks appeared. Terrifying suction force immediately emanated from the spatial crack, and all the cultivators, including Sima Yan, were caught in the spatial storm in an instant, and for a while, the entire space resounded with screams one after another. There were even those with lower cultivation levels that couldn't even scream in time before they were instantly strangled by the spatial storm. After the burning of an incense stick, the entire space returned to normal, once the first clan under the Sima family, Joey clan. At this moment has been turned into a sea of blood. Even thousands of miles apart can smell the smell of blood in the air, compared to the tragic degree of the AI family has had more than ever. On this day, a piece of news swept through the entire spirit demon realm. The head of the Qingqiu Fox clan, Tushan Mingyue, broke through to the god of transformation, becoming the first cultivator in the history of the demon clan to successfully break through to the god of transformation. For a time, the entire spirit demon realm was abuzz. No one even paid attention to the fact that the Joey clan had been exterminated. Because there has never been a demon transformation god powerhouse in history, and because of this, the demon race has such a low status in the spirit demon world, and anyone can enslave the demon race at will as long as they want to. Now that Tushan Mingyue had broken through to transformation, would he liquidate them, the clans that had enslaved the demon race? On the other hand, the space at the back of Qingqiu Mountain fluctuated once again. Tushan Mingyue then appeared in front of the crowd with a bloodied Tushan Shui and Tushan Ashes. Bai Qianxian's original excitement over Tushan Mingyue's exit from the gate was turned into worry the moment she saw Tushan Shui and Tushan Ashes covered in blood. How did they get hurt like this? Who hurt them like this? Why are you hurt like this? As for Tushan Shui, she had been in shock since Tushan Mingyue appeared, and had not been able to come back to her senses until this moment. Until being held tightly in the arms of Bai Qianxian, it was only then that he came back to his senses. This seems to be back to Qingqiu. Tushan Shui felt the warmth of Bai Qian's embrace and felt the worried sights cast by her brothers all around. Finally, this time after experiencing what happened before, this time Tushan Shui decided not to run away from the original owner's feelings. Leaning her head against Bai Qianli's arms, she softly called out, "Mother!" Chapter 95, Having a Beautiful Birthday Banquet. Aha! Hearing Tushan Shui call herself, Bai Qianxian instinctively answered. In the next second, as if he thought of something, his body shook violently. Nope. What did Tushan Yuki just call out to herself? She looked incredulously at the young girl in her arms, her voice trembling as she spoke. What did you just call me? When Tushan Shui heard Bai Qianxian's words, she pursed her lips, and in the next second, she softly opened her mouth again and called out, "Mother!" The moment the young girl's voice fell, Bai Qianxian's eyes suddenly reddened. Although she never told anyone, as hurriedly, he shouted in a soft and sticky voice, "Daddy!" Hearing Tushan Shui call out to herself, Tushan Mingyue couldn't hang on to the cold look on her face any longer and replaced it with a smile, reaching out and rubbing her hand on Tushan Shui's head. "Aha! It hurts so much, go back and rest first." Saying that, without waiting for Tushan Shui to refuse, he took her in Tushan Ashes and disappeared from the spot, leaving the other three brothers in the wind in vain. Tushan Luo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Father, his old man is really It hasn't changed a bit. Tushan Shi and Tushan Yan both nodded in agreement.
This night, Tushan Shui and Tushan Ashes, at the request of their father and a few older brothers, roughly recounted their experiences over the past 2 years, of course skipping the broken Sky Mountain range, and some of the more dangerous things. However, there were some things that even if she didn't say, they could still guess a little bit. Tushan Shui didn't say it simply because she didn't want them to worry about herself. Until the latter part of the night, Tushan Shui had not fully recovered from her injuries, and Bai Qianshan was afraid that Tushan Shui's body would not be able to cope with it, so she urged her to go back to her room to rest. After returning to her room, Tushan Yuki lay on her bed and thought back on everything that had happened recently. The realm that he had been unable to break through for a long time had managed to break through.
Tushan Ashes also broke through to the Jindan Great Circle, and his father, Tushan Mingyue, successfully broke through to the Transformation Spirit. Although the process seems to be a bit convoluted. But it seems everything is looking up?
Thinking about it, Tushan Shui felt a sense of drowsiness and then fell into a deep sleep. This sleep Tushan Shui slept soundly, the most peaceful sleep she had ever had since she arrived in the spirit demon realm. The young girl in her sleep seemed to be having a very beautiful dream, unknowingly the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up. The next day, after waking up, Tushan Shui felt her spirit was better than ever. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he saw Tushan Mingyue sitting in the courtyard with Bai Qianshan, seemingly discussing something.
Come and sit down when you wake up, just in time to discuss about you. Tushan Akatsuki looked at the young girl who stepped out of the room and said with an expressionless face. Hearing this, Tushan Shui felt slightly puzzled in her heart. Surprisingly, it was something about herself. What could it be? Although she was doubtful in her heart, Tushan Shui still sat beside Tushan Mingyue in a very well-behaved manner. Yuki, there's still a month to go before your birthday. Hearing Bai Qianshan's words, Tushan Shui froze slightly. Birth date? This word, since coming to the spirit demon realm, was the first time I had heard these two words mentioned. Seeing this, Bai Qianshan explained for Tushan Shui, we intend to notify the major clans in the spirit and demon realm that our Qingqiu Fox clan has recovered the 6th princess who has been missing for 7 years, and at the same time feast them together to celebrate your birth anniversary. As she spoke, Bai Qianshan reached out to help Tushan Shui's slightly messy silver hair. Tushan Shui heard Bai Qianshan's explanation and then glanced at Tushan Mingyu, who was sitting on the side. Smart as she was, she guessed at a glance that the birthday celebration or whatever was just a gimmick. In reality, it was purely because they wanted to tell the major clans in the spirit demon realm that nowadays, the demon race had a god transformation powerhouse. Seemingly sensing Tushan Shui's gaze, Tushan Mingyue spoke, after all, it's your birthday, so if you don't want to, we can just not organize it, and everything will be at your disposal. Hearing Tushan Mingyue's words, Tushan Shui only felt her heart warm. During the 2 years that he had been out searching for Li Jiushi with Tushan Ashes, Tushan Shui had already known how difficult the situation of the demon race was in the spirit and demon realm. Everywhere you can see are enslaved by the human race of the demon race. Because of this, she also knows that this banquet for today's demon race is how important, so that the spirit demon world major powers know that today's demon race is also a transformed god powerhouse. It's not the same as it once was. It wouldn't be too much of an exaggeration to say that this might even change the demon race's situation in the spirit demon realm today to a certain extent. Even so, Tushan Mingyue and Bai Qianshan still asked for their opinions. I haven't even had a birthday in a long time, and I'm kinda looking forward to it. Tushan Shui smiled and looked at the two parents. Since they would consider their feelings, she, Tushan Shui, was not an unintelligent person, and was not capricious in such matters. Hearing Tushan Shui's reply, Bai Qianshan let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Tushan Shui with a little more guilt in her gaze. Mother, I'm really looking forward to so many people coming to my birthday, what a sight. Seemingly sensing Bai Qianshan's gaze, Tushan Shui hurriedly spoke. Hearing Tushan Shui's words, she knew that this was her daughter comforting herself, and hurriedly put a smile on her face. We'll make sure you have a very honorable birth feast. On the side, Tushan Mingyue, looking at such a knowledgeable Tushan Shui, also swore secretly in her heart. This time there must be a very scenic birth feast for Tushan Shui. That night, all the powers in the entire spirit demon realm, including the 3 top powers including the Flowing Cloud Sky, the Mightian Temple, and the Demon Sect, received invitations from the Fox clan. It will be a month later, for the 6th princess, who has been missing for 7 years, to organize a birthday banquet in Qingqiu, inviting all the major clans to participate. At the same time, some scattered demon clans that were watching Qingqiu's attitude had similarly received Qingqiu's invitation. This is the most important purpose of this banquet. Nowadays, Tushan Mingyue, as the only transformation god powerhouse, besides having to deter human forces. More importantly, it allowed the major scattered GABA
Along with the door of the room being pushed open, Li Jioshi's unfinished words came to an abrupt end, and at the same time, her cheeks turned red, while Morong Qingyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent as she looked towards the visitor.
Your Highness, the Sovereign Lord has asked you to.
Moromi had originally received Shinsu's notification for Her Highness the Holy Maiden to head to the Great Hall, but as a result, he looked at the duo who were preparing to practice, as well as Her Highness the Holy Maiden's eyes that wanted to kill. There was only one thought left in my mind: pills are spicy.
You better have something very important,
Tang Nightmare said expressionlessly. Just now, Tang Air disturbed me and Bai Luo from practicing, so I slapped him to death.
Hearing this, Shinsu nodded. In that case, Tang Air does deserve to die.
Thinking differently, if someone had disturbed himself in Ai Chao's cultivation, he would have similarly slapped that person to death. In the next second, his complexion also became serious in an instant. This time, I asked you to bring her here because of the matter over at Qingqiu.
Do you know about Tushan Mingyue's breakthrough to Transformation God?
Seeing Shinsu looking at himself, Morong Qingyu nodded. I heard about it, the 7th Transformation God powerhouse. The Fox clan has recovered the 6th princess who has been missing for many years, and has invited all the major clans in the spirit and demon realm to travel to Qingqiu in a month's time to participate in their birthday's banquet. As soon as Shinsu's words left his mouth, Morong Qingyu and Tang Nightmare didn't have any reaction yet, but Li Jusi, who was held in her arms, couldn't sit still at once. All of a sudden, he jumped up, his voice filled with excitement. Little Snow has returned to Qingqiu? On the other hand, the flowing cloud sky.
So old ancestor, you already knew that Tushan Mingyue had broken through to a half-step transformation god?
Xiao looked at the old ancestor in front of her, her eyes were filled with shock. She had thought that the old ancestor had only known about it the moment the other party broke through to the transformation god realm as well, but now it seemed that the old ancestor should have known about Tushan Mingyue's breakthrough to the half-step transformation god a long time ago. Hearing Xiao's words, Xiyu smiled and shook her head. Tushan Mingyue was the one who broke through the half-step transformation spirit in my Luyun heaven, so how could we not know?
What?
When Xiao and Shenxi heard Si Fantasymoon's answer, they were both shocked and opened their mouths wide, then as if they thought of something they couldn't believe it, they looked at the two old ancestors in front of them, so? They finally knew why there was no movement when Tushan Mingyue broke through the half-step transformation god, and now it seemed that it should have been concealed by the two old ancestors. Qianyu nodded. According to my guess, it should be the two old ancestors of the flowing cloud sky who helped cover up the commotion.
The Mo clan's oldest ancestor looked at Qianyu. So what are your thoughts on the Fox clan? He wants to listen to Qianyu's opinion. The last time about Night Wanqing, if it was not because of listening to Qianyu's advice, maybe now Mo family will also be the same as Sima family. The Yuan Qi is greatly injured. We, the Mo clan, can stand on the side of the Fox clan along with the flowing cloud sky. Qianyu saw that the old ancestor didn't deny it and knew that he was listening to his words. The late generation has inadvertently learned that there is an old ancestor in Luyun heaven who managed to break through to the late stage of transformation spirit. Boom!
When these words came out, the aura on the Mo clan's old ancestor immediately became unstable. You may guarantee the authenticity of the news. Nowadays, the highest cultivation level in the spirit demon realm was the middle stage of god transformation. If what Qianyu said was true, and a late-stage god transformation powerhouse had appeared in Luyun heaven, the impact would be very great.
The late generation doesn't dare to guarantee it, but it's 90% sure.
Hearing these words,
the Mo clan's old ancestor knew that there was a high probability that this matter was true. You'll go down first.
Qianyu once again bowed to the old ancestor then turned to leave. He believed that the old ancestor would make the right choice as he did last time. 3 days later, at the back of the Green Hills. The water flowed under the bridge, and a woman still stood on the bridge, but it was no longer a young girl with pink hair, but a middle-aged woman with a hunched back. Just like the once pink-haired young girl, Bai Lingshir's pair of cloudy eyes stared unblinkingly in the direction of the entrance to Qingqiu. It's still the same bridge, it's still the same flowing water, it still has people on it, but
I don't see the old man on the bridge.
Ding 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 ding. The broken red rope in Bai Lingshir's hand was blown by the breeze, emitting a pleasant and crisp sound. She looked in the direction where the matriarch's family was and saw the young girl with a head full of silver hair.
It's been 2 years. Yuki is already back. When are you coming back, Li Xioli? In the distance, the sun was setting and the sky hung with a hint of night. Another day passed and the woman turned around hunched over. However, at that very moment, the sound of a crisp and pleasant bell rang in his ears. Ding ding. Dang dang. Chapter 97, Xiaoli is back for dinner. Mother. Xiaoli is back for dinner.
Li Jusi looked at the middle-aged woman standing on the bridge, hunched over, her eyes gradually covered with water mist.
In 2 years' time, Bai Lingshir's entire body looked like it had aged dozens of years.
Bai Lingshi's body froze abruptly the moment she heard Li Jioshi's voice. 2 years had passed, and her ears had rung with the voice of Li Jusi countless times, and every time she heard it, she turned back with anticipation. In return, she was disappointed again and again, and she was afraid that this time, as usual, it would be another one of her fantasies. Li Jioshi looked at Bai Lingshi, who stood motionless on the bridge, like a sculpture. Finally. Ding 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 ding. With the sound of bells getting closer and closer, Li Jusi stepped forward and hugged her from behind. Mother, Xiaoli is back. Sorry to worry you. Feeling the body hugging her from behind, listening to that familiar voice in her ear, Bai Lingshi finally could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart and turned around to hug the young girl into his arms. Feeling the warmth of the young girl's body in her arms, her voice choked and she couldn't say a complete sentence. Xiaoli, you. As she spoke, Bai Lingshi tightly held Li Jioshi in her arms, tears falling uncontrollably from her eyes. She was terrified that this was just another dream, and when she woke up, Li would leave her again. Li Jusi felt the warmth of his mother's embrace and quietly buried his head in her arms. Letting Bai Lingshi hold her, she knew that this time she had been capricious and made her worry. In these 2 years, she had also seen a lot, and learned that if she hadn't been saved by Sister Qianyu at that time, she might not have been able to see her mother again. Mother, scold me, I know it's all because I'm too willful and made you worry. Ugh. Hearing the words of Li Jioshi, Bai Lingshi long sigh. Finally 2 years all the thoughts, all the worry, as well as want to rebuke the words, to the side of the mouth finally became a sentence. Come back just good. Morong Qianyu quietly stood aside and watched, the mother and daughter who embraced each other in front of them, and did not utter a sound to disturb them. I don't know how long it took before Bai Lingshi let go of her hand. Hungry, mother will go cook for you. Said then to walk toward the hut, also at this time found standing not far away Morong Qianyu, slightly froze for a moment. Qingqiu were to come to the human race? He was on guard and stopped Li Jusi behind him, although his own cultivation was not high, but as a mother he always had to stop in front of his daughter. Mother, this is Sister Qianyu, she's the one who saved me in the first place, and she's been taking care of me all this time as well. Li Jioshi's heart warmed slightly at the sight, and she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Bai Lingshi heard his daughter say so. The heart was surprised that the other side is actually Small Li's life-saving benefactor, and then once again look at each other's expression has changed. After all, Small Li is their own everything. The other side to save the Small Li to a certain extent is also their own life-saving benefactor. And Morong Qianyu also happened to look at the other party. She looked relaxed and smiled faintly at Bai Lingshi. Good day, auntie. On the surface, she looked relaxed, but in fact, she was already nervous inside. This was the first time she met Li Jusi's mother. Would Bai Lingshi hate himself and keep the little fox away from himself, not allowing her to come into contact with him? What should I do if I really hate myself and don't let the little fox come into contact with me? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind for a while. On the other side, in the end she could only say to Si Yao, I want to be quiet. Ugh. Si Yao looked at such a night one shying inside long and turned toward the outside of the valley. Who would have thought that the once glorious first genius of the spirit demon realm would be reduced to such a situation now? Only when he was about to leave the valley, he seemed to have thought of something and paused in his footsteps, turning back to look at Night One Qing. Night 7 said. She wants to see you. On the other hand, Tushan Mingyue and Tushan Shui were sitting in the courtyard playing chess. Bai Qianchen, on the other hand, sat on the side, knitting a sweater while watching the two play chess. It seems that the human who brought Xiaoli back should be quite kind to her. Although Tushan Mingyue was playing chess, his divine sense had been observing Morong Qianyu. If the other party made any unusual moves, he would not hesitate to cut her down on the spot. The lack of a contract actually explains the situation, doesn't it? Hearing Bai Qianqian's words, Tushan Mingyu snorted coldly, but did not utter a rebuttal. If not for that at the moment Morong Qianyu stepped into Qingqiu, he would have already been beheaded by himself on the spot. Sister Lingshi hasn't had a good rest for 2 years, and now that Xiaoli has returned, she should be able to have a good rest. Bai Qianqian seemed to have thought of something inside. Tushan Shui heard Bai Lingshi's voice and looked up to see that after 2 years of Li Jioshi's disappearance, Bai Lingshi was emaciated like this. What about Bai Qianqian? The original owner has disappeared for 4 years. And what about her parents who are still in another world? In their perception she is really dead. What will they pine for? Thinking about it, Tushan Shui suddenly felt a sourness in her heart, and without realizing it, she actually reddened her eyes. What comes to mind? Seeing this, Tushan Mingyue hurriedly opened her mouth and asked. Tushan Shui sniffed and shook her head as she suppressed the emotions in her heart. It's nothing. Chapter 98. The demon race has been bitterly enslaved by the human race for a long time. Anything that's on your mind, you can actually say it. Seeing that Tushan Shui seemed unwilling to say anything more, Bai Qian reached out and wiped away the tear stains from the corner of the young girl's eyes, then softly said, "Otherwise having too many things in your heart is going to affect your cultivation." Hearing Bai Qian's words, Tushan Shui didn't say anything more but just answered softly. She naturally knew that having too many things on her mind would affect her cultivation, but some things were destined to be buried in her heart for the rest of her life. It was just that this was what Tushan Shui thought in her heart nowadays.
If you're not feeling well, go back to your room and rest first. Tushan Akatsuki sighed after winning another round, and Tushan Yuki was clearly preoccupied right now.
Hearing the voice, Tushan Shui came back to his senses and realized that he had lost again. These days Tushan Shui had originally not lost a single hand. But it was only just a short time before he lost 3 games.
Go back to your room and get some rest first.
Bai Qian also saw that Tushan Shui didn't seem to be in a very good state and rubbed the young girl's head. Tushan Shui responded, and then walked toward the room. The two looked at the back of the young girl, glancing at each other or in each other's eyes to see helplessness. In fact, they have always known that Tushan Shui should have something on her mind, but since Tushan Shui is not willing to say, they naturally won't ask more. They believe that there will always be that day. Tushan Shui would be willing to voluntarily tell their secrets to themselves, and perhaps the day would take a long time to wait for, but they were willing to wait for that day to come. Ding 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 ding. As soon as Tushan Shui woke up on the following day, before she even stepped out of her room, she heard clanking sounds coming from the courtyard. After pushing open the door of the room, he saw Li Jusi. When Li Jiushi heard Tushan Shui's words, a pair of big clear eyes looked at Tushan Shui.
Aha! Seeing Tushan Shui nodding, the 2 ears on Li Jusi's head immediately shook with excitement. Then little Shui. Why aren't you wearing the bell I gave you?
Tushan Shui froze for a moment when she heard what Li Jusi said. Yuki clearly said she would always wear the bell.
Meanwhile on the other side, on a hill in Qingqiu. I didn't expect you to actually bring the whole clan along. Tushan Akatsuki sighed as she looked at the 9 birds in front of her wearing an orange outfit.
The 9 birds dressed in an orange outfit shook their heads. Back then, I said that if any demon clan succeeded in breaking through to God transformation, I, the 9 birds, would be the first to support it with the Hatchet Demon clan. As the words fell, he took out an orange spirit fruit from his nascent ring and stuffed it into his mouth. As the clan leader of the Hatchet Demon clan, you should know what the consequences of doing so are.
After Tushan Mingyue's voice fell, the surroundings fell into a brief silence.
Afterwards, 9 birds snorted coldly. The clansmen all supported the decision I made, so the big deal is death. The moment the words fell, the orange spirit fruit was also completely swallowed by her, and the aura of the middle stage of the Yuaning stage unreservedly spread out in all directions, and the terrifying aura instantly flattened the entire nearby hill.
I, the demon race, have suffered the enslavement of the human race for a long time.
The woman's clear and cold voice echoed throughout the space. The demon race has been suffering from the slavery of the human race for a long time.
Boom!
On the other side, along with a loud bang, Bai Ling Shi, who was washing clothes by the stream, looked towards the hut that was emitting black smoke.
The whole group froze. What's all the commotion about cooking a meal? Not long after, Morong Qianyu walked out of the hut with black smoke coming out of it with a gray head. For a split second, she looked at each other with embarrassment and wanted to find a hole in the ground. Originally, I wanted to perform well in front of Li Jiushi's mother and leave a good impression, so I took the initiative to take on the task of making lunch. It just seemed that I had screwed up and now lunch was not only not made, but I had blown up the kitchen. If it wasn't for the fact that he had used his own magic chi to shield the house at the critical moment, at this moment, I'm afraid that the entire house would have been blown away just like the kitchen. She was at a loss for words as she stood still, her head lowered like a child who had done something wrong. Sorry, Auntie. Seemingly seeing Morong Qingyu's dilemma, Bai Lingshi handed a towel into her hands. Wipe your body, people are fine. Well. Although she didn't need a towel and could just use her magic chi directly, after all, it was Bai Lingshi who handed it to her, so she still took the towel and wiped her body clean. Why don't you sit over here and rest for a bit while I do the laundry and then go make dinner? Morong Qianyu sniffed and nodded, sitting beside her obediently. Chapter 99, Sovereign, you've won.
Ding 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 ding. On the other hand, Tushan Shui finally couldn't bear to reject Li Jusi.
Finally. The string of bells, tied around her ankle in her expectant gaze. Every step that Tushan Shui took was accompanied by a tinkling sound. For some reason Tushan Shui listened to this sound, and for a moment she actually felt her cheeks burning, and in her heart there was a hidden sense of shame that she couldn't tell. Li Jiushi watched as Tushan Shui put her handmade bells on, clearly delighted. Little Shui, let's go to the back of the mountain to play together.
After saying that, without waiting for Tushan Shui to refuse, he pulled Tushan Shui, who hadn't regained her senses yet, and ran in the direction of the back of the mountain. Meanwhile, the entire Qingqiu was in an atmosphere of both excitement and tension. The excitement was because Tushan Mingyue had broken through the transformation god, and Qingqiu was now a superpower in the spirit and demon realm, and also because the little princess who had disappeared for many years had returned, and was going to hold a birthday banquet in a few weeks' time, inviting the whole world to the feast. Nervousness was likewise due to the birthday banquet in a month's time. All the Fox Clan cultivators knew that the banquet in a month's time wouldn't really be just a simple banquet, it would definitely be accompanied by a bloody storm. Tushan Ashes and a few other brothers, as the young masters of Qingqiu, had to start going early before the sun rose to prepare for the banquet in a few weeks. And so, in this atmosphere of both tension and excitement, time passed day by day. Finally, some scattered demon clans out there, as well as some relatively weak second or even third-rate forces, had already taken the lead in arriving at Qingqiu. Of course, there are exceptions to this, such as at the location of the entrance to the Green Mound, Acacia Sect Master Shinsu looked at Tang Nightmare, who was following him. This time, you must be more peaceful, do you hear me? Hearing Shinsu's words, Tang Nightmare coldly snorted in disbelief. This saint's son has always been measured in his actions. Listening to Tang Nightmare's words, Shinsu thought about it. It seemed that apart from seeing a beautiful female cultivator and letting the other party be his furnace, he really seemed to be quite measured in other aspects. It's just that for some reason, there's always a feeling in the back of my mind that things won't be that simple, a feeling that something big is going to happen. Between words, the two had already walked into the Green Hill. Just the moment he walked into the Green Hill, Shinsu only felt an extremely huge divine sense sweeping through his body, instantly making his hairs stand on end. But soon, this feeling disappeared and he let out a long sigh of relief. In that moment just now he had the feeling that his life and death were only at the other party's whim. Ever since he had broken through the middle stage of yuaning, he had never experienced this feeling. After returning to his senses, he looked at the Qingqiu street in front of him, and at this moment, on both sides of the street, red decorations had been plastered all over it, obviously specially prepared to celebrate the birth anniversary of Tushan Shui. Jindan realm cultivators were distributed in all corners of the street, while from time to time there were Yuaning realm elders passing by in the sky, apparently to prevent someone from taking this opportunity to cause trouble in Qingqiu. Only what shocked Shinsu was that among these elders responsible for stabilizing the order, there was actually a Hatchet clan's Yuaning middle-stage powerhouse. Fortunately, this patriarch had the foresight to be the earliest of all the first-class forces of all the clans to come. Obviously, he had realized that Tushan Mingyue had at least formed an alliance with the Hatchet clan, which was a first-rate power not weaker than the Acacia sect. Just as he was thinking about it, the sound of a clear and pleasant bell came to his ears. Ding 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 ding. Along with this voice, the entire street became quiet in an instant. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from, only to see a fox girl wearing a white dress, holding a lavender spirit sword, with a small bell tied around her ankle, and this clear and crisp sound was the sound it made. Both the Qingqiu Fox clan and the cultivators present who had come to the banquet recognized the identity of the young girl at a glance. Those who came to attend the birthday banquet were surely to know about Tushan Shui beforehand, and because of this, everyone recognized the person in front of them as the main character of the birthday banquet, the little princess of Qingqiu, Tushan Shui. Just as the crowd was marveling at Tushan Shui's Jindan great perfection cultivation as well as her stunning appearance, a voice rang out abruptly from the crowd. Woman, I see that you are good looking, are you interested in being this saint's son's cauldron? At these words, the entire street fell silent. Everyone, whether it was the Fox clan of Qingqiu or the cultivators who had come to the banquet, all turned their faces in unison for an instant to look at the person who had made the sound. Only the gaze of the Qingqiu Fox clan cultivators looking at Tang Nightmare had taken on some killing intent, while those cultivators who had come to attend the banquet were so shocked and incredulous that they even suspected that they had heard wrong. Tushan Shui also finally raised her head to look at the man in front of her, her eyes filled with coldness. And when Shinsu, who was on the side, saw this, he only felt that his heartbeat was about to miss a beat. My living father! Go ahead, who can kill you? Go to the devil's sect, you let the devil's sect's holy maiden, Night Wan Ting, be. Stove, come to Qingqiu, you let the little princess of Qingqiu, Tushan Shui, be. The space around them also suddenly distorted at this moment, and in the next second Su Qingxue appeared in front of Tushan Shui, looking at the two with a gaze full of killing intent. And at this moment, Shinsu also sensed that the divine sense that he had just entered Qingqiu had once again locked onto himself. This scene was familiar to him, he could be too familiar with it. Back then in the demon sect it was the same, Tang Nightmare said to Night Wanqing, who was still the holy maiden of the demon sect at that time, woman, I see that you're good looking, are you interested in being the holy sun's cauldron? Only now, the target had changed, from Night Wancheng to Tushan Shui. Seeing Tang Nightmare's eyes glowing as he looked at Su Qingxue, Shinsu was shocked in his heart and hurriedly sealed his mouth with magic qi to prevent him from saying anything shocking again. As for Tang Nightmare, after sensing that he couldn't speak, he immediately looked at Shinsu with disbelief, and his eyes were full of disappointment. He had thought that Shinsu would be different from the other patriarchs, but now it seemed that all the patriarchs were the same. In the end, he himself had lost to the sovereign. He wouldn't let himself talk after just one word. It may be that he is affecting the interests of the sovereign.
Sovereign, you win. Chapter 100 Swearing to follow the Fox Clan.
Shinsu didn't know what was going on in Tang Nightmare's mind. Even if he knew, he wouldn't pay any attention to it. After all, if he really continued to let him talk, even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to die. All he knew was that this time was completely different from the situation in the demon sect back then. Back then, even though Night Wanqing was the holy maiden of the demon sect, she didn't have any strong backing behind her. Plus at that time, she was only at the early stage of yuaning cultivation. And he himself has a yuaning middle stage. Cultivation is higher than her. Because of this, Night Wanqing even if then again angry, but also not able to will Tang Nightmare beheading. But this time, although Tushan Shui's cultivation was only Jindan Great Circle, not even as good as Night Wanqing back then, she was the real little princess of Qingqiu, the kind that was treated as the pearl in the palm of Tushan Mingyu's hand. Accept whatever decision the little princess makes. After saying that, Shinsu no longer continued to speak, just the whole person prostrate on the ground motionless, waiting for Tushan Shui's decision. And Tang Nightmare, who had been pressed to the ground by Shinsu with magic qi, also finally came back to his senses at this moment, and he seemed to have made a big trouble. Wow! The moment these words came out, the entire street erupted in an uproar, resounding with countless voices sucking in cold air. Nowadays, there were still a few days before Tushan Shui's birthday banquet, so the ones who came early were all small clans that didn't even have any yuaning powerhouses within their clans. Now, how could they not be shocked when a yuaning powerhouse, the patriarch of a first-class sect, the Acacia sect, actually said such words in front of them? Even Tushan Shui and the 2 elders who had already mobilized their spiritual power also froze. They did not expect, in any case, that Shinsu would react in such a way, and for a moment they did not know how to respond. Deep down, Tushan Shui naturally wanted to cut down the saint's son Tang Nightmare who had just spoken out of turn, but the other party had just uttered words, though saying that the Acacia sect wouldn't have any complaints no matter what decision they made. But as the first human power to pledge allegiance to the Fox clan, if Tushan Shui really beheaded Tang Nightmare, would it leave a bad impression in the hearts of the other human clans, causing the other clans to not dare to defect to the Fox clan? In this instant, countless thoughts flashed through Tushan Shui's mind. Shinsu was very smart and didn't say that the Acacia sect became a subordinate force of the Fox clan after Tushan Shui spared them, so that if Tushan Shui really spared Shinsu, it would make outsiders feel that the Fox clan was compromising. Instead, they directly announced that the Acacia sect had become a subordinate force of the Fox clan. In this way, even if Tushan Shui really spared them, it would only be an internal matter between the Fox clan and the subordinate clans, and would not affect the majesty of the Fox clan. While preserving herself, she also preserved the majesty of the Fox clan. At the same time, along with the surrounding space click sound, Tushan Mingyuet appeared beside Tushan Shui. He looked at the prostrate in front of Tushan Shui Acacia sect patriarch Shinsu, and then looked to Tushan Shui. Follow the idea of your own heart is good.
Thoughts of the heart?
In fact, Tushan Shui's deepest impression of the Acacia sect was a little better compared to other sects.
Not for any other reason then.
The Acacia sect had once acted as a subordinate sect of the demon sect and had not participated in the pursuit of Night Wanqing, and at the same time, she had learned that Li Jiushi had been saved by the Acacia sect's saint daughter Murong Qianyu. These two things made the Acacia sect's impression in Tushan Shui's mind a little better compared to other sects. For a while, everyone's gazes looked towards Tushan Shui. They wanted to know how this little princess of Qingqiu, who had disappeared for 7 years, would deal with this situation when faced with it. Even Shinsu's forehead was oozing dense beads of sweat at this moment, and his back was drenched in cold sweat, even if he thought in his heart that Tushan Shui wouldn't be able to behead the 2 of them for the sake of the greater good. But what if? While Tang Nightmare as a whole was stunned after coming back to his senses, when he had said the same thing to Night Wanqing in the demon sect before, there was no such situation as what happened nowadays, only that he apologized to her and the matter was over. Ding 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 ding. Under everyone's gaze, accompanied by the bells on their ankles emitting a crisp sound, Tushan Shui slowly walked towards the prostrate Acacia sect duo, and Su Qingxue and the 9 birds sensed the commotion and stepped aside to the sides. Shinsu heard Tushan Shui's words and hesitated slightly before speaking. Mr. Shin is willing to sign a master-servant contract with the young princess.
He was gambling. Gambling that Tushan Shui couldn't really sign a master-servant contract with himself under the watchful eyes of so many people.
As expected, the moment Shinsu's voice fell, all the surrounding cultivators were all shaken at heart in an instant. A strong mid-Yuaning practitioner who took the initiative to sign a master-servant contract with a Jindan Great Perfection cultivator.
This was simply unseen and unheard of in the spirit demon world.
Even Tushan Mingyue's gaze towards Shinsu took on some significance. He could naturally see that Shinsu was betting that Xiao Shui would not really sign the master-servant contract. But after these two incidents, it made him realize that Shinsu, this person, was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Both of these choices could be said to be the best choices he could make at the moment, but if he took a wrong step, he and Tang Nightmare would really die.
Every move is off the board. And yet it's all just right. Chapter 101, Why is there a master-servant contract? For a while, everyone looked at the Fox Clan girl in front of Shinsu. There was shock, confusion and, of course, anger. They were angry at the fact that the demon race that was once enslaved by them had now ridden on their heads, and once it was all about deciding whether or not to indenture the demon race, but now it was the turn of a demon race to choose whether or not to indenture a human Yuaning cultivator. But no matter what thoughts were in their hearts, they could not sway Tushan Shue's decision and could only look at the young girl in front of them, wondering if she would really sign a master-servant contract with Shinsu and become the first Jindan cultivator in history to contract a Yuaning powerhouse. When Tushan Shui heard Shinsu say the sentence, "Mr. Shin is willing to sign a master-servant contract with Little Princess," she also froze for a moment. After crossing over to the spirit demon realm for so long, perhaps because of his low cultivation level or because of the low status of the demon race, he had always been the passive party. This time, the initiative was handed over to her own hands. Whether or not to contract the Acacia sect patriarch in front of her was all just between her own thoughts. She knew that the other party was betting that she wouldn't actually indenture him, and that's why she said what she said. However, with Tushan Mingyue present, even if he really wanted to contract the other party, Shinsu would never be able. These 7 years, Tushan Shui should be in the hands of the human race, even if not contracted, should also be living a rather miserable life. It is in such a situation, nowadays Tushan Shui can still maintain their sanity at such a time. It is also enough to make them look at Tushan Shui in a high light. At the same time, they also re-examined what kind of posture they should take to face the Fox clan nowadays. After all, they originally thought that the Fox clan was organizing this banquet purely for the purpose of deterring these small clans of theirs. But now it seems that the meaning of the Qingqiu Fox clan is not only a deterrent, but more like pulling together. Just as the crowd had different thoughts in their respective minds, Tushan Shui's voice once again sounded in their ears, and the crowd sniffed and looked. At this moment, Tushan Shui had already in front of. In the spirit demon realm, if one wanted to be respected by others, one had to have absolute strength. Soon after the matter of Tang Nightmare was dealt with, Tushan Shui followed Tushan Mingyue to leave, and looking at Tushan Shui, who was frowning tightly and seemed to be pondering over something, Tushan Mingyue opened her mouth to ask, "What's on your mind?" Hearing Tushan Mingyue's words, Tushan Shui sighed. Why? Why does something like a master-servant contract exist in this world? Perhaps it was because of the ideological education. Even today, Tushan Shui still couldn't accept something like a master-servant contract, even if she was the one taking the initiative. Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Tushan Mingyue froze slightly. Even as a transformation god powerhouse, he had never contemplated why such a thing as a master-servant contract existed in this world. For, they had existed in the world since the moment of his birth, never having thought of their origin. Perhaps it is the strong who are trying to ensure absolute domination over the weak? Tushan Akatsuki thought so in her mind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the valley. "Are you sure you don't want to come with me to the Green Hills?" Hearing Xiao's words, Night Wanqing snorted coldly. Night Wanqing, will not go to Qingqiu even if I die or blow myself up." Although she knew that Night Wanqing would say this, Xiao couldn't help but sigh when she heard it. No longer persuading anything, he turned around and left the valley. Only when he left, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I tell Tushan Shui that Wanqing is here, will she come over? Xiao couldn't help but think in her heart, as if this answer was obvious. After all, at that time, Tushan Shui was trying to bring Night Wanqing back to Qingqiu, only to be stopped by herself halfway. In that case, it seems like I caused everything that's going on today? If he hadn't taken Night Wanqing away from Tushan Shui at that time, she would have been taken back to Qingqiu by now. Since I'm the one who caused everything that's going on today, there's always something to be done about it. Xiao muttered. Yes, she was just trying to make up for something she had done before, never anything else. It was never because I was worried that Night 7 would be sad after Night Wanqing's accident. Today's double shift. After this chapter, there will be no more today, haha. Chapter 102. The banquet begins.
Today is full of classes, so it's a little late, and just to let you know that all 3 days are full except Wednesday and Friday, so updates will be late on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. Classes end at 1800 hours. Another few days passed. There was also only one last day left before Tushan Shui held her birthday banquet. Even though the major first-class forces of the spirit demon realm were no longer reluctant in their hearts, they were still forced to rush to Qingqiu on this day due to the intimidation of Tushan Mingyue's transformation god. Only, as soon as these first-class forces arrived at Qingqiu, they learned from those small sect gates that had arrived early a piece of news that shocked them. The original demon sect's affiliated sect, the Acacia sect, had declared its allegiance to the Qingqiu Fox clan. When these first-class forces first heard the news, the first thought that came to their mind was impossible. If Qingqiu had subdued those small clans that did not have Yuaning powerhouses, they wouldn't have had any surprises. After all, the purpose of Qingqiu organizing this birthday banquet is well known to all the clans, which is nothing more than deterring the first-class forces while pulling in some of the relatively weak clans. However, when they confirmed it again and again and learned that Qingqiu had indeed subdued the Acacia sect, they were all shocked. Qingqiu had actually taken in the first-class power, the Acacia sect. This explosive news, how could this not shock them? After all, the strength of the Acacia sect was definitely ranked in the top 10 even amongst the demon sect's affiliated sects. Patriarch Shinsu was not an early-stage Yuaning, but a genuine mid-stage Yuaning powerhouse, and although the crowd also knew what happened, they were still puzzled as to why Qingqiu dared to take in the Acacia sect. How dare they? This was tantamount to slapping the demon sect's face. Weren't they afraid of the demon sect's retaliation? For a while, the first-class sects that came to the banquet had different thoughts. Some of them were worried about Tushan Mingyue, feeling that his was too aggressive, and that with the early stage of transformation spirit that he had just broken through was by no means a match for the two transformation spirit ancestors of the demon sect. There were also some clans that were originally forced to come to the banquet because of Tushan Mingyue's goddess of transformation deterrence, with the mindset of watching a good show in their hearts, who were originally dissatisfied with the emergence of goddess of transformation powerhouses from the demon race, which had always been enslaved by them. Now the Fox clan initiative to provoke the Devil clan, naturally, they are happy to see the best. Tushan Mingyue, who had just broken through to the god of transformation, died directly in the hands of the demon sect's two mid-god of transformation ancestors, so that the demon race would still be enslaved by them. But no matter how the people fought in their hearts, they did not dare to show the slightest difference on their faces. After all, nowadays, the people from the demon sect hadn't arrived yet, and Qingqiu wasn't a first-class power like them that could be easily messed with. If they messed with the Fox clan at this juncture, the Acacia sect's downfall would be a foretaste of what had happened to them. Along with the first-class forces arriving, the entire Green Mound was densely packed with cultivators, and the entire Green Mound was in a strange atmosphere. Mother, actually. There's no need to dress up so delicately. On the other side of the courtyard, Tushan Shui looked at herself reflected in the mirror, blushing. Although Tushan Shui had traveled to this body for 7 years, she had never dressed herself up so exquisitely, so she was still a bit uncomfortable when she looked at herself in the mirror at the moment, which was dressed up like a doll by Bai Qianxian. Seeing Tushan Shui's blushing face, Bai Qianxian couldn't help but laugh. You're the little princess of my Qingqiu Fox clan, this time it's the entire spirit and demon realm celebrating your birthday, so naturally you have to dress up beautifully. Even after hearing Bai Qian's words, Tushan Shui still couldn't help but mutter in a small voice, that's not necessary, start dressing up a day in advance. Bai Qianxian, who was about to help Tushan Shui tie her hair, sniffed and couldn't help but reach out and gently knock on Tushan Shui's head. Hiss, mother, what are you knocking me for? Tushan Shui couldn't help but look at Bai Qianxian with a grudging little look, living like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Look at you, how you look like a girl. If I were you as the main character of the party, I would have to start dressing up at least 2 or 3 days in advance. Bai Qianxian said, reaching out and gently knocking on Tushan Shui's head again. You're good, now it's only a day early and you still think it's early. When Tushan Shui heard Bai Qianxian's words, she couldn't help but slander in her heart. I was never a girl in the first place, okay? But she didn't dare to say this, and could only pout with a resigned look and let Bai Qianxian help herself dress up. Yuki, Auntie is all about more people being wowed by you at the party. Seeing Tushan Shui in this state, Li Jiushi spoke out to comfort her. Saying that, she even followed the example of an adult and reached out to rub Tushan Shui's head. Little Shui is good, don't be angry. Hearing Li Jiushi's words, after sensing her movements, Tushan Shui instantly became so angry that the dull hairs on her head stood up. Who let you touch my head? Why does everyone like to touch their own heads? Could it be that everyone in the spirit and demon realm has a special fetish? When Li Jiushi heard Tushan Shui's words, she quickly removed her hand. I won't touch it, don't be angry, Xiao Shui. Seeing that Tushan Shui seemed to still be angry, she instantly made a pitiful look and kept blinking her eyes at Tushan Shui, with the stance that if you don't forgive me, I'll cry to you.
Finally. Tushan Yuki couldn't stand her college student-like eyes. Finally spoke up, I'm not mad anymore, but you're not allowed to touch my head. Well, I knew Yuki was the best. Hearing Tushan Shui say that he was not angry anymore, the aggression on Li Jioshi's face suddenly disappeared, which had to let Tushan Shui suspect that the other party had just been pretending. Bai Qianshan, who was combing Tushan Shui's hair on the side, could not help but laugh out softly when she saw this. Meanwhile, Tushan Ashes and several of his older brothers were making the final arrangements for the venue where the banquet would be held tomorrow. Of course, this includes contingencies such as formations to prevent unexpected situations. Just like that, without realizing it, the day passed. Early the next morning, the banquet had not yet begun, but the vast majority of clans still rushed to the place where the banquet was being held early. This is because the venue where the banquet is held is not officially allowed to enter until the day the banquet opens. Although everyone knew that this banquet was just a front, and the real purpose was to deter their forces, they still wanted to know what kind of preparations the Fox clan would make for the so-called birthday banquet. Only, when the crowd actually came to the venue where the banquet was held, none of them were deeply shocked by what they saw. The entire venue was set up like a picture-perfect wonderland. The entire venue was fan-shaped, with the 3 seats at the very front, obviously prepared for the 3 top powers. The spirit fruits on the table were all at least 1,000 years old. The spirit fruits of the first-class forces in the back, although compared to the 3 top forces to be a little worse, but there are also quite a few thousand years of copies of the spirit fruits. Even those small clans at the very back, the spirit fruits on the table all started at a minimum of 100 years. Just as everyone was immersed in shock. Dang! Accompanied by a low bell sound that spread throughout the entire Qingqiu, all the cultivators who heard the sound of the bell were all physically shaken. Everyone knows that. The party, officially, has begun. Chapter 103, Long Time No See. Knock, knock, knock. One low bell after another sounded into the ears of the crowd. Finally, the entire venue burst into a clamor after a moment of silence. The vast majority of the clans present, especially the first-class forces that came relatively late, for the understanding of Tushan Shui, mainly from the intelligence of the probe, in addition to knowing that it has a head of long silver hair, face of the city, for the other is nothing to know. Even they didn't know Tushan Shui's specific cultivation, they only knew that its talent seemed to be no weaker than the top heavenly prides of the current generation. It was because of this that they were curious about this rumored little princess of Qingqiu at this moment, especially since they had heard about what had happened at the entrance of Qingqiu. It made these clans even more curious about this little princess who had been missing for 7 long years. Suddenly, the figure of a middle-aged man silently appeared at the very front of the venue. He looked expressionlessly at the clamoring crowd in the arena. Just the slight outflow of breath from his body caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. In the next second, as if sensing something, everyone looked up at the front in an instant. The originally noisy venue also quieted down in this instant. At the same time, Tushan Mingyue's low voice rang in the ears of the crowd. Banquet, begin. On the other side, Bai Qianshan gently helped the young girl in front of her comb her silver hair. Finally, a hairpin was pinned in the young girl's hair. Looking at the reflection of Tushan Shui in the mirror, the corner of her lips slightly hooked up, she believed that everyone would be amazed by Tushan Shui today. In the next second, Tushan Akatsuki's voice entered his ears. Banquet, begin. Bai Qianshan looked towards the direction of the venue in the distance, helped the young girl up, looked at the slightly reddened cheeks, obviously still has some nervousness. Tushan Shui, voice softly said, it's time for our protagonist to appear. Tushan Shui's originally panicked heart slowly settled down the moment she heard Bai Qianshan's voice. A blush on her cheeks gradually dissipated and was replaced by a cold look as she nodded her head gently towards Bai Qianshan, and in the next second, she appeared tens of meters away with a single step. At this moment, after the crowd in the venue heard Tushan Mingyue announce the start of the banquet, they once again clamored, and all of them looked towards the location of the entrance of the venue. They all wanted to know in what way the main character of today's banquet, Tushan Shui, would appear before them. However, after an incense stick of time had passed, no silhouettes appeared at the entrance location, and there wasn't even any movement. Just as the crowd was confused, a silhouette slowly appeared. There was no commotion as expected by the crowd, and there wasn't even any strong person following beside them. There was only one person who just walked calmly towards the field under the gaze of. It was a young girl in a white dress. Hiss. Everyone in the arena sucked in a mouthful of cold air the moment they saw the young girl in a white dress walking toward the arena.
At this moment, Tushan Xue's already stunningly beautiful face, after Bai Qianxian's careful dressing, was even more like a fairy coming out from a painting. With just one glance, it was impossible to look away. Although they had all had prior information about Tushan Yuki and had seen the portrait of the young girl. But how can a canvas hold the stunning face of a young girl? The portrait showed far less than a tenth of the young girl in front of her. Just like that, under everyone's gaze, Tushan Xue slowly stepped into the venue, and the moment she stepped into the venue, everyone met the pair of scarlet pupils of the young girl and sensed the icy aura of the young girl's body, like a blooming flower of the high ridge. The entire venue was plunged into silence in an instant, no one made a sound, even the sound of breathing was much lessened. And as if Tushan Xue did not sense the gazes of the crowd, she just slowly walked towards Tushan Mingyue. Finally, Tushan Xue came to Tushan Mingyue's side, her cold eyes scanning the crowd. Only then did the crowd realize that the clear and cold look on the young girl's face was the same as Tushan Mingyue's ice-cold look. Some of the small sect's patriarchs, the moment they sensed Tushan Xue's Jindan Great Circle cultivation, all of them stared at their pupils wide open. The cultivation of this little princess of Qingqiu was even higher than their own as patriarchs. Even some of the early Yuaning patriarchs couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts the moment they locked eyes with Tushan Xue's blood-colored pupils. When they reacted, they were all horrified. The other party is only Jindan Great Circle can let the early stage of Yuaning himself feel a hint of danger, the last one can be in Jindan Great Circle, let the Yuaning powerhouse feel the danger is still the former demon sect Saint Daughter Knight Wancheng. Just then, the crowd only saw the originally bright sky in the distance darken in an instant. In the next second, monstrous demonic chi fell towards the venue from above the firmament, containing. After all, he had met with the other side only 2 handfuls of times. For a moment, he actually didn't know how to respond, and in the end, he could only say, "It's been a long time, Saint Sun Mo." Chapter 10 for the Acacia sect gives. At the same time, he was also a direct descendant of the Mo family, one of the 2 great families of the Devil sect, so the moment he said this, he was representing the attitude of the Devil sect towards this matter, or rather, the attitude of the Mo family towards this matter. With just such a sentence, it cleared the conflict between Qingqiu and the demon sect that had previously arisen over the Acacia sect's matter, leaving those sects that wanted to see both sides bleed to death, completely disappointed. As for Tushan Xue, after hearing Mo Qianyu's words, her entire body was slightly stunned. Of course she knew what the other parties saying such words at such a time represented, in taking the initiative to show goodwill to the Fox clan. It was precisely because of this knowledge that Tushan Xue was shocked, and soon after she stabilized her mind, she looked up at Mo Qianyu and found that the other party was looking at herself with a smile on her face, seemingly waiting for her answer. Since the other party took the initiative to show goodwill, Tushan Xue naturally did not have the sense to give the other party a cold face, and similarly returned a salute. Saint Mo's congratulatory gift, I like it very much. Hearing the young girl's voice, Mo Qianyu didn't say anything more and turned towards the location prepared for the demon sect. His main purpose of coming to the banquet this time had already been achieved. In fact, before the banquet started, he was still thinking about what method to use to show goodwill to Qingqiu. Ordinary heavenly materials and geomaterials Qingqiu must not be in short supply, but very rare heavenly materials and geomaterials were precious even for the Mo family. It was at this time that the Acacia sect happened, and it was decided to use the Acacia sect to show favor to the Fox clan. After all, the Acacia sect is considered a rather special existence amongst the affiliated forces of the demon sect. It is neither a subordinate sect of his Mo family, nor does it belong to the Sima family, and because of this, even if the Acacia sect were to be directly gifted to the Qingqiu, the Mo family's interests wouldn't be too great of a loss. Since that was the case, why didn't he just go along with it and directly gift the Acacia sect to the Fox clan as a favor? Between thoughts, Mo Qianyu, accompanied by the old man, sat down to the Qingqiu prepared for the Devil clan position, looking at the table full of 1,000 years of spiritual fruits in front of him, even as the Devil clan Saint Sun also cannot help but sigh in the heart of the Fox clan for the importance of this banquet. Also finally at this time, the other clans all thought of a very important thing. All along the human race had been able to achieve absolute dominance in the spirit demon realm, all because there was no demon race that had successfully broken through to the god of transformation. Originally, they thought that when Tushan Mingyue broke through to the transformation god, the 3 top clans would not be able to let the Fox clan go easily, and they even thought that the 3 clans would join together and directly kill the Tushan Mingyue who had just broken through. But now that the Devil sect has taken the initiative to show goodwill to Qingqiu, it means that among the 3 top clans, one of them has already sided with the Qingqiu Fox clan, and they may also have to rethink how they should face the Fox clan nowadays. I don't know what the attitude of the Flowing Cloud Heaven and the Maitian Temple will be towards the present-day Qingqiu. Tushan Mingyue looked at the crowd in the field. When he waved his hand to disperse the demonic aura in the sky, he sensed that Mo Qianyu and the old man beside him, did not have any malicious intent in coming this time, and thus allowed him to approach Tushan Shui. Only, even so, when he heard the other party say that the Acacia sect would be given to Tushan Shui as a congratulatory gift, he was still slightly shocked for a moment, but as the patriarch of the entire Qingqiu Fox clan, he quickly grasped the focus of the other. It was also an instant that he understood the reason why Qianyu did so. The probability was that she had guessed the relationship between the Qingqiu Fox clan and Liu Ruyan now. After all, those who can come to participate in the banquet are not little cute. The meaning of the banquet organized by Qingqiu for the little princess is already very obvious, as the Mightian temple has sent a demon-subduing demon to attend. This was more than just a simple humiliation for Qingqiu. They didn't believe that Qingqiu could easily swallow this breath. And indeed, as everyone thought, the moment Tushan Mingyue saw the demon bucking, endless killing intent erupted from her eyes. It's not just that the other guy's name is Demon Buster, it's the origin of the name. While the descending demon was as if he didn't sense Tushan Mingyue's gaze, he swept a circle of the people present by himself, and when he saw Qianyu, he gave a slight start, apparently not expecting Qianyu to be here. However, he quickly moved his gaze away, finally fixing his eyes on Tushan Shui. You should be the little princess of Qingqiu, Tushan Shui, right? The young monk has specially prepared a birthday gift for the young princess today. As he spoke, Demon Subduer took out a jade box from his nascent sphere. This fox demon's demonic elixir is able to accelerate the cultivation speed of the little princess. I hope that the little princess can enjoy it. As for Tushan Shui, the moment the other party took out that jade box, for some reason a tingling sensation came from the location of the heart, and at the same time the color of the face was brushed white. That shouldn't be. Hiss. Finally, at the moment when the demon subduer took out the demon Dan, countless clans in the field seemed to have thought of something, and all of them flashed a touch of shock in their eyes, and even Qianyu's expression on her face at the moment was no longer calm. They thought of the origin of the name Demon Bucking. Back then he was just an ordinary disciple of the Mightian Temple. It was because 6 years ago he killed a fox demon in the late Jindan stage that he became a personal disciple, and therefore was given the name Demon Bucking by the ancestor of the Mightian Temple. That fox demon, it seems to be the third young lord of Qingqiu. I don't know what person in the crowd said such a sentence, and then the whole venue once again fell into a silence. Even the sound of breathing was much smaller, for fear of being implicated for breathing too loudly. Even those clans that had originally hoped for a fight between the two sides, at this moment, they did not dare to utter a single breath. They had thought that it would be enough for the Mightian Temple to send demon busters to come to the banquet. They could not have imagined in any way that the Mightian Temple would give her third brother's demonic pills as a congratulatory gift to Tushan Shui during her birthday banquet. As the head of a clan, Tushan Mingyue naturally knew that he couldn't act out of anger, or else he would have already made a move to cut him down the moment the descending demon appeared. But at this moment, he could no longer suppress the killing intent in his heart, and the spiritual energy in his body surged up, reaching out and grabbing toward the demon bucking Mightian Temple. Bully the demon too much. Ka-ching! In an instant, the space of the entire field appeared densely cracked in a flash like a broken mirror, and the cultivators of the other sects around them all changed their faces at this instant. If it wasn't for the fact that Tushan Mingyue still had her wits about her at the moment and used her spiritual power to protect the other sect cultivators around her, they would have already been strangled in the spatial turbulence by the aftermath of the force that she had brought up when she struck out. However, just at the moment when Tushan Mingyue's palm was about to land on the demon breeder, a golden-colored shield swirled around him, and then a magnificent silhouette appeared behind him. The next second a sound of Buddha's name rang in the ears of the crowd: moral golden wheel, merit and virtue. Good, 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 Amitba. Its body emanated a light golden glow, and that divine aura made one unable to resist the urge to bow down just by looking at it. Poof! Just as the crowd was about to pay homage to the shadow, Tushan Mingyue's cold snort once again resounded in their ears, and this time Tushan Mingyue mixed the pressure of the transformation god realm into her voice, shocking the crowd to the point that blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths in an instant. But for that, they would never have been able to wake up from this strange state. In the next second, he looked at the silhouette. Aminos, you Mightian Temple are really deceiving the demon too much. Hearing Tushan Mingyue's words, Amino sighed long and hard. Back then, if it wasn't for Tushan Pura's indiscriminate killing of innocents and beheading of hundreds of cultivators, I, Mightian Temple, had to ferry him in order to protect the world's living beings. Hearing Ayano's words, Tushan Mingyue snorted coldly. What an indiscriminate killing! When Tushan Shui was captured from the demon race, Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yen searched together in the spirit and demon realm, at the same time, as the third young master of Qingqiu, Tushan Pura, was constantly searching around Qingqiu for those who hid in the shadows, wanting to capture the demon race of the human cultivators in the hope of obtaining the news about Tushan Shui. It is only a pity that a year's time decapitated hundreds of hiding in the shadows of the human cultivators, and also did not manage to find that year, will be the person who Tushan Shui was captured. Instead, he waited for a late Jindan cultivator from the Maitian temple, and Tushan Pura had long since gone through a whole consecutive year of uninterrupted battles, and had long since been out of his best shape, so naturally he was no match for the other party. In the end, the other party succeeded in killing Tushan Pura, and at the same time became a personal disciple of Amino's, giving him the name Demon Buster. At that time, Tushan Mingyue was breaking through to the god of transformation, and by Qian also happened to be breaking through to the Yuaning, so when the Fox clan elders got the news and arrived, there was only bloodstains all over the ground. Evil demons and demonic paths, maiming living beings and wreaking havoc on the world, should never have existed in this world. Amino said expressionlessly, his tone unusually flat, as if he was speaking the true meaning of the world. Evil demons and devils should never have existed in this world. Tushan Mingyue no longer paid attention to Amino's words, and constantly had spiritual energy converging towards her palm. There is no such thing as evil demons and devils in the world, but it's just an excuse for you human races to consolidate your position. Ka-ching! In the next second, Tushan Mingyue came in front of the demon bucking and slapped his palm towards his head, and the surrounding space also appeared in a flash like a spiderweb with dense cracks. This virtual shadow of mine might not be enough to kill you. The shadow of Amino saw this and spoke in a flat tone, but even if you are also a transformation god powerhouse now, it is absolutely impossible for you to kill the demon bucking demon from the hands of this shadow. The surrounding cultivators were all pale in the instant they sensed the commotion, a fight between two god of transformation powerhouses. Even if one of them was only an avatar, the overflow of breath was enough to make them die dozens of times. Even a Yuaning Great Perfection powerhouse had less than a 10% chance of surviving the aftermath of a fight between two transformation god powerhouses. Just when the crowd was in despair, waiting for death to come, countless formations on the ground lit up in an instant, and then a barrier rose up under their feet, and the aftermath of the two's exchange of blows only caused ripples the moment it hit the barrier, and then it completely dissipated. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the formation at their feet. This formation, it was actually a formation that could block the aftermath of a battle between transformation god powerhouses. Chapter 106 Mayfly Shakes the Sky. It seems that the Qingqiu Fox clan had long thought that this banquet would not be peaceful. Qianyu reached out and covered the barrier in front of him, feeling the breath of the transformation god contained in it, and sighed out loud. However, there was not the slightest nervousness on his face, obviously as a direct line of the Mo family. Coming to this banquet, there were cards of their own on them, and even without Qingqiu's formation, they would not be in danger from the aftermath of the battle between the two. Just as he thought, Tushan Mingyue had known that this banquet wouldn't be peaceful, which was why he had injected the aura of his own transformation spirit realm into the venue's formations, so that even if he couldn't directly withstand the attacks of the transformation spirit powerhouses. But if it was just the aftermath of the exchange, it could be resisted for a while. Boom! Accompanied by the violent roar, the terrifying energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, causing the formation barrier in front of the crowd to produce violent fluctuations, and at this moment, even through a layer of formation, one could feel a palpitation from the aftermath of the battle between the two. At this moment, Tushan Shui, under the protection of Tushan Mingyue's spiritual power, was not very far from the center of the two's engagement, and thus was able to observe the battle between the two from a close distance. Sensing the energy fluctuations generated by the two fighting, Tushan Shui had a slight glimmer of clarity in her heart, and at this moment she also understood why Tushan Mingyue did not directly send herself out from the center of the two's fighting, but instead split her mind to protect herself with her spiritual power. In the next second, Tushan Mingyue's ice-cold voice came out from the center of their engagement. Aminos, since I, Tushan Mingyue, have already broken through the god of transformation, not to mention that you're just an incarnation today, even if it's the real body here, the demon surrender will die without a doubt. All the cultivators present at the moment they heard this voice, all of them were body trembling. Obviously this sentence is not only said to Aminos, but also in the warning them, once that they can arbitrarily oppress, arbitrarily enslave the demon race, gone forever. Subsequently, a huge shadow rose up from behind Tushan Mingyue, while at the same time the aura on his body also rose up in an instant. Aminos snorted coldly when he heard Tushan Mingyue's words, a mayfly trying to shake a giant tree in the sky. The power of a mayfly can also shake a tree. Tushan Mingyue's tone was flat, her voice was mixed with the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, and in an instant, it spread over hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius, and all the fox cultivators in Qingqiu, as well as the demon cultivators who had already defected to the fox clan, all of them raised their heads in the moment they heard the voice and looked towards the direction of the venue at the gigantic figure that was as high as the sky. Its body resembles a pillar, standing on top of the sky. In the next second, Tushan Mingyue slowly raised his right hand, and along with his movement, the shadow behind him also slowly raised his right hand, and in an instant, the entire sky darkened. This move is called Mayfly shaking the sky. Hearing Tushan Akatsuki's voice, the young girl's delicate body trembled violently, and it was obvious that the words were directed at herself. The moment the voice fell, the breath on Tushan Mingyue's body changed violently, and then countless spiritual energies in the sky and earth converged towards her palm, which slowly pressed downwards like a huge mountain. The formation in the field also flickered violently in an instant, and the light above it also became dim in an instant, clearly under unimaginable pressure. It seems that our Mo family has once again made the right decision. The old man beside Mo Qianyu looked at the palm pressing downwards above the dome of the sky and couldn't help but let out a sigh. Even he was shocked by the strength as well as the vigor that Tushan Mingyue was showing today. Hearing the old man's words, Mo Qianyu just shook her head. I originally only befriended the Fox clan for the sake of Liu Yunshin's face, but now it seems that if it's in the same realm Amino's is by no means his opponent. Boom! The moment Mo Qianyu's voice fell, that huge palm had already fallen, and in an instant a violent rumble resounded in the arena, and terrifying energy ripples spread out in all directions in an instant. The entire space also turned black for a moment, but it quickly returned to normal. When the smoke and dust dispersed, there was no one else in the field except for the duo of Tushan Mingyue and... Now, the other party had caught up with him in just 7 years, and even his own cultivation was still only at the Jindan Great Circle, while Tushan Shui had already surpassed him in turn, taking the lead in reaching the half-step Yuaning realm. Even back then, even if Night Wanqing was called the first genius of the spirit demon realm, her cultivation speed was not as fast as hers. Regardless of what the crowd thought in their hearts, in the next second the white figure in the field slowly opened its eyes in the gazes of everyone who was either shocked or unbelieving, its scarlet pupils indifferently sweeping a circle of people. Subsequently, the half-step Yuaning's aura suddenly spread out from the young girl's body in all directions, enveloping the entire field in an instant. At this time, the formations in the field had already been withdrawn, and countless cultivators below the Yuaning's level all turned pale the moment they sensed this aura. Even some early Yuaning patriarchs' hearts trembled when they sensed the aura on the young girl. In the next second, the young girl withdrew her pressure to look at Tushan Mingyue who was standing beside her. Father. She didn't know what she should say. Just now, with the help of Tushan Mingyue, Tushan Shui was able to observe the exchange between the two incarnation realm powerhouses from a close distance, and from that, she realized many issues that she couldn't figure out before. If it wasn't so she wouldn't have been able to break through to half-step Yuaning in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this knowledge that Tushan Akatsuki had just been able to ensure Tushan Shui's safety, using her spiritual power to shield the young girl and watch the battle between herself and Aminos from the side. The result was that Tushan Yuki hadn't let herself down. Hearing the young girl's voice, Tushan Akatsuki shook her head and reached out to interrupt what she wanted to say. I didn't do anything. The main reason for being able to make a successful breakthrough is that your enlightenment is still high enough. Chapter 107. A person who will be swayed by his emotions can never be a strong person. The main reason is that you are still enlightened enough. Hearing Tushan Mingyue's words, Tushan Shui pursed her lips. Was that really the case? Perhaps her own talent really wasn't bad, and it was only a matter of time before she broke through a half-step Yuaning, but she also knew that if she hadn't just sensed the duo's battle from a close distance, it would never have been possible for her to break through to a half-step Yuaning in a short period. If there are no accidents, this girl will become a transformation god in the future. The old man beside Mo Qianyu couldn't help but sigh out loud as he looked at the white-clothed silhouette in the field. In fact, this is also the common thought in the hearts of all present, less than 30 years old half-step Yuaning. And now there is Tushan Mingyue shelter. I'm afraid that it won't be long, up to 100 years, the demon clan will appear the second god realization powerhouse. When Mo Qianyu heard the old man's words, she murmured softly, I thought that Night Wanqing was already invincible, but I didn't realize that there was someone even braver than her. Mo Qianyu, who used to be in the same clan as Night Wanqing and had been compared to Night Wanqing since she was a child, had a better mental quality after all, and quickly came back from the shock as well as the loss she had just experienced. The old man beside him sniffed and nodded. Indeed, there was once someone who said that Night Wanqing was the first genius of the spirit demon world without any predecessors or successors, but now it seems that Tushan Shui's talent is even better than that of Night Wanqing. The little princess of Qingqiu has such a talent, and you, Saint's son, happen to know her. Suddenly, the old man murmured under his breath as if he had thought of something, and then a pair of eyes sparkled as he looked towards Mo Qianyu. Seems to sense the old man's gaze, Mo Qianyu's heart suddenly gave birth to a bad premonition. The next second here will come the old man's voice, Qingqiu little princess and the holy son, you are simply heavenly. Hearing the old man's words, Mo Qianyu's scalp immediately went numb. Why is it that people in the family always like to help themselves so much in messing around? before it was Night Wanting, now it's Tushan Shui.
Do they want them to go down with Sima Keho?
Hastily stopping the old man from continuing his words, Don't!
At the same time, Mithraea Temple.
Sensing the dissipation of the incarnation he had left on the demon's surrender, Aminos looked up in the direction of Qingqiu, his eyes narrowing slightly. What a Tushan Akatsuki!
But a tiny fox demon, it's actually made you a climate.
He did not expect, in any case, one of his incarnations, but it was so easily destroyed by Tushan Mingyue, his own realm is.
Ugh.
Seemingly thinking of something, Aminos sighed. Evil demons and demonic paths should never have existed in this world. For the sake of the world's living beings, the day when the old man comes out of the gate will be the day when he transmigrates the world.
Meanwhile, on the other side, in the venue not long after the battle between Tushan Akatsuki and Aminos ended, Xiao and Chen Shi then came to the venue on behalf of Liu.
Perhaps it was the absolute confidence in Xiao's Yuanying realm cultivation, or perhaps the two of them had other life-preserving cards on their bodies, and there didn't seem to be any strong people following beside them.
It was only when the duo appeared in the center of the field that they still inevitably caused a commotion in the room. Liu Tian had even allowed Heavenly Sun Chen Shi and Heavenly Maiden Xiao to come to this banquet at the same time at one time. This was the two people with the highest status in Luoyuan heaven besides the old ancestor and the patriarch, coming together to attend the birthday banquet of the little princess of Qingqiu, obviously giving enough face to Qingqiu. And at this moment, in the middle of the field, Tushan Shui looked at Xiao, who was standing in front of her, her fists clenched tightly in her sleeves, even though she had already learned in advance from her parents about the partnership between Liunshan and Qingqiu, even though she had already guessed that the person who had come to attend the banquet from Liunshan was Xiao, and even though she had already made enough mental preparations. However, the moment he saw Xiao, the things that happened in the broken Sky Mountain range were still constantly repeating in front of his eyes. Back then, if it wasn't for Xiao who had put himself into a coma with serious injuries, if it wasn't for her who had taken Night Wancheng away. Now, Night Wancheng should have been in Qingqiu, should have been protected by their own room, not like now, they do not even know where Night Wancheng is. Between thoughts, the spiritual energy in Tushan Shui's body had become disordered. Tushan Mingyue sensed the change in the young girl beside her and remained expressionless, only using her spiritual energy to mask the divine sense of the crowd. What happened in the broken Sky Mountain range, he had heard Tushan Ashes mention it, although he didn't know why Xiao had struck out at Tushan Shui at that time. He felt that there must be some kind of misunderstanding between the two of them. At this moment, he only used his spiritual power to suppress the young girl's abnormality, preventing those old foxes around him from seeing the abnormality, and didn't do anything more. He believed that Tushan Shui wouldn't be impulsive enough to act irrationally at such a time. This was Tushan Mingyue's trust in Tushan Shui, a father's unconditional trust in his daughter.
Tushan Shui knew that now was never the time for her to be capricious. Her parents as well as her brothers had already done enough for her. If she really took a shot at Xiao, the entire Fox clan might have to be plunged into the land of doom because of her behavior. In the end, Tushan Shui forced down the emotions in his heart, pulled out a smile on his face that was even worse than crying, and said with a hoarse voice, "Many thanks." Xiao originally thought that Tushan Shui would strike at herself. After all, if it wasn't for Night Wanting's final voice to stop her, the other party would have been killed by her own sword. But at this moment, when she heard Tushan Shui's raspy voice, she couldn't help but think a few points higher of her in her heart. When Tushan Mingyue heard Tushan Shui's words, he also felt relieved in his heart, not because of anything else, but purely because in his opinion, if he wanted to become a truly strong person, the first thing to do was to be able to control his emotions.
Someone who will be easily swayed by emotions can never be strong. Chapter 108, Misunderstanding. After the voice fell, Tushan Shui felt a stabbing pain coming from the location of her heart, and her face became pale in an instant. At the same time, her entire body was trembling slightly. Tushan Mingyue naturally could sense the changes in the young girl beside him, and in his heart, he also felt a slight heartache. After all, in his heart Tushan Shui was still just a child after all. Finally, after Xiao and Chen Shi sat down in the seats that the Qingqiu Fox clan had prepared for the two of them, Tushan Shui said in a hoarse voice, "Father, I need to go back and consolidate the realm I just broke through." When Tushan Mingyue heard the young girl's words, he just slightly glanced at her, and after seeing the other party's pale face, he sighed deeply before still nodding. He naturally knew that consolidating the realm and whatnot was just a reason for Tushan Shui to leave the banquet. The real purpose was nothing more than not wanting to continue seeing Xiao. Seeing Tushan Mingyue nod her head, Tushan Shui turned around and bowed to the crowd, and then the young girl's clear and cold voice resounded in the venue. "Seniors, the late generation was lucky enough to make a breakthrough, and now that the realm is unstable, it needs to be stabilized, so I'll excuse myself." Hearing Tushan Shui's words, the cultivators from all the major clans present froze for a moment. Qingqiu's little princess even wanted to leave the venue early.
this was the birthday banquet Qianyu had organized for her. It was only when the crowd thought about the fact that Tushan Shui had indeed just broken through the half-step yuaning in front of them, and that the realm that had just broken through did need to be stabilized in time or else there might be a risk of the realm falling. Plus, everyone understood that although this banquet was nominally a birthday banquet organized by Qianyu for Tushan Shui, it was actually meant to deter and draw in the major clans, so there would be even less comments. "Little princess, where are your words?" When Shinsu heard Tushan Shui's words, he was the first to speak at that moment. To be able to witness the youngest half-step yuaning cultivator in the history of the spirit demon realm today, this is already a worthwhile trip. When all the cultivators present heard Shinsu's words, they all nodded their heads in deep thought. Yes, it is already an honor for us to be able to witness little princess break through the half-step yuaning. Whether it was because of Tushan Mingyue's intimidation or the gesture of goodwill from the Liu Ruyan heaven and the demon sect, there was actually no one in the arena who had any opinion about Tushan Shui's early departure. Hearing the voices in the arena, Tushan Shui let out a long sigh of relief. She had thought that there would be people who would have a problem with her leaving the arena early, but now it seems that she had been overthinking it. Then she once again bowed to the crowd before turning around and leaving the arena. Xiao in the arena looked at Tushan Shui's back as she left, narrowing her eyes slightly, and in the next second, she also got up from her seat and bowed to Tushan Mingyue before leaving the venue right after Tushan Shui. Sensing the movement, Tushan Mingyue just glanced at it, and in her heart, she realized that the probability that Xiao had gone to look for Tushan Shui, and she only hoped that the two of them could clear up the misunderstanding this time, and then she no longer paid any attention to it. Qianyu, on the other hand, looked at the empty seat beside Chen Shi, and then looked in the direction of the duo's departure thoughtfully. It seems that something should have happened between Xiao and Tushan Shui. On the other side, after Tushan Shui left the venue, she didn't directly return to the small courtyard, but came to the back of the mountain and stopped on a small hill. "What are you following me for?" Because Xiao had no intention of trying to hide her aura, as soon as she left the venue, Tushan Shui sensed Xiao following behind her. "Between us, there should be some misunderstanding." Hearing Xiao's words, Tushan Shui turned her head to look. At this moment, the other party still had the same expressionless look, exactly the same as when she had nearly decapitated herself before. "Misunderstanding? You nearly decapitated me, and this is a misunderstanding?" Tushan Shui heard Xiao say that there was a misunderstanding between the two of them, and was nearly laughed out of breath, nearly decapitating herself because of a misunderstanding? If Night One Chang had spoken up at the last minute for her to leave herself alive, would she have really cut herself down? Why can the other person now say so flatly that it was just a misunderstanding of? Aha! Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Xiao remained expressionless. In her opinion, it was indeed a misunderstanding at that time. If he had known at that time that Tushan Shui only wanted to bring Night One Qing back to Qingqiu instead of handing it over to the Sima family, he wouldn't have laid his hands on him so heavily, so it was all just a misunderstanding. Why can Sao act so breezy? Tushan Shui sniffed the whole body so angry that her body was trembling, both fists clenched up tightly, even the nails embedded in the flesh did not notice it in the slightest. At that time, I mistakenly thought that you were also a traitor of the Sima clan, and that's why I wanted to cut you down. Xiao explained to Tushan Shui, although in her mind, there was absolutely no need to explain to Tushan Shui, but since the Qingqiu Fox clan and the Flowing Cloud Sky were in a cooperative relationship, she didn't want to cause a gap in the cooperation between the two forces because of a misunderstanding between the two of them, which was why she patiently explained to Tushan Shui. You suspect me of being a traitor to the Sima family? Tushan Shui heard Xiao's explanation and simply laughed in anger. Aha! Chapter 109, the weak are not qualified to receive apologies from the strong. Xiao's voice continued to reach his ears. Listening to the other party's breezy voice, a trace of disgust actually arose in Tushan Shui's heart. Why? She won't even apologize. Is it really so hard for her to apologize? From the beginning to the end, what Xiao said was her own fault, suspecting that she was a traitor to the Sima family. Clearly the one in the wrong was her, Xiao, yet in other people's ears it sounded as if she, Tushan Shui, had done something wrong to cause all of this. Tushan Shui's pair of scarlet eyes stared dead on at Xiao in front of her. For a moment, Tushan Shui really wanted to, regardless of all the consequences, strike out at Xiao, but in the end, she thought of her parents, her brothers, and all the fox cultivators in Qingqiu. You seem disconcerted? Perhaps sensing Tushan Shui's thoughts, Xiao finally raised her head and looked at the young girl in front of her, her pair of eyes still as indifferent as ever. A weak person is not qualified to accept an apology from a strong person. Hearing Xiao's words, Tushan Shui's body violently trembled. Seemingly afraid that Tushan Shui didn't understand what she meant, Xiao's clear and cold voice once again reached the young girl's ears. I will suppress the realm to the same level as you, and if you want me to apologize to you, then defeat me. As he spoke, the aura on Si Yao's body had been suppressed to half-step yuaning, make your move. Hearing Si Yao's words, Tushan Shui closed her eyes and took a deep breath. The weak are in no position to accept apologies from the strong. These words kept echoing in Tushan Yuki's mind, because she was weak, so she wouldn't apologize to her? With a flip of Tushan Shui's wrist, the lavender spirit sword appeared in her hand, and then the young girl violently opened her eyes, and the spirit power in her body boiled up in an instant, and the surrounding space was immediately drenched in black and red.
In that case, I'll show you who's really weak.
Tushan Shui's clear and cold voice echoed in the air, and then her figure disappeared from the spot. Meanwhile on the other side, just as the banquet was about to end, the sky dome in the distance darkened all of a sudden, and then a shadowy voice came from the air, Tushan Mingyue, how dare you?
The moment the words fell,
the entire venue fell silent, and everyone raised their heads in disbelief, looking in the direction from which the voice came.
What kind of person dares to humiliate Tushan Mingyue like this? Do you really think you're invincible just because you've broken through the transformation god realm? As this voice fell, those forces in the arena that did not want the demon race to stand up raised their heads in surprise. It was because they, as strong people at the early stage or even late stage of yuaning, had actually sensed an aura in this voice that caused them to be afraid. It meant that the other party's cultivation should be higher than his own.
Taking over the Acacia sect?
Are you guys worthy? Do you deserve it?
These 4 words were like heavenly thunder, exploding in the ears of the crowd, and some Jindan realm cultivators were immediately shaken to the point where their heads buzzed. In the next second, the figure of an old man appeared in the air, his body was surrounded by boiling demonic aura. The terrifying demonic aura caused subtle distortions to appear in the space around him, as he looked down at the green hill at his feet.
Ha!
When everyone sensed the cultivation of that person, they all froze for a moment, and those forces that didn't want the demon race to rise were also like a pot of cold water poured down on their heads, and the glimmer of hope that had just been ignited in their hearts was also extinguished instantly.
Yuaning de Yuan? Are you kidding me? Although the Yuaning Great Circle, in the spirit demon realm, was already an absolute top powerhouse. However, the fact that the other party had just spoken so loudly, not even placing Tushan Mingyue in their eyes, caused the crowd to subconsciously believe that the other party was a transformation god powerhouse not weaker than Tushan Mingyue. Ahem.
Tushan Shui lightly coughed out a small mouthful of blood, the spirit sword in his hand resting against Si Yao's brow. So,
who is the weak one now?
Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Si Yao pursed her lips. Originally this battle has always been her own upper hand, but in the end, Tushan Shui suddenly used the flowing cloud sword technique, and under her own carelessness, she was caught off guard. It led to her ultimate defeat, and she had no doubt that if she were to do it again, she would not lose. But she also knew that a loss was a loss. If this was a real life and death struggle, at this moment she had already buried her life because of her carelessness. It was I who lost. Only after hearing Si Yao's words did Tushan Shui retract her spirit sword, and the next second she heard Si Yao's voice ringing in her ears. I apologize to you for the misunderstanding that happened in the Broken Sky Mountain range. Tushan Shui looked towards Si Yao. She also knew that the reason why she was able to win this battle was entirely because the other party didn't know that she was able to use the flowing cloud sword technique, and also because the other party suppressed their cultivation to the same level as her own.
Actually, in the end, if you use your original cultivation, the one who fails will still be me.
Tushan Shui knew that if it was a real life and death struggle, the other party would not suppress their cultivation to the same realm as her own, and likewise she knew that if Si Yao were to restore her cultivation of the early yuaning stage at the last moment. In the end, the one who lost the battle must be himself, but Si Yao didn't do that. This also couldn't help but let Tushan Shui's heart for Si Yao's prejudice alleviate a little bit. Perhaps at first Si Yao's words were a little heavy, but the weak are not qualified to accept the strong's apology. How is this not a fact? Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Si Yao froze slightly. Originally she thought that she had humiliated her opponent so much before the battle, and now after she lost to her opponent, Tushan Shui would definitely humiliate herself. But no matter what, she didn't expect that Tushan Shui would say this, which also couldn't help but make her impression of Tushan Shui a little better. When I said I would fight in the same realm, I would not use more than your cultivation. At this time, Si Yao had once again resumed that ice-cold demeanor before, and her tone had once again resumed that kind of indifference. Tushan Shui looked towards Si Yao. At this moment, the young girl's eyes were tightly closed, seemingly pondering over something. Tushan Shui pursed her lips. She wanted to ask Si Yao where exactly Night Wanqing was.
Finally, after a long time, Tushan Shui's voice was slightly hoarse. Can you tell me where Night Wanqing is?
And at this moment, Si Yao heard Tushan Shui words, slightly opened his eyes, looked at Tushan Shui, each other eyes with a trace of prayer. In fact, even if Tushan Shui not ask her will tell each other, after all. If something really happened to Night Wanqing, Night 7 would be sad. when the banquet is over, I will take you to find her. Just at the moment when Xiao's voice fell, the demonic qi in the distance steeply boiled up, and a mighty pressure, like the might of the heavens, enveloped everyone present in an instant. In the next second, a muffled voice came from above the firmament. If you and the others don't break through to the late transformation spirit realm, from today onwards, I, Sima Slip, will be the number one person in the spirit demon realm.
Chapter 110, The Human Purgatory. Go back in time to a quarter of an hour ago. The Sima family?
Tushan Mingyue's figure flickered and came in front of the Yuaning Great Perfection powerhouse in the air, his voice indifferent so that no one could hear what he was thinking in his heart. He did not feel any surprise in his heart that someone from the Sima family would show up. After all, Mo Qianyu's hints to himself were obvious enough. It was just that he did not understand why the Sima family had sent a Yuaning Great Circle cultivator.
Tushan Mingyue, the Acacia sect is also something your Fox clan is worthy of coloring. Have you ever asked my Sima clan's opinion?
Sima Qingliang's voice once again reached the ears of the crowd below, and the entire venue immediately boiled over. Everyone was feeling incredulous that a Yuaning de Yuan had humiliated Tushan Mingyue over and over again. At the same time, some doubts rose in the hearts of the crowd. Why did Sima Caesar dare to humiliate Tushan Mingyue over and over again? Could it be that there was some kind of dependence? Or did Sima Caesar slide also come? For a while those forces that didn't want the demon race to stand up, once again became agitated. Tushan Mingyue was only at the early stage of God transformation, and was in no way a match for Sima Slide, who was at the mid-stage of God transformation. Hearing Sima Qingluo's words, Tushan Mingyue remained expressionless. When do I, Tushan Mingyue, have to go through your Sima family's consent for what I want to do? He knew that perhaps Zaz Slip was nearby, but even if Sima Slip is here today, you will surely die. Between words, Tushan Mingyue's palm had already wrapped with spiritual power towards Sima Qingluo to shoot. The surrounding space also instantly appeared countless cracks. Looking at the palm is about to fall on Sima Qingluo's body. Rampant! A bellowing cry came from the distant sky, and Tushan Mingyue's entire body was shaken by the sound, causing her qi and blood to flip, and she instantly raised her head in shock to look in the direction of the demon sect in the distance. Subsequently, the demonic qi above the green mound boiled up in an instant, and a mighty pressure like the might of the heavens suddenly pressed downward, enveloping the entire green mound in an instant, and everyone in the meeting place had a huge trembling in their hearts the moment they sensed this mighty pressure, and even breathing became an extravagance. Even Mo Qianyu was not much better at the moment despite having a mid-transformation spirit talisman on her body to protect her from the old ancestor. Her eyes were filled with shock. In the next second, a muffled voice came from above the firmament. If you and the others do not break through to the late transformation spirit realm, from today onwards, I, Sima Slip, will be the number one person in the spirit demon realm. The voice spread throughout the entire spirit demon realm in an instant, and countless cultivators raised their heads in shock when they heard Sima Slide's voice, while the crowds in the meeting hall were even more needless to say. Sima Slip. He's broken through to the late transformation god stage. The entire spirit demon realm hadn't seen a late-stage transformation god powerhouse for a long time, and now that Sima Su had slipped through the late stage of transformation god. Countless demon cultivators are desperate to look up at the air to see what is happening. I thought it was the beginning of the rise of the demon race, but has not yet really begun. It seems that everything is going to end. Even the human cultivators who had come to attend the banquet were terrified at the moment. Among those strong people who had been strangled by the spatial fragments, there was no lack of patriarchs of the first-class forces of the human race, and Sima Zeslip wouldn't care about their deaths or lives at all. It seemed that they, the human race powerhouses, did not make any difference in Sima Zeslip's eyes. For a while, even those clans that hadn't been wishing for the demon race to stand up were filled with resentment towards Sima Slide in their hearts. The premise that they didn't wish for the demon race to stand up was that they themselves could live, not what they were doing now. As for the Tushan Mingyu in the field, under the lock of Sima Slide, it actually felt that the operation speed of the spiritual energy in his body had slowed down a lot. If it was said that Tushan Mingyu still had a trace of resistance when facing the mid-stage of transformation spirit powerhouses. However, when facing a late-stage god transformation powerhouse, there was not even a hint of room to maneuver. And when Tushan Shui on the distant hill sensed the movement, she saw a palm like the dome of the sky pressing down towards Tushan Mingyue. Her heart violently felt a throbbing pain, and her pupils also violently widened. Father. In an instant, tears gushed out uncontrollably. At the same time, the spiritual energy in her body also boiled up in an instant. The young girl's body was burning with black and red spiritual energy, and the whole person was like a meteor, so she rushed towards the Tushan Mingyue in the air. Come back. Xiao immediately mobilized the cultivation of the Yuaning realm in his body and pulled Tushan Shui back to the ground. What are you doing up there, sending death? Just before the words left his mouth, his entire body was shaken back several steps by the raging spiritual energy within Tushan Shui. Get out of the way. After breaking free from Xiao's restraints, Tushan Shue's entire body once again transformed into a black and red meteor rushing towards Tushan Mingyue in the air. Why?
Tushan Shui roared out in resentment. Why? 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 It was so hard for him to have a home in the spirit and demon realm, with a group of people who were willing to love and care for him. It's so hard to see how everything is going in the right direction, so why is it going this way now? After Xiao was shocked back by Tushan Shui, her entire body froze slightly. As a Yuaning realm herself, she was actually shocked back by Tushan Shui's half-step Yuaning aura. And then looking up at the young girl in the air, looking at the young girl who wasn't even of Yuaning cultivation, Xiao was deeply shocked, perhaps. She's really different from what I imagined. On the hill, the young girl murmured softly, even though her impression of Tushan Shui had changed greatly. But before that she had always thought that if the Fox clan encountered a real life and death crisis, Tushan Shui would definitely leave Qingqiu at the first time, abandoning the clan. But now everything that happened proved that her idea was wrong. It seems that Tushan Shui is not as good as she thought. In the next second, Xiao turned her head to look at the void behind her. Old ancestor, please. Chapter 111 Late Divine Transformation, there's a difference. Xiao and Chen Shi, as the contemporary heavenly maiden and heavenly son of Liu Ruyan heaven. At the same time, it was also the direct lineage of the two great clans of the Flowing Cloud Sky that had come to participate in this banquet organized by the Fox clan of Qingqiu, so naturally, it was impossible for them to really not have any strong people following them to protect them in the dark. The reason why no one could sense it was because the one who had followed the two of them to the banquet was the old ancestor of Liunshan who had broken through to the late stage of transformation spirit some time ago without anyone knowing about it. Well. Ceu's voice rang out from the void. Even if Xiao didn't say anything, she was still going to make a move. After all, the reason why she would follow Xiao to come to the banquet, apart from protecting Xiao and Chen Shi, her biggest purpose was to ensure that this banquet in Qingqiu would be held smoothly. In the air, Sima's slippery palm was about to fall on Tushan Mingyue's body. Tushan Shui looked at what was happening in the air with a pair of horrified eyes, only to feel that her heartbeat seemed to have missed a beat, and her eyes were filled with despair. Late stage of transformation, there is also a gap. The next second, an ethereal female voice from the void sounded, the surrounding space steeply solidified, Tushan Snow's forward form is fixed in the air, below the face of the crowd on the face of fear is also stiff in the face, everything seems to be pressed the pause button. Click click click. The space in front of Tushan Mingyue instantly shattered into countless snowflakes, and then Fantasy Moon, bathed in space debris, appeared in front of Tushan Mingyue, only to see that she stretched out a palm forward to meet her. Boom! A terrifying popping sound instantly swept across the entire spirit demon realm, and even the other god transformation powerhouses who were still staying in the three great sects at this moment had their hearts violently trembling when they heard this sound. The place where the two fought was turned into nothingness in an instant under the terrifying energy fluctuations. The whole world seemed to have become silent in an instant, and the surrounding onlookers could only look at the energy fluctuations that were about to spread in all directions in horror. Yet the body was unable to respond in any way, and even trying to move seemed like a luxury. The next second all the energy fluctuations that are about to spill over, but also in an instant to withdraw, in the two palms between the explosion, the horror of the energy fluctuations, even if there is no spillover, but also countless cultivators feel from the depths of the soul of the war chestnuts. Along with the end of the first exchange of hands between the two, everyone in the arena also finally regained the ability to act at this moment. All of them were pale, and some cultivators were even so frightened that their legs went soft and they sat down on the ground all of a sudden. Even Tushan Mingyue finally realized that even if she had broken through the transformation spirit realm, in front of a true late transformation spirit, she was no different from a mole cricket when she faced Sima's slide. Daddy! Also finally at this moment, Tushan Shui came behind Tushan Mingyue and wrapped her hands around the man from behind, burying her head in the other person's back as tears gushed outwards uncontrollably. Until now, the young girl's eyes still retained the shock that had not yet dissipated. Just now, for a moment, Tushan Shui really felt that she might never see Tushan Mingyue again. It was over before it had even begun, and in the next second Fantasy Moon's voice came into his ears. Wrap it up, cursed slippery. Ceu's eyes were calm as she looked at Sima's slip in front of her. Her tone did not contain any emotion. It was not that she did not want to behead Sima's slip just like that, it was just that both of them were in the late stage of transformation spirit now. Even though her strength was slightly stronger than Sima's slip's because of her earlier breakthrough, it was unrealistic to want to kill the other party in a short period of time, not to mention that if Sima's slip jumped over the wall in a hurry, it was not impossible to directly exterminate Liu Ruyan heaven. Now Qingqiu does not have too much loss, and the purpose that the banquet wants to achieve has also been achieved, and even because Sima's slippery reckless shot, resulting in the banquet has made unexpected gains, so this is the end is the best result at the moment. Hearing C Fantasy Moon's words, Sima's slippery fists clenched tightly. He was not willing to do so. How can he be willing? Sima's slipped closed dozens of years, a breakthrough in the late stage of the transformation of God, thought that he was going to be the king of the world, and now he is out of the first battle after the first battle, so that he just retreated. Where was the majesty of being a late-stage transformation God powerhouse? How would the others view themselves? How would they view the Sima family? This is a matter between my Sima clan and Qingqiu. Sima Fantasy Moon, you get out of the way. Hearing Sima Slide's words, Si Fantasy Moon coldly snorted. Nowadays, between Qingqiu and my Liu Ruyan heaven, it's a cooperative relationship. If you have to be like this, I won't be blamed for being merciless. As he spoke, the spiritual energy around Cuyue had boiled up, and the atmosphere in the arena suddenly became oppressive again. Sima Slip's pair of shadowy eyes stared deathly at Si Fantasy Moon in front of him, and in the next second he suddenly laughed out. Si Fantasy Moon, do you, Liunshan, really want to rebel against the human race and join the demon race? These words spread throughout the entire spirit demon realm in an instant, and all the human cultivators' hearts trembled when they heard them. Liunshan is going to rebel against the human race? Sima Slip, this move cannot be said not vicious. If Si Fantasy Moon continues to help Tushan Mingyue, it is the same as acquiescing to the words of Sima Slip. Liu Yun Tian betrayed the human race. And see Mirage Moon because of Sima Slip's words, and get out of the way, then Tushan Mingyue must die. For a while everyone was holding their breath to look at the silhouette in the air. They all wanted to know what kind of decision Cuyue would make, whether she would continue to stop in front of Tushan Mingyue or get out of the way. Even Tushan Shui, after hearing Sima Slide's words again, her heart jumped, her eyes were suddenly filled with worry. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Liunshan, but the other party had withheld this too big of a hat. As if sensing Tushan Shui's panic, Tushan Mingyue reached out and rubbed her hand on the young girl's head. Don't worry. In the next second, Si Fantasy Moon's eyes looked indifferently at Sima Slip. You, Sima Slip alone, can't represent the entire human race. This voice, likewise, spread throughout the entire spirit demon realm in an instant, and everyone's mind resounded with Si Fantasy Moon's words. Do you, Sima Slip, and dare to say that everything you do today is really for the sake of the human race? Chapter 112, I'll take you to her now. P.S. Today is Mother's Day. If you are reading a novel, don't forget to take some precious time to say happy holidays to the greatest woman in the world. Do you, Sima Slip, and dare to say that everything you do today is really for the sake of the human race? These words constantly hovered over the spirit demon realm, constantly ringing in everyone's ears, causing everyone's bodies to tremble. Yeah, does Sima Slip represent the entire human race? Not waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, the next second Si Fantasy Moon's voice continued to ring in their ears. Everything you, Sima Slip, are doing today is nothing more than avenging Sima Yan, and in that case what qualifications do you have to represent the entire human race? Once these words came out, even if Sima Slip wanted to retort, there was no way to open his mouth. After all, Sima Yan was really beheaded by Tushan Mingyue, and now even if he really said that he didn't want to avenge Sima Yan, there would be no one who would believe him. As expected, this statement immediately caused everyone's heart to jolt. How dare you want to use other cultivators to fulfill your Sima Slip's selfishness? When everyone heard Si Hueyue's words, they all knew that the other party was changing the topic. If it was placed before the crowd, would certainly not be so easily brought to the wrong side, but after experiencing the things that happened before. When Sima Slip struck out at the fox race, he indeed did not care about the lives of them human cultivators, and carried out indiscriminate strangulation. Obviously in the other party's mind, the human cultivators were no different from the demon race, and did not take their lives seriously. The spirit demon realm was about benefits, but the prerequisite for all of this was to survive, so compared to Sima Slip, who didn't put their lives in his eyes, Si Fantasy Moon was the best choice today. Regarding the crowd's reaction, Sima Smooth, as a late-stage harmonized spirit powerhouse, naturally could sense it, and the reason why he had struck out earlier regardless of the cost was because of his self-confidence as the #1 powerhouse in the spirit demon realm, and it was also for the purpose of warning the crowd. It was only that Si Fantasy Moon's appearance broke the illusion in his mind, while he paid the price for his previous behavior. Thinking of this, Sima Slip's pair of eyes narrowed dangerously as he looked towards the duo of Tushan Mingyue and Tushan Shui, knowing that trying to decapitate Tushan Mingyue today would be impossible. Just that, letting him leave just like that was also categorically impossible. No matter how much more, he, Sima Slip, was also a late-stage transformation spirit powerhouse. If he left just like that, how would he let other people look at him? I can spare you Qingqiu this time for Si Fantasy Moon's sake, but the Acacia sect. As he spoke, Sima's slippery breath had already deadlocked Shinsu below. As a subordinate sect of my demon sect, to submit to the Qingqiu Fox clan so easily, there is no need to stay and go.
As for Shinsu, who was locked by Sima's slip below, he only felt that his body was cold, and his blood seemed to have solidified in one, and he couldn't even breathe, and the operation of the spiritual energy in his body became blocked. Out of nowhere, he seemed to see Sima Keiho beckoning to him. The old ancestor is merciful. Qianyu shook his head at the words, and in the next second he said in a flat tone, "Since the Acacia sect has now been gifted to Qingqiu by your sect's saint son, this matter will be left at that." Qianyu obviously saw Qianyu's thoughts and also spoke at the right time. As for Sima's slip, when he heard Fantasy Moon's voice, his face changed for a while, and he knew that this time, the Sima family had lost a lot of face. Eventually a pair of eyes unusually icy cold swept the crowd in the field, and finally stayed on Qianyu. "Good one, Qianyu, before it was the old man who underestimated you." When the words fell, Sima's slip then took Sima Chang'ing and instantly disappeared from the original place. He knew that even if he continued, he would not be able to gain anymore. Seeing this, Sima Fantasy Moon just glanced at Tushan Mingyue, and then her figure also disappeared in an instant. The crowd in the field, on the other hand, was long relieved after Sima slipped away, especially Shinsu. Until this moment, a heart can feel a burst of stabbing pain. At the same time, this banquet was also considered to be over. Countless sect masters perished under Sima's slippery palm, because the number of demonic cultivators in the venue was not very large, so compared to the human race, the deaths and injuries of demonic cultivators were relatively less. Even so, the entire Qingqiu was immersed in a sad atmosphere. 2 days later, Tushan Shui found Xiao, who had temporarily stayed in Qingqiu. "When are you going to look for her?" Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Xiao stood up and looked in the direction of Liu Ruyan. "If it's too late, she might be found by the Sima family, so the sooner the better. I'll take you to her now." Chapter 113, I beg you, please let me go. Obviously. It's so close. At this moment, Night Wanting's forehead was already oozing with dense cold sweat. She could feel that it was clearly only that much worse. Yet it was just a little bit, but it was like a wall, blocking her, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pry the slightest bit of it off. Put. In the next second, Night Wanqing felt the spiritual energy in her body flow backwards, and a fishy sweetness surged up in her throat as she violently spat out a large mouthful of blood. Da-day-day-day. Suddenly, a burst of footsteps sounded in the originally quiet valley. "The party's over?" Night Wanqing's voice was also as cold as before. Da-day-day-day. However, the other party did not answer Night Wanqing's question, only the sound of footsteps in Night Wanqing's ears, but it was getting closer and closer. Because of the backlash from the failed forced breakthrough, at this moment, Night Wanqing couldn't see the face of the person in front of her. "I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. I thought that you would stay in Qingqiu for a while." After all, the previous conversation between Fantasy Moon and Sima Slip had spread throughout the entire spirit and demon realm, and with the relationship between Luyan Heaven and Qingqiu, Night Wanqing felt that Xiao should be staying in Qingqiu for a very long time. Night Wanqing still didn't hear any reply from the other party, which caused some doubts to rise in her heart. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, the backlash gradually subsided, and Night Wanting was finally able to see the picture in front of her, only when she looked up and saw exactly who was standing in front of her. The moment the four eyes met, Night Wanqing only felt that her heartbeat seemed to have missed a beat, and it was as if her entire body had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and she instantly froze in place and didn't move. "Why, can't I show up here?" Hearing the young girl's rhetorical question, Night Wanqing froze for a moment. This place was only relatively hidden, but it didn't mean that no one could find it, since Xiao could find this hidden valley and settle herself here. Then Tushan Yuki can be found likewise. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, Night Wanqing's body jolted. "It was Xiao who brought you here." Tushan Shui didn't answer Night Wanqing's words. She just took a step out to half-squat her body in front of Night Wanqing, a pair of scarlet eyes looking at Night Wanqing in front of her. "Why did you make such a mess of yourself?" In the next second, Tushan Shui reached out and wiped away the remaining bloodstains at the corners of Night Wanqing's mouth before speaking. "Come back to Qingqiu with me. Don't you even think about it, Tushan Yuki." With a pop sound, Night Wanqing slapped the young girl's hand on her cheek down. "There is no way I will go back to Qingqiu with you. Wouldn't it be nice for you to continue in your green hill and be your little princess?" Tushan Shui heard Night Wanqing's words, but she hooked her lips and smiled. "Night Wanqing, I should have said that I'm going to capture you back to Qingqiu and put you in a cage, so that you can experience everything that I once experienced, right?" Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Night Wanqing bit her lips. The next second she looked at Tushan Shui. "That's all things that have passed. Forget about all this. Isn't it good to be your little princess in Qingqiu?" For Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shui was as if she hadn't heard them. This time, no matter what Night Wanqing said, she was going to bring the other party back to Qingqiu. "Be a good boy and go back with me. This time I won't give you any more chances." "Likewise. And no one will ever stop me from bringing you back." As Night One listened to Tushan Shue's words, she closed her eyes and a tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Why?
Why can't you just leave me alone when I'm in the state I'm in? Tushan Shui, why can't you just leave me alone? Hearing Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shui had a momentary freeze. This scene was deja vu. Once she herself hissed at Night Wanqing, why can't you just let me go? She has also towered over herself and said, I'm not going to give you any more chances this time. Only now the two seem to have swapped identities. In the next second, Night Wanqing opened her eyes, a pair of blood-red pupils staring deathly at Tushan Shui in front of her as she hissed out, Tushan Shui, why can't you just let me go? She looked at the white-clothed girl who had to be in front of her. Tushan Shui, this is all because you forced me. When the words fell, the valley's demonic chi agitated, and the breath on Night Wanqing also became disordered in an instant. Tushan Shui, I'm just going to die, and there's no way I'm going back to Qingqiu. Ahem. Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Night Wanqing violently coughed out a large mouthful of blood. Her pair of eyes looked fiercely at Tushan Shui, and in the next second the spirit sword appeared in her hand, and she was about to stab towards the location of her heart. Tushan Shui just casually waved out a spiritual power, accompanied by a clang sound. Night Wanqing hand spirit sword immediately out of hand. Night Wanqing looked at the young girl. The whole person seemed to have lost all strength. Tushan Shui, let me go, okay? However, Tushan Shui only tilted her head, looking at Night Wanqing with a smile or not, and in the next second the young girl's clear and cold voice echoed throughout the entire valley. Night Wanqing, I prayed the same way back then, but you didn't spare me. And at this moment, Xiao stood outside the valley, looking at everything that had happened between Tushan Shui and Night Wanqing, looking at that half-kneeling Night Wanqing, that former first genius of the spirit demon realm, looking at her constantly begging for the young girl in front of her. A trace of guilt actually rose in her heart. For a moment, she was wondering if she had made the right decision in bringing Tushan Shui to the valley. But in the end, in order not to let the Night Seven sad. No, it was so that Night Wanqing could survive. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, he took one last look at the two in the valley, and then disappeared from outside the valley with a flash of his body. And at this moment in the valley, Night One, listening to see the words of Tushan Shui, seems to be finally resigned to close their eyes. The whole person is motionless, like losing their souls. Tushan Shui see the situation, do not know why. The heart is actually vaguely feel a twinge of pain. Night Wanqing, as long as you obediently return to Qingqiu with me, I will definitely find a way to help you crack the heavenly demon lead. At this time, the young girl's voice was also a little softer compared to before, and Night Wanqing only felt ridiculous when she heard Tushan Shui's words, cracking the heavenly demon lead? Throughout the history of the spirit demon realm, no one had ever been able to crack the heavenly demon leader. Even the once god transformation powerhouse was unable to make a breakthrough after using the heavenly demon leader, and now Tushan Shui had even said that she would help herself to crack the heavenly demon leader. But Tushan Shui didn't know what was in Night Wanqing's mind, and reached out to caress Night Wanqing's cheeks. So, be good and go back with me, okay? Just at the moment when Tushan Shui's voice fell, Night Wanqing violently broke open her eyes, her other hand violently smashed towards Tushan Shui. She now, even if her cultivation is sealed, but her physical body still has a late stage of yuaning, while Tushan Shui's current cultivation is only a half-step yuaning. Under such a close distance, and he was taking advantage of Tushan Shui's distraction. If he was really hit by his own punch, he would definitely suffer a not-so-light injury. And Tushan Shui also did not expect, or now this time, Night Wanqing actually still toward resistance. The young girl face expression also in a flash cooled down. Countless red and black spiritual power in an instant from the body surged out, in front of the formation of a barrier. Bang! In the next second, Night Wanqing's fist impacted on the barrier that Tushan Shui had formed with her spiritual energy, and something that shocked her happened. The barrier made of black and red spiritual energy in front of Tushan Shui had easily blocked her own swung-out fist. At the same time, Tushan Shui also used her spiritual power to control Night Wanqing in an instant, and at this moment, even if she wanted to move a little bit, it would be an impossible thing. Tushan Shui looked at Night Wanqing, who was staring at her dead in the face. Still want to resist? In the next second, she grabbed Night Wanqing's wrist, and countless spiritual energy also surged into Night Wanqing's body in an instant, just as the former Night Wanqing treated herself. The black and red spiritual power immediately raged within Night Wanqing's body, and the strangling pain coming from her internal organs immediately caused Night Wanqing's face to turn pale, only that she bit her lips to prevent herself from making any sound. She could only stare at Tushan Shui in front of her with a pair of scarlet eyes in death. And feeling gaze, there was instantly more spiritual energy surging into Night Wanqing's body, and the sudden increase in severe pain instantly caused Night Wanqing to stifle a muffled. The moment the words fell, Tushan Shui disappeared from the valley with Night Wanqing. Ahem! In the dimly lit room, the sound of a young girl coughing softly came out, and Night Wanqing opened her eyes drowsily, and at the moment, she could still feel a twinge of pain in her body from time to time.
In his mind, he recalled everything that happened before he passed out, and when he looked inside his body, he still couldn't feel half of the demonic qi, and it was obvious that Tushan Shui hadn't unblocked his cultivation. Staggering up from the floor, she began to take in her surroundings. The room was dim, there weren't even any windows except for 3 oil lamps that were glowing, and it was surrounded by completely closed walls except for one door.
It seems exactly the same as the one he arranged for Tushan Shui back then.
As this thought crossed Night Wanqing's mind, she couldn't help but feel a slight hint of bitterness in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up into a self-deprecating smile. Surprisingly, even the layout of the room is exactly the same.
Hardly. She really wants to put me in a cage?
Night Wanqing recalled Tushan Shui's words. Night Wanqing, I said that I would lock you into a cage so that you could also experience what I once went through. In an instant, her entire being was like falling into an ice cellar. Just as Night Wanqing was pondering, the door of the room was pushed open. She looked up. The sudden light pierced her, slightly squinting her eyes. When she regained her vision, dressed in a white dress, Tushan Shui was standing at the position of the room's entrance. At the moment she was tilting her head to look at Night Wanqing in the room. Seeing Night Wanqing looking up, the corner of her mouth gradually hooked up a touch of curvature.
The next second the young girl's spiritual energy surged into her nascent ring, and an object instantly appeared in her hand. Then she beckoned towards Night Wanqing in the room. Night Wanqing, come over and I'll put it on for you. Hearing the words of Tushan Shui, Night Wanyu only slightly backed to God, looked to the girl in the hands of the things being held. Only one glance, Night Wanyu will feel the brain boom sound, instantly fell into a blank. She did not dare to believe that, looked at the girl in front of her, voice hoarse, Tushan Shui. You? She? How could she let herself wear such a thing? For a while, he was actually unable to speak a complete sentence because he was too shocked, and could only stare blankly at the young girl in front of him. Tushan Shui felt Night Wanqing's shock, the corner of her lips slightly hooked up, and then only saw her beckon to Night Wanqing, and the next second the young girl's clear and cold voice echoed throughout the room, come over here. I'll put it on for you. Chapter 114, for the last time, call me master. Looking at the forbidden spirit ring in Tushan Shui's hand, listening to the girl's cold voice, Night Wanqing only felt dryness in her throat, and could only stand frozen in place. She could not have imagined that Tushan Shui would want to wear the forbidden spirit ring by herself. Tushan Snow. She only felt that what was happening in front of her was absurd. She was no longer the former holy daughter of the demon sect and the first genius of the spirit demon world, even if she only had the cultivation of the first level of foundation establishment now, even if she was forcibly brought to Qingqiu by Tushan Shui. However, her heart still has its own pride. Now let her wear this forbidden spirit ring, undoubtedly will be their own pride trampled underfoot, back and forth friction. She is even willing to die as long as she doesn't have to wear the forbidden. Looking at the young girl standing in the doorway, he heard her smirking voice. Night Wanqing slowly closed her eyes. Tushan Shui, you were once not like this. Once the Tushan Shui was clearly clinging to herself, even when she slept. She would subconsciously curl her tail around her hand, not wanting to let herself leave, and the dream words she uttered in her sleep were also begging herself not to leave. Why? It's going to be like this. However, when Tushan Shui saw that Night Wanqing stood still without any delay, a flash of impatience flashed in her eyes. Night Wanqing, my patience is limited, I'll say it one last time. Come over to. I'll put it on for you. Tushan Shui's pair of scarlet pupils stared dead at Night Wanqing. Once she had forced herself to wear that chain in such a way, rubbing her pride on the ground. She felt that she had already given enough dignity to Night Wanqing by just letting her come over and help her put on the forbidden spirit ring with her own hands instead of letting her put it on herself. Night Wanqing stood in place, sensing Tushan Shui's impatient gaze, and was so angry that her body trembled. In the next second, her entire body went limp, and she cried out in a broken-down manner to Tushan Shui, who was standing in the doorway, Tushan Shui, if you really want to take revenge, you can totally just kill me, and I won't even have any complaints. But I beg you, I really beg you. Don't insult me like that, let me die with dignity, can you? At this moment, Night Wanqing was near collapse, her voice was choking and her tears were falling uncontrollably. Tushan Shui stood in the position of the doorway, looking at the Night Wanqing at this moment. For some reason she actually felt a twitch of pain in the position of her heart. She closed her eyes to slightly calm down her emotions. And then took a step out in front of Night Wantran. Seemingly sensing Tushan Shui's movements, Night Wanting raised her head and looked up at the young girl standing in front of her, reaching out her hand to tightly clutch the corner of the young girl's coat. Tushan Shui, you can kill me if you hate me. But I beg you, leave me with one last shred of dignity.
When Tushan Shui heard Night Wanqing's words, there was no change in the expression on her face. She just half squatted down her body and stretched out her hand to pick up Night Wanqing's chin. Night Wanqing, I should have said that I'm going to let you experience everything that I've ever experienced.
Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Night Wanqing continuously shook her head. Tushan Shui. No. No.
At the same time, the young girl's body wanted to retreat backward. However, Tushan Shui simply moved her mind, and black and red spiritual energy formed a wall behind Night Wanqing. With a thud sound, Night Wanqing's body hit the wall made of spiritual energy. No longer able to continue to retreat backward, Tushan Shui also came to Night Wanqing's face, ignoring the other parties please. Tushan Shui will be in the hands of the forbidden spirit ring slowly to the night in front of Wanqing, despite the other party's resistance, in her horror, shock, unbelievable gaze. With a click, the forbidden spirit ring was firmly fixed on Night Wanqing's neck. At the same time, Tushan Shui had removed her cultivation ban on Night Wanqing, but even so, under the effect of the spirit ban ring, Night Wanqing did not feel a single trace of demonic energy in her body. In an instant, it was as if all the strength had been drained from Night Wanqing. Looking towards the young girl standing in front of her, she murmured, Tushan Shui. Why? She didn't understand why Tushan Shui had become like this now. Obviously it wasn't like this before. And Tushan Shui looked at Night Wanqing's reaction at the moment, although there was a fluctuation in her heart, but it was quickly suppressed by her. This was all Night Wanqing had once done to herself, and even what she had done was even more excessive. She kept telling herself this in her mind, and finally when Tushan Shui opened her eyes again, she had already regained her cold demeanor once again. She half squatted down her body, looking at the dull-eyed Night Wanqing, her fingertips gently traced across her cheeks. Night Wanqing, these are all things you once did to me, and now this can't be borne? The young girl's voice seemed like a waxing moon in cold winter. Night Wanqing, just listening to it, she felt that the blood in her body was freezing cold. She raised her head tremblingly and met the young girl's bloodshot eyes that seemed to be smiling. In the next second, under the gaze of Night Wantran, the young girl slowly opened her mouth. Only to hear her say word for word, Night Wanqing, from now on I am your master. Memories from back then flashed in his mind. Once when Tushan Shui was bought back by himself, this was how he looked down on the other party, little fox. From now on I am your master. Tushan Shui looked at the kneeling at his feet of the Night Wanqing, looked at the other neck of the forbidden spirit ring. This scene seems to be familiar, but now the identity has been switched, the person who spoke into their own.
Tushan Yuki. That's enough from you.
Hearing Night Wanqing's words, Tushan Shuahai recalled the images of how Night Wanqing had once treated herself, and her eyes were filled with blood. Night Wanqing, how could you even say such words?
I've done less to you now than a millionth of what you did to me back then, and you say I'm enough.
Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Night Wanqing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but it was stuck in her throat, unable to send out a single word. She wanted to say that once upon a time, the Tushan Shui was bought back by herself from the auction house, so even her life was her own, and it was right for her to be treated how she wanted to be treated. But the spirit in Devil World is the strongest of the weak, and now that he is not a match for Tushan Shui, it seems only right that she resents himself and thus treats himself so. Only that it was absolutely impossible for her to call out to Master Tushan Shui, and for a while, she could only bite her lips in death and not say a word. Seeing this, Tushan Shui's body slightly leaned forward, and Night Wanqing subconsciously wanted to avoid backward. However, behind her was the wall that Tushan Shui had forged with her spiritual power.
Along with the thud sound, Night Wan leaning body slammed into the wall behind, avoiding.
In the next second, the young girl braced her hands on the wall, pressing Night Wanqing's body tightly underneath. And then the young girl gently pressed the corner of her lips to Night Wanqing's ear. Night Wanqing.
I'll say it one last time, call me master. See, everyone now on the protagonist opinion is very big. I can only say that Tushan Shui and Night Wanqing between there is still a reversal. All heard the spoilers of the group of friends are very satisfied, so you can look forward to the back of the reversal. Here in the middle of the say so much, the extra spoilers will not say. About last night's Persona OC is based on my own before through the AI production of the first version of the Persona map, revamped so there may be some AI flavor, but the like what in fact can be seen, there has been optimization. I personally as well as the group of friends are quite satisfied, so we do not say it is the AI, thank you. Chapter 115, You'll Understand Me. The young girl's warm breath sprayed on Night Wanqing's earlobe, causing her body to resist a tremor. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, reaching out her hand to push the young girl in front of her away, but now under the effect of the forbidden spirit ring, she did not have any cultivation, so naturally, what she did would not have any effect. Tushan Shui's eyes narrowed slightly as she felt Night Wanqing's movements. In the next second, she clamped down on Night Wanqing's hands that wanted to try to push herself away and pressed it against the wall behind her, before looking once again at Night. At this moment, Tushan Shui's voice was already mixed with a slight chill.
However, even so, Night Wanqing heard Tushan Shue's voice, and still did not have the slightest intention to open her mouth. She subconsciously still wanted to struggle. However, Tushan Shue just slightly increased the force on her hands. She could no longer move a bit. For a moment, he could only bite his lips in death, a pair of eyes staring at Tushan Shue in front of him in death. However, the next second, the young girl in front of him laughed under the watchful eyes of Night. Mocking his own self back then, when he could even throw away his dignity for freedom, when he could act like a dog, actively seeking her pleasure, actively snapping the chain around his neck and handing the other end to her? Tushan Shue forced down the anger in his heart. A pair of scarlet pupils stared dead on at Night Wanqing in front of him, and said word by word, "Night Wanqing, do you really think that I won't lock you into a cage?" Hearing Tushan Shue's words and feeling the young girl's gaze, Night Wanqing still had her eyes closed, biting her lips in death and not saying a word. Ka-ching! Black and red spiritual power uncontrollably from the body of Tushan Shue to the surrounding spread. Just a moment, the ground and the wall will appear dense cracks. Good at this moment Tushan Shue, although angry but did not lose their minds, so the Night Wanqing did not suffer any harm. Night Wanqing, you are now is not very hopeful that I was angry overwhelmed by anger, and will directly kill you. Night Wanqing didn't speak, still with her eyes closed, except that Tushan Shue could feel the figure underneath her tremble imperceptibly the moment she heard her words. Tushan Shue suppressed the anger in his heart, a pair of scarlet eyes looking at Night Wanqing who was pressed underneath himself. Then you're wrong, I'm being sensible now. Night Wanqing was still biting her lips to death, and the slightest bit of blood seeped out from the corner of her lips, and Tushan Shue looked at the blood seeping out from the corner of Night Wanqing's lips. In the next second, the young girl gently bent down her body and covered Night Wanqing's lips that were mixed with a trace of bloodstains, while Night Wanqing sensed Tushan Shue's action was to violently open her eyes. At this moment her eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Tushan! Well. She was just about to open her mouth to say something, however, she was interrupted by the young girl's forceful movements, wanting to struggle and resist. However, now that her cultivation had been completely sealed, she was just an ordinary person with a stronger physical body, and she was simply unable to resist Tushan Shue, who had the black and red spiritual power to add to her strength. I don't know how long it took before Tushan Shue let go of Night Wanqing. At this time, the blood on the corner of the other party's lips had already been completely cleaned up by Tushan Shue, whereas the young girl's lips were more than a row of deep teeth marks, as well as the slightest of bloodstains. Tushan Shue licked the bloodstains on the corners of her lips that had been bitten out by Night Wanqing, and then looked towards Night Wanqing who was looking at her with a face full of anger. Night Wanqing, you're still the same as you were before, like a rabid dog that only bites people. Though you don't have the cultivation to blow yourself up now. And then, as if she thought of something, she looked at Night Wanqing, but... Tushan Shue thought of that year, when she had once tried to free herself when she was in utter despair, when Night Wanqing wasn't paying attention, although every time she was on the verge of death, she would be cured by the other party through the medicinal pool. However, Qianyu does not have the heritage of the demon sect, and does not have a heavenly treasure such as the medicine pool that can pull a person back from near death an unlimited number of times. Thinking of this, the spiritual energy between the young girl's palms instantly tumbled up, and soon formed a black and red spiritual energy mass. She looked at Night Wanqing in front of her. I won't give you any way to find your own relief. Hearing Tushan Shue's words and looking at the black and red spiritual energy mass in the young girl's hand, Night Wanqing seemed to be guessing what she wanted to do. Her face instantly turned pale, looking at Tushan Shue in front of her in shock, constantly shaking her head at her. No. Tushan Shue. You can't be like this. Tushan Shue looked at Night Wanqing's appearance at the moment. A throbbing pain once again came from her heart, and her footsteps slightly stumbled. She hurriedly stabilized herself and placed her palm on her chest, pressing on the location of her heart. Only, one cannot accept the consequences of losing Night Wanqing, Qianyu, and does not have the powerful heritage of the Devil Clan. One does not have the opportunity for trial and error. Because of this, even if her heart is not tolerant again, she must also do. Her whole body was curled up in the corner of the room, burying her head deeply between her knees, and the next second, the sound of a young girl's sob came out from the corner, constantly echoing in the claustrophobic room. Oh. Ahem. After leaving the room, Tushan Shue's face bristled and became incomparably pale, her palms pressed dead on the location of her heart, her mind recalling the almost stagnant eyes of Night Wanqing when she finally left the room herself. All she felt was a throbbing pain where her heart had been, a pain that made it hard for her to breathe. Hoo-hoo. Tushan Shue panted heavily, her face was filled with pain. It's not like that, it shouldn't be like that. The young girl shook her head uncontrollably, murmuring out of her mouth. Obviously. It was clear that he had brought her to Qianyu only to prevent her from continuing to be hunted by the Sima family, and it was clear that the thoughts in his heart, as well as the words he wanted to say, before he entered the room were not like this. Obviously, all I did was fear losing her. Tushan Shui whole person curled up on the ground, hands holding the head. She does not know what is wrong with her. Obviously she wants to care about Night Wanqing. The reason why she prepared the forbidden spirit ring is afraid of Night Wanqing take advantage of their own not pay attention to secretly self-detonation. Spiritual power to seal Night Wanqing's cultivation needs to be resealed every single day. Tushan Shui was afraid that if he was not in Qingqiu and did not seal Night Wanqing's cultivation in time, that kind of consequence, Tushan Shui did not even dare to think about it. She would have been devastated if that had actually happened. Only, in the moment of seeing the Night Wanqing, the mind always cannot help but remember, once she did everything to himself, forced himself to call her master, will be locked into the small black room. Thinking about how Night Wanqing once looked down on herself condescendingly, from now on, I am your master. The moment she entered the room and saw Night Wanqing, these words were like magic, constantly ringing in her ears, and it was precisely because of this that Tushan Shui spoke such a sentence to Night Wanqing, from now on I am your master. However, when she saw Night Wanqing's look that she would rather die than give in, and listen to her say those words of déjà vu, how similar she was to herself back then. It was just the thought of the disdainful look on Night Wanqing's face every time she uttered such words, as well as the way she trampled her own dignity under her feet and rubbed it back and forth in spite of her pleas. He himself had once sold himself like a pet in front of Night Wanqing for the sake of freedom, for the sake of not being locked into a cage, and why Night Wanqing preferred to be locked into a cage to maintain such a little bit of ridiculous dignity. Everything eventually forced Tushan Shui to uncontrollably say the word she once loathed the most, sentence after sentence. He Tushan Yuki laughed to herself, I seem to have becoming the person I once hated the most. Tushan Shui covered her head with both hands, tightly curled up against the door. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. She didn't know why she had become like this, into that once she hated the most. It was just that once she saw Night Wanqing, her entire body seemed like she would lose control.
One door down.
Night Wanqing was curled up in the corner of the room, her head buried between her knees, tears falling like rain. The weak candlelight reflected on the young girl's body, making her already thin body seem especially lonely. I don't know how long, Tushan Shui sensed that there seemed to be more than one person beside her. In a trance she looked up, but it was actually Bai Qianyu who, at some point, had already come to her side. I saw that you never went back, and worried about you, so I came over to check on you. Bai Qianyu squatted down her body, her palm gently stroked across the young girl's cheeks, soothing the agitation within her heart, and her gentle voice reached Tushan Shui's ears, blowing across the young girl's heart like a spring breeze, and her original troubled mood gradually calmed down.
Mother!
Tushan Shui looked up at Bai Qianyu, her eyes filled with pain. Did I do too much? She knew that Bai Qianyu and Tushan Mingyu must have been keeping an eye on her side in order to ensure her safety, and must have known about what she had done to Night Wanqing. Hearing Tushan Shui's words, Bai Qianyu didn't reply directly, but asked softly in return, actually, when you ask this question, you should already have an answer within yourself. Hearing Bai Qianyu's words, Tushan Shui lightly bites her lips. Bai Qianyu is right, when she asks such a question, she actually already has an answer deep inside her heart. In the next second, Bai Qianyu embraced Tushan Shui into her arms. Feeling that the body of the young girl in her arms was trembling slightly, she said softly, since there is already an idea in your heart, why can't you follow your heart's thoughts? Tushan Shui buried her head in Bai Qianyu's arms, her voice hoarse, but she wanted to say that once Night Wanqing treated herself so well, and that she just had to see Night Wanqing's body as if she had her own thoughts, making those actions against her will, but just as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Bai Qianyu reaching out her hand. You've let go of the past, haven't you? Bai Qianyu looked at Tushan Shui in her arms, her face full of seriousness. After all, if you really didn't put it down, you wouldn't have traveled to the broken Sky Mountain range in the first place and saved her from the siege of hundreds of people. When Tushan Shui heard Bai Qianyu's words, her eyes but flashed a color of confusion, and she murmured softly under her breath. I really put it down? Thank you for your support. The book's rating is also successful in today's 9.0. Thank you very much for your reader's support. Thank you, La.
Chapter 117, The Deepest Thoughts of the Heart.
All this time, Tushan Shui thought she had put the past behind her.
But now it seems that he has really put it down?
If he has really put it down, then why would he uncontrollably say those words that made him feel sick when he saw Night Wanqing?
I really put it down?
Tushan Shui raised her head, her eyes full of tears, looking at Bai Qianyu who held her in her arms, as if she was seeking an answer. She was really confused, not knowing why she had become like this now. Seemingly sensing Tushan Shui's gaze, Bai Qianyu reached out and rubbed the young girl's head. What are your feelings for her now?
Hearing Bai Qianyu's words, Tushan Shui's eyes once again flashed with confusion. What exactly are her feelings for Night Wanqing now?
She really doesn't know what her feelings for Night Wanqing are now.
Seeing the suffusion in the young girl's eyes, Bai Qianyu spoke again. Do you hate her? Do you hate her?
Tushan Shui asked herself in her mind whether she hated Night Wanqing or not, recalling that once in the Holy Maiden's palace, Night Wanqing had done all those things to herself, letting herself live without dignity. Thinking about this, Tushan Yuki felt that she should hate her. Bai Qianshan looked at the young girl's changing expression, and finally saw her nodding to herself as if she had figured it out, but how could the confusion and pain in the depths of the young girl's eyes escape her perception? She still didn't recognize her own heart, and in the end, she could only let out a long sigh. Since you hate her, then mother will help you get rid of her. The moment the voice fell, Bai Qianshan made a move to get up and walk towards the room. When Tushan Shui hears Bai Qianshan's words and senses her movements, her whole brain falls into a blank, as if she has lost the ability to think, but her body seems to have its own ideas, reaching out and pulling Bai Qianshan, who wants to get up, and at the same time, her voice is filled with supplications, "Mother!
Don't! The brain may lie, the body is honest."
Bai Qianshan sensed Tushan Shui's movement and stopped trying to get up, looking at the young girl in front of her with a smile on her face. At sometimes, the body is always more honest than the brain, always subconsciously acting according to the deepest thoughts of the heart. And after a while, Tushan Shui only reacted in hindsight to what exactly she had just done, and the whole person froze for a moment, and Bai Qianshan also opened her mouth at the right time. In fact, this is the true idea of your innermost heart.
Is this what my innermost self really thinks?
When Tushan Shui heard Bai Qianshan's words, she kept murmuring under her breath, and the confusion in her eyes increased. At the same time, a sharp pain came from her mind, which instantly caused her to cover her head in pain, and the whole person hugged her head and curled up into a ball. Seeing this, Bai Qianshan's eyes also flashed a touch of heartache, and then gently held the young girl in her arms, while softly speaking, "You know, what you need most is actually to calm down." As she spoke, Bai Qianshan's gentle spiritual power continued to infuse into the young girl's body, helping to ease the severe pain in her mind, while continuing to speak, "Although, I don't know what exactly has happened between you and Night Wanqing." Bai Qianshan indeed didn't know what had happened between them because Tushan Shui had already left Night Wanqing when she was found by the duo of Tushan Ashes and Tushan Yan, and it was naturally impossible for Tushan Shui to take the initiative of mentioning what had happened to them. And in order to not let Tushan Shui recall those painful memories they once had, they naturally would not take the initiative to ask, and even for the matter between Tushan Shui and Night Wanqing, they were originally not prepared to What you should do before that is to calm down. Tushan Shui's body trembled slightly when she heard Bai Qianshan's words, while Bai Qianshan seemed to sense the movements of the young girl in her arms, and just gently stroked her palm over the young girl's head. "So, sleep first." The moment the words fell, more spiritual energy surged into Tushan Shui's body, but in a few breaths of time, Tushan Shui felt a wave of tiredness come over her, and the images in front of her eyes gradually blurred, and then she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Bai Qianshan looked at the young girl in her arms, who was still frowning even though she was already asleep at the moment, and sighed gently, "I hope you can recognize, as soon as possible, your innermost thoughts." She felt that if Tushan Shui for a short period of time, unable to recognize their own feelings for the Night Wanqing, perhaps the distance between the two will become more and more distant, and may even end up becoming a real enemy. And naturally, she can also see the deepest part of Tushan Shui's heart, which she herself did not notice, for the complex but special emotions of Night Wanqing, only if the two of them really go to that step. Tushan Shui might develop a heart demon as a result, and her cultivation would never be refined again, which was something she, as a mother, did not wish to see. Only this was a matter between the two people, Tushan Shui and Night Wanqing. This was something that she could not help even as Tushan Shui's mother. Everything could only be solved by them. Finally looking back again, at Night Wanqing who was curled up in the corner of the room, Bai Qianshan sighed softly, and then hugged Tushan Shui from turning around and disappearing from the spot. On the other hand, the flowing cloud sky. How could you hand over Her Highness the Holy Maiden to that white-eyed wolf? Night 7 looked at Xiao in front of her, her eyes full of disbelief. She couldn't figure out how Xiao could hand over Night Wanqing to Tushan Shui. As for Xiao, after hearing Night 7's words, her mind once again recalled everything that had happened in the valley at that time, whether she had made the right decision in handing over Night Wanqing to Tushan Shui or not. Don't you think that Her Highness hasn't been victimized enough by her? She'd even dare to imagine how that white-eyed wolf Tushan Shui would mistreat Her Highness the Sacred Maiden nowadays. Thinking about it, tears fell from the corners of her eyes once again. "Xiao, I beg you to bring Her Highness the Sacred." But Night 7 opened his mouth, still wanting to say something, but couldn't say any retort. Nowadays such a big spirit demon realm, except for Tushan Shui's place, there was actually no place for Her Highness the Holy Maiden to stay. Thinking of this, Night 7's entire body instantly paralyzed on the ground, one pair of eyes looking towards the sky, tears uncontrollably gushing out from her eyes. On the other side, the green hills. Night Wanqing curled up in the corner of the room, a pair of eyes looking in the direction of the door of the room. Obviously he should have already gotten used to the loneliness, after all, he had always been alone. It's just that now, throughout the dimly lit room, for some reason, the mind still feels a little uneasy. Gada. Night Wanqing also did not know how long. The closed door of the room slowly opened, as last time, the sudden light, piercing the Night Wanqing squinted, only to be when she saw the person who came, but it was slightly froze for a moment. The person who came was surprisingly not Tushan Shui, but an unfamiliar fox woman. Somehow just by seeing the other party, Night Wanting felt that all the uneasiness deep inside her heart seemed to have been smoothed out in an instant. Bai Qianshan looked at Night Wancheng who was huddled in the corner, and sensing the young girl's puzzled gaze, she smiled faintly at her, and then with a flash of her body she arrived in front of Night Wancheng. Night Wanqing also in the sense of the surrounding space fluctuations of the moment reacted, eyes flashed a flash of vigilance subconsciously backward a step. She did not know the other side exactly who, but can break open the space. It is at least a Yuanying realm of cultivators. If the other party is trying to cut himself down it is okay, but if it is a fox cultivator controlled by the Sima family, who wants to hand himself over to the Sima family? Thinking of this, Night Wanqing felt a trace of despair in her heart. Now that her cultivation was completely sealed, even if she wanted to blow herself up, it was impossible. For a while, she could only look at the person in front of her vigilance. Bai Qian, on the other hand, slightly froze for a moment when she saw the vigilance in the eyes of Nightwing, obviously not expecting Nightwing to be that vigilant, but then thinking of Nightwing's current situation, she was relieved. There was also a flash of heartache in her eyes. After all, no matter what had happened between Night Wanting and Tushan Shui, but in her opinion, the other party was only a child about the same age as Xiao Shui. Now, he was facing the situation of being hunted down by the Sima family and having nowhere to go in the entire spirit demon realm. Don't be afraid, I'm Tushan Shui's mother. In the next second, Bai Qian's soft voice resounded in Night Wanqing's ears, blowing into her heart like a spring breeze, and all the negative emotions in her heart seemed to be smoothed out in this instant. However, even so, Night Wanqing was still vigilant as she looked at Bai Qian in front of her. There was no way she could believe that the other party was really Mother Tushan Shui just because of a single sentence, even if what the other party said was true. She really was Mother Tushan Shui, but to herself, she also seemed to be no different from the Sima family. Just now I asked Yuki what kind of feeling she really has for you. Bai Qian acted as if she didn't sense Night Wanqing's wary gaze. Guess what she said? Hearing Bai Qian's words, Night Wanqing was still looking at Bai Qian vigilantly, but in her heart, she was pondering over Bai Qian's question. What kind of feelings does Tushan Shui have for herself? Should be. She said she hated you. In the next second, Bai Qian's words reached Night Wanqing's ears, causing the young girl's already pale face to turn even paler. As expected, Tushan Shui herself, only that she had clearly stopped having any feelings for her long ago after she stabbed out that sword in the first place, so why did she still feel a little bit uncomfortable after hearing this answer now? Bai Qian sensed Night Wanqing's ever-changing face color, the strong emotional fluctuations within the young girl's heart, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. So I said to her, since I hate you. Just as Night Wanqing's thoughts were confused in her mind, Bai Qian's words continued to ring in her ears, then I'll take the shot and cut you down. So she's here to kill herself. Hearing Bai Qian's words, Night Wanqing's heart trembled violently. So was this the real reason why Bai Qian came to find herself? But soon she was relieved, compared to continuing to be locked up in this dimly lit room, having her dignity trampled on by Tushan Shui, or being captured by the Sima family and reduced to being a furnace pot. Now being directly beheaded by Bai Qianli seems to have become the best place for her to return to. Thinking of this, Night Wanqing looked like she had let go of everything, closed her eyes, and quietly waited for death to come. For today's Nightwing, death is more of a relief than living. While Bai Qian just stood by and watched Night Wanqing's color change, and finally when she saw the young girl close her eyes as if she was relieved, she somehow felt a pang of heartache. She took a step forward and gently embraced Night Wanqing into her arms, reaching out to gently pat the young girl's back. While waiting for death to come, Night Wanqing sensed Bai Qian's action and her body froze for a split second. The next second she heard Bai Qian's soft voice, but as soon as my words left her mouth, she didn't even react to them herself. Then subconsciously pulled me back so I wouldn't kill you. As for Night Wanqing, after hearing Bai Qian's words, the whole person was even more shocked. She had thought that Bai Qian had come to kill herself this time, but now it seemed that it was not the case. Bai Qian's mind recalled Tushan Shui's reaction at that time and added, even she didn't think that she would react that way. Night One listening to see Bai Qian's words, slightly pursed her lips. She did not know why the other party wanted to say this to herself. The next second, Bai Qian's soft voice once again rang, so you can talk to me about it. Did something actually happen between you two?